Democrat-caused and maintained shutdown across the country. There's more evidence proving the attacks on people attending a Turning Point USA event at UC Berkeley this week. They were all a part of a coordinated plan by Antifa and other militant leftist groups. But will blue states like California do anything about it? President Trump isn't backing down from his call to protect the American homeland from the scourge of narco-terrorism. But the power of the drug cartels and their Chinese backers is still making weaker leaders around the globe cower in fear, and now includes Great Britain. Well, you're still relying on government economic reports to get a real handle on how America is doing? Don't bother. A new contender in the data wars from the private sector just got into the game, and it says things are going in the right direction economically. And it's one thing to report on the economy, but when corporate America tries to dictate morality to us, forget about it. And when you hear what Apple is doing in China right now, you'll really want to forget the big tech lefty scolding machine forever. American Sunrise Early Edition starts now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds. That's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Welcome, everyone, to this Wednesday here on American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Yeah, it looks like we're going to end the shutdown today, but you know what? Don't just keep watching Real America's Voice all day. Don't watch C-SPAN or anything else like that, because they're going to drag this vote out all day with a bunch of crazy speeches and everyone going nuts, just like they did before. If you remember the big, beautiful bill before it passed, all the Democrats got up and just basically said this was the end of the world. By the way, that bill is doing really some great things. We'll have to do an entire show about that at some point. But I have something special to share with you today. Rejoining us after a long, long hiatus from this program, nationally syndicated radio host Jennifer Kelly. Jennifer, it has been too long. We should get that. Speaking of things that dragged on too long, we should get that vote in the House today to end the government shutdown. I have to say one thing has pleasantly surprised me, because when you get truth, maybe you learn a lesson. It really seems like everyone agrees, right? Left, middle, mainstream media, regular media, whatever. They all agree the Democrats lost this thing, Jennifer. They lost. And hopefully that means we won't have another stunt like this for the next couple of years.
They did lose, and they lost badly. I mean, you have to be so impressed, right, with President Trump and his messaging here. I mean, look what he did within the first few days of the shutdown. He took the money from the tariffs, the most controversial part of his administration so far, and he took that and fed women, infants, and children with that. As soon as that happened, I thought this is going to be a different kind of shutdown, not the George W. Bush kind of shutdown where, Paul Ryan and others get accused of, pushing Granny off the cliff. I knew then that we were off to a much better start. And look, I think the result of this has been, Democrats showing up with egg on their face. I think this actually could be the end of Chuck Schumer, because if you listen in to what's happening at the dinner table in big Democrat cities, like New York City, people are frustrated, and there's a lot of infighting in the Democrat Party. So major points on the board for Donald Trump and the GOP.
Someone should study Chuck Schumer's brain, or what's left of it. This was a brilliant young man. He went to Harvard. I think this is, if you spend too long as a career politician or as a career celebrity in Hollywood, I think really someone should study this. I think it melts your brain. The guy sat next to me at my high school graduation. He was a congressman at the time. I was in his district, my high school was at least. And he was sitting there on the dais, and he was just, the man is just not smart. He just isn't. I think he was at one time, but he is not smart, and he didn't handle this properly, and I'm not surprised. He's also not a serious person. Some of the stuff he does privately is like that of a child. Again, another entire program we can do on that. Hey, Jennifer, it's no secret to the viewer, really, it's no secret to the viewers of this program that I loathe government economic reports. And that doesn't matter who the president is. This is not about a Trump or an Obama thing or a deep state thing. I just think they're all bad. And sometimes it's not even on purpose. They're just not done right, because they're done by a bunch of government workers who don't understand real business. So maybe I'm biased, but I really, really like the idea that DoorDash, of all companies, but it actually makes sense, DoorDash is now doing its own national economic report. It came out for the first time this week. Now, it makes sense that DoorDash is doing this because they don't just deliver food from restaurants. People buy everything from them. So they kind of have a good handle on what the prices of things are, what people are able to pay. And guess what, Jennifer? They're saying what they see. And again, DoorDash isn't friends with any president or any party. DoorDash says prices are getting under control and that people have more spending money than people think they have. So this is very interesting. I would love to see more companies do this. And of course, now I'm hungry for something that DoorDash can deliver to my, I want a data report and I want like an egg and cheese sandwich. How about you?
Well, this is so interesting. I think one of the criminal things that happens in Washington, D.C. is when bureaucrats who have never had a job, have never run a business, have never signed the other side of a paycheck, when they are in charge of telling we, the American people, exactly what's going on with our pocketbooks. And it is, you're right, it's garbage in, garbage out for a lot of these economic reports. And we knew that, right, 10 years ago when Barack Obama started taking, food and energy, the two biggest, costliest things out of the, economic report, the cost of living report. I mean, that told you everything you needed to know about how they were manipulating the numbers. I agree with you, Jake. I think more private companies should start doing this. In fact, if you look at how Joe Biden tinkered with the crime numbers by no longer including violent crime in the crime statistics, which is, laughable. Yeah. I think ADT ought to get into this game too. Tell us how crime's going out there, how are burglaries going out there, and response times of police. I agree. Sometimes the private sector can just do things better.
Yeah, and Tinder can tell us what the real divorce rate is. That's really going to be something. Seriously, we have to find all these things out from the companies that really work with us. All right, Jennifer, you and I have a friend named Mike Ring. He's the founder and CEO of Old Glory Bank. And I know he's going to be interested in this story. The Florida Attorney General looking into Chase Bank and whether or not they deliberately and broke the law by debanking and stopping one of President Trump's businesses during the Biden administration from doing business with them. This is another reason to talk about how DoorDash is a good alternative to government reports. Banks like Old Glory Bank are a better alternative than some of these big banks that clearly will march in line with whatever the government tells them, including breaking the law. I'm watching this story very closely. I know you are too.
Oh, absolutely. And look, I've been watching this for, 10, 15 years since, campaigns have been all of a sudden 30 days before election day, suddenly a campaign's credit card processing no longer works because it just so happened to be a Second Amendment campaign. And some credit card vendor in New York City that was, maybe friends with Mike Bloomberg or others, you decided to debank them. So this has been going on for a while. This really started in the Obama administration and, when Eric Holder was Attorney General. But this is one of just the most disgusting, disgraceful things that, they tried to debank Donald Trump, a guy with, millions and tens of millions of dollars in those bank accounts. And think of what this could do to cripple regular, everyday Americans. And this is why, people should look to places like Old Glory Bank, should look to other places. Now you can bank with like PayPal and, all these other, tech companies. But look, it just goes to show that big banks are not on the people's side. I mean, if they could do that to President Trump, a former president of the United States who has tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions in accounts. Think of what they could do to the little guy and how they could cripple the little guy's life. And the fact that all of these guys, by the way, have now been proven by Congress to have been snooping for keywords in our purchases. If you purchased a gun at a gun shop, they were going to deplatform you. At some of these big banks, look, it's nobody's business what I spend my money on. And, I'm glad that they've been exposed for what they've been exposed for.
Yeah, there's definitely a bank out there that can shame me for some of the Little Debbie oatmeal pie snacks that I bought, that I continue to buy. That's probably what they're
going back to DoorDash.
Yeah, I know. There you go. I'm clearly hungry this morning. Finally, Jennifer, I want you to check out what it looks like when someone challenges Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to a war of wits, but they come to that war unarmed. Check it out.
How does a $20 billion bailout of Argentina help Americans? You're the president's point person on that. Can you explain to those here who are feeling the pinch, including America's farmers, why the United States is helping out Argentina?
Well, do you know what a swap line is?
It's currency swap, yes.
Yes, but what is that?
You're the Treasury Secretary.
Yes, but why would you call it a bailout?
That is how.
In most bailouts, you don't make money. The U.S. government made money. We used our financial balance sheet to stabilize the government. One of our great allies in Latin America, during an election, the president there won in a landslide. The government's going to make money, and I would rather use peace through economic strength than have to be shooting at narco boats coming offshore if the government collapsed.
I'd like to report a murder. Scott Bessent destroyed that moron who doesn't know what he was talking about. Didn't know what a credit swap was. I love how he tried to get out of it. You're the Treasury Secretary. Jennifer, I tell conservatives who go on TV all the time, don't get into a partisan debate before you establish that the person debating you even has a basic grasp of the facts. There's really only a Yiddish word for those kinds of people. It's called amaris, which is ignoramus. These people are ignoramuses, and it's really good that Scott Bessent called them out. I loved it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm a body language expert. I've done, hundreds of focus groups over the years. And you saw Scott Bessent kind of clicked there for just a second before he started to talk. You knew he was just locked and loaded and ready to go. Scott Bessent, when he was appointed, I asked a friend of mine who knew him through the log cabin Republican community. And he said he's one of the funniest people you will ever meet. And I think, we need more people with sensitive humor like Scott Bessent in Washington. And look, that might be his last time on MSNBC, but he's right. Look, these reporters, they have about a fifth grade reading, scholastic ability, and Scott Bessent there, just really called him on the carpet. And look, this is why MSNBC, this is why their ratings are failing. They would be wise to follow the CNN model. CNN's moderating. They just gave Alex Michelson from Los Angeles, a former Fox reporter, his show. So this is, one of those things that MSNBC could actually take a lesson from some of their colleagues on this to be more fair and balanced.
Yeah, I have another thing to advise them. Try reading a book. I mean, it's just, again, we keep giving the other side too much credit and say, well, they're just evil or they're misguided. No, they're ignoramuses. They really are. They just really are, and that is almost always the case. All right, Jennifer Kelly, thank you so much for joining us. It's been too long. Have a great rest of your week. You too. Hope you get some DoorDash. Right, yeah, now I'm super hungry now. I shouldn't have. I got to remember not to do these stories about food before I eat. All right, coming up, we have some new numbers that indicate that after what seems like years, the car buying market has flipped. Flipped to what, you ask? I'll explain in a few minutes. But first, in case you still think corporate America has any right to lecture us about right and wrong, I'll have a story for you that will end that delusion once and for all. American Sunrise Early Edition will be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I know deep around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love Rav for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rav Chat family.
It's a live look at Washington, D.C. They're going to drag this thing out all day before they finally vote in the House to end the shutdown. I really think that as a definite, they're going to get the vote done. But Hakeem Jeffries, who's the Democrat leader, the minority leader in the House, is going to drag this sucker out all day, probably as long as he possibly can. Just bad leadership from them. They lost this shutdown thing and lost all their momentum from winning the elections, those 3 elections last week. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. It's Wednesday. I'm Jake Novak. Special welcome to those of you on all the platforms where you can watch and comment live on this program. Getter, Rumble, Substack, X, and I read those comments as quickly as I can, and I appreciate them. Hey, it's amazing how even to this day, big tech companies and all kinds of major corporations still think they have the right to tell the rest of us about right and wrong. They all talk about corporate responsibility. You know, they're out in front on climate change. They're out in front on also, they say, on LGBTQ issues. They're the ones who are moralized. You know, we're not inclusive enough, you and me. We're not diversifying enough in our lives. Well, Apple just proved that lie. Apple just caved to the Chinese government, which told Apple to get rid of the gay dating apps on the App Store that is available to all the Chinese customers. They didn't wait a second. Apple got rid of them like that. Gone. No problem. You know, there's a couple of things about this story that really are interesting, aren't they? First of all, this is the same Apple that, along with other big tech companies and other woke companies, tells us that you and I aren't inclusive enough. As soon as China tells them to be not inclusive, they're fine with it. But here's another thing, folks. I was reliably informed, weren't you, that it's religion and Christianity and Islam and Judaism that are not fair enough to gay people. That we're the reason why there's discrimination against them. It's religion, and religion is the root of that hate. Well, here's a news alert. China doesn't have any religion. In fact, they crack down real hard on religion. Ask people in the Falun Gong, ask the Uyghurs, ask Christians in China who try to live openly as Christians. If you can ask them, they don't really get to talk to anyone. They are basically, a lot of them, in prison or getting persecuted in other ways. So what's the Chinese government have against gay people? It's not religious. I was told only religious people hate gay people. Well, again, that's a lie, as usual. China is not the friend of the United States, but it's also not the friend of these corporations who think that cowering to them will somehow make them more money in the long run. In the short run, it might, but in the long run, China is just hosting these American companies as long as they can steal their technology. Once they steal their technology, they'll kick them out. It's a tried and true MO that they've been using for many, many years. But this story really should be a bigger story in America because, again, not only does it prove the hypocrisy and the lie of so-called corporate responsibility and the corporate moralizing to you and me, but it also proves that religion is not the reason why gay people are persecuted in the world. It's just jerky people acting not very nice to other folks. We don't have to accept your life and still be nice to you and still treat you like a decent human being. China, which has no religion, doesn't agree with that. So stop blaming religion for your problems. Anyway, let's get to something a little bit more important right now. The government needs your money, unfortunately, your money. If you owe the IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. Oh my goodness, don't let the IRS target you. Call the professionals at Tax Network USA. Their tax lawyers and enrolled agents are experts in powerful programs that may even help you eliminate your tax debt. Tax Network USA is an A+ rated company and has saved over $1 billion for their clients. Whether you owe a few thousand or a few million, they can help you. And in just one phone call, you can start the process of stopping the threatening demand letters, stopping the aggressive collections, and resolving your tax matters once and for all. But you have to act now while you still have options. For a free consultation, call Tax Network USA at 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/rab. Don't let the IRS be the first to act. Coming up, it has been a seller's market for cars really ever since the COVID lockdowns. But the worm, or should I say the ignition, may finally be turning over. American Sunrise Early Edition and Moving America. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
The control room probably doesn't even know this, but that is the city of my birth, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Beautiful morning there. As you can see, it's still dark, but looks like it's going to be a nice morning there. Oklahoma City, born there in 1970. Please don't steal my identity. I just gave you too much information, but there you go. Hey, let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin today, because the markets had a mixed day yesterday. I'm going to talk about why in just a moment, but it was not a mixed day for the Dow. The Dow surged yesterday to a new all-time high, and as you can see in the futures page right there, it's going to be a new all-time high when it opens. And the NASDAQ, which was down yesterday, having a nice bounce back up about more than 0.5 percentage point. Crude oil down, still at the $60 a barrel level, got over 61 yesterday. Gold, really close to that all-time high as well, 4,100. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin. It's trying to slowly make a little bit of a comeback here and there. It's at the $105,000 level, so still solidly below 110. and obviously below that 125 area, which was the all-time high. Hey, the shutdown is going to end today. That's really not a prediction. We know that's almost definite. Again, it's just going to be a dragged out situation in the House today. Don't watch C-SPAN. Watch Real America's Voice, because if you watch all the speeches on C-SPAN, you're going to get nauseous after a while as the Democrats try to make it sound like 9/11, Pearl Harbor, and the end of all civilization all day long because they're ending a shutdown. Just incredible. But the airport hell is going to continue for a few more days, at least maybe weeks. The major airlines say it's going to take a while for them to get everything back to normal. You know, the airline schedules are so tightly made that one little change in them, let alone thousands of changes, takes a long time for it to get through the system completely. Of course, the focus for everyone, and I'm sure this includes a lot of you watching right now, is the Thanksgiving travel week that's coming up. And the way it looks like now, there's probably still going to be some effects of the shutdown going, but the airlines are going to work hard to try to avoid that. They want to make money, of course, so that's their incentive, and that's a pretty good incentive. I'm hoping that the Thanksgiving week will go pretty well. And by the way, if we don't get a major weather event on the Thanksgiving week, then it actually will probably be pretty much normal, because there's always some cancellations for that. So if there's no major weather event, then maybe we won't notice, and hopefully Thanksgiving will go easily at the airports. Now, while the airlines are trying to save Thanksgiving, Boeing is probably thinking of celebrating Christmas right now. Why do they want to celebrate early? Because its delivery numbers for October, we just found them out, were fantastic. They are picking up the pace. They delivered 39 of their best-selling 737 MAX jets in October alone. And, you know, each one of those jets, folks, isn't exactly cheap. So when they sell 39 of them in 1 month, just one of them, just one of their models, that's pretty good. They also, of course, sold some of their other jets as well. The big buyers on the 737 MAX were Southwest Airlines right here in the United States and the Irish budget airline Ryanair. That is a real cheap airline, by the way. It's an experience flying on that line. Anyway, that's their big customers from last month. And this is all because the Trump administration, or a big reason for it, is the Trump administration lifted those extra restrictions on Boeing. Their 737 MAX jets were getting all these extra inspections that were enforced upon them by the Biden administration. Now that that's gone, these jets are safe, by the way. Those 737 MAX jet crashes back in 2018 were pilot error. They should never have been sold to those countries where they know they have morons who fly their jets. A lot of jet pilots in a lot of countries that are dictatorships and other types of corrupt countries have nepotism and other reasons for why people get hired to fly their national airlines. And the 737 MAX jet is a little harder to fly. Boeing should never have let those people buy those jets with the knowledge that their pilots aren't really as trained as other countries. Anyway, that's the reason there. It wasn't a defect in the jet. It was a defect in the pilots. Anyway, the Trump administration understood that, and Boeing is making a lot of sales. Hey, maybe you thought the stock market rally that we've been having really for a couple of years now is all about AI. That's not exactly true, and we found that out yesterday. Now, yesterday, NVIDIA shares went down. Why? Because Japanese investment bank SoftBank sold off all of their shares of NVIDIA. They took a $5.8 billion profit from that and put it all into OpenAI. So if you're looking at the markets and saying, okay, well, this is just one AI investment because NVIDIA makes the AI chips to another form of the AI sector, everything's hunky-dory. Well, no, actually, everything isn't. The market's NASDAQ, while Dow was surging to new highs, the NASDAQ sold off yesterday on this news for a while. It almost came back, but not quite, because the markets really like NVIDIA more than any other AI investment. They like some other AI investments, but not as much as NVIDIA. This is NVIDIA's market. I wish it weren't, because as good a company as it is, or appears to be, it's kind of boring. I'd rather talk about ChatGPT. I'd rather talk about something that actually saves lives, like some kind of new medical device. And NVIDIA, every time I talk about it on the show, I have to show you a computer chip, which is a boring thing to look at. But that's how it goes. All right. Anyway, that is something you need to know if you want to understand where the markets are going. It's an NVIDIA market, not quite an AI market. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company. ArtilleryTeaCo.com. Use promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. Artillery tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. ArtilleryTeaCo.com, promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. Hey, folks, when you talk about the price of anything, it's always about supply and demand. If anyone is talking to you about the price of healthcare or any other item, and they talk about politics or they talk about culture, don't listen to them. It's about supply and demand. And we've had a change in the supply side situation for cars and trucks in America. A number of experts in the auto industry and a number of reports have come out showing that that issue has finally turned around. New vehicle inventory in the U.S. rose to 3.14 million to start this month, the month of November. That's a big jump over previous months. Also, the number of cars that are sitting on lots for 100 days or more has also increased. By the way, the company with the most 100-day cars just sitting there is Stellantis, the owner of Jeep, Chrysler, and Dodge. I know you're not surprised. That is a very struggling company. But still, look, there are a lot of good sales going on. It's not like the car industry is crashing. They're doing fine, but there is decent supply now. And hopefully this means that when you go to a dealer, especially for a new car, you're going to have a little bit more leverage, especially for some of those cars that have been waiting around there for a long time. I hope that you all get a great deal on a new car. That's my hope for you, especially around Christmas time. Maybe you can get one of those big bows and tie it around the car. Just remember, take it off the car when you start driving. Do you know that on Christmas Day, there are accidents all over America because people drive the car? It still has the bow on it. I'm not kidding. Check it out. You can look it up on Bing or DuckDuckGo. Okay. Another turn in the market is we could see people going back to buying smaller sedans. That's what Nissan is betting on. They believe that because EVs are going off the market, a lot of them are going off the market, people are still going to want to save money on gas somehow, and they might buy smaller sedans. So Nissan, as you can see there, they're spending a lot of money sprucing up the Nissan Sentra. Again, I think this is something to do with EV demand going away. People aren't going to want to, people aren't buying EVs without that government subsidy, but that doesn't mean people want to spend a lot of money on gas, on a gas-guzzling SUV. Some SUVs are not too bad on gas, but some are. So this is interesting. The Nissan Sentra could be one of the hotter cars around the world, or even here in the United States next year. We shall see. As you know, Nissan is struggling to stay alive, and they're making some bold bets. They're not going to go out quietly, that's for sure. A new survey by Strategic Vision, this is one of my favorite stories, says that 90% of the folks who buy pickup trucks in America actually never use their pickups for any business or serious hauling jobs. They could, basically they could do the same thing with their truck based on how they live their lives that they could do with an SUV or even a sedan. So why do they buy these trucks? Because they're cool. And in some parts of the country, you got to have a truck if they want you to be seen as a real man, I guess. All I can tell you is a lot of people, especially women, don't like to buy minivans. They feel like it makes them seem like they're some kind of a boring housewife or something. You buy a truck and suddenly you're a lot cooler. But you may never actually put one 2x4 in the bed of that truck or ever use anything for serious hauling. Boy, the truck companies, GM and Ford, must love the fact that they're selling a huge amount of trucks to people who don't actually need a truck. Now that is a hot product. If you like a Ford Mustang, speaking of Ford, you're going to love this new traveling Ford Mustang Experience show. It's kicking off right now. It's called American Icon, a Mustang Immersive Experience. It's currently at the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles. That's where the show is kicking off, but it's going to travel across the country. The experience, by the way, is produced by Imagine Studios. That's the company that also brought you the Titanic or Jurassic World. Hopefully you won't hit an iceberg or get eaten by a dinosaur at this exhibit, but it seems like a lot of fun. Or if you really just want to have a Mustang immersive experience, you can buy one and drive it to the grocery store, although that isn't very cool. Anyway, that's what's going on with the Ford Mustang experience. Coming up, how are New Yorkers, I mean sane New Yorkers, preparing for the imminent takeover of the city by Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani? We'll talk strategy about that just ahead. And later, what does the violence at that Turning Point USA event at UC Berkeley Monday night teach us? I'll tell you one thing. I've seen this kind of stuff before, and it's a very bad omen. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It's Mama Rev in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
It's Wednesday, November 12th. Here are this morning's top stories. It still looks like today will be the day the House votes to end the government shutdown, but House Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries will likely drag out the vote as long as possible, even as Americans feel the pain of this Democrat-caused and Democrat-maintained shutdown across the country. They have more evidence that proves the attacks on people attending a Turning Point USA event at UC Berkeley this week, that they were a part of a coordinated plan by Antifa and other militant leftist groups. But will blue states like California do anything about it, or are they actually encouraging it? President Trump isn't backing down from his call to protect the American homeland from the scourge of narco-terrorism. But the power of the drug cartels and their Chinese backers is still making weaker leaders around the globe cower in fear. That includes Great Britain. Sad development there. And it's one thing to report on the economy, but when corporate America tries to dictate morality to us, forget about it. And when you hear what Apple is doing in China right now, you'll really want to forget the big tech lefty scolding machine forever. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. It's a Wednesday morning. Even as the United States continues to hit really hard on the situation in coming out of Venezuela and the Caribbean with those drug boats, we just learned in some exclusive reporting from some other outlets that Great Britain is not going to cooperate with intelligence and tell the United States about what they know about some of those drug cartels and what they're doing, because they're upset that the United States is standing up for itself. Something that you need to know sometimes. When one person acts like an adult, or in this case, a man, a president, a real leader, it makes the people who don't feel inadequate, rightfully so. But instead of copying them and maybe getting inspired by them, they try to undermine them. That's what, if these reports are true, that Great Britain is not going to help the United States identify drug cartels and the drug boats coming to this country, and they're just going to do that because America's basically embarrassed them because we're acting like we really want to protect our people and they don't, then that is just another pathetic thing going on. It's also because China owns so many other countries in this world, and China is behind the drug trade in this country. Anyway, that's the real deal. You know what? Zohran Mamdani fooled a lot of people in that election last week. He made his election, according to his own ad campaigns, all about freezing the rent, all about the affordability of New York City. Hey, news alert, New York City has been really, really an expensive place forever. The idea that it's getting unaffordable and something has to be done about it now is really a joke. It's been that way for a really, really long time. Here's what Zohran Mamdani is really all about. This is what he's been about his entire career and what he's probably all about in his leisure time as well. I'm just going to say it really bluntly because you deserve to hear it. He hates Jews. All he cares about is bashing Israel. He actually doesn't really care about Israel or the Palestinians. He just likes bashing it because he knows it hurts the Jewish population. He's just been elected the mayor of the city with the largest Jewish population in this country. He's now going to be a kid in a candy store. And as was revealed by the New York Post in a story earlier this week, he already has his charted plans for mayor. Was the first thing he was going to do try to freeze the rent? No. Was the first thing he was going to try to do try to get grocery prices lower? No. The first thing he's going to do is try to boycott any business that is coming out of Israel. Basically, any Jewish business, any business that supports Israel. That's the first thing he's going to do. It's like Kristallnacht at a Gracie mansion. This is what we're getting now here in New York City. Again, for those of you who think this is just a socialist, a communist, yes, he's all those things, at least on paper. But that's not what really wakes him up in the morning. That's not what really gets him going. What gets him going is bigotry and hate, and he's excited about all of that. And the very first thing he's going to do is act on that. So there you go. Our guest right now, I believe, do we have our guest? We do. Okay, I'm sorry. I had a little bit of technical difficulties there with her audio. Oh, we don't have it. Okay, hopefully we'll be joined soon by Irit Trach. She's a former chairwoman of the Trump 47 Women's Coalition. So I want to talk a little bit more about this because, again, I don't want to make you think that, oh, this is just all I care about, the ethnic hatred coming out of this man. Because I do think it isn't just the folks who supported him's fault. The Anti-Defamation League is very much responsible for a lot of the anti-Semitism that we're seeing coming out openly in this country. The ADL is led by a guy named Jonathan Greenblatt. He worked in the Obama administration. It was incredibly irresponsible of the ADL to make him the director of that organization. They need to be bipartisan at best. The fact that they took someone out of the Obama administration was just insane. And sure enough, he ended up becoming basically a flag waver for Democrat left-wing causes, many of which encourage anti-Semitism. The obsession over people who are rich versus people who are poor, people who have succeeded in academia or in the academic world in college, and people who haven't. DEI programs, basically it's spelled DEI, but it should be spelled for Jewish people and for Asian Americans and for a lot of white Americans, it should be spelled DIE. Because when you create a society that's not based on meritocracy, that's not based on the effort that you put into something, eventually the good people will, and I mean this very literally, will get killed. You end up having a justice system that looks at people who don't really, aren't looking at them from a justice standpoint, but whether or not they're white, black, rich, or poor. All right, I think we have Irit Trach now. Irit, sorry we had a little bit of a technical difficulty there. What can America do, not just New Yorkers do, to respond to this bigot being elected mayor? He's not interested in communism or socialism, and he sort of is, but he's basically interested in hating on Jewish people. That's job one for him, isn't it?
You're absolutely right. That's what drove him to get involved with politics. Give him credit. He's been completely transparent about his hatred for Jews. He was arrested less than a week after October 7th at a pro-Hamas rally, and it's what wakes him up in the morning. And you saw that in the speech he gave after winning the election. Gone was that dimpled smile. He was combative. He was in the fighting spirit, and Jews woke up the next morning very, very scared. And there are students on Columbia University's campuses, New York campuses. Remember, Jewish universities have their flagship universities in New York. These students are scared, residents are scared. The best thing we can do, and I'll tell you, is elect Elise Stefanik as New York's next governor. She's our last best hope, and it's a blue state. Candidate quality matters. And boy, oh boy, is Elise Stefanik the best of the best. She will save New York because the city council in New York City is as radical as it gets. Eric Adams was a stopgap. He pushed back against the city council. Now that's gone. You are going to have Zohran Mamdani working arm in arm with the city council. And it's very scary times in New York City.
You know, you made the point there about Elise Stefanik. Just for the viewers who may not know, the governor of New York has great powers over the spending and some of the other policies in the city of New York. You might remember earlier this year, the current very, very inadequate governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, went back and forth on that whole congestion pricing thing. Remember that extra toll that people in New York now have to pay if in the middle of the day they have the gall to want to go and work in the middle of Manhattan. By the way, it's a real tax and war on the poor. Rich people can afford that. The ones who are out in the Hamptons want to take an extra day or two to come back to the city after their nice long weekend in East Hampton. But for poorer people who live in Queens and the Bronx and places like that, coming into Manhattan in the middle of the day, you get an extra toll that they can't necessarily afford. She could have pushed back on a lot of things going on, and she could, for this first year of the Mamdani mayor, the fact that he's going to be mayor, we have to have Elise Stefanik. Elise Stefanik understands the powers. She's also a lot smarter than Kathy Hochul. Have you seen a organization getting ready? I mean, she's officially announced, but are you seeing some groups, not only Jewish groups, but just the same groups in New York, getting really ready to do what's necessary here? Because they didn't knock on enough doors for Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey or for Winston Earl Sears in Virginia. Hopefully everyone's learned a lesson from that, Irit.
100%. I mean, Kathy Hochul, the worst governor in America, her coalition continues to shrink and grow smaller. Her own hand-picked lieutenant governor is primarying her. New Yorkers can spot a phony and a weak politician from a mile away. Kathy Hochul embodies both. And at the same time, you've got momentum for Elise Stefanik rising and growing. Her coalition is getting larger. Democrats for Elise. I mean, Elise Stefanik is one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, and she wants to, she's determined, she's principled, she's relatable. She's a working mom who comes from a small business family. She understands what rising energy costs, overregulation, high utility bills does to families. She wants to make New York more affordable. She wants to make it safer. And you mentioned Jewish Americans. Kathy Hochul has completely thrown Jewish New Yorkers under the bus. And make no mistake, it did not happen with her endorsing Zohran Mamdani. It started years ago. This was the most egregious, I think, development in her career in terms of Jewish Americans. But anti-Semitism, New York leads the nation in anti-Semitic incidents. It reached a historic high last year. She could have used her authority to fire Alvin Bragg. She never did that. She could have reinstated an anti-masking law. She never did that. For Kathy Hochul, protecting the anonymity of pro-Hamas protesters was more important than protecting the safety of Jewish students. Who was on the steps at Columbia University? That was Elise Stefanik. It wasn't Kathy Hochul. Who was visiting the Hillel and showing support for Jewish students? That was Elise Stefanik, not Kathy Hochul. And Jewish New Yorkers, Democrats, they are throwing their support behind Elise Stefanik. They know Kathy Hochul is a phony, and we have only, our security is at risk with her as governor.
Yeah. Also, by the way, on the steps of Columbia University was the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, an evangelical Christian from Louisiana, standing up for the Jewish students there. I will never forget that. I'm very, very grateful for that. And it's a shame that more people don't talk about that, especially a lot of Jewish voters in New York. A real situation there. Irit, I'm sorry we had a little bit of technical difficulties. I wanted to talk quickly about how Kazakhstan is joining the Abraham Accords. We did have some good news this week. We will get you back on real soon and talk about that, but have a great rest of your week, and always great to have you on the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hey, it's that one time of year that Birch Gold Group gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right. For Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, Birch Gold will send free gold to your home for every $20,000 purchase. Look, gold started this year around it's actually $2,600 an ounce. That's where it was. Can't believe how much it's jumped. By October, it was over $4,000 an ounce. Today, it's over $4,100. Why? Global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling from the US dollar as the global reserve currency, and military tension continues to build. Gold thrives in times of uncertainty. And if you're looking to diversify your savings, Birch Gold can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, get free gold with a qualifying purchase. Just text America to 989898 to claim your eligibility for a free info kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with purchase ends on November 30th, so don't wait. Text America to the number 989898 for full details. Coming up, what can we learn from the violence at that TPA USA event at UC Berkeley? Turning Point USA, of course, that organization started by Charlie Kirk. What do we learn from it? Well, it's an important lesson, one I really wish weren't necessary, but David Brody and I will discuss it when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
That's the White House. Again, remember, the flags are at half staff at the White House for a number of days because of the period of mourning for Dick Cheney, our former vice president. Again, even though he bashed President Trump and hysterically called him the biggest threat ever of his lifetime against democracy. Incredible. What a crazy, stupid thing to say. But anyway, he deserves the respect for his many years of service. And I'm glad that the White House is following in that tradition. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. Here's something I'm not glad about. That attack on Turning Point USA attendees, people trying to go to that event at UC Berkeley Monday night. Talked a little bit about it yesterday, but now we're learning more. There's much more evidence that this was indeed a coordinated attack by one of the groups associated with Antifa, Andy Ngo and the other reporters who really risked their lives following Antifa around the country, coming up with that information. There was some, you're looking at some of the ugly violence right now. I saw another picture of a man who had his cross ripped off, his necklace ripped off his neck by apparently a Muslim attacker, and his face was bloodied. David Brody, you and I have talked about this on the program. We both regret this, but I think that we both have to continue saying this. We are in a period now of armed civil unrest, civil war in this country. Of course, it's not much of a war because only one side is really doing all the violence. It's really leftist violence against right-wing or not even right-wing, just people, normal people. And the state of California, I think, like the state of Illinois, is not just looking the other way at this. I think they're encouraging it. And I think they like this. They don't want Turning Point USA and followers of Charlie Kirk in their state. And they don't really care how they discourage them. They're going to actually beat them up. It's just incredible.
Well, listen, I agree with all of that, but I'd like to add on the DOJ as well. What have we seen exactly? How many arrests have we seen, Jake? I think it's two. I think it's two, and it had to do with what happened in Texas. I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure what happened in Texas. But what about in Portland? What about what we're seeing there? I'm talking about like not just local arrests and bringing them down to the police station. I'm talking about charged with terrorism-related crimes. Where is Pam Bondi on all of this exactly? Because this has been going on for a while now. So I have a question about that. And also, I'm going to be quite honest. I'm going to train my words. I'll be careful how I say that. Train my words on Candace Owens and people like that. Listen, Candace Owens, we know is not conservative. She's not even far right. She's anarchist. I'm not going to call her Antifa, but on the circle, if you will, when you have the anarchist left and the anarchist right, they pretty much kind of meet almost there. And what she's doing when she's blaming, in essence, the feds for Charlie Kirk's murder, that's Antifa talk. I mean, you know, I'm sorry. Now, I'm not saying Antifa is blaming the feds for Charlie Kirk's murder, but the Antifa is against the feds at every single level. But that's what Candace Owens is saying. And then you throw in the Zionism, the anti-Zionism stuff, which is exactly what these Antifa folks believe as well. Look, you know, it's people like Candace Owens, and let's be honest, millions of others that are a danger on the anarchist right, not the far right, not the conservative right, the anarchist right. There's a big difference, and they are definitely not MAGA, FYI. Let's make that perfectly clear.
Yeah, and understand something. The assassination of Charlie Kirk doesn't make these people cower and hide and think maybe we should cool off. It's a clarion call to them. They figure, oh, we're killing people now? Where do I sign up? That's what's going on right now. I've seen it before. All right, American Sunrise coming up the next 2 hours. I'll be joining you around 9:25.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday.
Good morning. Happy Veterans Day to everybody. I'm Dr. Gina. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches, where it is 45 degrees, David Brody. I don't know what I think I want you to do about it, but I'll just bring you in anyway. You're in Washington, D.C. T. Bates in Denver. T is thinking, wow, what a wimp. 45 degrees is not even cold. 45 degrees is sunbathing weather for Terrence. He's out in his bikini when it's 45 degrees. But here's the kicker. Here's the kicker.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It says it feels like 30. He's going to change into his bikini.
You know what, Dr. Gina, I'm not going to even comment. First of all, I'm still stuck on the whole idea of me in a bikini. But secondly, that 45 degrees, and you guys are like, oh my God, woe is me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The Senate passed a bill to end the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. The bill keeps the government funded through the end of January and funds other departments and agencies for the next full fiscal year. It now goes to the House, where Speaker Mike Johnson wants to vote on it soon. Then it heads, of course, to President Trump's desk. Congressman, how quickly do you see this getting through the House when it gets there, or will there be divisions inside the GOP on this deal?
I think we're going to get this wrapped up by 5 p.m. tomorrow on Wednesday. We're waiting for other members to get back. We have one who's in Guam right now. I know a lot of people have huge Veterans Day celebrations and ceremonies that they're attending. Dan Crenshaw won down in Texas. And so people are starting to stream in, and we should have everyone in place. And I think we'll have this all buttoned up by maybe 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Do you see any last second kind of defection? I mean, Tom Massey, I'm assuming he's voting no. I wonder what MTG is going to do. And what about Democrats? Are they all going to vote no? I've heard that there's at least 3, 4, 5 that will vote yes on this. So what are you hearing exactly?
Jared Golan voted yes on it back on September 19th. I think you may have a few other Democrats swing over to the side of sanity and reopening the government at this point after 40 days, 42 days now, the Schumer shutdown. They have seen the misery that they have inflicted on the American people. I don't see how you vote against reopening the government, but some of them are still so fearful of the far left of base of their party that they're going to do it. Hakeem Jeffries is whipping a no vote on this as well.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
Ahead on American Sunrise, is today the day? The House expected to vote to end the government shutdown this afternoon. Will there be any last-second roadblocks, or will it get to President Trump's desk? Georgia Congressman Rich McCormick joining us in moments to discuss. Plus, Family Feud. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene loves President Trump, but has not been a fan of some of his recent moves. And now the president says MTG has lost her way. We're going to take a closer look at that Family Feud. And later, BBC you in court. President Trump threatening to sue the BBC for $1 billion over selective edits to his January 6th speech. As the Brits might say, this thing has gone a bit pear-shaped for the BBC. Their response ahead, those stories, much more. American Sunrise starting on a hump day right now. Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina. All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. G. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches. Let's bring in David Brody in Washington, D.C., and Terrence Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, G. T.
Dr. Gina, good morning. Wordsmith, Brody, good morning. BBC you in court. You put a smile on my face already. I love that line. Very nicely played. Hey, guys, look, I want to bring your attention to this Fox News headline, which says, bill to end the government shutdown survives key hurdle before the House-wide vote. We've been mentioning it all morning, and we'll continue to mention it. The Rules Committee did advance that bill, and now the full House is expected to vote on the bill to reopen the government at some point in time later today, of course. If this bill passes, I expect it will. It would fund the government through January 30th. It's been a long 40-plus days in the wilderness, but hopefully we're coming out of the wilderness, David.
Well, it looks like that is the case. Tom Massey, I'm assuming, is going to be a no on the House side. Curious about MTG. She may be a no as well. They can only afford 2 no's. We'll see. But I think some Democrats will vote for it. Bottom line is this thing is going to get to President Trump's desk. And then we can move on, Gina, from our long national nightmare, if you will, caused by Chucky Schumer.
So this is October. No, this is November. What month are we in? Wow. Somebody's a little sleep deprived today. My point is January 30th, we look down the barrel of this ugly beast again.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a solution, you guys.
Thank you. I've been saying that all along, Dr. G. I'm like, yeah, we reopened for a little while, but are we going to be right back here? Sorry, Dr. Gina, but I appreciate that because that's where my mind is. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just really feel like we should have had the actual conversation, the actual debate with the Democrats very, very publicly across every news media we could get our hands into to say this has to be about the debt. This has to be about reduction of the size of government and America first. This cannot be about little minutia inside the bill, no matter how much it matters. There are things that are the broad point that are being totally missed here. And we're going to be, if we don't debate those, we're going to be right back here every single time. The American people want our debt eliminated. They do not want to be indebted to foreign enemies anymore. They do not like inflation. They do not like the cost of things right now. If we were to have that conversation instead of the one that we just had to get everything back open of, oh, this shutdown, that shutdown, this shutdown, that shutdown, when the majority of Americans couldn't feel it, some could, I get it, but the majority couldn't, we're going to be right back where we started in another couple months. And I'll tell you what happens in all of this, and this is the number one enemy of freedom, in my opinion, is cynicism. Mm-hmm. That's what happens, voter cynicism and retreat. Mm-hmm. And that's what I don't want.
Well, guys, we're going to continue to have this conversation throughout the show. But Dr. Gina, would you give us our Bible verse, please?
Yes. It goes like this. You guys know this one.
Yes.
Tell you what, guys, it was a really late one last night. John, it's going to be a good show. John 3:16. You guys might know this one. It's one of the oldies but goodies. For God so loved the world, he gave his son, his only begotten son, there we go, so that whoever believes in him should not perish, but should have eternal life. That, of course, is from the good book to possible good news on the government shutdown ending, as we just talked about, at least marginally good news. The Bible is really good news, and John 3:16 is especially really good news. The House, though, is slated to vote today on the Senate's bill to end the longest shutdown in U.S. history. The measure advanced out of the House Rules Committee, as Terrence told us, and is slated for the full vote later today. The Senate passed that measure. Actually, I think it was David that told us that. The Senate passed that measure that keeps government funded through January 30th and guarantees a vote on whether to extend Obamacare subsidies or not. Let's bring in Georgia Congressman Rich McCormick. Congressman, is the vote happening today? And what happens in the fact that we may be right back here in just a little over a month or two, right?
Heck, the thought of that just is sickening. We should vote later today. We're expecting probably around 4 p.m., but we haven't had an official announcement yet. I think they're still working out the details. It is expected to pass along party lines. You may have a couple Democrats come over. I do believe what you just said about the debate is actually very germane to what we're trying to get long term. It's very ironic when you have the Freedom Caucus talking about a 1-year CR and the Democrats talking about shutting down the government. It's like opposite day or something. It's just a bizarre time in politics, but we need to debate what this is all about to begin with. This is about healthcare, the most expensive spending item in government, the most expensive thing that American families have every year. As a matter of fact, one of the guys, Warnock, and another guy, Ossoff, both in Georgia, both in vulnerable Senate seats, need to come to the table and debate this. I'll debate with both of them at the same time with one hand tied behind my back. I'm an ER doc. Let's have this debate about healthcare, the second most expensive thing to all businesses in America. They think that it's all about this, but since the Affordable Care Act, we have had an increase in premiums of almost 90% on average. Since the Affordable Care Act, the profiteering by big pharma, big insurance companies had gone up by about 230%. Since the big Affordable Care Act, we've had nothing but grief for all people who consume medicine. It's been horrible. Your deductibles, your co-pays, it's just been a disaster.
So, Congressman, that leads us to a debate about what's next on health care and what the Republican plan is exactly. I know there's certain bills out there and everybody's got an idea. There's fresh reporting this morning that President Trump is going to get actively involved in this. I'm curious to get your take as to what you think might come out as a Republican plan regarding this idea of extending the Obamacare subsidies. Okay, there's a lot of folks that are not for that. There are some Republicans that are for it. But what is the Republican plan instead?
So the worst thing you can do is keep on going towards government subsidies, government control. It's what's forced the price point up to begin with. If you look at the history of medicine, the more government gets involved, the more expensive it gets. You can throw all the money you want at it, but remember, that money comes from somewhere. Usually it's going to come from the backs of our children as they pay interest on that money. This is not free stuff, guys. They got to print that money because that's the only way they can come up with $1.5 trillion, which is about billion is going to be spent on illegal immigrants. We have so much to talk about, and I hope the speaker and the president look to the right people to solve this, because otherwise this can go sideways, because the government typically, when they get involved, once again, it becomes more inefficient, more ineffective, and more expensive. That's just the government way. We drive it towards competition, we can really fix this permanently. We have about $1 trillion of waste. $1 trillion. That's the size of the Korean economy, the entire GDP per year in just healthcare in just America. It's a $5.7 trillion industry per year. We got so many things to fix. It's unbelievable.
Just a quick follow-up. So there is no, real quick, just a quick,
I'm sorry, go ahead,
just a
David,
quick follow-up. So there isn't a Republican plan at this point, or at least one that anybody's coming together on, correct? Just double checking that.
Well, to be honest, we have more bills on this than we have congressmen. We have 127 just in the doctor's caucus, which I belong to, which only has 14 members. We just honed down on 3. I said, please, can we just vote on the top 3 things? Bring it to the speaker. Let's get something. Let's get a bite out of the apple. Let's eat this elephant one bite at a time. But let's get started. We haven't had a consensus yet, and that's probably why the president's going to have to get involved. I just hope he turns the right direction.
Congressman, since you are an ER doctor, hopefully you appreciate this reference. I just want to rip off the Band-Aid and pull out the IV right now and get to the real nuts and bolts of all of this. Do you expect that all of the appropriation bills before the House will ultimately get passed over the next couple of months leading up to that January 30th deadline? And as we kind of embark on that deadline, is there really going to be movement? Or back to Dr. Gina's question earlier, are we going to be back in a similar situation where we're talking about a shutdown by then?
We will always be with our backs against the wall, because that's the way politics works. This government is designed to be inefficient on purpose, so there'd be checks and balances, be frustrating and slow, so it's hard to pass laws. And because we're in this gridlock period of time in history, it'll always be our backs against the walls. I think we'll pass 8 of the 12 pretty easily. The last 4 are going to be really rough, and that's what always hangs us up. And then we always end up with a CR. The question is CR the right answer? Of course not. I hate CRs, but it's sure better than giving in to the Democrats ruling us by the minority by leveraging it against the people, and we need to end that, and we need to end it right now.
Doctor, I have a question for you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dr. Gina, just very quickly, if there is another CR, isn't that just an extension of shirking Congress's duty to fully fund the government? At some point in time, it's got to stop.
Well, it is funding fully funding the government, but at the previous levels. Now, luckily, the COVID supplementation has now expired, and we've gotten back to a normal CR, if you will. And that's why the Freedom Caucus, which is a very, very conservative organization, has backed a 1-year CR, so we can't add more things. The problem is when we start getting involved in budgeting, all kinds of people start doing all kinds of favors for people, and it gets much more expensive. We've not done a good job as a government of containing costs. Costs go up year by year by year. Yeah. We haven't done anything for Medicare, Social Security, which will go bankrupt. This next presidency, not this presidency, but next presidency, will almost certainly mathematically go bankrupt with automatic cuts, or we won't let those things happen and we'll just increase our debt even more. We need to do something to shore those up as well.
Congressman, you mentioned that there are lots of bills that are ready to replace Obamacare. But do we really need a bill? I mean, sometimes isn't repealing something just the best answer and leaving it to the free market rather than writing in a bunch of laws that people can just manipulate?
That depends on leadership. Now, if the president and the speaker both say we're not going to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, we need to figure out a way to modify it or provide options. That's one of the things that's been put out there on the table. You have something to compete with it. I have not heard of anybody seriously thinking we're going to repeal and replace. I don't think that's a realistic thing. If leadership doesn't push that, it's not going to happen.
Well, that's a shame, because that's one of the reasons why everything is so dysfunctional. But thank you.
Yeah, that's just the honest reflection. I hate it. Yeah. I have a lot of great ideas. I wish I was put in charge for a day as king, but unfortunately we don't have kings here. We just have a democracy, a republic, something that's very inefficient, but it's the way it's been designed on purpose.
Yeah,
it's so hard to repeal. It's so hard to repeal once it's codified into law. I mean, good luck with that. So,
that's a shame.
Really difficult.
That's a shame. Congressman McCormick, we appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thanks,
Congressman. Always a pleasure, guys. Semper Fi.
All right, coming up, we check out the hottest headlines from the RAV Newsroom with T. Bates. Also later, China is now cracking down on chemicals being sent out to the U.S., Canada, and Mexico that could be used to make fentanyl. How crucial is this? We're going to ask the former DHS advisor ahead on American Sunrise.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
That's Oklahoma City. Maybe not the best looking shot of Oklahoma City, quite frankly. We apologize, I guess, to anybody in Oklahoma City, because that's a beautiful city and beautiful part of the country. And by the way, the home of the NBA champion, Oklahoma City Thunder. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Speaking about thunder, let's talk about President Trump. He bringing the thunder? Did I just say it like that? He bringing the thunder when it comes to tariffs in the Supreme Court. He's basically saying the Supreme Court's going to cost America a lot of money if they don't rule the right way on this tariffs case in front of them. We'll talk about it in a moment. First, though, T. Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, and it is sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
The USS Gerald Ford and its carrier strike group are in the Caribbean this morning as part of the Trump administration's posturing against drug trafficking and other criminal activity in that region that ultimately threatens the United States. In response, however, Venezuela deploying military units and weapons in nearly 300 locations across that country. The country's president, Nicolas Maduro, also calling the buildup, quote, a prolonged resistance. Maduro is also accusing the Trump administration of trying to overthrow his government, saying Venezuelan citizens will defend the nation from American aggression. This latest U.S. show of force comes on the heels of the U.S. drones blowing up numerous Venezuelan boats, which the administration says were being used to run drugs. While Russia's foreign ministry says it is prepared to respond to any Venezuelan request for assistance should it come to that. Well, the federal government could reopen as soon as today if the U.S. House passes a bill to fund the government through the end of January and President Trump immediately signs that measure. A vote is expected to happen by this evening after the Senate passed the compromise on Monday and Speaker Mike Johnson called House lawmakers back to D.C. Meantime, from planes to trains to motorcycles, members of the House doing whatever it takes to get back to the nation's capital for today's vote.
Because they shut down the government, the Democrats, the flights are too unreliable. So I'm going to ride on a motorcycle. It's going to take about 16 hours or so. It's going to be a little chilly, but I will do my duty. I'm getting back to D.C. We're going to get this country back on track.
That was Republican Wisconsin Congressman Derek Van Orden. He's scheduled to arrive in Washington a little bit later today after spending the night in Pennsylvania. By the way, if and when this current government funding bill is enacted, 8 Republican senators, excuse me, whose phones were spied on as part of the Biden administration's January 6th investigation stand to get a $500,000 payoff. The legislation would retroactively make it illegal for the Justice Department to have accessed those records, allowing the senators to sue the DOJ for up to $500,000 per violation. That's a quick check of your headlines. Now let's get a quick check of your forecast from Weather Nation's meteorologist Tracy Anthony. By the way, doing her forecast, you'll be able to look there at the bottom of your screen. We're going to put up a QR code that you can scan in order to join our Weather Nation team. Tracy, is it still cold there in West Palm? I'm sorry, I'm just asking for a friend. Not that I'm trying to poke the bear, but it was fairly warm here yesterday compared to what you were dealing with.
Yeah, you have been breaking records out west. Out east, not the case. It's still chilly here. It's not as bad as yesterday morning, but still, I came to work in layers. So one more day of this, and then we're going to be crushing you once again with those warm temperatures. But it wasn't just Florida. Really up and down the eastern U.S., we had our first snowfall of the season. Record cold. Orlando had the coldest morning low in 9 years. So definitely cold temperatures we haven't felt for some time. Coast to coast, though, our temperatures are going to start to moderate. So a lot of us feeling a little more seasonable here throughout the day today. But we crushed records. I'm talking over 100 records broken in cities all across the East Coast. Now, we quieted down out east, but we're bracing for our next storm system out west. We're talking a good amount of snow for the Intermountain West and a good amount of rain for the coastal areas in Southern California. We're going to have to keep a close eye on. And then the last kind of big thing I wanted to talk about, I know we've talked about this once before, Terrence, but the Northern Lights, the Aurora Borealis, we've had some incredible pictures and videos coming in from last night. There was the largest solar flare of the season. And Terrence, we had a few images coming in from the Colorado area. I'm not sure if you were able to check them out.
No, I was in REM sleep around that time probably, but nice pictures. I'm glad you shared them with us. Tracy, always good to talk to you. We'll check in with you next hour for our hometown forecast. Thanks so much.
Yep.
All right, folks, before we take a break, President Trump urging the Supreme Court to uphold his emergency powers on tariffs. Ahead, expert analysis on the impact that those tariffs are having on the president's leverage when it comes to the world stage. Right now, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1954 that Ellis Island in New York closed after processing more than 12 million immigrants beginning in 1892. Tens of millions of Americans can trace their family roots to Ellis Island, which is located in the New York Harbor. The busiest year for Ellis Island was 1907, when more than 1 million people were processed there. The island was used as a detention center in World War I for suspected enemies. And following a massive restoration project, the main building reopened in 1990 and now stands as a museum dedicated to the history of immigration in this country. More American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, But few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Gosh, I love this music. This bump music, I love. Oh, that's Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Look at that. By the way, I just checked the temperature in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Anybody want to guess? I'll wait. 46 degrees. Yikes. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. All right, President Trump says if the Supreme Court rules against his administration in the tariffs case, it's going to cost the U.S. $3 trillion. Let's get specific, because this is what the president posted on Truth Social. He said this: the, quote, unwind in the event of a negative decision on tariffs would be, including investments made, to be made, and return of funds, in excess of $3 trillion. It would not be possible to ever make up for that kind of drubbing that would truly become an insurmountable national security event and devastating to the future of our country. Possibly not non-sustainable. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, no, he didn't say that. Okay. The Supreme Court currently considering the legality of President Trump's tariffs and the use of emergency power. For more, let's bring in former Secret Service Special Agent, former DHS advisor, and let's not bury the lead, the author of Terrorist on the Border and in Our Country, a great book written by our friend Charles Marino. Charles, thanks for being here. So, curious to get your take on Trump and tariffs. Boy, if the Supreme Court rules against the administration, that's going to be problematic for sure.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And let's remember, this won't only be a ruling against the Trump administration. This will impact every president going forward. Tariffs are the stick in the carrots and sticks of diplomacy. And if this is taken away, this is going to have a significant impact on the way the United States operates around the world when it comes to ensuring our national security here at home. The other thing is these tariffs, if they have to be repaid under the Trump administration, would just send us into an absolute spiral, and you will actually see adverse actions be taken as a result by our international adversaries.
Charles, China is announcing it's cracking down on chemicals after Xi Jinping reached a deal with President Trump. China announced restrictions on 13 drug-making chemicals that they ship to the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. These chemicals used to make fentanyl. Now, in the deal, the Trump administration agreed to lower tariffs against China. Charles, will this actually, though, result in more lives being saved of American children? I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, well, here again, we see the effects of tariffs at work. President Trump threatened to increase them 100% over what they currently are, which would have put them at about 150% in total. So it got China's attention to take action. And what we're talking about here are the synthetics, the foundation of fentanyl that comes out of China and goes straight to the cartels. The CCP, the Chinese government, is very much aware that these synthetics are the foundation and being sent to the cartels that are then killing hundreds of thousands of Americans a year. So it's time for China to take action. Of course, we have to take this with a grain of salt when they say they're going to do something about it, and be prepared to take action should they not decrease the overall production of fentanyl.
Hey, Charles, I do want to get back to the tariffs issue just really quickly, because you said, and rightfully so, that a ruling against the Trump administration's tariff policies would have effects on other presidents as well. But isn't this really a more direct attack on President Trump's policies, since he really is the first president in modern memory who really has used tariffs as a way to exert leverage, if you will, over other countries?
Yeah, and not surprising, President Trump has used the economic power of the United States to his advantage, especially when he's at the negotiating table. You know, we saw a very quick example of that during his first term when he sat down with leaders of NATO and threatened them for not paying their fair share to support the operations of NATO. And he brought to bear, through a threat to withdrawal, all of the economic support from the United States for that organization. And guess what? Not surprisingly, it worked. So President Trump, like nobody in history, knows how to use the economic levers here, especially as it relates to our national security. I can't tell you how devastating this will be if the Supreme Court strikes down the executive branch's authority to implement tariffs as a means to national security strategy for the country. This would be absolutely catastrophic.
Well, Charles, let's continue on that theme, because earlier you said in one of your answers to my first question, you said there would be adverse reactions. That was your, that's a quote from you. I'm quoting you, Charles. Adverse reactions from international actors. What did you mean by that, and what does that look like exactly? How do you think that could play out?
Well, for example, why would China stop providing the synthetics used in fentanyl, without a viable threat of the president being able to implement the tariffs of which he speaks? Why would they not invade Taiwan? Why would Russia seek to end the war with Ukraine? I mean, we can go on and on and on, but if we lose this mechanism to hold other countries, both allies and adversaries, by the way, accountable, sticking to their promises, taking the right actions in an effort for overall global stability, and the tariffs aren't a viable option and no longer allowed, then why would any of these countries play ball with the United States? You know, we would have to come up with other threats to kind of isolate and contain those countries that we needed to do so.
Yeah. Charles, great points. Great to always have you on as well. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Charles.
Hey,
Good to see
Charles,
you.
from now on,
Yeah.
please don't charge us a tariff to make an appearance here with us, okay? No tariffs. Trust me. We'll play ball.
We'll see what the Supreme Court says.
That's right. And we say the check is in the mail. Thank you, Charles. All right.
Thanks, Charles.
Coming up, that's such an old school thing to say. Who says that today? The check is in the mail. No one writes a check. Coming up, President Trump threatens to sue the BBC over selective edits made on his January 6th speech for a documentary. So what happens next exactly? Well, we have the British perspective coming up on American Sunrise. Back in a moment, folks.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us. It is time now for today's health news, sponsored by The Wellness Company and Under the Microscope today. The FDA announced that hormone replacement therapy that treats menopause will no longer come with a warning label. FDA Commissioner Marty Makary said they want to stop the fear machine steering women away from these life-saving treatments, and the decision was based on the latest scientific evidence. These drugs are prescribed to treat menopause symptoms like hot flashes, mood swings, and difficulty sleeping. The warnings reportedly mentioned risks of breast cancer previously, also heart attacks and strokes, but it was such a minuscule risk that they decided to remove that warning because the benefits, I guess, outweigh the risks. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality, though, there's only so much the government can do if we really want to make America healthy again. It has to start at home with each of us, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from their doctors all the time on this network. You know their products are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Wellness Company makes sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription med kits. These kits have an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to tell you how to use the meds in the kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue, weight loss, so much more. These can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more satisfying life. Make America Healthy Again starts at home. Do your part, protect the health of yourself and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV today. Give it an order. That's twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV. It'll save you 10%. David Brody. D-Bro. It will.
Thank you. D-Bro. That's going to be my new moniker. We have T. Bates. We have Dr. G. Why can't I be D-Bro?
You are D-Bro.
Why can't I be D-Bro?
I mean, you are D-Bro.
I am D-Bro.
Yeah.
I am D-Bro. All right. Thank you, Dr. G. Now let's head across the pond to the UK, where President Trump is threatening to sue the British Broadcasting Corporation. Ooh, Trump reportedly seeking $1 billion. That's a B. $1 billion over a BBC documentary that the president and his lawyers claim was false and defamatory. The BBC accused of selectively editing President Trump's speech from January 6th. What they did is they kept the part where he urged his supporters to fight like hell, but they skipped over the part where he told them to protest peacefully. The BBC's chairman apologized, called it an error in judgment. Got it. Okay. Top executives from BBC also resigned due to the scandal. But Trump says, look, he's going to go through with this $1 billion lawsuit unless the BBC issues a retraction, apologizes, and compensates him. For more, let's bring in former advisor to Prime Minister Boris Johnson and current political commentator, that'd be Thomas Corbett Dillon. Thomas, what do you think? I mean, what will happen here, and how is it being received over there across the pond, as we like to say? And that gets tired. We always say across the pond. I kind of hate that saying, but go ahead, please. Hello.
Good morning. Well, I'm actually in DC, so I've been watching it with a sort of, two hats on here from the American side, because this, for me, is just fantastic. It's like, the BBC needed to be taken down a few pegs, and of course it would be the president who would be the one to stand out and do it. So we're very happy once again. We're grateful to the president who is stepping in to save England from itself, because, England is falling apart before our eyes. But, it's a crazy story, really, because, you sort of said that they took his speech out of context. I would actually argue against that. I think they completely changed the speech. They put his words and they basically said, let's march and let's fight like hell. March to the Capitol and let's fight like hell, which is completely not what he told his people to do, as we all know. But, this just played into the massive agenda that they all pushed at this time, that he led an insurrection, which of course we now know is totally false. So it's about time that the BBC were held to account, I think.
Yeah, kudos to this whistleblower. The whistleblower also said in this particular story that this has happened a lot, that he has actually had argues with editors and they've told him, we don't really care. We don't really care about the truth. We care about saying what we want to say and keeping our line. The great thing, though, Thomas, is that there are other, I always talk about parallel economy on this program. And there are other competitors out there with the BBC now. GB News is one to mention. I love GB News. I watch it all the time when I'm in the UK, and I actually appear on their programs sometimes. Thomas, can they crack, though, this sort of stronghold that the BBC has on the UK in terms of really attracting audiences and shifting people over to some more rational thought that's not so indoctrinated?
Yeah, it's changing. I think one of the big problems is that it's so ingrained in people in the UK that, and every television, it is channel number one is the BBC. And every night at 6 p.m. and at 10 p.m., people tune in to watch the news, the headlines. It's one of the biggest programs of the day. My grandparents would watch it. My parents watch it. It is sort of ingrained in the British ideas that is what you do. So that is hard. It's different here. Usually in the US, it's more rolling news. You have it on throughout the day and things. There's not such an appointment viewing. So it's tough to break that. But I think one of the scariest things about this is that the BBC is really the gold standard around the world for journalism. And if they were willing to do it, imagine what, for example, CNN are doing, what left-wing newspapers are doing. And this was the big one. They did it to the president. But what are they doing on everyday stories, to make it fit their agenda? If the BBC are willing to do it, I think that's quite a scary moment for us to be in.
Well, and Thomas, the BBC it's clearly gone far left at this point. Or how would you term it, far left? And on Israel, for sure. What they've said about Israel and the genocide there, so I'm curious to kind of get your take as to what happened to the BBC. We always kind of knew they were left-leaning, but it's gotten even worse. Is that your take, or am I missing something?
No, you're exactly right. And I think part of it is with the young people today, particularly on the left, that is so, politics is everything to them. It's almost impossible to truly be impartial and be left wing, because there's no sort of space for any dissent among them. For example, in the BBC, I imagine if I went there for a job interview, first of all, I would never get an interview because I'm a white man, and that is basically banned at the BBC. Wow. But if on the off chance I did get an interview there, and I said to them, I'd done an internship at GB News, I'd be kicked out of the door. But if I said to them, I'd done an internship with Hamas, I think they'd love it, So wow. I think it just shows you that is what has happened to the producers, the junior people there, and that just goes all the way up to the top. So it is a real problem in the UK, and I think a lot of it is because of this DEI. They really made a point that they were going to hire all of these Muslims, these immigrants, all these black people, instead of actually looking at what are the young people of England actually wanting to say and hear about. So it is completely left-wing, and you would struggle to find a right-wing voice in the BBC. And if there is one, they have to pretend that they're not right-wing,
Thomas, is none of the conservatism that's happening in Gen Z in the U.S. happening in the UK? Because I know when Charlie died, we saw that massive gathering right there near London Bridge. I'm just surprised that there isn't sort of an uprising, a rebellion, if you will, against the groupthink.
Oh, there is. It's rising massively, but they're not getting jobs at the BBC, I tell you that. They are certainly not getting in for an interview because, as I say, most of them are white men. And Christians will never get an interview at the BBC. So, yes, it is happening massively, and thankfully a lot of them are going to GB News. A lot of them watch GB News now. But, of course, they also can just use social media to get the news. There's a lot of young guys on there that actually can just talk directly to the people without needing to go through a big, program like the BBC or even GB News. There's a lot of young influencers that people listen to. But yeah, it is massively rising in the UK. I would maybe argue it's a little bit rising a little bit quicker than the US because so many young men in the UK are being affected by immigration and by, you know, poor living standards in the UK. The US is a much bigger country. You've got still a lot of safe spaces here out in the countryside. In the UK, we're not so lucky.
Thomas Corbett, fascinating conversation. Thomas Corbett Dillon, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks.
Coming up, President Trump says Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has lost her way. Is this the start of a feud between the two? We're going to take a look. That'll come up next on American Sunrise.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Well, you've probably had Rejuvenate coffee by now, and now we are taking it a step further. We now have it in pod form. Most coffee pods just give you a quick caffeine spike and nothing else for your health. However, Rejuvenate anti-aging pods are different. They're clean Arabica coffee pods that are infused with CAAKG, which is a compound studied for longevity, cellular energy, and deep metabolic support. That means sharper mornings, smoother energy, no crash, and real long-term benefits that your body will thank you for. We all use these pods because they make any routine easier while still supporting our health, our focus, and how we show up every single day. If you're going to use pods anyway, why not make them pods that actually work as hard as you do? Head on over to 1775coffee.com/code and try the new Rejuvenate anti-aging pods now. Don't just wake up, rejuvenate. All right, folks, now that we're caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. And today, we're focusing on Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. MTG slammed President Trump's meeting with Syria's president earlier this week. She also said that President Trump should focus more on domestic policies. The Congresswoman also going on to say that Republicans don't really have a concrete plan on health care. In response, President Trump said that MTG has lost her way.
In a meeting with the Syrian president earlier today, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a big ally of yours, said that she would rather see you focused on nonstop domestic policy meetings here at the White House instead of nonstop foreign policy meetings. What's your response to her saying that, and also saying that grocery prices are up and not down, as you've said?
Yeah, so
I don't know what happened to Marjorie. She's a nice woman, but I don't know what happened. She's lost her way, I think. But I have to view the presidency as a worldwide situation, not locally. I mean, we could have a world that's on fire where wars come to our shores very easily if you had a bad president. We had a horrible president, and we ended up with Russia, Ukraine, and we ended up with other disasters, too. Don't forget, I put out 8 wars, 9 to come. I think I'll get the other one taken care of, but I put out 8 wars. And look at the damage that Russia, Ukraine has done to us as a country. I mean, we spent $350 billion. We're not spending any money anymore. Now they pay us through NATO. You know, I got NATO to go from 2% to 5%. Well, that's very important. When you're president, you really sort of have to watch over the world because you're going to be dragged into it. Otherwise, you're going to be dragged into a world war.
Oh, this is going to be a doozy of a conversation. Let's bring in Dr. Gina and David for some analysis. Dr. Gina, I'm going to start with you. What do you make of this? I'm not going to call it a feud. I'll simply call it a differing of opinion. How do you describe it, and what do you make of it all?
Because
okay, now we got you back.
You're good. You're good.
I very much appreciate your analysis, Terrence, because you make the point that I wanted to make, and that is that we don't have to buy into this being some big feud. Look, MAGA is not the voice of one person, not even President Trump. MAGA is the voice of the American people. And all you have to do is look through our chat every single day to see there are people that think that MTG is absolutely reflecting the voice of MAGA, and there are people that think she's absolutely not. That's what we call civil discourse. That's what this has come down to. I am not going to take part in the circular fire that is happening right now, not on Israel, not on Marjorie Taylor Greene and President Trump, not on any of it. We have midterms coming up. We agree on more than we disagree on. Those of us who are in the rational part of conservatism, right? We have more that we agree on than we disagree on. They're going to have their feuds. They're going to use those feuds to leverage their positions. And that's going to happen. And I'm perfectly willing to listen to both of them, just like I am perfectly willing to listen to all dissent out there in the world, as long as it is nonviolent and somewhat based in reality, David Brody.
Just perfectly said. Liberals take part in groupthink. That's not what MAGA does.
Not what we do.
And nor should we.
No.
Nor should we. So I think you're absolutely right. A couple of things can be true at the same time. Marjorie Taylor Greene loves America. Marjorie Taylor Greene is America first. President Trump loves America. President Trump is America first. Both can be true at the same time. You can have disagreements. That's okay. But that doesn't sweep down, if you will, the underlying truth for both of them. I would say the reason they're having this kind of, skirmish, if you will, or whatever you want to call it, is because of something that President Trump just said, is like he has to see this as a president of the United States. It is much different when you're a congressman or a congresswoman to talk about America first and policies and focus more on domestic issues, which, by the way, I would argue that President Trump has been focusing tons on domestic issues. But, it's one thing to say that as a congressman or a congresswoman. It's another thing to actually be president of the United States and realize that you've got to deal with a whole host of issues internationally and otherwise.
But also, David, presidents, even President Trump, can get a little bit of out of touch with his base. He is working so hard, such long hours, so focused on certain things that it does take people who are representing the people who are closer to the people, Congress people, in other words, sometimes to put a narrative out there that they're hearing from their constituency that the president may not be hearing. So that can be an important role in balance in government.
That's fair. I think we should have a separate, we got to go, but I think we should have a separate conversation about, you said out of touch with his base. We should probably name some examples and then have a discussion about that.
Well, I didn't say he's out of touch with his base. I want to clarify.
No,
I'm just saying there may be some issues that he's not aware of because he's not out there every single day among the people like he was during the campaign, for example. He's doing a lot of focus, and it makes sense. It's just reality. And I hope that President Trump can appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. And I'll just add that it's thank you. I want us to bring back that segment. Thank you.
Cowbell.
I want us to bring
It wasn't a disagreement. It wasn't a disagreement. No bell, please. It's okay.
No, bring back.
Oh my gosh.
It wasn't a disagreement, but it feels good. It just makes it more fun, David. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. Oh my goodness, that's funny to me. Coming up, young people in the Bible. More and more young people are actually picking up the good book. Why, you ask? Well, we'll try to answer that question next here on American Sunrise. Can I get the bell one more time? Thank you.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It is time now for our Moment of Faith, brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, more and more people are reading the Bible. According to new data from the State of the Church Initiative, the biggest growth is among millennial and Gen Z men. The study showed that roughly 50% of self-identified Christians read the Bible at least once a week, which is the highest level in more than 10 years. For more, let's bring in actor and the author of Embrace Masculinity, Braden Sorbo. Braden, always great to have you on the show. What do you attribute to this surge in young men wanting to read the Bible and embracing Christianity?
Well, thanks for having me. I attribute it to the fact that people are desiring truth. They're desiring something higher than themselves, an order, right? Something to cling to. I mean, everything in the world is under attack, even basic math, right? 2 + 2 no longer equals 4. And so people want something that is not only tangible, but that is divine. And so they're turning to the Bible, they're turning to the church. And so that is really the driving factor, specifically with a lot of young men in this instance.
Absolutely, Braden. You know, I think about Charlie Kirk in this conversation, and I think that he was a huge inspiration to a lot of young men all over the country. It's been 2 months since his assassination. What comments on Turning Point USA and the reach that they have had in the past couple of months?
Well, I mean, we've seen tens of thousands of new chapter requests, and people are more willing to speak up for truth than ever before. Even just yesterday, I'm sure you guys have already covered it, the attack at UC Berkeley. There was a man wearing a cross. It was ripped off of him by what appears to be, we don't have all the details, what appears to be a Muslim man. And when he went back to retrieve his cross, he was bloodied and beaten, hit in the face several times, while the onlookers cheered, saying, "You're white, you deserve this," and things of that nature. And so we're witnessing sort of this shift, because I guarantee that man and people who are watching that video are realizing that there is a deep-seated hatred, right? Almost this demonic hatred towards Christians, simply for being outspoken, simply for wanting to preach the gospel. And a lot of people at Turning Point who are Christian are experiencing this themselves.
And we're seeing religious persecution against Christians all over the globe right now. Braden Sorbo, we'll definitely have to talk about that soon. Thank you so much for coming on the show this morning.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be back with the second hour of American Sunrise in just 2 minutes. Stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie.
Coming up on the second hour of American Sunrise, showdown in Washington. The longest government shutdown in American history finally nearing its end. Or is it? Lawmakers in the House set to vote on the funding bill later today. We're going to have expert analysis in just a moment. Plus, Senate Democrats plot to block President Trump's plan to resume nuclear testing. This, of course, follows 47's order for the U.S. military to continue testing on an equal basis with geopolitical rivals like Russia and China going forward. We're going to have those details. And later, rogue Democrat and Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who has broken ranks with his party on major issues like the government shutdown and the war in Israel, joined The View yesterday. We've got some of his comments, what he said to those ladies later in the hour. Those stories and more on a Hump Day, second hour of American Sunrise, starting right now. Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from D.C., the home of the shutdown. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm, T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning to both of you. I say the home of the shutdown, soon, hopefully, to be the former home of the shutdown, Dr. G. The House is going to vote today. And then guess what? We'll say that the shutdown is over once President Trump signs it into law. And then guess what? In about a month, we'll start doing stories about how the government could shut down again on January 30th. So this is going to be fun.
In a month? I suspect they start tomorrow. In a month.
Right away.
I suspect those stories start tomorrow. Right. It's open, but ... Sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Gina. Good morning.
Good morning. You know, it's no wonder, gentlemen, that sometimes it just seems like one big playground up there on Capitol Hill to reasonable people who have to go to work, they have to do their job, they have to complete their tasks so that they can get their paycheck. It makes no sense to me, again, why we're not addressing the larger problem, which is our debt and our economy. And that's exactly the reason why I think a little bit of focus on domestic is not necessarily a heretical idea, Terrence.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what that is America First. Let's just start there. America First is rooted in the idea that what's best for our country supersedes everything else, and that should be our focus. And even if it's something that's abroad, as long as it affects the national interests of the United States, then we can address those things. And I think there's a fair argument to be made that that's what President Trump is doing and continues to do, even when it comes to foreign policy issues. The things that he's doing are rooted in issues or in policies that relate to the well-being of the American people.
That's right. Oh, sorry. I know we could have a whole long discussion on it. I'm trying to keep us on time. I am doing the moral thing this morning.
Keeping us on time is the moral thing?
I will help you out. I will double down on keeping us on time, David. Let's get to the headlines really quickly. It's a big day on Capitol Hill, as David mentioned. Lawmakers in the U.S. House expected back at work to vote on a bill to reopen the federal government. The Senate passed the measure on Monday, and if passed in the House, the measure would fund the government through the end of January. And a fight may be shaping up between the U.S. and Venezuela. The USS Gerald R. Ford, positioned in the Caribbean as part of the Trump administration's show of force against what the administration calls narco-terrorism. In response, Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, has mobilized his country's military to counter the U.S. buildup. Plus, a good part of the country remains under a cold snap following the first major cold snap of the season on Tuesday. 18 million people across Alabama, Florida, and Georgia were under a freeze warning. In fact, Jacksonville, Florida, set a new record low with temperatures dipping to 28 degrees. Parts of the Great Lakes saw several inches of snow, as you can see here in this video. What a perfect entree to get our forecast. Meteorologist Tracy Anthony joining us. By the way, we're going to put up that QR code there at the bottom of your screen. For those of you who'd like to join our Weather Nation team, there you have it. You can scan that QR code and join our Weather Nation team. Hey, Tracy, so the cold snap isn't fully over. There's still some places that are a little chilly, but it's getting better.
Yeah, we're going to we're waking up to temperatures on the cool side. I have family in Jacksonville, but at least they're from Minnesota, so they're used to temperatures down below freezing. But we had a few viewers chiming in about how chilly it was this morning and wanted to break down just a couple records from a few areas. Fort Myers, Florida, 60 degrees was actually a record cold daytime high. So the previous record was 62, so that's the coldest you've stayed throughout a day since the 20s on November 11th. But temperatures across the country this morning, still a lot of us in the 40s. So we're slowly going to dig out. A lot of us will start to warm up a good 5-10 degrees by this afternoon. But I know a lot of viewers in our feeds and in the conversation were saying they're starting a little on the slow side this morning with that cold air still lingering. The sun's going to be out by the afternoon because we really don't have too much moisture or too much cloud cover across the country. So a lot of high pressure centers in place that's keeping our atmosphere on the stable side. And then the last thing I did show you, if you were watching last hour, those pictures of the northern lights. You're going to have another chance to check them out here throughout the overnight, but they're not going to be as visible as far south. So we did have a viewer saying they were catching them across western Colorado. You probably aren't going to see those lights at least tonight, but yeah, they're beautiful. And if you do catch any photos, try to send them our way. We'd love to see them.
Gorgeous picture there, Tracy. We appreciate it. Always good to see you. By the way, watch out for falling iguanas. That also is a warning to Dr. Gina. All right. Once again, folks, you see that QR code there at the bottom of your screen. Go ahead and scan it and join our Weather Nation family. All right, let's get you over to David. David, I can't wait to talk to Dr. Gina about falling iguanas. I'm wondering if she may have seen some, but we'll have that conversation later on.
You never know what animals Gina's going to talk about on this show. You just never know. It's a plethora of animals. All right. So the bill to end the 42-day government shutdown cleared a key hurdle overnight. It passed through the House Rules Committee without any Democrat support. What a shock. It now heads to the full House for consideration. GOP leaders say they're confident that they have the votes. Do they exactly? Well, joining us now is with reaction is CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp. Matt, good to see you this morning. So, all right, here's the deal, right? The House votes later today. We're assuming the votes will be there. But also, Matt, how about the Democrat Party? I mean, there's a serious threat now to Schumer from the base, at least. I don't know about inside the Senate. They didn't get a single win on health care or anything else in this fight. And now you got rank and file, far left folks fed up with Chuck. What do you think is going to happen there? Good morning to you.
Well, great to be with you all. I missed you all. It was great to be with Dr. Gina down in Palm Beach, where we had a great event. And, the one thing I would say about the Republicans who are maybe considering voting against this is hell will have no fury like Donald Trump to Republicans who, after winning their first shutdown, literally like since Reagan, decide to fumble the ball at the last minute here. Like nothing in the legislative process is perfect. There's always a reason to find a reason to be against something, but we won this shutdown, which makes Republicans realize we can fight over things like DOGE. We can fight over federal spending. We can fight over more subsidies for Obamacare, and we can win these fights, especially when we have majorities. We even have Senate Democrats coming on our side to say there's a better way to do things. So please, please, please understand the political reality of the moment.
Hey, Matt, is there a larger systemic problem in play here when it comes to getting all appropriations bills passed? Is that something, a bigger picture issue that still needs to be addressed? Yes, this is a short-term win for now, getting us through January 30th, but we still have to get those appropriations bills passed. And I guess the bigger question is there a larger systemic issue when it comes to passing these bills that still needs to be addressed on Capitol Hill?
Terrence, if we don't pass individual appropriations bills, we just get the next version of USAID. What ends up happening is you don't have congressional oversight. You just pick a budget number and you give the executive branch the ability to just cram a bunch of terrible priorities into an agency, especially if you have like a go-to-sleep president like Joe Biden or a radical like Barack Obama. And what essentially happened over most of those years is the Republicans didn't want to fight over spending. We were told that, Obama was the Messiah, blah, blah, blah. And so that allowed this USAID disaster to metastasize, and they didn't have hearings on it, and they didn't have proper oversight. And God only knows what their plans are tomorrow, but this is why you have to have an appropriations process. But I will tell you, appropriations bills are hard to pass, not just because the Democrats have become Marxist, but because it's even hard within the Republican conference to gain consensus. Congress is essentially a broken institution. I don't see that changing in the near future, and I'm just glad we have President Trump in there to ramrod as much through as we possibly can.
Matt, congratulations, first of all, on a phenomenally successful week here with CPAC in Palm Beach, at Mar-a-Lago, and all over Palm Beach, actually. And, you and Mercedes have been fearless warriors really for decades now. I won't tell how many, so you don't get mad at me and you stay my friend. But but you have your ear to the ground, and I know that you, like me, you go to these political events and you are inundated with questions from your membership that will tend to have themes to them. So my question for you, Matt, this week when you were conducting your CPAC events so successfully, what were the rank and file patriots out there saying to you? What are their questions? What are their wants? What are their needs? What are they saying when they come up to you and say, I need you to talk to President Trump? Because everyone says that to you. I know it. What were they saying? What do they want to be heard?
I'd say three things. First of all, when you walk into Mar-a-Lago and you're an American who's never been there before, you had to get them they're almost hypnotized with the beauty and elegance. And it's the center of everything. As I told someone that night, one of the nights we had dinner there is, if Vanity Fair was a real magazine like it was in the old days, it would be covering the spectacle of all the amazing people that are having dinner on the patio at Mar-a-Lago, movers and shakers, people from other countries, cultural leaders, religious leaders. It's just like, it's an amazing group of people. And then the Palm Beach set. And so they're first of all, they're just kind of amazed that they're even there. Then the second thing is, some of them realize they've been working on something for 25 years, Dr. Gina, and they want it done. And they realize if they don't get it done, they can't get it done without President Trump. So everybody wants 10 minutes with President Trump. If they could just get 10 minutes with President Trump, they could get this thing done. And I have to try to explain to them that it's probably a tad more complicated than that. But I will admit, I've never seen someone be the force driver that he is in politics. I've never read about anybody that's been the force driver. And then just the final thing, the realization, we only have 3 more years of this man.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit frightening to people.
Yeah, great point. Matt Schlapp, great to have you. We don't have 3 more years of you. We got a lot more. We want more.
I hope so.
You are cowbell.
I hope so.
More cowbell.
More cowbell.
Thank
I know what that means.
Cold worse, I'm assuming. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Matt.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. Coming up, liberal comedian Jon Stewart has some thoughts about the shutdown ending. He's not happy with his own party. That story and more when we come back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise contributor Emily Finn. It's great to have you with us this morning. Time now to drain the swamp, and this morning the honors go to liberal comedian Jon Stewart, who is flushing Senate Democrats for caving in to Republicans by voting with Republicans to reopen the government. The comedian called it a world-class collapse, blasting Democrats for backing the GOP-led spending bill without any major concessions. Here is some of what he had to say. Take a look.
No, they f***ing caved on the shutdown. Not even a full week removed from the best election night results they've had in years. 7 Democratic senators and voted with their Republican counterparts to end the shutdown and reopen the government. And did they get their extended health care subsidies?
Democrats did not, in fact, get those subsidies. For reaction, let's bring in Dr. Gina, David Brody, and Terrence Bates. Terrence, want to go to you first on this one. I had to laugh watching Jon Stewart kind of have a little meltdown there.
Yeah, and I think the larger point for people who are discerning and reasonable is that, yeah, they caved. Okay, you can make that argument. But the bigger issue is that there really was no reason for the government shutdown. They held the government hostage for weeks, for more than 40 days, simply for political reasons, simply to try to get an edge during elections around this country. And then they decided, okay, well, now we'll kind of relent. And they really got nothing for it. And it really shows that this was a political shutdown, and it's a sham, and it's a shame, Dr. Gina.
Does Jon Stewart have a show again? I'm so confused right now. Is it a podcast? I don't even
he's
know.
Back. I think he hosts once a week or something like that, or once every month.
Okay,
or something.
well,
I'm glad. I think he's funny.
I actually think he's funny too, and he loves
really
animals
good.
as much as I do. He had a 3-legged pit bull when I did his show one time. I got to meet her. She was amazing. Outside of that, though, he is completely off on this. He doesn't understand that the Democrats are reacting to being exposed for their lies. They had no choice in this. They have been exposed because for years they have said, oh, we are the champion of the poor man. Well, guess what? Their lies are being exposed. They didn't care anything about the poor man. They cared about their popularity and their power. And once they saw it was threatened, that's when they retreated like the little cockroaches that go to the corners when you turn on the lights at night, David Brody, like the iguanas that fall from the trees when it's 40 degrees.
And there is the iguana reference, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. It came roughly about 1 hour and 20 minutes into the show. I'm looking, but that's great. Hey, so here's the deal. Later on, Jon Stewart said something very important, which is so true. And by the way, something that I said before Jon Stewart, which means I said something very important. Just kidding. Okay, that's narcissistic. But that is this, that he basically said that the House was never going to take up this vote on Obamacare subsidies. So what was the point of the deal? And then the president was never going to sign it, which is all true. So here's the deal. The real hero in all of this is President Trump. And here's why. Because what Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and all those folks, they thought Trump was going to not turn on Thune and Johnson, but go off script. And Trump goes off script all the time. And so they thought, you know what? Eventually Trump will say, all right, let me just cut a deal. Let me figure it out. And then basically Thune and Johnson would have to follow suit because Trump went, oh my gosh, or Trump did that deal with Schumer and Jeffries. But it never happened. President Trump stayed strong and didn't throw Thune and Johnson, if you will, over the proverbial cliff or bus or under the bus and all that stuff. So that's what happened. That's what they...
David, where is the outrage from the Democrats that everything that the EBT checks the next day were spent on was chips and soda, the number 1 and 2 things sold on EBT? Why are the Democrats not upset about that? I thought they cared about poor people.
Well, that's a separate issue. I agree with that.
Yeah, they don't.
No bell
lies.
needed on that, Emily. No bell needed on that.
But I'm tired of it because you know what? Poor people deserve to be healthy, too. They deserve to be educated and healthy, too. We need to demand that with our tax dollars especially.
Yes, poor people deserve to be healthy, and I will be stepping over the iguanas that I have seen falling out of the trees here in West Palm. Gina, that was pretty funny. All right, coming up, we are headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and more evidence of corporate hypocrisy from the supposed woke big tech companies. We will be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes. Stick around.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's just really. It's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
Las Vegas, Nevada. What a great place. It is a fun place to be. I'm not so sure I would want to live there, but definitely fun to visit, even though I tend to leave a little bit poorer than when I arrive, but that's a whole nother issue. I'm trying to work through that. We're getting you ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's set to ring here in about 6 minutes, and of course, we'll take you there. Pre-market trading, as you can see from our board, looking pretty good. Only one blemish. It's at the very bottom. That would be crude oil. Everything else looking positive at the moment. We'll take you to New York for the opening bell at the stock exchange, though, here in just a little bit. But first, let's get you checked over with David. David, good morning.
Good morning, T. Bates. All right, it's time now for.
I said checked over.
I was just going to let it go, but you brought it up.
Doctor. Okay.
Checked over.
Anyway, good morning.
All right. Thank you, T. Bates. All right, time now for our daily dose of dollars and common sense. Let's check over with American Sunrise Early Edition host, the guy behind Jake's Take Substacks, and a man who never did figure out why they put the obituaries in the living section of USA Today. You know what? That's a great point, Jake Novak. Why did they do that? Are you scratching your head? Can you figure it out this morning?
Well, it's almost like a sick joke. The living section. I mean, I'm sorry. I guess you could say that death is a part of life, the circle of life. But I always thought that was kind of a sick joke that their obituaries were always in the living section. I don't know. Do they even have a hard copy of USA Today anymore? Used to be a good paper. Yeah. And then somewhere in the middle of the first Trump administration, they went woke like everyone else. Used to be a good way to know what was going on in the whole country. Speaking of mourning and obituaries, I mourn USA Today pretty regularly. I used to like that paper.
Yeah, for sure. That print ink on my fingers. Oh, I miss it. Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
All right.
Best sports section in America.
Correct. So they keep calling the stock market rally the AI rally, but you say that's not quite accurate. Yesterday was proof. What's this? You're doing this? Man.
Yeah, yesterday SoftBank, which is a big investment bank in Japan, sold all their NVIDIA shares. Not because they think NVIDIA is garbage, but because they wanted to invest in another part of AI. They're going to put all that money in OpenAI, the people who make ChatGPT. Well, the markets freaked out about it. They didn't like it. While the Dow was surging to all-time highs, 500 plus points yesterday. The NASDAQ lost yesterday because it's an NVIDIA market, not specifically an AI market. It's part of because NVIDIA, of course, makes AI chips. But you know what, David? I don't like when one company has so much of an effect on the markets that even a move within the same sector turns it down as far as the NASDAQ was concerned. It looks like, by the way, it's going to gain all the losses back right at the open this morning. So nothing to really get nervous about. But I don't like that. Also, I don't like talking about NVIDIA all that much because it's boring. It's an amazing company, but all we ever do is show pictures of their CEO and their chips. It doesn't even have sexy video. I'm just so sick of it, but I can't avoid it. And that's another reason why I'm mad.
Yeah, you know what I can't avoid? Why they don't have an I in front of the N for NVIDIA. That's what frustrates me on a daily basis. All right, I know you're as sick of woke companies lecturing the rest of us about how inclusive and understanding they are, but apparently Apple just proved once again that that's all a bunch of pulp. Pulp.
Yeah, Apple pulp. It's just so ridiculous. China, the Chinese communist, in a religious country, told Apple they want to get rid of the gay dating apps that are on the Apple App Store in China. So Apple snapped to and did it real quickly. You know, a couple things. Not only is this another example of hypocrisy, these are the same companies that lecture us about how inclusive they are and how you're not inclusive enough and we will lead on the environment and LGBT and all that kind of stuff. But there's another thing here, David. I was reliably informed that hatred against gay people and discrimination against gay people was because of religion. It was the religious people who were doing it. Last time I checked, China doesn't have a religion. Chinese government is anti-religious. Ask the people who are trying to be Christians there or Falun Gong or Uyghur Muslims. And I thought that it was all religion that was bad in the world. You know, I always tell people, don't get into the body count debate with me when it comes to how many people have been killed by people with no religion versus people with religion. China keeps winning that game for me and proving that religion isn't really the source of hatred that people think it is.
Great point. And you're never going to see a Bible study in an open park there in China. We're not going there for sure. All right. Finally, Jake, I guess evidence that the seller's market in cars and trucks, that's been the story in America since COVID, I guess that's now changing. So explain this. We got about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, good news. Listen, the COVID lockdowns killed supply chains, and so they really made it great for the sellers. They didn't have a lot of supply, and they could really squeeze you and me. We're now seeing car dealership lots get more and more crowded with unsold cars. If you think that's bad news for the car the car companies, they're actually still doing pretty well. It's just they're finally getting their supply chains up, and the buyers are going to start coming back. I hope that everyone watching here who's in the market for a new car goes into their dealership with that knowledge. You do have more leverage than you did just a couple of months ago. 3.14 million cars on lots right now so far in November alone. So let's go get them, squeeze that dealer, get a good deal for yourself.
Jake Novak, news you can use on a Wednesday, on a hump day. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right. Oh, he gave me the salute. I like that. Let's head back to T. Bates in Denver for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It is sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
It's the one time of year the Birch Gold Group gives away free gold. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But first, you hear these. We'll, of course, continue to monitor it for you throughout the day. But as I mentioned earlier, it is the one time of year that the Birch Gold Group gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right. For Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, the Birch Gold Group will send free gold to your home for every $20,000 that you purchase. Gold started off the year around $2,600 an ounce, and by October, it was over $4,000 an ounce. Why, you ask? Well, you can blame global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling away from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency, and military tension continues to build around the world. Gold tends to thrive in times of uncertainty. So if you're looking to diversify your savings, the Birch Gold Group says it can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, you can get free gold with a qualifying purchase. All you have to do to get more information is text the word America to the number 989898. You can also claim your eligibility that way and get free information on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with the purchase ends on November 30th, so you may want to hurry up and text the word America to the number 989898 for full details. Still to come here on American Sunrise, nearly 5 years after January 6th, questions still swirl over fairness and accountability. So are some facing tougher justice than others? We'll break down the controversy next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really... It's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us this morning. We invite you now to hop on in our conversation over on YouTube, Getter, and Rumble. It is time now to take the political pulse of America. And the beat today, fairness and accountability. Nearly 5 years after the January 6th demonstration at the U.S. Capitol, evidence continues to emerge showing federal investigations in the Biden era have been anything but fair. Lawmakers, legal experts, and civil liberties groups have all weighed in, some warning that high-profile cases, including the government's Arctic Frost investigation, have tested the boundaries of justice and due process. Hundreds of Republican lawmakers and conservative thinkers and activists have been targeted, all for the crime of having the wrong opinion and taking the wrong side. Today, we have a closer look at what's driving these concerns and how officials respond to claims of double standards in our legal system. Joining us now to discuss more is the host of the all-new Case for America here on RAP, Trennis Evans. Good morning. Trennis, we're excited about the new show. Tell us a little bit more about it before we get started.
Well, you know, Gina, this is a story where you have the people that are actually on the front line of the event, handling the cases that are now here as the American Rights Alliance, serving the interest of those that have been targeted in a weaponized justice system.
Yeah.
The amount of time that's spent, behind the scenes working these cases and what we're actually doing to serve the interest of those people that are being bludgeoned by the lawfare is a very unusual scenario. To have those people actually have time to get on the media and spend the time actually out here portraying what's happening internally with these cases.
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that you were targeted. I was targeted in Operation Quiet Skies, wasn't able to fly for 3 years, was put on a terrorist watch list. There were a lot of Americans, though, who don't have a television show to talk about what happened to them, that maybe even just innocently took a trip to Washington, D.C. or somewhere in that realm around those dates and maybe didn't even go to the rally or the protests. But tell us about your experience.
Well, Gina, you're an obvious terrorist. I see your cross there.
Yeah,
the faith brings
makes me a terrorist,
right.
For sure.
This is what Biden's DOJ said, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The symbolism that you saw at the FBI delivered, and DHS said this was symbolic of the acts of terrorism, right, or people that would condone or take part in acts of terrorism. It was the Betsy Ross flag, the Punisher skull, the 3 Percenters mark, or Oath Keepers, or any of these things.
Or just an American flag.
Oh, yeah, an
or
American.
A cross.
The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, these are all signs of those who would be domestic extremists, right?
Yeah.
That was the idea. So, but when you talk about targeted, right, and people don't understand what that means, and, I lived in that idea that when I saw people, federally indicted, and the feds are coming for you, and you're being, going to, facing prison time. You're thinking, oh, well, you shouldn't have done something wrong, right? This is the world.
Well, that's what the news media told us.
Well, sure, it was the narrative, right? They had narrative control. That's what we thought was really the situation. That's what I always believed as an American. I went, oh, that guy's in a lot of trouble. He did something wrong. Then when you've had a glimpse inside the legal system and you've seen what they can do, whether it be in an administrative process like what you experienced with the Quiet Skies, or it be a situation where individuals are actually charged and perp walked and we see what happens. That was the Democrats at work. That was the idea.
Or some people were debanked. I was debanked.
Yeah.
What happened to you? Because you didn't tell us your story.
So, look, I was inside the United States Capitol. I was on a megaphone. I was saying, do not harm the police, do not damage the building, ad nauseum, to the point where officers came to me, Capitol police officers came to me, thanked me, shook my hand, patted me on the back, gave me fist bumps, thanked me for what I had to say, for my message in support of them, etc. Right? This is, this is well documented. It's video evidence shows this. And their charging documents said Mr. Evans entered the building and then raised the megaphone to his mouth and led the Pledge of Allegiance. And then Mr. Evans then led the Star-Spangled Banner. and then Mr. Evans proceeded deeper into the building where he walked around and then raised the megaphone to his mouth and then ordered the crowd not to harm the police, damage the building, et cetera, et cetera.
Shame.
As if I was in a leadership.
You didn't pray, did you?
Well, if I would have been caught praying, that probably would have sealed my fate. Right? Yeah. Then, heaven forbid one pray. You're only allowed to take a knee for some nonsensical ideology like a Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats did on this big display, right? This is what we want to do.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to have these thoughts as an American that are consistent with our faith, that are consistent with our Western culture, that are consistent with our open market free trade society. These things are out the window under the Democrat control. They ushered in socialism. They ushered in communism. They ushered in lawfare. They bludgeoned the American people. They destroyed entire families. There are children.
People are dead.
People are dead. Look, the amount of people that died on January 6th is very well documented. It was 4 people. Every single one was demonstrators. They say 120 law enforcement officers were injured. Yeah, 90 plus of those injured were injured by Capitol Police failure. Daniel Thau and those that issued the orders and took part in shooting the munitions illegally outside of the directive of those munitions that says it would endanger people, cause hysteria, etc. They misused those munitions, harmed individuals, and then they shoot this and they tried to lay it at President Trump's feet and say that at 2:24 his statement, right, about Mike Pence. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, et cetera, for giving states a chance to certify an accurate set of facts, not the inaccurate or fraudulent ones they were previously asked to certify. That was a quote. I read it. I know. I was on the Capitol steps reading it from a megaphone. But at 4:10 in the afternoon. They changed the timestamp on that so that they could lay it at President Trump's feet. And then in Colorado, they used it in the Colorado ballot case, Norma Jean Anderson et al., where they tried to remove him from the ballot, as they were going to do in Maine, Michigan, Illinois, California, et cetera. So when they were doing this, I watched it on TV on C-SPAN. I couldn't believe it. And, honestly, any time other in my life, if somebody would have picked up the phone and called me and said, "Are you watching C-SPAN?" I would have laughed at them.
Right.
But you would find ourselves in a new day and age, right?
So these are the kinds of stories, these are the kinds of things you're going to highlight on your new show.
Well, we talk a little bit. We don't talk as much about, this isn't about my case. This is about what's happening to America. This is about the Tina Peters. This is about the Arkansas State Senator John Woods. This is about the people that Jack Smith has gone after. This is about the people like Shana Gaviola and the situation that's occurring there with her, where it's parental rights and religious liberties in the radical California state.
And I hope you'll get into the abuse of our J6ers and the deaths and the suicides of our J6ers, because I feel like their story still hasn't been told. We are looking so forward to your new show, and we unfortunately, though, are out of time. Trinus Evans, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck with everything.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gina. We appreciate you.
Now, a question for you, our viewers. Have you joined our RAV ambassadors yet? Well, if not, here's what you're missing.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching. It's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform. It's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
All right, you guys, listen, I hear this all the time. More than 60 million Americans struggle with hair loss. And it's not just men, by the way. By age 35, about 2/3 of men will notice some degree of thinning. And for women, more than half may experience hair loss after menopause. But today, we're talking about incredibly exciting new science that's giving people real hope. Joining us now, Dr. Robin Smith. She is a regenerative medical expert here to explain what is behind hair thinning, loss, and breakage, and how Exosome, this new innovative technological therapy, is emerging as one of the most talked about treatments in the field, used to help us look younger. Dr. Robin Smith, hair is important in that mission of looking younger. We can't deny it, right? Tell us about exosomes.
Absolutely.
How can they help us look younger? And are they our new, let's just call it, is it crazy to say fountain of youth?
Well, absolutely. You know, the exosomes actually have the ability to help regenerate and prolong healthy longevity. So they've shown to reduce inflammation, rebalance our immune system, and change the behavior and the function of the cells. It's particularly exciting in skin because you can bring those building blocks and instructions to make more collagen and elastin and hyaluronic acid and assist you in holding more moisture and looking tighter, and the skin looks less wrinkled and truly have a more youthful appearance. It can also help in the hair. The follicles, the stem cells of those follicles make new hair and help to get the healthy nutrition of the hair with all the ingredients that come in to really allow hair to grow and grow healthy.
This is extremely exciting technology, doctor. And but all exosomes are not the same. So people, buyer beware, right?
Absolutely. It's just the buzzword now. So everyone's trying to get in the word exosome in all of their products. It matters where they come from. It matters how they're manufactured, purity, consistency, the testing that's done to determine what the right amount is. It should be in each product to get the benefit that you're looking for. So not all exosomes are alike.
So Exoceuticals in particular has proprietary exosomes in every single product. So how do you choose which products to use? And I know you're going to say just get them all because that would be ideal. But how do people prioritize so that they can try them and then figure out how well they work on one part of their body and then maybe try some more?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, you know, at Exoceuticals, every product, as you said, has the exosome. So you have that regenerative bioactive ingredient. But then what do you want? So if you're looking for more hydration, the Exo Hyaluronic Acid has 7 molecular weights of hyaluronic acid going deep into the dermis, allowing you to hold on to more water. So for hydration, Exo Hyaluronic Acid. If you want to have things that are more to decrease redness, improve the tone, hyperpigmentation, and premature aging, think about the Exo C Serum. It has potent antioxidants and that are 100% bioavailable. The Exo Face, one of people's favorites. It has blends of natural moisturizing factors, the exosomes, the Next Gen Naturals, essential fatty acids that target premature aging and help skin be healthier, enhance moisture. We have many different products. Exo Lip we can't keep it on the shelves. People love it. It has an occlusive barrier to retain moisture, natural oils that lips just love. And people now are focusing on their body, Exo Body, the ability to, you know, combat the hydration, deflation, crepiness, sagginess that happens as we age and our skin doesn't have the ability to regenerate. And of course, hair, Exo Fortify, Exo Activate, ways that you have the ingredients to help the actual hair, the function of the hair, the structure of the hair, helps the follicle grow, the hair extend, helps the scalp hold on to that hair so that it doesn't break and fall out. So it's all about the ingredients and what they can do with the exosomes for immediate as well as long-term effects.
Yeah, it's a really natural feeling product. This stuff feels so good. It just, I love it. And you know what? I'm getting lots of compliments, Dr. Smith. I didn't know when I started, but I'm telling you what, it has made such a difference in my life. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Coming up, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman faced heated questions on The View yesterday, where hosts pressed the senator to defend his vote to reopen the government this week. That story next when American Sunrise continues. Stay where you are.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's spill some tea, fueled by Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand, and their mission to maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. No junk, just real tea. And here's the tactical advantage: each bag brews twice. Just go to artilleryteaco.com and use the code LIBERTY for 20% off your first order. Again, that's artilleryteaco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven, and brewed for the brave. It is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Fetterman is one of the handful of Democratic senators who opted to vote with Republicans earlier this week to end the government shutdown, and he made an appearance on The View on Tuesday. This comes on the heels of progressives blasting Fetterman and others for caving in on the shutdown fight less than a week after strong election wins in places like New York City, New Jersey, and others. Here's what the senator had to say when pressed about his decision to vote for the GOP-led spending bill.
And now I refuse to weaponize the SNAP benefit for 42 million Americans, that rely on feeding themselves and their family, or making flying in America less safe. Or I refuse not to pay our military and all of the unions attached to all of this and people. So for me, it's like I don't agree with that tactic to respond to the circumstances that we're confronting on this.
For more, let's bring in Dr. Gina, Terrence Bates, and David Brody. David, your thoughts on all of this?
Well, guys, let this sink in for a second. John Fetterman is the voice of reason in the Democrat Party. Who would have ever thunk we would have said that? But that has been proven time and time again. Dr. G, I'll leave it there.
Sometimes John Fetterman is the voice of reason. Once in a while. I think you pointed out earlier, David, actually, I think I'm just echoing what you said. Most of the time, he votes with Democrats. So let's not forget that. He's not a moderate. But it is nice to hear a little free speech, to hear a lot less groupthink out of the Dems that we're so used to. You know, we look at them in a little bit of admiration, I think, because they are so good at circling wagons while we are so good at circling fire. But at the same time, it is really nice to hear a bit of dissent. It's typically not tolerated in the Democrat Party. They don't like it, and they will oust you for it. And I've seen it again and again, Terrence, where a Democrat is ousted from the Democrat Party by his own party for simple dissent. Let us never be that kind of a conservative party, T.
Amen.
Yeah, a bit of a stroke of genius for John Fetterman there.
You did
as he's just
not.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
Terrence.
gosh. Oh.
Your grandma's going to call you today.
That actually took me a second, but that was really, really funny.
Hold on. I think he's repenting. Hold on. He's repenting. Give him a second.
I am repenting.
Give him 2 seconds.
I'm going to be quiet for the rest of the show. You guys know where I was going. You know my heart. I'm going to be quiet.
Let's give him a moment. Let's give him a moment. Lord Jesus, we just come to. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As David said, I'm sorry.
I'm just playing with you.
That was insensitive, but it was good. But you're right. At least John Fetterman is showing that he's to some degree reasonable. I think everything that he said is reasonable, and yeah, he's not always going to vote on issues that are reasonable. Or his vote isn't always going to be reasonable. But in this particular case, I think that he is absolutely on point in terms of saying, look, I'm not going to hold up the government. I'm not going to hold up the lives for everyday Americans simply for political reasons. I'm going to do what's right and try to work in with that framework. And so
you know what it
kudos to
does,
John
T?
Fetterman.
It gives credence to the other stuff he says. I'm not saying he's right in his liberalness, but I am saying it makes you listen twice, doesn't it? Because if once in a while he's willing to depart from the monolith, right, then you think, well, maybe his whole ethos isn't completely off. Maybe I'll actually give some credence to the stuff he says that I disagree with. It gives him credibility.
Maybe they should all wear hoodies. That's probably what they should do. Let them all wear
shorts. Agreed. See?
Who are these co-hosts we have on here today, Emily? I don't know them.
This is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Okay,
I'm
we do
so
have
sorry,
more to
people.
come on
I
American
really
Sunrise.
apologize publicly.
A holiday wish come true, how Chewy Claus helped one woman with ALS take walks with her dog again. The heartwarming story is up next.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm sorry, I was finishing up my comment in the chat. I was saying hey to Roby. I know, I love our chat. They're so awesome, aren't they? It's hard to look up to actually do the show sometimes because we get so involved as hosts in our chat. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us today. It's time now for our Sunny Side Up, and in the pan today, a holiday wish come true. Ooh, I'm so excited. We're getting into the Christmas season. All right, you guys. Brooke Ebby, who lives with the very perilous disease of ALS, used to spend hours walking her rescue dog, Dre, until the disease put her in a wheelchair. But this year, a special delivery helping her get back outside and back to what she loves most. After writing a letter in Dre's voice asking for help, Chewy Claus answered with a custom leash adapter that lets Brooke and Dre walk together again. It's a gift that's giving her back a sense of freedom. Here's leash designer Katrina explaining exactly how it works.
Hands-free control is really important for people that have disabilities because it gives them a sense of independence. So we made what I call a fastener-free collar. So all you have to do is clip this onto the chair, slip this over his head, and off she goes. Let's give it a try.
Dre, you wanna go for a walk?
I love this so much. I think what an amazing thing that Chewy did, going above and beyond for somebody with a customer request. I mean, normally when I call customer service for any other company, I can't even get a response. I just sit on hold for 5 hours and wonder if my life actually matters or not. But Chewy, and I have called their customer service, and they're great. They replace things. I mean, I'm not trying to be an advertisement. They're not a sponsor of the show, but they should be, David Brody.
Over to me on that. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Gina. Put that right in my lap. Yeah. Hey, look, here's the thing. I love inventions in terms of how they can help people. And that to me is just marvelous. And, I'm sorry, not to make it political, because I'm not trying to be political. But, I don't know that person that was talking. I don't know if she's liberal or Democrat or what. And here's the point. I don't care. She's helping. I mean, just to come up with inventions like that, guys, we need more of that in America. Once again, she could end up in a separate, Gone Woke segment or something. Maybe she's out there to No King's protest. But in this situation, doing this type of work, I mean, phenomenal. Great. Let's appreciate that type of stuff. T. Bates.
I'm still in timeout. I'm simply going to smile and nod my head.
We love you anyway, T. You guys, you always make it such a fun show, and a lot of that is because our audience behind the scenes makes it so fun. You guys, War Room is up next. Speaking of fun, go boldly now. Live the truth. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you, folks.
We are routine getting stays and getting reversals because of local judges just not following the law full stop. And it's the same judges, or not the same judges, but there's a group of judges that are repeat players, and that's obviously not by happenstance. That's intentional, and it's a war, man.
I mean, Liz, this idea of war on judges, I'll say two things. Number one, the most important judges, the Supreme Court, they do not have a lot of problems with. So the buck stops at the Supreme Court. They've not really been ruled against pretty much at all and overturned past precedent. But when you hear things like this, I mean, this is out of the Erdogan-Turkey playbook, the war on the judicial branch. We need to go after them. We need to beat them. It's scary stuff.
It's really chilling. This is one of the most dangerous and damaging things that's happening right now in our country is the disrespect for judges and the public calls for others to disrespect and disregard judges. We have a constitution that has 3 equal branches that all have a job to do, and the job of the courts under our constitution is to rein in the executive branch. This administration does not accept that as a legitimate constitutional function of courts. They seem to believe that it is the job of judges judges to get on board with and rubber stamp the political agenda of the president. That is absolutely not the case, and that is very dangerous to our democracy. It is also very dangerous to the judges who are out there trying their best every single day to do the job that the Constitution requires of them. Those are people who have seen an incredible increase in real threats to their safety. We have seen people plot against judges, try to attack judges because they disagree with their rulings, and people like Todd Blanche are egging that on. He is the #2 official at the Justice Department, and it is absolutely irresponsible and really, frankly, reprehensible that he is taking that position about federal judges in our country who have an important constitutional role to play.
For future negotiations, if he knows once he inflicts maximum pain that Democrats are going to say, this is too much pain for my constituents, it's not in the best interest of the United States, and we fold.
Well, look, I think any political leader who goes about inflicting pain on the people they represent will ultimately be punished at the ballot box by those people. And we saw that in Virginia. And, you know, I've spent the last year screaming about the fact that our governor, Glenn Youngkin, refused to stand up for Virginians as Donald Trump was attacking us. And I told him, I said, the voters are going to punish this. And the voters in Virginia punished it last Tuesday. So I think the answer to your question is we've got to continue to tell the story of the pain Donald Trump's inflicting on people, the fact that he's more focused on the price of Greenland than the price of groceries. He's building golden bathrooms while kids are going to bed hungry because he's taken away their food benefits and SNAP. And we got to take that to the voters if he continues in this way.
3 co-equal branches of government. Now, the Republicans have said, we don't want that. And they've given up their equality, their power. They let Trump do everything. The judges are not doing that. And it's basically page 1 of any authoritarian playbook. Well, first it used to be take over the radio stations. But the other is like, get rid of the judges. Anything that would check power. There's nothing in Congress checking his power. He can take, the power to put on tariffs, and they don't care. He can hold back funding, and they don't care. But the judges, some of them are fighting back a bit, and that's where they're saying no. And they don't have a legal case against this. But you're right. What Todd Blanche is doing there is creating this culture in which people may take actions against judges, not respect them, and will allow Trump at some point to just say, I don't care what the court says.
What is the administration's position on these visas?
No, we're going to keep using our visa programs. We're just going to make sure that they have integrity, that we're actually doing the vetting of the individuals who come into this country, that they want to be here for the right reasons, that they're not supporters of terrorists and organizations that hate America. And that's what I think is so remarkable is under the Trump administration, we've sped up our process and added integrity to the visa programs, to green cards, to all of that. But also more people are becoming naturalized under this administration than ever before. More people are becoming citizens because we're not just streamlining and building some processes back into our immigration policies. We're also making sure that these individuals that are coming into our country and get that privilege, that they actually are here for the right reasons. The Biden administration let thousands of terrorists into this country. They opened the southern border. They abused our asylum programs, abused our protective programs and visa programs, and we fixed all of it. It's remarkable what President Trump has done, and it's because he's a great leader. He's a visionary. And this man is going to go down as a legend in history as our greatest president ever.
There's 30 years we have offshored precision manufacturing jobs. And the president's point here is, we can't snap our fingers and say, you're going to learn how to build ships overnight. We want to bring semiconductor industry back to the U.S. There are going to be big facilities in Arizona. So I think the president's vision here is to bring in overseas workers where these jobs went. Who have skills. Who have the skills, 3, 5, 7 years to train the U.S. workers, then they can go home, the U.S. workers fully take over.
So do you understand the concern that people have? Hey, an American could have that job. Why you give it to a guy from
But an American can't have that job.
So it's specific skills.
Because we haven't built ships in the U.S. for years. We haven't built semiconductors. So this idea of overseas partners coming in, teaching American workers, then returning home, that's a home run.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 12 November, in the year of our Lord 2025, we're going to try to take the first hour and kind of unpack exactly where, because a lot of big boom, he's giving interviews, talking about H-1B visas. Then you got Scott saying something, the Secretary of Treasury. You've got Kristi Noem saying something else. You've got his restructuring of the commercial relationships of the world, as we refer to as his trade policies, right, to manifest itself if they don't move the jobs back in tariffs or in court. So I want to take, and I would like to be systematic. So the guest today to do this is Stephen K. Bannon. So we're going to do it. And I want to talk about the influences on the president. Tonight he's got dinner with the Lords of Easy Money. Jamie Dimon, Larry Fink, real Trump supporters and MAGA supporters. As you know, I say that with tongue in cheek because they hate Trump and they hate MAGA. And Jamie Dimon, has got this fantasy. He's going to run as a populist candidate for president. Jamie it was not this past summer. I think it was the summer before. He talked about he took a Winnebago or one of these, Land Cruisers, one of these big mobile homes, and he went from, I think he's at Spokane, Washington, all the way, I think it was to Idaho, or it might have been in Kalispell, Montana, or somebody went up in the American Redoubt, or as we call it, the Christian Redoubt, the capital of Christian nationalism in this country. And Jamie Dimon goes, the people were so nice. My wife and I really said that this is really kind of the backbone of America. Jamie Dimon, this is how clueless they are. Guy runs the biggest bank, one of the most powerful banks in the world, chairman, CEO, been on Wall Street for, 40 years, Sandy Wiles henchman, and just doesn't really have the first clue about a place called the United States of America and American citizens. But I want to go back to start this. This is why we started the cold open with Todd Blanche giving that talk at the Federalist Society. And because it is the quiet part out loud that, of course, the crew at MSNBC said about, they're going after these judges because they don't agree with the political agenda of President Trump. Yo, baby, that's the whole point. This is why the Roberts Court has overturned so many of these radical left-wing judges that you judge shop, okay? This is why the Supreme Court, because what the Roberts Court has said, essentially in ruling after ruling after ruling, it's not their job to make political decisions. It's not their job to get involved. That was a Warren court, and that's what's been the problem with the court for decade after decade after decade. In the Roberts Court, I think because you have some very strong conservatives, or as we call it, the Clarence Thomas Court, right? Judge Thomas Court is saying we're not interventionists, we're not judicial activists. The political decisions should be made by, wait for it, the political branches of the government. That would be Capitol Hill, the Congress, and the executive branch. Let's go. So I want to start there because it's going to roll through the entire analysis of exactly where we are on a major pivot of the economic policy of the economic policies of the United States. Can I play the first cut, the Todd Blanche, and I'll tell you. I'll just keep my mic on and I'll cut it off when I'm happy. Are these guys ready? Can they do it? Okay, let's go and play it.
We are routine getting stays and getting reversals because of local judges just not following the law full stop. And it's the same judges, or not the same judges, but there's a group of judges that are repeat players, and that's obviously not by happenstance. That's intentional, and it's a war, man.
This idea of war on judges, I'll say two things. Number one, the most important judges, the Supreme Court, they do not have a lot of problems with. So the buck stops at the Supreme Court. They've not really been ruled against pretty much at all and overturned past precedent. But when you hear things like this, I mean, this is out of the Erdogan-Turkey playbook, the war on the judicial branch.
Denver, can you stop? Okay. Right there. He says the Supreme Court's reversed all these guys. It is a war. This is called lawfare, and this is a war, and this is the principle. They don't have the political support, so this is the principal attack that they've used to date is the courts. And they go, oh, but this is out of Erdogan, where you call it out. No, out of Erdogan, and you guys have had the high ground for decade after decade after decade after you removed, starting with the Warren Court somewhat, but after you removed Richard Nixon. And always remember Jeff Shepard, the Watergate stuff you see in All the President's Men, that's Hollywood. Deep Throat. That's all Hollywood. That's what the liberals put forward, these brave reporters in the Washington Post and Katharine Graham, right? All of it. That's all that's Deep Throat. It was a judicial and legal insurrection against Nixon. As Jeff Shepard points out, it was lawfare that removed Nixon, and the Republicans didn't have the stones to back him up. They folded, and Nixon went, and then they hermetically sealed off the Justice Department since then. This is one of the reasons they hate Trump, and they hate what Trump's doing. Remember, go back to the Article 2 powers, the maximalist strategy. Part of that is something that no Republican has touched. No Republican has touched since Nixon. And that is the president is the chief law enforcement officer in the country. In fact, Nixon didn't. If you study the internal workings of the White House, they were petrified of it. Trump ain't petrified about it. And this was the years in the wilderness to build the case intellectually to go for it. And it is a war. And they've been reversed. I don't have time. We're going to continue with the tape because then the other panelist or the other co-host on the evening show at MSNBC says the quiet part out loud. They're all over these judges because they don't agree with the political agenda of Donald Trump. We don't give a damn what a judge thinks about the political agenda of the executive branch or Capitol Hill. That's not their purpose. That's not their job. Check this thing called the Constitution. The high and mighty legal profession. This is how they get you on your back foot. This is why the audience, you've been knocking on doors and giving money to Bush and all of them. And they went along with this. They went along with this. We ain't going along with this. This is the battering ram that Trump is, and this is why they hate him. They understand they have to stop this. This is their fulcrum. Yes, they got some wins, and we'll talk about that. Taking on some populist issues. But this is the heart of the matter. This is what their defense has already been. This is what their offense is. This is why you have the grand conspiracy case now in South Florida to take that part of the deep state down and basically give them a Carthaginian peace, to take it apart brick by brick and salt the earth around it so it never comes back. Just like Carthage. What was it, the Third Punic War? Short commercial break. Back in the warm in a moment.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAB Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAB Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAB events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to rabambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Howdy, Rav fans. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, we're going to get to the visas, the HB1 visas. I'm going to get there. But we got to lay the groundwork for this first. Because part of this, and this is very important for you to understand because you're the shock troops. It's important every now and again, I think that Central Bomber Command, tell the shock troops, hey, this is kind of the overall plan. And obviously, the railhead of that is the Oval Office and President Trump. It goes without saying. However, you got to watch the inputs. And I'm not so sure he's getting dealt with straight on some of the information he is. Maybe he is. I'm not feeling it, but we'll get to that also in a little while. Scott Bessent, by the way, is going to be at the Fed in New York. Remember, the Fed in New York is everything because that's where the trading desk of the Federal Reserve. That's where we're selling these bonds every day, quote unquote, printing money. That's how you're paying for the $2 trillion deficit. And let me just go on and say again, Charlie Gasparino, and Charlie and I have had our moments and we've disagreed on a lot of things. Charlie Gasparino is 100% correct. And I put it back up on Getter last night. This is one of the reasons you got to get Getter, because you get all my brilliant thoughts, instantaneously. Gasparino's right. The 3%, which may be, I don't know if that's the target right now for inflation. In full spectrum energy dominance, the president's absolutely correct. And supply chain corrections, absolutely correct to get costs down. But when you're putting in a $2 trillion stimulus every year, and old brother John Maynard Keynes tells us this is not the time you should be putting in a $2 trillion stimulus, and he's the guy that thought it up on kind of classic economics. You're going to have embedded inflation. What's the gospel we preached on this for? I don't know. Starting in 2021, when Biden had those plans coming out of the gate, right? We said this is going to be inflationary. This is going to be inflationary. This is going to be inflationary. What was it? Inflationary. Back to the courts, because the economic piece here is of whole cloth. To make America great again, one of the basic subsets of this, foundational elements, and this goes back to President Trump's book when he was a civilian. He wrote a book that came out from Regnery Press, I think in 2011. I want to say in 2011. When people were talking about, is this guy going to run for president against Obama, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, he was not a main topic of conversation, but it was out there. And I think that is around the time Obama, I think, went after Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump came out with a book. I believe the title of the book was Time to Get Tough. Subtitle, Make America Great Again. It's a fantastic book. We put it back out. I think we republished it in paperback during the 2016 campaign or shortly thereafter. It's a fantastic book because it kind of lays out President Trump's theory of the case, and you have to return to become a manufacturing hegemon, a manufacturing superpower, because the concentrated forces of American industry came to a conclusion. That conclusion was, we've got to get high-value added manufacturing out of the United States. Number one, the workers cost too much now as far as wages go. Number two, we got to pay them a retirement. Same reason they got Tage Gill off the balance sheet at the Pentagon. We don't want to pay these guys health benefits, and we don't want to pay a pension, right? The way Marty Bannon, could have my mom, a housewife, the hardest job in the world, raising 5 hammerheads, and on a essentially a foreman's paycheck and then lower white collar later with a pension, or as my dad said, benefits. Drilled it into you. Basically paying the health care for the kids. That's okay. They want to do that, and they want to get away from environmental because they can make China a dumping ground like they used to make the United States a dumping ground. Why is that? Because the effluent was in charge as a cost of production. It was just free. Boom, it's the commons. But let's just dump it. That's not capitalism. And that's the system today the kids are rejecting. This is corporatism. At best, it's crony capitalism, but it's corporatism. And these are rent seekers, and they're trying to be rent seekers. And you can see this all over. So I want to continue, though, because right now they have chop-blocked President Trump's tariff policies the entire way. They've gone after his emergency powers, whether his emergency powers as CEO of the country to fire guys and cut costs, cut spending, whether it's commander-in-chief to say we have an emergency on the southern border, an invasion, and I'm going to start shipping guys home that are here illegally back to their point of origin. And particularly what drives them the craziest is President Trump as a chief law enforcement officer and chief magistrate. Let's continue on with MSNBC's analysis of President Trump's war on the judges. Let's go ahead and hit it.
The judicial branch. We need to go after them. We need to beat them. It's scary stuff.
It's really chilling. This is one of the most dangerous and damaging things that's happening right now in our country is the disrespect for judges and the public calls for others to disrespect and disregard judges. We have a constitution that has 3 equal branches that all have a job to do, and the job of the courts under our constitution is to rein in the executive branch. This administration does not accept that as a legitimate constitutional function of courts. They seem to believe that it is the job of judges to get on board with and rubber stamp the political agenda of the president. That is absolutely not the case, and that is very dangerous to our democracy. It is also very dangerous to the judges who are out there trying their best every single day to do the job that
Ma'am, lady, they're not looking for you to get on the political. They want you to stay in just this is why the Supreme Court's reversing so many of these. Just call the balls and strikes about the legality. And this is where they hope to chop block him. At everywhere, remember the whole first, when you had the days of thunder and we were flooding the zone every day? Remember we talked about the judges, this is what they were going to try to run into court? And we won the vast majority of those at the Supreme Court level. Now, that is the commercial relationships, right? And if they unwind his emergency powers, because what they called for is that, hey, we have an emergency around a national security emergency around manufacturing in this country from a national security basis. And that's obvious. We've gutted this country. This is why Trump won in 2016. Hillary Clinton went, remember, she went down to Brazil, and I think at the end, Stephen Miller and the guys made this magnificent, like 2.5-minute closing. Our closing argument was an ad that I think was 2.5 minutes long. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. Not that we had a lot of money left over to even put it up on television, but it went viral. Part of it's Hillary Clinton. It was all Hillary Clinton, the globalist. This is a populist movement. This is economic nationalism. What's the important things are twofold. Number one, what is in the best interest of the United States of America? Number two, but right there next to the wingman of number one, is what's in the best interest of American citizens. Not foreigners, not foreign citizens. Their country's got to take care of themselves. And people, they should negotiate hard. I've never whined at all about the Chinese Communist Party using rare earths. Hell, the Wall Street and the corporatists sold it to them. Does this remind you of Lenin's mocking the capitalists by saying, hey, you're going to sell us the rope with which we will hang you? That was the rare earth situation. Gun decking the whole process to see if it was a national security to get over there so they could get the high value added or the heavy rare earths, things like magnets. Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, just didn't randomly go down to some plant in Sumter, South Carolina. He went down there for a reason, to show, hey, we're fighting back on this thing. We're fighting back. We're having a sense of urgency. We're having that good old American stick-to-itiveness, ingenuity. And why is it important to bring it back? A guy named Tom Peters wrote a book that came out in the early 1990s that was the definitive book on how you run companies, called In Search of Excellence. That book had a theory of how you run a company. And it wasn't by just the mathematics. It wasn't by how you ran manufacturing companies. It was based upon the lessons of Hewlett-Packard in the early days of Silicon Valley and all the way up to that current time. And that was, and also Intel, I think, both of them. That was management by wandering around. Why? Because you had the R&D shop, you had the scientists and the technologists and the tech guys, the wizards. They were in a shop in a location that was right near the manufacturing plant. So management could go around, wander around the production line and see what's going on, and so could the technology guys. They were cheek by jowl. Perfect. And that's what led, when we finished with every day at noon, or every hour segment, we finished with the right stuff. The right stuff are about the test pilots and about the astronauts in the Mercury program. It's their courage, their unbelievable courage. That's why they had the right stuff. They had that whole mix of American grit and tenacity and courage and optimism and can-do attitude. But underpinning that was an excellence in manufacturing, that in 7 years you could put it together and you could go to the moon when Kennedy gave the challenge. That is what we're missing today, because the manufacturing, not totally, but somewhat, because the manufacturing is in mainland China. And that's coming home. And I told you for years, they're just not going to sit there and go, oh, this is lovely. Why didn't we think of that? Why don't we ship these factories back? Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the Book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the Book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old
and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The other part is obviously the big beautiful bill and the supply side tax cut. So the supply side tax cut, the trade policies converge on a massive program to redirect the American economy. It has not been done since it started in the late 60s, 70s, 80s, but it picked up massive momentum after the first Bush administration went over and bailed out the Chinese Communist Party in Tiananmen Square. They said they sent General Scowcroft over, who's essentially their national security guru, to tell Deng Xiaoping and these guys, you got to get it back in line. You can't be killing 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 people in front of the world. College students are putting up papier-mâché replicas of the Statue of Liberty because you want freedom. Lao Beijing wants freedom. They want to live a life in the most ancient society on earth, the Chinese society, that they can have the pursuit of happiness. How about that? Yeah, we didn't back their play. Make sure you understand that. The corporatists and the globalists did not back their play. They were like, they weren't all great people, but the large majority of them were kind of like the revolutionary generation here. They wanted to break out from totalitarian structure. We didn't back their play, and that really began the turbocharge of shifting the arsenal of democracy to the Chinese Communist Party. The arsenal of democracy. Essentially the arsenal, the Industrial Revolution superpower that won World War I, that would be us. They'd still be fighting World War I if the United States had not come in. And World War II. Full stop. And the economic plan, and people talked about it. Scott Bessent came on here for years. It's one of the reasons he was in the on the short list to even be Secretary of Treasury, because he had laid out what Trump's vision was, President Trump's was, to get a supply side tax cut. And Scott kept making the argument, this may be the last chance you get it. Now, part of that, a big part of that, is you have to have a workforce that's ready to rumble. And it is true, much of the high value added manufacturing, not all of it, there's some high value added manufacturing here. A lot of the manufacturing has left for Asia. Of course, all the people come in, no, it's all technology taking the jobs. No. Technology took certain parts of the jobs, as you're going to have automation. But the bulk of it was shipped overseas by private equity, by Wall Street, by the corporatists, Why? Because they got higher returns. This is not quantum mechanics. They got higher returns. They got higher returns. Higher returns means higher equity prices. They can pay off debt. They leverage these things up. They can pay off debt. They blow it out. They make the money, and the devil catches the hindmost, and that would be the American worker, who until Trump came along, think about the decades, and you had Bush and these guys, they ran the exact same campaign as what Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. Tax cuts and, government's too big. We're not going to stop the growth of government, but we're going to bitch about it and bellyache about it and pretend to all conservative Inc., the National Review and Tel Aviv Levin and that entire crew at Fox, that we're going to do something about it. Think they did anything about it? Think they did anything about the courts? Think they did any of the hard pick and shovel work that Trump's doing every day? And did I mention that Trump's not perfect? He's an imperfect instrument. But he's an instrument infused by divine providence. If you had not had him and you didn't have him today, you wouldn't have anything. And I realize there's some days and some comments that get you all worked up. We're here to calm you down and say, let's keep, this is 12 o'clock high. You're on a bombing run. Stay focused. Don't be getting off, don't be getting off the main event here. Now, with Kristi Noem, and look, she's in charge of, you got the terrorism thing, all that, but she's got Stephen Miller, and she's got Homan, and her thing is to figure out how to not just seal the border, which we have sealed the border when they told you for years you couldn't do it. They've sealed the border, and she's got, I don't know, there's over 2 million people have left. Now, I don't know, it's 200,000 to 600,000 we deported, and the rest have just left on their own because now you see enforcement. You've sealed the border, and you see enforcement not just in the media, but you see it on the streets of the sanctuary cities and or some of these raids in the companies. So people are going, hey, the wages here are great, but I don't want to live like this. I'm going to go home and figure it out. Part of this issue, though, about the manufacturing base, no. I think we have to come up with a plan of how you cut foreign-born people with visas and people with green cards by, let me throw a number out, 50% in 10 years. How's that? Let's just have a target. Let's get together and have a target, and that's our target. And that would not be giving students, first of all, be blowing out the foreign students. And if the colleges have based their business model upon foreign students paying top dollar, $40,000 a year, and an in-state, Hispanic, black kid, white kid, Asian kid paying, I don't know, $15,000, $18,000, and that gap, that arbitrage is how you're paying all these left-wing professors tenure. Who's got tenure? You got tenure in your job? You got tenure in your job? Even the president of these United States doesn't have tenure. Hell, they impeached the guy twice. Didn't remove him from office. They impeached him twice. They tried to turf him out, and then they tried to kill him later, send him to prison, kill him later. The whole college thing's another total scam. You got somebody sent me the UCSD, I think University of California, San Diego. I don't know, it's the 5th top public university in the country. It's another one of these public Ivies. They sent, I don't know, page 90 of some internal assessment they're doing about their math skills of the basic student population shows up. Let's say this, not great. Now, that gets to the point where they talk about the advanced chip design. Remember, the convergence on the singularity, advanced chip design. This is what Jensen wants to send to, and David Sachs wants to send to the Chinese Communist Party and to the companies, because, of course, we got to make a level playing field for people who are trying to kill us and are in economic warfare with us. And that, we can't have any regulations. There can be no regulations. No, if you put a regulation on, it's like a hair salon on Capitol Hill to get your hair braided or to get your nails done. If you put in that level of regulation on AI, oh man, they freak out. You're a decelerationist. And remember, in the movie Mountainhead, they try to murder the guy. Just mentions, hey, maybe this thing, maybe we take a second look, maybe slow down. They try to kill him. The Elon Musk character and the Steve Jobs character and the Zuckerberg character. So this is where we are, and you got now Scott Bessent throws a whole different one, a whole nother thing out there. Hey, whoa! We're just bringing them in for a couple of years to train, so it's going to be specific industries where we're actually lacking just the craftsmen They're going to trade. And I don't think, and people in Georgia got to correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not so sure the battery situation in Georgia was just bringing in the best guys to train people and then they're going to go home. My understanding, and maybe my facts are wrong, but I don't think so. My understanding was local folks in Georgia notified people because the poor South Koreans were living, I don't know, 10 to a room, like they want the HB-1B guys. I don't think they had the official visas. And they may have been training guys, but I don't think the program was like, hey, they're just here to help us and train us, and then they're leaving. I think they were here as indentured servants. Because that's what the H-1B program is, indentured servitude to basically compete against Americans, take jobs at lower wages and probably less benefits, because the people can't raise their hand and say, hey, I don't think I'm being treated fairly, because you're going to get turfed out of here and your family's not going to get out of here. So first off, in Kristi Noem, all the visa programs, I think we got enough folks. I just think we got enough folks for right now. Until everybody gets a good, high-paying, high-value-added job, particularly the 12 million people taking or STEM have been STEM. Remember, this is the thing. The STEM people are kind of the moral equivalent of what we celebrated for the last 2 days, Veterans Day and the 250th of the Marine Corps, and then we did the Navy before that, we did the Army before that, in sequences they were set up by the Continental Congress 250 years ago. These are people that have dedicated sometimes their entire lives, sometimes part of their life. I mean, the Bannons, we people that go in for 7 or 8 years, do a couple of tours, and then punch back to civilian life. Mo did this, I did this. My kid brother's a Navy pilot, did it. His wife, who was a Navy nurse, or corpsman, I should say. Every time I say Navy nurse, she's in my grill. A Navy corpsman. But you have other people that stay. Some stay for one term. But hey, they take part of their life and dedicate to service to the country. And obviously, some people with the roll of the iron dice get into Chosin Reservoir or the Tet Offensive or Second Fallujah or Najaf. You get into these situations. The STEM kids are kind of, and what I'm saying is they have dedicated. They're the ones in the 3rd and 4th and 5th grade that aren't goofing off in math class, are taking physics very seriously, that are paying attention. They're near the top of their class. They're very dedicated. They have great math skills. They're what you want in a very advanced industrial economy. What is it? I think the stat is we got 12 million of those that are either unemployed, have stopped looking for work, or are working at a job much lower than their skill set. That's a national tragedy. That has to be a priority. To get those people back to work at good jobs is a priority. We don't need foreigners to do that. They still, and this is my problem with Lutnick. Lutnick, who I don't think understands any of the trade deals he's on top of. This is why it shouldn't be lost. Anytime it's an important trade deal, all of a sudden you see Scott Bessent kind of appear, right? You see Scott Bessent with the Chinese, Bessent kind of appears because I think he understands the math. And he's not a bond salesman. You're not selling me anything. You're negotiating a deal, you know the details. I'm not sure Lutnick's on top of any of those. And particularly, the single worst performance of any cabinet secretary was right there in the Oval Office a couple of months ago when they bring out this new H-1B, which Rosemary Jenks, who's the hammer of all hammers, said, hey, the administration is moving in the right direction. This is the right direction. And she's got stuff that she's going to reveal on Capitol Hill that's even more breathtaking than that. Because I've always been adamant for 10, 15 years, you got to get, this program's a scam. Total scam. It's got to be gotten rid of, as is the student situation. Well, Lutnick right there told the president was not just not wrong, it was so bizarrely over the top wrong. You realize that either A, he's just a bald-faced liar, but even this lie was too big. He's just not particularly bright, and he doesn't understand this. Because the way he presented it was like 100,000 a year for 5 or 6 years. We were essentially going to close the deficit, which should say, well, hey, hang on, how many you're letting in? But that's the situation right now. With Scott now, I got a whole new thing. We're just coming here temporarily for shipbuilding, some weapons, and the advanced chip design is a special category. Some people have told me you need a place like Taiwan that has, half the nation has 800 on their math scores, which we don't. because it's both an art, it's both a science and an art. But we got to see those numbers. What are you talking about? Now they're only going to be here for a couple of years. Has anybody told the H-1B department that that's actually a case, Secretary Bessent? I love it well, let's say I don't love it, but I like it a lot more than what else I'm hearing. Has anybody informed the guys that it's temporary, you're going to come over to train people up, and as soon as they're trained, you're leaving? I don't think corporate America works like that. I think as soon as they get cheap labor, you got to go with the trenching tool and dig it out because, hey, that adds to the operating income, which adds to the bottom line, which is going to mean a higher multiple and a higher stock price. And guess what? My management package is going to kick in, and I'm going to make a whole lot more money. This is kind of Elon's deal on the batteries and all his, every tax break that he wants. Anyway, short commercial break. We're going to continue on in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the...
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, so we got a lot to get through. What is driving this? What's driving this is the tech bros and the oligarchs, because their avarice has no bottom. These people do not put this country first. Most importantly, they don't put the citizens of this country first. They think you are totally, completely disposable. Two things happened. Last week, we know from the Wall Street, many things. The Wall Street Journal's done some great reporting. Yes, you heard that from Steve Bannon. Some of the reporting is unbelievable. It's the editorial direction of the Murdochs that I am always adamantly opposed to, because they're always dead wrong. Don't take it from me. Look back over their recommendations, I don't know, the last 20 or 30 years. But we talked about It's just not about AI, and we're going to get to that back at the top of the hour again, artificial intelligence. It is about the underpinnings of that, and they announced that I think 2 of the 4 frontier companies are saying that they have reached human intelligence level. If you look at the curve on that, if you look on the curve on that from the time ChatGPT, because that was an inflection point where you get the actual, response by talking. That was a huge internally to the AI, to artificial intelligence, a huge move. That's what shocked people. It had come that quickly. They thought that might be a decade away. Well, guess what? It wasn't. And if you look at what's happened since then, they're accelerating at an accelerating rate. Now, I'm not saying that the economics of this makes sense. I think you are seeing a little bit of a bubble where they're in a virtuous cycle. One guy announces they're raising money. He's going to buy chips, and they're going to buy, they're going to use cloud computing. They're going to use the Amazon global cloud network. So one announcement from one capital kind of goes through the system, and all the stocks run like it's all one central thing. And you've got some smart people, a lot of people involved in shorting the market before the 2008 crash. That kind of went through and understood how the derivatives were a house of cards. I think Michael Burry and that crowd are now starting to short certain stocks. And so that whole thing is maybe tenuous, but what's coming out is that they're making, in these frontier labs, of which we know nothing that's going on, they're making, it looks like, tremendous advances. When they talk about, hey, we may be at the human intelligence level, your brain's a pretty special thing for human intelligence. Why? Because you're imbued with the power of God, because you're made in his image and likeness. This is why Homo sapiens have kind of taken the lead from all the other species. In addition to the fact you have an immortal soul, might I add, as a footnote. Keep that in mind. Particularly keep it in mind when you go back to, was it Mark 13? If you got Christ basically bringing up the apostles or the disciples who are back from a trip where they're calling his powers a power of the devil or Beelzebub, where he says, hey, you can do anything, but you mock the Holy Spirit, you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, that's a unforgivable sin. This is coming from the Son of God. Boom. The second person, the Trinity, saying, hey, I can't help you. Nobody can help you. That's a pretty good. I'd take the number 2 principle out and write that one down. And let me remind. Okay, let me get that and make sure that's always up on my dashboard, so I remember that. People in Silicon Valley don't remember it because they never learned it, and they're not interested in learning it. They could care less. They're going to do what they do. Now, on top of it, the Wall Street Journal has been doing amazing work. Oh, by the way, that the Chinese Communist Party is doing everything possible to worm out of the deal on rare earths that you saw Scott Bessent down in South Carolina a week ago. They're trying to get everything so our military industrial complex, the production lines for our military, can't get access to it. Because obviously they are thinking they have a plan at some point in time to go, if they have to go kinetic in the South China Sea, in the Straits of Taiwan, in an invasion on Taiwan, to get their hands on those chip factories. And you're not going to be able to ship them to Arizona soon enough. That's going to take a while. Part of that is workforce. There's no doubt about that. But I think Secretary Bessent, and maybe he does it today in this speech. We're going to be covering it. They're running a little late, as is often the case. He's out. We're going to go to a break anyway. We don't have the feed? No. Lost the feed. We'll get it back. We'll go to break at the top. But a story that we went into, I don't think anybody else covered it. A huge story from the Wall Street Journal the other day. I believe it was Friday. It might have been Saturday. It talked about, this is how these guys are like. It talks about, I'm going to throw out a random name, Sam Altman. Oh, yeah, you mean the the ChatGPT guy, OpenAI, that guy. The guy whose CFO says the other day, yeah, we want an ecosystem. It's got private equity and banks and everything, but, the government's got to have a role, just for guarantees, particularly our debt, which could be hundreds of billions of dollars. And then, of course, Zero Hedge had a magnificent article tied together about 10 things about how the hundreds of billions of dollars, not just for the data centers, but now for the energy, which they don't want to pay, which is going to drive your energy cost up. They're going to need some government reliance because so much money. They don't want to raise it through equity because they'll get, wait for it, dilution. So it turns out Sam Altman's got another side hustle. He's involved in something with another great guy from Coinbase, I think it is. Another tech bro, a crypto guy. And what are they doing? It's illegal in this country, but they're designing basically genetically produced, they're doing biotech kids. You heard of test tube babies? These are genetic lab babies where you can pick as a couple the height, the weight, where they have blue eyes. Most importantly, hey, let's get him so the kid can throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, right? Or jump. If she wants it, if we want her to play volleyball or basketball, how about that? How about tennis? All of it. And by the way, let's plug in. Can we plug in 130 IQ while we're at it? Doing it right now and doing it in the dark of night, and it was outed by the Wall Street Journal. We're going to get that. In Florida, they're fighting back, and man, this blows their head up. Local citizens, the plebes, the plebeians, the unwashed masses actually stepping forward here and say, well, hang on for a second. You're letting loose these bots, this technology on our children. Maybe I got something to say about that. Stick around. We're going to also go to New York and try to get, if we can get our technical glitches worked out. It's not RAV, it's not War Room, it's what's happening at the New York Fed. Maybe the New York Fed doesn't want us to hear what Scott Bessent says live. Who knows? Could be a market changer today. Birchgold.com. Take your phone and text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in precious metals and gold in the age of Trump. And you get access to Philip Patrick and his magnificent team at Birch Gold.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Big group. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. To begin with, I'd like to thank the New York Fed for hosting this meeting and inviting me to join you. It's fitting that the Treasury Market Conference is held each year in the fall. Late fall offers us the opportunity to both look back and to look forward. And since the fall of last year, much has changed. November 24 marked an inflection point for the nation and its fiscal future. The American people had just elected President Trump to put the country on stronger financial footing. The previous administration had run up the highest deficit in U.S. history outside of a recession or wartime. As a result, inflation had skyrocketed to generational highs. Families watched our hard-earned savings melt away. as prices of consumer goods climbed even higher. Seeking a course correction, voters elected President Trump in a landslide, and they gave him a clear mandate to make America affordable again. My commitment to that cause, to improving affordability and putting our fiscal house in order, is what motivated me to come up from behind my desk in the private sector and to enter public service. As the 79th Treasury Secretary, my duty is to serve as the primary caretaker of the Treasury market. Maintaining a robust Treasury market and even strengthening it further is essential to making America affordable again. That's because Treasury yields set the global risk-free rate. Domestically, the risk-free rate sets pricing for everything from bank loans and home mortgages to stocks and corporate bonds. In that sense, Treasuries are not only the bedrock of the global financial system, but also the American dream. Treasury yields have a trickle-down effect on the broader economy that determines whether a young family can afford a home, a college student can buy a car, or an entrepreneur can get a small business loan. The work we do here directly impacts affordability and quality of life out there, which is why we must succeed. The good news is we are succeeding. The U.S. Treasury market is more robust and more liquid than it's ever been. The Treasury Department has made significant progress in increasing demand and expanding accessibility to U.S. debt. We are poised to make even more progress towards this goal in the months to come. Purpose of my remarks this morning, twofold. First, to highlight the depth, breadth, and enduring importance of the U.S. Treasury market, and second, to outline the strategies we're using to keep it that way. As Treasury Secretary, my job is to be the nation's top bond salesman, and Treasury yields are a strong barometer for measuring success in this endeavor. By this metric, we are making substantial progress in keeping rates down following the spending blowout from the Biden years. In fact, the U.S. Treasury market has been the best performing developed world bond market this year. The Treasury market's total returns year to date are 6%, its best year since 2020. The U.S. 10-year term premium is basically unchanged, while U.S. borrowing costs across all other areas of the curve, from 2-year notes all the way to 30-year bonds, are down year to date. Lower Treasury borrowing costs mean lower corporate borrowing costs, lower mortgage rates, and lower car payments, which all translates to greater affordability for all Americans. Other developed bond markets, by contrast, have had nowhere near the same success. Some countries have seen demand for their debt reduced or even dry up, especially at the long end, and they've had to react by curtailing sales, but not the United States. We continue to see robust demand at Treasury auctions from a wide range of investors, including foreign investors whose holdings of Treasury securities are at record levels. This impressive performance comes in spite of the negative rhetoric and doomsaying of market pundits, especially this spring. For the past 10 months, the press has been pushing a sell America narrative. But the data and the price action have been saying the opposite. Buy America. And the market always rewards those who put fundamentals over fear. Suffice it to say, the Treasury market remains the deepest and most liquid market in the world, which is a testament to the efficacy of the Trump administration's economic policies. Investors around the globe trust the Treasury market because of its utility as a safe, liquid, and reliable store of value. Treasury securities are used for a wide variety of purposes in the financial system, including as a vehicle to finance the U.S. government, as a means for the Fed to implement monetary policy, as an asset for global investors, as a high-quality collateral for a range of different transactions and institutions, and as a reference benchmark for a wide variety of other borrowers. Daily trading volume for U.S. Treasuries averages around $1 trillion per day, and that's just in cash securities. Volumes in associated derivatives represent another major source of liquidity. During periods of market volatility, volumes in the Treasury market increase substantially. When markets continue to facilitate effective risk transfer despite unexpected events, that is a sign of things working. Having traded many different markets across the world throughout my career, it is moments when markets stop trading that most concern me. It is impossible to eliminate market volatility altogether, and that's why our goal must be to ensure a robust and resilient market that can withstand volatility when it inevitably arrives. To that end, Treasury is pushing several forward-thinking initiatives to strengthen the Treasury market. This includes the Treasury buyback program, which is an important tool in supporting market liquidity. While the program has been a success so far, we continue to look for ways to improve its efficacy. We have already expanded the size of the long-end operations in the Treasury buyback program and will expand the counterparty set in the first half of next year to continue building on the progress we've made. Treasury is also supportive of reforms to the enhanced supplementary leverage ratio, or the ESLR. In its current form, the ESLR risks becoming a consistently binding constraint rather than a backstop to risk-based capital requirements. That can distort banks' incentives to engage in low-risk activities such as Treasury intermediation. The ESLR must be improved to prevent this distortion. Expanding central bank clearing is also key to strengthening market. The SEC is currently leading an effort to expand central clearing in the Treasury market, which will enhance resilience, expand netting opportunities, and standardize risk management. This effort also supports competition in the marketplace as several central counterparties are launching new business lines to facilitate the expanded clearing activity.
Okay, we're going to cut highlights of this and come back to it. Why is this important? What does he say up front? Remember what we've talked about, and then Paul Ryan got into it, I don't know, a month or so ago. The way, and I talked about it here, remember the Economist interview I gave? The coming debt emergency. How's the coming debt emergency triggered? The coming debt emergency is triggered by what? This is a concept you should write down. A failed Treasury auction where the demand, we get so much debt at the price we want to sell them at that there's resistance in the market, or that a Treasury auction, which goes on, I think, essentially every day or every couple of days, fails. And that has a chain reaction that you start to, quote unquote, reprice risk. And the way they reprice it is higher. This is what the Charlie Gasparino theory right now, or why you can't totally get inflation under control. That 3%, and Gasparino has been doing this a long time, says that Wall Street, and particularly maybe even Treasury and the Fed, are signaling that maybe 3% is their new target. I don't happen to think that, but 3% is not insignificant. Of course, it is orders of magnitude lower than the Biden fiasco that started this. But it's it's not the traditional 2, which I think is the Fed target. And that 100 basis point, or that 1%, is a big deal, because that rolls all the way through to your credit cards, your home mortgage, all of it. In fact, that's one of the underlying beliefs of the 50-year mortgage. I'm not defending it, but one of the things they're saying is that with interest rates at a certain height, you do get the lower payment, the lower monthly payment. And if you got to make that and a car payment, and you got to pay credit card debt, if you got 2, 3, 4 things you're paying off, every couple of $100 you save on that is worth it in the short term, and then you refinance it when you get into a better financial situation. I understand you 50 years is a long time to have the 50-year mortgage in and of itself is not a solution. Maybe it's a tool in the toolbox, particularly for people that want the option, but it's not a solution. I also don't think it was presented as a solution. I don't think President Trump ever said, "Hey, this is going this is going to solve the affordability crisis in homes. I think it was another tool in the toolbox. I think the way it got put out there by the guy that presented it to him, particularly unvetted or not, hey, this is a package of what we're going to do. And I think Benny Johnson and Andrew over at Turning Point, this is one of Charlie's big things about, some sort of moonshot or some sort of Marshall Plan or something for the affordability and particularly the home crisis. As I said, this generation is nothing but Russian serfs. They're not going to own it. They don't own anything, and they're not going to own anything. If you treat them like, if they're Russian serfs, eventually they're going to do what the Russian serfs did. Not a lot of them signed up for the Bolsheviks. They weren't exactly excited with the Bolsheviks, but they kind of, they got crushed by the Bolsheviks. But some of them gave some muscle, particularly in St. Petersburg and Moscow. Provided a little muscle because they didn't see an alternative. This is why you got Zoran in Manhattan. You got a Marxist jihadist. As I said, the National Conservative Convention, that this is not the threat to Israel, the threat to the Jewish people, principally is not coming from Tehran. And the obsession with that has now a two-state solution. You've got a two-state solution with the Muslim Brotherhood financier and the Turks running security, and the Muslim Brotherhood financiers writing the checks. The threat is in New York City. How do we get to New York City? Because kids, and you look at all these things, well, they're looking at socialism. They don't like capitalism. They never had capitalism. They've had globalism. They have corporatist globalism. That's not free market entrepreneurial capitalism. And the first thing you have to do is protect your citizens. Hell, we're protecting industries. That's what tariffs are. I know they don't want to talk about it. It is the T word is based upon the P word. You are protecting certain industries. This is why this is why Conservative Inc. hates it, because they're all raised on Milton Friedman. Being raised on Milton Friedman is, to me, just like being raised on John Maynard Keynes. You don't get actually the entire. You get two sides. You don't really get solutions. President Trump's offered you a solution. A supply side tax cut to focus on massive investments in productive capital, plant and equipment, coupled with a trade policy, commercial relationships with the world, that you got a choice. You're either going to build it here and create jobs, or you're going to pay a tolling fee. Take your pick and use the tolling fee, the tariffs, as a forcing function. But the whole purpose of it is not then to invite the world back in. Hey, yeah, invite them back in, particularly from Asia, or particularly from India and China. Why would you invite then massive immigration here on some sort of visa program to take those jobs away from Americans? Now, if Scott Bessent is saying, oh, they're only here for a couple years to just train people, hey, on this one now, I think we're all from Missouri. I think all the numbers got to be put out, including the investment of the foreign companies. The best way to make your case is to make your case. The theory of it and what you've done so far to execute it is, quite frankly, brilliant. Nothing short of brilliant of President Trump's plan. Just now, let's show some math. Let's show the projections. And let's show if there's certain areas that the American worker in this plan are not up to speed and skills. Nobody faults getting up to skills. I got to have Lutnick or the Department of Labor or somebody has got to put those numbers out and show folks. Short commercial break. Back with the Tech Bros in a moment.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, like I said, we got to get, the Kristi Noem comment that we're letting more folks in than ever. I think the focus should be, let's cut it by 50% in 10 years. I'm serious. You can do it. Tons of actions you can take to do this. You would free up so many opportunities for kids, not just kids, but adults in the United States. It'd be amazing. Also with Scott, if the new program, is that the new plan that's interim basis, is just to train people up? And maybe people in Georgia show me something different, or Hyundai shows me something different. I don't, and maybe it's true, and we're going to dig into it. But I'm not buying the fact that the folks down in that plant where they're just to train people up and they're going to leave, they were kind of off the books, and living like indentured servants. This is why the folks down in Georgia started calling people. First, it was kind of health and safety checks, health and welfare checks, to go and check in on them. Then nothing kind of came together. If that's the issue, particularly as you have this foreign capital coming back in, and remember, I'm no fan of foreign capital, but you got all these deals lined up with trillions of dollars coming in. If the Germans, like the Germans at the magnet plant, if you have to do it, then you have to do it. And if Scott's saying it's going to be temporary, then hey, temporary. But one thing I tell you about corporate America, if you ain't on them about things like this, they're gonna have a workaround because they want cheaper labor. You people, they don't like the Americans' attitude. They want cheaper labor, and they don't want to pay health benefits or retirement. Pretty simple. It's a big economic difference. But that's what I'm saying. American citizens got to come first here. You want to be the arsenal of democracy? You want to grow families that create young men and women that fought in these horrible wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea, let's say everything since World War II? You want to create those heroes that you all say thank you for your service? I tell you, don't say thank you for your service. Get on a company that's employing foreigners instead of American citizens. Every time you go in, you should ask them the question. The people in the service, the last thing they need is your thanks. They do it for their country. They do it for their comrades in arms and in the brotherhood of service. They don't need to be thanked. Every day in serving in those positions is a thank you. Ask every person that served, particularly most of the time, some make it a career, but the bulk go in for some period of your time in the 20s. And I tell people it's the best thing you could ever do. The best thing you could ever do. So the country itself, by providing that opportunity, you're getting a thank you. You want to thank them? Make sure their families got their dads and moms got a shot to make a little money to raise them up right. Okay, do that. And take the economic anxiety away from it. You want to build a strong country? Do that. Do that. Don't give them a handout. They don't need a handout. Only thing they want is not have the world come in here and compete against them every day in their own frickin' country that they fought to defend and pay taxes for and built up. That's why people are so angry about this, and they should be angry about it. Okay, I got to play this. And on top of all that, they're going to make a bunch of genetic babies because they don't want to see you anymore. Let's go ahead and play. Can we go ahead and play Stephanie Rule from last night, and then we'll bring some folks in. Let's go ahead and let her rip.
While the race for AI captures all of the headlines, there's another one quietly brewing between Silicon Valley executives. The race to create a bioengineered human being, a child. The Wall Street Journal has some extraordinary reporting out that a small company backed by none other than OpenAI chief Sam Altman has spent months pursuing a secret project for a genetically engineered baby. They're working toward creating a child born from an embryo edited to prevent a hereditary disease. Editing genes in embryos in order to create babies is banned in the United States of America, so the company, called Preventive, has been searching for places to experiment where embryo editing is allowed, including the United Arab Emirates.
Sam Altman's family office and Coinbase co-founder Brian Armstrong are backing this company, Preventive, which, as you mentioned, is conducting preclinical research to attempt to create a baby from a genetically engineered embryo to prevent a hereditary disease. Behind the scenes, the company has told people that a couple had already been identified who was interested in participating in the research.
Okay, you also report on a plan that is meant to, quote, shock the world into acceptance on this. What can you tell us?
Brian Armstrong, the Coinbase co-founder, floated a plan to produce this baby in secret. A spokesperson for Armstrong.
Okay, that's like a horror movie.
I will say a spokesperson for Armstrong told us that he floated that plan only in order to point out what a bad idea it was, and he would never suggest that Preventive operate in that way.
Okay, so they're saying it's to prevent hereditary diseases, but where's the line? How far before you get to make sure the legs are long, the boobs are big, the eyes are blue, and they're super smart?
Well, another suite of startups that we reported on are doing something slightly different than embryo editing. It's called polygenic screening. And some of those companies are already moving in that direction. They say that they can give parents who are pursuing IVF insight into their potential child's IQ, height, eye color, and a host of other traits so that parents can choose which embryos to implant based on that information.
What's the plan if it doesn't work?
If the information is wrong?
If the information is wrong, if this genetically modified embryo, if a baby is born and something goes wildly wrong.
I think that's yet to be seen. These companies, the embryo editing company Preventive, for one, it's far away, it says, from trying to bring a baby to term with this technology.
Day, they were determined that their next child would be brought into the world in what has become the natural way.
Your extracted eggs, Marie, have been fertilized with Antonio's sperm. After screening, we are left, as you see, with 2 healthy boys and 2 very healthy girls. Naturally, no critical predispositions to any of the major inheritable diseases. All that remains is to select the most compatible candidate. First, we may as well decide on gender. Have you given it any thought?
We would want Vincent to have a brother, to play with.
Of course you would. Hello, Vincent. You have specified hazel eyes, dark hair, and fair skin. I've taken the liberty of eradicating any potentially prejudicial conditions, premature baldness, myopia, alcoholism and addictive susceptibility, propensity for violence, obesity, etc.
We didn't want, diseases, yes, but...
Right. We were just wondering if it's good to just leave a few things to chance.
I want to know, how's the company responding to your reporting?
The company says, again, that it's focused on preclinical research. It's focused on trying to prove the safety of embryo editing before it does anything else. It says that it is focused on transparency and that it believes that it will act with high ethical standards going forward.
I don't want to blow your story up, and I want to be careful. How did they feel about this story getting written? Right? There's lots of startup companies that are reaching out to the media. They want their story told. Did they come to you, or did you come knocking on their door?
No, it's great that you asked that question. We came knocking on their door when we started asking around about this company. People close to the company, we were trying to figure out what the company was doing. A few weeks later, there was a brand new post on the website, saying we're preventive and we're here to edit embryos, or at least research embryo editing. When we went to Brian Armstrong for comment, he tweeted a few days later saying, "I'm so excited to be an investor in preventive."
Hold on a second. Back this up. You call the company. You ask for a comment. They do not open the door. They do not call you back. And miraculously, out of the blue, 3 days later, he writes a tweet about it?
Yeah, I don't want to speculate about what kind of conversations were going on behind the scenes, but your summary of the timing is correct.
The thing that strikes me here is that, unlike prior technological revolutions that took place, this particular group, the AI group, the tech bros who want to move fast and break things, think they know better, and this is a broad characterization, than anyone else. And that ethics be damned, and they will do what they want because they can. It's like Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, and I don't think they take that to heart.
You want to give your child the best possible start. Believe me, we have enough imperfection built in already. No, your child doesn't need any additional burdens. And keep in mind, this child is still you, simply the best of you. You could conceive naturally 1,000 times and never get such a result.
Brave New World, and that was Gattaca, the movie. I want to thank my staff for just a brilliant cut. And Stephanie Ruhle, and the young reporter at the Wall Street Journal. Let's not bury the lead. Stephanie Ruhle got it out of her. Armstrong, the Coinbase guy, with Altman, two beauties. They were going to shock the world. Their plan was to shock the world into acceptance. Do not lose that phrase. They were going to shock the world into acceptance because they were just going to do it and present you with the fait accompli, a genetically engineered and created baby. You ready for that? Folks, the convergence on the singularity is accelerating at an accelerating rate. You got people, the narcissists with no ethics, no morals, and no common sense. Half of them on the spectrum, more than half, that have unlimited capital now because of the way the capital markets have responded to this, and it's pure speculation, but they understand big things can happen. Armstrong was going to, if it hadn't been for this young reporter, was going to shock the world into acceptance. How are they going to do that? They're going to present the baby, do it in total secret, and then present it to the world. Remember they did the goat, 30 or 40 years ago, and kind of in the world we've kind of banned this. In fact, the Chinese in China, they put a guy in prison for 10 years, not because he was doing these experiments, because he was dumb enough, according to the CCP, to talk about it at a conference. The Maha, Make America Healthy Again, we're having a conference over there, they're close to the press, we get some people over there. Some stuff's a little edgelord, let's say. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rob's Gator Shot, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, so that's the reality of what's going on. Let's talk. We got Ryan Kennedy now from the Florida Citizen Alliance. Ryan, talk to us about what citizens are doing down there. This is particularly about AI and Chat GPT, and we now have, there's a story, I want to think in the New York Times, about people becoming romantically involved, adults. I'm talking about people in their 40s, romantically involved with, I guess, chatbots. There's also people have been sending me footage, particularly in Japan, people having marriage ceremonies around these chatbots. Ryan Kennedy, what are you doing to protect young folks down in the state of Florida?
Thank you for having me on, Steve. Really, our focus is trying to protect the young kids, just like you said, from access to these chatbots and for their data being sold to the highest bidder, truthfully. So we jumped in because of the scary facts, just as you mentioned in your last segment, amongst others. And what we're trying to do is put some guardrails in place to protect parents' rights, to make sure that parents have to opt their child in before they're allowed to use AI in a school setting, to require age verification and ban children from under 18 from using chatbots, and then also to protect their student data and their children's data, make sure that parents are in control of it, and make sure that what's being taught in schools doesn't conflict with what we've already passed here in Florida and with our Western civilizational worldview.
So walk me through, is this the schools in Florida, is there any guidance at all on this technology in the Florida school system at all?
No. Right now, it's the Wild West here in Florida. School districts are having pilot programs bringing in AI. It's already on all the devices, obviously, as you know, Steve. Computers, tablets, Chromebooks. So many students have access to these devices, and AI is already being integrated into those devices. So it's the Wild West. There is no clear guidance on what school districts can and can't do. And so we're trying to put some in place because we believe that minors need to be protected, our up-and-coming generation need to be protected from the very things that you've mentioned on your show so many times.
This is the reason that they wanted this mandate that no state could ever come up with anything that could slow down the progress. Do you view what you're trying to put in to this as slowing down the development of artificial intelligence, or is it just the applications where it deals with children of citizens of Florida?
Well, I think it could serve both. We definitely want it to be setting a stage and a pathway for the rest of the nation to follow. It will protect students and it will protect minors. And so for that reason, yes, we do believe that it may slow down its development when it comes to the application with children. But really, we're just trying to protect them. We're trying to make sure that children who do not know and don't have a developed brain yet fully don't end up doing something that's going to have a long-term effect. We know with social media, we were so behind on that, and we do not want to be behind on AI. We do not want the effects of AI to impact children like social media did.
How could anybody oppose this? Are the tech companies all over you guys right now saying you're a bunch of Luddites and you're going to hurt the economy of Florida? Because if you have these restrictions, AI companies are going to want to pull out or not have their products or services used in the state of Florida?
Well, what we've heard so far is that there is some, thankfully, some legislators that want to stand up and who want to do the right thing. We, of course, welcome any kind of conversation with those who want to talk to us, but we want to make sure that our children are protected. That's what our primary focus is in our organization, and that's what we're trying to do with these slate of legislative initiatives.
One more time, just give the 3 legislative initiatives, and then I want to give us your coordinates on social media, particularly a website somebody can go to and drill down themselves. So what are the 3 again?
Yes. Opt in to make sure parents have to consent before their child uses AI in the schools, age verification, and then banning AI chatbots for those under 18. And then lastly, to make sure that the data that is being collected by AI, but also the data that's being put out by AI to responses, comply with all of our state laws here in Florida and our federal laws as well.
Have you had a chance to talk to Governor DeSantis or anybody in the administration down in Florida?
Yeah, so Governor DeSantis says he wants to work on this issue. We haven't talked directly with him, but we know he's trying to do something with it. We, of course, welcome any kind of conversation we can have because, again, we want to make sure we protect our children.
Ryan, social media, website, where do people go?
GoFLCA.org is our website. There you can access all of our information. And our Instagram is fl.citizens.alliance. And that's where you can go to find out more information about what we're working on.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. We'll have you back on as this fight continues because it's going to be a big one. And they're going to look at citizen groups and citizens and say, hey, you guys are just, what is it? Grist for the mill. Ryan Newhouse joins us. Ryan, you put out a tweet, I think it was last night, that walked through about the Republican Party, particularly the traditional, didn't just fold, they collapsed. Walk me through, I want to put up, if my tremendous production staff here and in Denver, the Real America's Voice can put it up. Walk us through the essence of what you were saying on this, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. It's great to be with the War Room Posse. Big fan of you guys and your work. You guys are awesome. So there's a debate going on amongst, you could say Con Inc. and the younger generation about the effectiveness of the last 40 years and what we've accomplished, or quote unquote, what we've managed to conserve. And I think, earlier in your segment today, you had Scott Bessent talking about how we need to make America affordable again. And that's core to what the younger generation is seeing and is concerned with, and to the root of this debate. So you see in that tweet, I know a series of statistics, and we could cherry pick statistics all day long. We could talk through, what has and hasn't worked from a policy lens. But the bottom line, Steve, is that at the end of the day, if you go to everyday Americans and you ask them, is life affordable for you? Do you have hope for your future? Are you interested in getting married and having more kids than you can afford? Along the line of that message that Charlie and Turning Point USA and Benny Johnson and others are so good at promoting, the answer is typically, I would like to, but right now it feels out of reach. And that's a problem. And I think that's because Con Inc. for a lot of times has simply managed decline instead of actually engaging in an offensive playbook for the American people.
So what do you mean by that? Tell me about this debate between Con Inc. Are they putting forward that they've had a tremendous run of victories and that their view of the economy? Because they come at it this is what I was saying about the political races, particularly in New Jersey, and maybe even Sliwa in New York, although he focuses mainly on culture and crime. In New Jersey, Citarelli ran a very traditional, it could have been run in the 1980s or 1990s, about tax cuts and about the size of the New Jersey government. Obviously, taxes are too high and the government's too out of control there, but he didn't really get to the heart of any of the other issues, and particularly property tax and other things. Virginia was the same way. The gubernatorial candidate there kind of ran all on cultural issues that are very important, particularly transgender ideology, but really no discussion. The Con Inc., are they saying they've had a string of victories and we should just go along with what their plan is about free trade and neoliberal, neocon economic and national security policies?
Yeah, Steve, that's exactly what they're doing. And if you look at that tweet that I was responding to, it was a series of policy victories, so to speak, on the popularity of homeschooling now. Well, homeschooling has become more popular because our public education system has had a train run through it by cultural Marxism in America. There's a claim in that thread that suggests that because the marginal tax rate is lower, Americans have more prosperity than ever. It's just factually not true. I mean, lower taxes are good, as you're saying, Steve, and we should campaign on those things. But we're kidding ourselves if we don't acknowledge that while we've cut the tax rate since 1980, the dollar has lost 3/4 of its value. The median home now costs 6 times the median income of an American. A new car in America eats up 70% of a household's yearly pay, and tuition for higher education has soared over 1,200%. We've got a nation where 2 incomes barely buy what one used to, and a generation of young Americans who feel like they've been lied to. And because of that, they're seeking, an alternative playbook. And that is why the rise of guys like Mamdani is occurring.
No, this is why they've never really seen the benefits of capitalism because they've never actually lived under capitalism. This is all corporatism. As you put those statistics out, particularly in the universe of the narrative combat of Twitter, what pushback do you get from Conservative Inc.?
On those statistics, I haven't received.
Yeah, just when you say that, you talk about prosperity of the American family and the prosperity of the individual, given the policies of Bush and of both Bushes about when we had control. What pushback do you get from Conservative Inc.?
I think when you look at the data, you can't really wrestle with it in a way that's legitimate. I think the data is true. It's factual. And because of that, I haven't received a ton of pushback on specific data points. I think you can go out and find them yourselves if you're interested.
What is this new generation of kind of populist economic nationalist? What is, what's your 1 or 2 things when you talk to young people your age that are capitalist, right, and free market capitalists? What are the couple things that you guys want most?
Yeah, so I think, what my generation wants is to stop measuring success the same way that corporate America measures success. In the United States, we've been measuring success of our movement via GDP and stock prices. Those things are good to an extent, but they're not sufficient. We need to measure, for purposes of success, how many families are being formed. Are they strong? Can you have families raised on a single income? Can a young family purchase a home instead of being raised in a high-rise apartment building in an urban sprawl? These are the kinds of questions and measurements that indicate a thriving civilization that people in my generation are more concerned about, rather than what does my 401k look like right now, and is this a Black Monday for the stock market?
Ryan, where do people go on social media to track you down, sir? Some of your Twitter threads are quite impressive. Where do they go?
Thanks. You can follow me at Ryan M. Newhouse. That's my handle on Twitter.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Make America great again by making families strong again. This is the whole purpose. It takes us back to the beginning segment, right? right now, this generation, the family formation is so late because of the financialization we've done. The president has got some of the biggest folks on Wall Street with him tonight. I think one of the first things we ought to do is like, hey, why don't we get them out of the buying of residential homes for a while? Let that market settle down, because it kind of plays like the Great Reset, that you're not going to own anything, you're going to be happy with it. The private equity guys are going to own the underlying land and own the structure, own the home. You're essentially going to rent it. So they're going to be able to pay down that mortgage with your rent and then keep the upside as the house appreciates over time. Maybe not the best solution, right? Maybe there's a different way. I'm sure they're going to talk about those types of things tonight. Scott Bessent right there talking about the entire apparatus, particularly the financing of these massive deficits that, and this is what this whole shutdown's about. It looks like the Democrats have caved. Now there's going to be big issues about Obamacare, or some version of what's going to happen. President Trump says he's going to come out with an alternative. But the two key things is, number one, we got to be able to reinstitute taking apart the administrative state. You can't block Russ Vought. I think I can't block Russ Vought and these guys from going to work. They've done such a great job so far. We got to close the gap in these deficits if you're not going to raise taxes or have other revenue streams. Although tariffs looks like it's going to be a big one. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love RAV for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, we're going to continue this conversation tonight at 5 o'clock. Natalie's going to join me tonight, like last night. I thought that was spectacular. So we got a lot to go through all day and a lot more of this going on. We'll have a breakdown of Scott Bessent, also some geopolitics, Ukraine, and the largest aircraft carrier we have is now joining the battle group down off of Venezuela. So that thing is, we got to walk through that so the audience is fully up to speed on what's going on. All Family Pharmacy, like I said, Maha is having this conference today. The Claire Dooley, I think, is going to do some reporting, maybe back in the studio this afternoon, also about what's going on with the Make America Healthy Again movement, which is predicated upon medical freedom. All Family Pharmacy, so allfamilypharmacy.com. That's all one word, All Family Pharmacy. These are one of the leaders in medical freedom. How do they do that? Well, they provide basically doctors so you can get certified people to check out your medical needs and then get approval. And they've got over 300 product offerings of your medicine: antibiotics, hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, all of it, and much, much more. What you do is go to allfamilypharmacy.com. Bannon 25 through today is still their kind of Veterans Day, special. We want to make sure everybody gets access to this. What we love about these guys, once you go to the website, it's pretty in depth about all their different offerings they've got for you and how they hook you up with connect you with the doctor. So it's good in all 50 states. Allfamilypharmacy.com. Promo code is Bannon25. You get a 25% discount on your orders. So go take charge of that today. If you believe in medical freedom, if you want alternatives, and here we're always trying to give you a range of options, go check it out. I think you'll like these folks. Very easy to work with. Home Title Lock also, this whole fight about the 50-year mortgages and, family formation. We just had Ryan on talking about that. Family formation is coming so late in life now. I think the buyer of first-time home is now 40 years old. Used to be in the 20s, used to be in early 20s. If you're lucky enough to own a home, every dream you've ever had is in that home. And particularly financially, and just the way the American economy works, up to 80% of your, maybe 90% of your net worth is tied up in that home. That is your retirement package. You may not have put a lot of cash away. You may not have gotten into gold a couple of years ago, although there's still plenty of time to get into gold if you understand gold through Birch Gold. But on the home, remember, they're the worst people in the world looking at the equity in homes and residential properties in the United States because it's trillions of dollars, and the system that protects you is fairly rudimentary. That's why Natalie Dominguez and the team at Home Title Lock, go check it out with them. Get experts to give you advice on what to do here. It's just pennies a day to protect yourself, because with AI, and remember, artificial intelligence is accelerating at an accelerating rate. Cyber crimes are accelerating at an accelerating rate. Why? They're going up against old systems. So that's why you got to protect yourself. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team. They make themselves. They hired Natalie just basically to do this a couple of years ago. It's been tremendous. I think the company just really appreciates the fact people come in and ask a bunch of questions. Because once you ask a bunch of questions and get the answers, you're going to sign up. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. We're going to get back into visas, back into American workers, back into this economic plan. President Trump, like I said, we've made a bet. They've done tremendous risk mitigation here. It's going to take that time to grind out. I think that's why they just got to promulgate more and more information. The more and more people understand this, particularly not just MAGA, but the more and more that more traditional Republicans and independents and working class, middle class Democrats, they're going to sit there and go, this is a pretty reasonable bet. And I can start to see this working. What you have to do is track all of it. You can, particularly the capital. Remember, this is a program that focused on bringing high value-added manufacturing jobs back here to the United States of America. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's happening, and that's why you got to have the workers trained. People got to be ready to go. Everybody understands that. And what Scott threw out on Fox today, I thought was very intriguing. And of course, we're talking to Treasury to get some more details on it. Mike Lindell. There's all kind of reporting on now. We started off with about the grand conspiracy and how people, there are now people at the Justice Department focused on this. You were one of the targets. You lived to fight another day. More importantly, your company has lived to fight another day, particularly all the hardworking folks in your call centers, which they've tried to shut down, and on the factory floor of MyPillow. What do you got for us today, sir? I'm in the buying mood, so where do we go? What do we do? What are we buying?
Here's what we're doing, everybody. We're going to have, this is exclusive for the War Room Posse. It's an early Black Friday special. Last year, these sold out last year. It's our 5-pack. It's a 5. These are all Go Anywhere My Pillows. They're all for Christmas free. You got 5 Christmas gifts in one for $29.98. It's the lowest price in history. We're going to offer it just to the War Room Posse. You guys get them. Once they're gone, they're gone. We've gotten in so many that we came in the other day, and this is our patented My Pillow Go Anywhere pillows, and then you have the 5 separate covers. They all tell stories in the Bible. They've got for your grandkids, whatever, even for yourself, like a Noah's Ark. It tells on the back of the pillow, it's got everything written there, that story of Noah's Ark. And then, but you have the collection of all 5. They all come separately in the box, so you have 5 separate Christmas gifts. It's a great early Black Friday special. So go to mypillow.com/War Room. By the way, if you bought these all separately, they'd be $200. You get them for $29.98, all 5. And you guys, we left up the blowout sale on the My Pillows. And then you have our Giza's Dream Sheets as low as $29.98. Our famous Giza Dream Sheets. And you guys, so go there. And then we left up there for the Made in the USA sale. We did leave up the mattresses and the mattress toppers, you guys, to get you guys. We left those up with free shipping. So you guys get free shipping on those big ticket items. The War Room Posse, you guys love our patented products that we have. The My Pillow patent is still in our beds and our mattress toppers. And Steve, I want to say one more thing.
Yep.
With the promo code War Room, you guys, you can extend your 60-day money back guarantee all the way to March 1st of 2026.
Wow.
Promo code War Room.
Wow.
Promo code War Room.
Wow. That's a good that's 6 months, 5 months. Do the math for me. 5 months. We'll see you back here. I tell you, I'm gonna ask you the math question at 5 o'clock. Mike Lindell will be back with us. The Charlie Kirk Show follows us. Andrew and the team will be there today. Poso at 2, Gruber at 3, the great Eric Bowling at 4, and you're back in the War Room at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Natalie will be with me as we break down efforts about these visas, about the situation. See you there.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Who is running the show now in the Democratic Party, in the Senate, in the House?
No one really knows. I mean, my party's always been opposing shutting our government down.
Yes, he voted no, but 8 senators who said they consulted him daily go and vote yes. One of those people is his number 2. He's not going to do that without Senator Schumer's sign up. And then conveniently, all 8 of those senators aren't up for re-election in 2026. This is the D.C. way. Senator Schumer could have blocked this if he had wanted to. It undermines the narrative that this was a Trump shutdown if 8 Democratic senators could have ended it. We should have kept the pressure on.
We're told that the Supreme Court extended its temporary pause on the Trump administration sending out those SNAP benefits to more than 40 million Americans, meaning that this is a temporary victory for the White House. They do not have to send out these SNAP benefits that many count on until at least 11:59 p.m. on Thursday. But it is possible the shutdown ends by then. It looks like it's moving that way. But of course, Brett, in Washington, D.C., in 2025, nothing is done until it's done.
There's never going to be a country like what we have right now.
And does that
the Republicans have to talk about it.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent.
We have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
Of course, there's so much H-1B abuse. You would not believe what I saw when I was in Silicon Valley. It is insane. It's obviously a program to try and replace U.S. workers with basically slave labor that can't ever escape. The H-1B abuse is crazy.
I didn't get laid off for lack of work. I got laid off because somebody cheaper could do my job.
We met with this group of workers who all had to train replacements.
I was given the news that in 90 days, my job was over, and I had to train my replacement. Never in my life did I imagine, until this happened at Disney, that I could be sitting at my desk and somebody would be flown in from another country, sit at my same desk and chair, and take over what I was doing. It was the most humiliating and demoralizing thing I've ever gone through in my life.
What the president has said, he said very clearly, we want the very best and the brightest to make America their home. We want them to build great companies and so forth. But I don't want companies to fire 9,000 American workers and then to go and say, we can't find workers here in America. That's a for you.
You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant, and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
The American space program, the program that was the first to put a human being on the surface of the moon, was built by American citizens, some German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II, but mostly by American citizens who had built an incredible space program with American talent. This idea that American citizens don't have the talent to do great things, that you have to import a foreign class of servants and professors to do these things, I just reject that. I actually think we invest in our own people, we can do a lot of good.
Under the Trump administration, we've sped up our process and added integrity to the visa programs, to green cards, to all of that, but also more people are becoming naturalized under this administration than ever before. More people are becoming citizens because we're not just streamlining and building some processes back into our immigration policies. We're also making sure that these individuals that are coming into our country and get that privilege, that they actually are here for the right reasons.
An unskilled worker.
What you're saying and what
if there's an unskilled worker who's unemployed versus a highly trained or highly educated, engineer, physicist, those are two different kinds of people who would be taking two different kinds of jobs. What he said is objectively true. You couldn't pluck anyone off the street and put them in a high-tech, highly specialized, high-trained area in that moment. Maybe you could train them over time, but if you have someone that's already trained that wants to pay $100,000 to come here and you could do it, why wouldn't you?
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the...
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I am joined on set today by two absolute legends and rock stars. This is just the start. Mikey McCoy, Chief of Staff at Turning Point USA, and Joe Bob Tai Lei-Fei.
Where's the other legend and rock star?
You're looking at him, man. Joe Bob Tai Lei-Fei, host of Turning Point Tonight, which you can check out on Real America's Voice and all the other streaming podcast places on Real America's Voice. And you're also a comedian, and you are a Turning Point USA contributor. Welcome, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you have been, you were on with Charlie a number of times on this show, so it's wonderful to have you back on. And you're actually touring with Megyn Kelly right now.
Yeah, and that has been a wonderful and wild experience. Obviously, you know, the only reason she reached out and asked was because, you know, Charlie was supposed to do a stop. And so I can't, you know, take, oh, this is me, I'm super awesome and great.
But you are.
I don't know about that. But, you know, again, really, really appreciate Megyn for reaching out and offering such a gracious role on the tour, but specifically because Charlie was set to do a stop with her later on this month, I believe.
Yeah, and you used to do the tour stops for Charlie.
I
used
did.
to open up, and I always loved that about it.
I used to open up, and the risk of going on a tangent, Mikey McCoy, one of the greatest people I know, and also was the only reason that I ever would have gotten fired, because at those tour stops, he would suggest jokes to me and claim, hey, this is what we want here. And I would never be able to read whether or not he was serious.
But were they good jokes?
They were good jokes, but then I would go in and ask Charlie, and he'd say, do not say that. and I would go on with something else. This happened
they were good
times.
Jokes, though.
They were good jokes.
So you're also famous because at Berkeley, Antifa is in the news. At UC Davis, you were taking the video of them smashing the glass, Antifa smashing the glass at our UC Davis stop. What was that, 2023?
That was 2023, and that just shows how green and naive that I was.
And you were like, you got really close to them?
We both were. We were there together, me and Joe Bob.
Mikey knew better. Like, I was pressed up against the glass. It was like they're coming up to the door. They'd broken through the barricade outside. Yep. They were coming up to the glass doors, and I was like, okay, cool, there's doors here. This should, stop them. Not thinking in my head that they were going to smash the glass in on my face.
I was standing back a little bit.
Yeah.
Joe Bob was getting hit with shards.
Oh, yeah.
The best part is where Joe Bob just goes, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I believe Greg Gutfeld made fun of that on his show later that evening, because I was, again, kind of like, is this happening?
Yeah.
And that was an interesting experience, to say the least.
What's interesting? Anyways, it's fine. I'm getting texts and distracted. It doesn't matter. So Listen, we have a lot of things to do in the news today, and I want to get through it because we have a packed show. We got Tristan McLaughlin coming on at second half of this hour as well to talk about Operation Midway Blitz. Huge actual success story there that I don't think is getting enough attention. And then we have actor and comedian Rob Schneider, who I'm just going to let you just riff with him. That's my plan.
I was with him Monday at Berkeley.
That's my plan. And then we also have Allie Beth Stuckey joining us. It's going to be a good time. And yeah, we've got some great clips of you and Charlie laughing it up, Joe Bob. We should put these images up if you have them, just because once we look at this. This is you and Charlie laughing, Joe Bob and Charlie. I don't have pictures like this with Charlie because I'm not as funny as you. But
do you want me to tell you the story of what we were talking about there?
Yeah, which one? That first clip?
That first clip, yeah. And I know the radio audience can't see it, but we're laughing it up. Because, so in this particular clip, I was showing Charlie all of the things that he would sometimes do wrong on campuses. Because at this point in time, I was kind of mingling with the crowd, trying to like get in with the Trantifa folks and ask them questions. And Charlie, in this particular clip, saw me in the audience and waved. As in, like, I know that guy. He's my friend, and I'm like, dude,
I'm supposed to be
stop.
Incognito. Yeah, because you would go out on campus as kind of the like you would present left leaning. You were like,
well, I wouldn't necessarily.
You were left coded.
It was,
but you're not white.
It was the racism in their hearts.
Yeah, exactly.
A brown guy with earrings can't possibly agree with Charlie Kirk,
right?
And so yeah, I was able to talk to people, and in this particular clip, I was showing Charlie, hey, don't do this
because please don't out me.
Yeah, this is very obvious, and it's gonna cause a problem for me.
Yeah, no, it absolutely it's good to call that out, and Charlie would love to kind of like mess with people. And anyway, so we have news to get to, and I think there's Epstein news, there's H-1B news. Like Dems are actually in disarray because the government's about to open up today, which is everybody's pointing fingers at them, and we should absolutely encourage them to fight amongst each other. I think that's really important. But one thing that is very close to my heart, and I think it was close to Charlie's heart, I know it was, is this H-1B discussion. So I want to play this cut, and this is coming up now because, Trump's talking about 600,000 Chinese students and colleges and H-1B. And I want to get your reaction in the audience. So please, we're going to be reading your emails here and reacting to them live on air. freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. Send us your emails, please. Let's go ahead and play. It's a little bit of a longer clip. 228. This is President Trump on with Laura Ingraham talking about H-1B visas.
Republicans have to talk about it, Laura.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
I'll
give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. Making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant, and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
All right, so it's a longer clip, but there was a lot there, right? We're talking about, do Americans have the necessary skills in these high-tech environments? I think that's ultimately what he's getting at. And what do you do about H-1Bs? So this is a hugely contentious issue. There's people of good faith on both sides of it. Joe Bob, you're not white. What's your take on it? Well, it's the second time I said that, but I didn't get a reaction the first
time. Hold on, let me put a qualifier in there as Libs would. As the son of an immigrant, I will say this. Can we have two thoughts in our head at one time? I think this audience is smart enough to be able to have two thoughts simultaneously.
Yes.
One, yes, we want these jobs to go to Americans. We want these jobs to go to American citizens. And at the same time, I think this is one of Charlie's biggest points when he wrote this book called College is a Scam, saying we are not educating the people in this country in the way that is going to be beneficial to their future jobs in this country. So on one hand, I want all these jobs to go to American people. On the other hand, we got to fix our education system so that these people can be qualified, because that really seems to be Trump's main point there, is that, well, we don't have enough qualified people to do all of these jobs. And I want those people to be qualified and be Americans. But the problem is our university system and our education system is so bogged down with liberal woke nonsense that we unfortunately don't sometimes, and Trump would say it, don't have the talent. And I think that's possible, but it's going to take reevaluating where our education system is in order to bring Americans up to speed, so we don't need to farm out or outsource any of these jobs.
Well, I completely agree. We were big advocates when Charlie was around of trade schools, of tech trade schools. You know, I think there is a misalignment between our higher education system and the jobs that exist in the economy. There is absolutely truth to that. And by the way, robotics is coming. Yeah. Robotics is coming. Automation is coming. We need to be thinking about that, too. We're going to be blowing the brakes today, taking your emails, freedom@charliekirk.com. So check us out there. Please send us your thoughts on the H-1B debate. I want to tell you really quickly about Patriot Mobile, our good friends there. Patriot Mobile, they are the only Christian conservative wireless provider in the country. They have been great friends of this show for a long time. Glenn and the team are fantastic, and they've been doing this for 12 years. So you can keep your phone. You can upgrade your phone with them. You're going to be calling Americans as we talk about this. This is an American call center. They'll make it all easy for you. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That's promo code Charlie for a free month of service. Or you can call them at 972-PATRIOT. Call them at 972-PATRIOT. Get the dual SIM. For the love. Get the dual SIM. It's what I use. It is the best. 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie and get a free month of service with Patriot Mobile today. We'll be right back.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
I'm an immigrant, and I'm against the importation of most of the engineers working in Silicon Valley. For years, I've watched qualified engineers being passed over for cheaper imported workers, primarily from India. Well, the India thing is like another big touch point in this whole debate, because India is, by far and away, I think it's like 70% of the H-1Bs are held by Indians.
Yeah,
you got 1.5 billion Indians on the planet, and a lot of them want to come here and work. Here, real quick, I want to tell you about YRefi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others simply will not touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay, and that is the key here, folks. So they're not going to just give you a one-size-fits-all thing. They're going to talk to you. They're going to look at your credit. They're going to look at your ability to pay, your monthly budget, and they're going to take your existing student loan, and they are going to make it so that you can make monthly payments that fit within your budget. So that is the key. Other people don't do that. They say, here's what it's going to cost. Here's what we're doing. They will ensure interest rates under 6%. They even let you skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times with no penalty. Please check them out. They're great patriots. They support the show. They support Turning Point USA. Amazing people. 888-YRefi34, 888-YRefi34, or log on to yrefy.com. That's yrefy.com. Welcome back, radio, in 1 second. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're getting your emails here, freedom@charliekirk.com. Larry says, you join the military, they train us after the Navy. The company trained us to run machines, not a bunch of foreigners. Thanks. So anyways, that's... So it says War Room had great input. This is from Sunny. Companies in Georgia, Hyundai plant hiring people on H-1B visas and having them live as indentured servants. This is totally true. I mean, this happens all the time where companies will say, oh, we're just, we're bringing these skilled workers, and these people are living like, slaves, basically. We shouldn't allow that in our country. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Just, I mean, it's also a numbers thing. So it's just like you brought up India. India's middle class, literally equivalent to the United States, is almost our entire U.S. population. And it's just, the numbers don't really add up. You can't import enough people and just expect that America will stay the same. But then on top of that, we'll claim capitalism, but it's actually corporatism, which is just, they're looking for cheap labor is what it is. And it's a problem, because it's also just like a violation of human rights that you're bringing in somebody because it's cheaper and they can do the job equivalent to you. They can't do it better than you, but they can do it cheaper than you. So then we'll import them.
I got an email here from Krista. She says, hi, Andrew, Mike, and all the Charlie Kirk Show team. Want to start off by saying you're doing an amazing job. Thank you. She goes on and on. Very kind. Thank you, Krista. But then she says, my question is about a very apparent disconnect between the MAGA base and what's coming out of the White House. She's talking about H-1B visas, the economy, 50-year mortgages. I know that Charlie was an advocate to Trump. So a lot of people are talking about this online, that Charlie was the voice of the base. We really did aspire to be that, by the way, to be the voice of the base and to make sure the admin was connected to all of you out in the audience. That's still going on. I would just say that, look to some of the clips that are coming out, for example, from J.D. Vance on immigration, right? So, for example, this is a little bit longer clip, 40 seconds long, 186. This is J.D. Vance at Ole Miss. These messages are in the admin still, and so we got to kind of parse through the signal and the noise here. 186.
Let in about 1 million legal immigrants into the United States of America every single year. And I think the evidence is pretty clear that a lot of those immigrants are actually undercutting the wages of American workers. It's one of the reasons why the President of the United States It's one of the reasons why the President of the United States and a lot of us in the administration have encouraged H-1B reform, because if you look at the H-1B visa, what it's supposed to be is that you have a super genius who's studying at an American university, who's working at a great company. You want that super genius to stay in the United States of America and not go somewhere else. What it's actually used to do is hire an accountant at a 50% discount to an American citizen. I don't think that we should be hiring accountants from foreign countries when we've got accountants right here in the United States that would love to work for a good wage.
All right. So I am completely on board with America is for Americans, but I have to put a piece of evidence here that we all need to struggle with here. Go throw up image 239. Joe Bob, you can look at my screen if you need. This is at UCSD's Math 2 course. It teaches grade school math, grades 1 through 8, to freshmen. Okay, This is from the university's own report. 29% of students got 7 plus 2 equals blank plus 6 wrong. So 7 plus 2 is obviously 9, so it would be 3 plus 6. But 25% of the students got that wrong. 61% students, a large majority, couldn't round 374, 518 to the nearest 100. Which would be 374, 500. 37% of students couldn't subtract fractions. UCSD is ranked as the nation's 5th best public university. And this tweet concludes by universities are cooked. So there has been a degradation of our own talent development system, to your point. College is a scam. And we are seeing the fruits of that. We are paying the piper. At some point, the debt must be paid.
Well, yeah, and I think just to reiterate, my priority would be to train Americans to do American jobs. What I think I'm trying to say with the nuance between what President Trump is saying is I think we're just trying to understand where he's coming from, right? That's I think, my basis here. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you don't have an education structure that allows students to be able to succeed in the workforce, then what is the education structure? Like, okay, cool. You know all of the genders and all of you've colored your hair and you've done all that sort of stuff, but you don't actually have any tangible skill to be applied to the American workforce. That's where you need to reset the university system.
Yeah, we got an email that said, America first means Americans first. And I somewhat agree with that. And
I totally 100% agree with that.
And look, my grandfather, he helped build, the spaceships during the 80s, and he had no skill. He had no experience. He went in there. He didn't know geometry. He didn't know any of this stuff. And he tells these hilarious stories where he's like, I just had to figure it out. Look, same thing was for me. When I first started working for Charlie, I literally had no idea how to properly write an email, how to book a rental car, how to do any of this stuff. We figure it out. Americans figure it out. Right. Americans first.
America first. We'll be right back.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hi, Pat, from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Trump Media just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corporation and Crypto.com, the crypto platform that's trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to acquire up to $6.4 billion in CRO to establish America's first publicly traded CRO treasury, Trump Media Group CRO strategy. Once complete, this new company will be the largest publicly traded CRO holder out there. So if you're ready to join the crypto revolution, head to Crypto.com today and be part of this historic move. That's Crypto.com. Don't wait. For more information on the proposed business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition Corporation's public filings. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. The federal government could reopen as soon as today if the U.S. House passes a bill to fund the government through the end of January and President Trump immediately signs that measure. A vote is expected to happen by this evening after the Senate passed the compromise bill on Monday and Speaker Mike Johnson called House lawmakers back to Washington, D.C. In the meantime, from planes to trains to motorcycles, members of the House are doing whatever it takes to get back to the nation's capital for today's vote.
Because they shut down the government, the Democrats, the flights are too unreliable. So I'm going to ride on a motorcycle. It's going to take about 16 hours or so. It's going to be a little chilly, but I will do my duty. I'm getting back to D.C. We're going to get this country back on track.
That was Republican Wisconsin Congressman Derek Van Orden. He's scheduled to arrive back in Washington, D.C. in just a couple of hours after spending the night in Pennsylvania coming from Wisconsin. By the way, if and when this government funding bill is enacted, 8 Republican senators whose phones were spied on as part of the Biden administration's January 6th investigation stand to get a $500,000 payout. The legislation would retroactively make it illegal for the Justice Department to have accessed those records, allowing the senators to sue the DOJ for up to $500,000 per violation. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. We'll have more headlines coming up here in just a little bit.
Will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're going to be joined by Tricia McLaughlin in just a second. But first, I want to tell you about our friends over at TikTok. You see, Charlie built a thriving community through conversation. It's not something that happened overnight. He had to work for it, but it happened over time, and then it grew into a snowball. And he had one of the best communities online through TikTok. TikTok offers opportunities for respectful exchange of ideas, and through that, opportunities for community. You'll find creators who teach and encourage, a carpenter passing on his craft, a mom explaining how to make a budget stretch, or a gardener showing us how to bring a backyard back to life. Different stories, same drive. People want to connect. That's what social media at its best. We know a lot of bad things about social media, but social media at its best is about people connecting and building community. Freedom to speak what we know, hear each other out. That's the power of TikTok. It gives everyone a seat at the table, a place to speak, to listen, and to remind each other of what connections look like. Conversations build community, and connections build communities and connections. Well, I almost got that right. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are sponsored in part by TikTok. And by the way, I think Charlie probably helped win the election in 2024 through TikTok because it was so just exceptional.
During the election, he was the third biggest TikTok
it was,
on the entire
it was
platform.
Trump campaign, Charlie, then Kamala. Pretty crazy.
And then like Taylor Swift.
No,
he was bigger than Beyonce.
Everyone.
Yeah.
We are joined by the great Tricia McLaughlin, who I've known for a long time. She's been doing amazing work at DHS. Tricia, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Andrew, thank you for having me.
You put out a tweet yesterday that I think was amazing, 182, and I don't think it's getting enough attention. I mean, your tweet went pretty viral, but just in general, I haven't heard enough people talking about it. It says, we aren't leaving Chicago. There's all these rumors that we're like thrown in the towel or whatever, so you just wanted to put the line in the sand and say, no, we're not. Since the start of Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, homicides are down 16%. Shootings are down 35%, robberies down 41%, carjackings down almost 50%, almost half, so 48%, transit crime down 20%. Tricia McLaughlin, you are probably the most capable spokesman for DHS. That's my personal opinion. You got a lot of great. We love Tom Homan and Christy Noem. I'm not trying to pick a favorite, but okay, I am because I think you're great at this. But tell us, spike the football, because people need to understand how successful this operation has truly been.
And President Trump actually took to Truth Social last night to point out these exact statistics. And this is what the media doesn't want to tell you, is J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson, the mayor out of Chicago, failed to do their job and refused to do their job for years. And Chicagoans and Illinois citizens were living in fear. You just saw yourself, carjackings 50% down. The law enforcement on the ground who have been vilified. There's been obstruction from J.B. Pritzker, from Brandon Johnson. It's not just the rhetoric themselves demonizing and vilifying our law enforcement, the actual obstruction themselves, not letting our men and women into the jails to remove these violent criminals. And yet, these are the results our men and women are delivering. It really is remarkable. And I know the Chicago Tribune and the New York Times would love to tell the American people that we're bending the knee and we're going to get up and leave Chicago. Absolutely no way. We're going to stay. We're not going anywhere, but we'll also be going to other sanctuary cities here shortly.
Oh, I love that. Please feel free to break some news, Tricia, if you want to name some names, name some cities. But I'll let you think about that for 1 second. I also want to shout out, though. It's not just Chicago that's having. Go throw up image 247. Trump admin's Memphis Safe Task Force locates 101 missing children in 40 days, according to U.S. Marshals. Throw up image 246. Since Trump began his crime crackdown in Memphis, murder has dropped 52% and robbery has plummeted 69%, per an analysis of data by the Daily Caller. We've seen this obviously in D.C. as well. When you get tough on crime, criminals flee and they scatter and they stop doing the things that they've been getting away with impunity because people are taking it seriously. This is such a winning message. Absolutely. Go for it, Tricia.
I mean, this is just common sense policy. If you remove illegal aliens, those who break the law, those criminals off the street, you're naturally going to have less crime. And it is stunning that every single time, instead of actually doing their jobs and protecting the men, women, and families who've elected these politicians, instead they decide to vilify those who actually come in and do their job for them. I mean, what you've seen out of Los Angeles as well, crime plummeting there. Gavin Newsom, of course, denying that. And we're going to continue to do this across the country. But I do want to point out the death threats and the violence that our law enforcement has been facing. Andrew, an 8,000% increase in death threats against our law enforcement. We've talked about this before, a 1,000% increase in assaults against our law enforcement. We're just talking about, of course, the successes out of Chicago. But just last weekend, a criminal illegal alien was shooting at our law enforcement. Our law enforcement was facing mobs. They were getting bricks thrown at them. They were otherwise being assaulted, paint cans thrown at their vehicles, which can turn deadly when they can't see what's on the road in front of them. It's not just dangerous, of course, for the law enforcement. It's dangerous for the public. But where do you don't hear J.B. Pritzker or Brandon Johnson condemning that. You don't hear them condemning these foreign terrorist organizations who put bounties on our officers' heads. You just continue to see them demonize our law enforcement.
Yeah, and we actually have a clip from Brandon Johnson doing exactly that, and I want to make sure I pull it up. This is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson just asked the United Nations to intervene and stop ICE. The United Nations, Tricia, 201.
Government's immigration enforcement has been marked by violence and an assault on the dignity of all Chicagoans. I call on this council to hold the federal government of the United States to the same standards of accountability you apply elsewhere in the world. No country should be above international law. I urge the Human Rights Council to consider additional measures of accountability, including a special session to examine the worsening human rights crisis in the United States.
Okay, so this guy has an approval rating, Tricia, of about like -6, and yet he has the gall, like a total globalist, by the way. What a revelation of that, just the nationalist, conservative populism, the like we love America, America first mindset versus the globalist mindset right there. But okay, he's condemning you for carjackings down almost 50%, homicides down, shootings down, robberies down. So what is he upset about, Tricia?
Oh, it's so embarrassing for him to be saying that. But by the way, where was he condemning the humanitarian crisis that Joe Biden and Mayorkas manufactured down on our southern border, where children were being trafficked, hundreds of thousands of children missing in the system, likely being exploited, trafficked, many of whom are still missing today? Secretary Noem and President Trump have found about 20,000, and we're working very closely with Secretary Kennedy on that initiative. But where was he when there's 100,000 Americans every single year who are dying of fentanyl? What about that humanitarian crisis? He suddenly is silent on that, and not to mention the violence that we see on his own streets created really by his rhetoric, his conduct, and the fact that he has a revolving door of justice, a catch and release policy that his sheriffs and his local and state law enforcement can't actually do anything. They'll arrest these individuals, and the next day they'll go back onto the streets to re-perpetuate those same crimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're nowhere to be seen on those because it's all tribal. It's all our team versus your team. Nobody's putting the American people first, except for the good folks of ICE and DHS. So we love you guys, and we have your back 100%. You know that. I want to get into something with you, Tricia. I didn't prep you for this, so I apologize. But it's something that comes to mind as we're talking about these blue states, blue cities. You see this in Chicago. You see this in California, where you get these volunteers on the left, and what they do is they stock ICE vehicles or DHS vehicles, and then bad things happen. Rammings happen, or the law enforcement feel threatened, that their physical safety is being threatened, and you see these scuffles happen. And then they run on to like Aaron Burnett's show on CNN, and they cry victim when really they're impeding law enforcement. And there's whole networks that their whole job is to try and identify the vehicles, trying to alert the community to stay indoors or whatever. I don't know what they're, and they think they're doing this social good by protecting illegal immigrants. What is being done about this? What can be done about this? It feels to me, Tricia, that this is a pure violation of the law because they are impeding the work of law enforcement on purpose, and they call it community activism.
You're absolutely right. It's obstruction of justice. And of course, we've seen this with big tech as well. We see that there is these ICE tracking apps when they act like it's simply information sharing, when really it's handing out a silver platter intelligence information about our law enforcement so that those criminal illegal aliens, including highly sophisticated, ambitious gangs like MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, can use that to target our law enforcement. And you made mention of this, Andrew, but I think it's really important for listeners and viewers to know is that it's not just our law enforcement who's being targeted. It's their children. It's their spouses. We see that on the dark web where their law enforcement children go to school is being put on there where their spouses work. And so they are targeting them not only a professional level, but a personal level. You mentioned the stalking. We've seen quite a bit of that. People even taking to Instagram Live as they follow these law enforcement members home. It's something that the Department of Justice is working very closely on, but there's something even broader going on, and it's who is funding these individuals and who are funding these networks. Secretary Bessent has been incredible on this issue. I think we're going to get to answer and give that to the American people, hopefully here very shortly. Because
I sorry to interrupt, but it's, we're dealing with this on the Antifa front, after Charlie's assassination. I think that these funding networks we're going to see complete overlap. It's the same ideologies. It's the same funding networks. Once they kind of disperse into this loose network of people, I think we're going to see all roads lead back to a bunch of the same people and a bunch of the same organizations. So I commend you're bringing that up, and I commend Scott Bessent and Treasury for doing that. I was actually over there. I saw some of the binders that they're stacking up. I want to get your reaction really quick, though. This is Latin street gangs in Chicago are now ordering members to shoot on sight when ICE is conducting raids. 249.
DHS says a man drove up in a Jeep and fired shots at Border Patrol agents. Now, after shell casings and video were collected from the scene, multiple agencies tracked the shooter, and a suspect is in custody.
An illegal alien that has a past felony conviction for firearms. This suspect's in custody, and they're pursuing leads based on this suspect. It appears he was in the Jeep, and he was armed.
DHS released pictures of federal vehicles damaged after at least 4 were rammed this week, and others were pelted with bricks and cans of paint. And Border Patrol agents were alerted that the street gang, Latin Kings, directed their membership to shoot.
I wanted to cut that off. They're about to say shoot on sight. Trisha, what is your reaction to that? 15 seconds.
More of the same. It's disturbing. It's despicable. We just saw bounties on our officers' heads for up to $50,000. Someone's going to get killed, and our law enforcement is all over this, Homeland Security, FBI, but we do need our state and local law enforcement to also step up and help protect our federal law enforcement.
Yeah, well said. We need to stay on this like white on rice. I'm so glad you guys are on it. Thank you, Trisha, for joining us. You're the best. We'll see you soon.
See you soon, Andrew. Thanks for having me.
All right. I want to tell you about one of our partners, Done with Debt. When you're buried in credit card and loan debt, it's human nature to put it off and procrastinate. I'll deal with it later. If that's you, here's a hidden fact the debt strategy experts at Done with Debt shared with me. They discovered a strategy that works in your favor to dramatically reduce or even erase your debt altogether. They aggressively engage everyone you owe money to right now. They know which lenders and credit card companies are doing year-end accounting and need to cut deals. They even know which ones have to get your debt off their books. So you need to check out Done with Debt now. Done with Debt accomplishes without bankruptcy or new loans. donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. Talk with one of their specialists for free. donewithdebt.com. donewithdebt.com. You need to get started now. That's the key. Don't procrastinate. donewithdebt.com. We're going to keep going through the breaks. We'll be right back.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. I want to take you to Washington, D.C. for the D.C. Maha Summit featuring the Vice President as well as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Let's listen in.
For him, both of us have beards. Rutherford B. Hayes.
Good.
Was Cleveland, Ohio, or is he somebody else?
I don't think Cleveland was.
Okay. The problem is a lot of the Ohio ones are, frankly, the range of presidents where nobody can name them.
Yeah, they all are.
So it's like most people can like go up to Jackson, and then they know there's sort of Lincoln and Grant, and then there's like a black hole of presidents. Those are the Ohio presidents. Please don't judge my home state because it was just it was a different time in the country. So the answer is apparently 2.
Did you read Chernoff's biography of Grant?
I did. Incredible. One of my best friends actually gave it to me 4 or 5 years ago. Incredible book.
It is.
And he was an incredible guy.
Makes you fall in love with Grant.
Absolutely. And people, he was attacked after he died by a lot of his political opponents. A lot of what I learned in grade school and high school history about Ulysses S. Grant is actually fake. He was a great general. He was also a great president.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, guys.
And
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Paul.
Send it on down the line.
All right, so you were getting a little taste of what was happening at the MAHA Summit, the D.C. MAHA Summit. As you saw, it was featuring Vice President J.D. Vance and the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Unfortunately, we just got but now let's get back to
We're getting the messages through, folks. Please know that. But yeah, what from a messaging standpoint, what do you think, Joe Bob?
From how we should react is to try to understand where he's coming from. Like, again, I think Mikey hit it on the nose. The president wants what's best for the American people. And sometimes that might look different, but ultimately his goal is what is going to benefit the American people the most. And in this instance, I want to go back to the same thing. Like Mikey said, we will figure it out. If we have a problem, Americans have the posture and the poise to figure out what that problem is and then identify the problem and then act accordingly. And in this particular instance, we want Americans to have American jobs. And if that means more training and, upping the ante in trade schools and anything that's going to ready Americans to do the jobs that are needed, that's exactly what it's going to take. Then that might not be overnight, but over the course of, however long it does take, I think President Trump will be right there with the base in understanding that these jobs ultimately want to be held by Americans.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah.
This is interesting. This is from Dazzling Donna, I guess. I'm going on 70 years old. My husband, 72. We married really early. I was 16. My husband was 18, and we have 5 kids and a bunch of grandkids and sweet great grandkids. That's amazing. I don't even know if that's legal, but good for you guys. maybe wait till 18. We're gonna welcome back radio. We'll be right back. Bill says, fellers, Bill here, love the show, watch it daily. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. A couple things to mention. First, I can truly understand both sides of the H-1B debate. Yes, MAGA should mean America's first, but when we have a generation of young Americans unwilling to work and or believe no matter the job they believe they should be paid 6 figures, plus one can see rather quickly why business folks want H-1B to be lenient. I'm just going to push back slightly, Bill. With all due respect, every generation is called lazy. I think that's just like, it's a kind of a generational disconnect. Mm-hmm. I would say that Gen Z and millennials are willing to work really hard. I've seen it up close and personal. They do have to sort of understand that there's real opportunity, and you have to pay them enough to live. I mean, there is a lot of disconnect here too, I think, generationally, where we tend to talk down to generations. And sometimes we talk down to boomers. Sometimes we talk down to millennials. The only one I really don't talk down to is Xers. I have to say, they're pretty based.
The Xers are great.
The Xers are great.
No, Gen Z is not lazy, and this drives me a little mad when people say this.
Bill's a good dude.
Bill's great, but we're just a leveraged generation, and people take advantage of our generation, and we have record high credit card debt with crushing, high percentages. And then on top of that, BNPL programs and student wages.
Buy now, pay later.
Buy now, pay later. And then on top of that, the job market's shrinking. College grads are 58% of them are unemployed in their first year of graduating college.
Well, and you have the AI revolution that's coming and taking a lot of those entry level jobs.
Yes. Yeah. And then if for the really high performing Gen Zers, they can't get a job because it's replaced by an H-1B. And then to hear as a Gen Zer with all these things facing us that we're complaining and whining and unwilling to work makes us even more mad. I'm just going to be totally honest.
Here's the thing. And we love Gen Z, we love boomers. It's all good. There's just certain underlying economic situations that both generations experienced, and they're talking past each other, I think is a big thing. And we have to understand and appreciate. We're millennials. He's a Gen Zer, but when you flood your market with cheap money, you debase your currency, you explode your asset values, your equity values, and then you basically flood the market with foreigners. That is a breakdown of the social compact, because you are not guaranteeing, you are giving every advantage to the incumbent economic position, which is typically held by boomers now. It's a little bit, when it started, it was the silent generation, and now increasingly boomers and old Xers. And you are giving an advantage to the incumbent economic position at the expense of the next generation coming behind you. So there has to be a better equation that is made. And this is why we're talking about a Gen Z economic moonshot, a Gen Z economic revival, because we need them to have skin in the game, or else they're going to get radicalized. Yeah. They're going to go down the Mamdani route. They're going to go down the Imaggioni route, and they need skin in the game. How do you do that? Well, you get them to buy a home. You get them to get married, have kids. When you do those things, listen, we talked about the 3 M's. I can claim the 3 M's a little bit with Charlie because I helped him come up with it: marriage, mating, and mortgage. Those 3 things are called conservatizing life events by the Brookings Institute. When you do those 3 things, you become more conservative. Why? Because you care about your community. You care about the cleanliness of your streets, the quality of the education in your community. You care about the tax rate. Those kind of things. Joe Bob, you're married with kids. You understand this.
Well, and I appreciate you calling me a millennial. I actually do identify as a based Gen Xer by my own standard.
Spiritually Gen X.
Yeah, no, but that's exactly kind of the point we were talking about a little bit earlier. Is like, you're right. Those are conservatizing. I'm not sure the particular verb.
Conservatizing life events.
Conservatizing life events. I would say my wife is a perfect example of this. She's tangentially related to the political sphere because she's married to me, but after we had kids, after we bought a house and paid property taxes and pay income taxes and then ultimately have kids, my wife, who is not exactly the most politically inclined person, is now all of a sudden super involved. What is going on? How is this going to affect me? How is this going to affect my family? How is this going to affect my kids and the future that they're going to have in this country?
Women change a lot when they start having kids. A lot.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, just with Gen Z, is a lot of people complain that Gen Z wants a 6-figure job as soon as they graduate college. Well, we kind of need it. Like, it's to afford a home in the U.S. right now, you need to make at least like $115,000 a year. The median income in the United States is around $80,000 a year. Now imagine, put yourself in the shoes of a Gen Zer graduating with $200,000 in college debt with no jobs. And so you're like, to make this work, I need $100,000 job,
in order to buy a home in the greater Phoenix area, it's I think the medium home, you would need a wage approximately around the $120,000 a year range. And so, $100,000, 6-figure is not what it once was. And but you also need to get to that point. You need to grow. You need to pay your dues. Rob Schneider, a real comedian, joins us next. Don't go anywhere.
What is that?
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Everyone, Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Texas is leading the country when it comes to addressing deed theft. In most states, the crime is considered a civil issue and not a criminal one. Moreover, victims have little to no recourse. But check out this report from WFAA in Dallas, Texas, which sheds light on how a new state law in Texas is looking to change all of that.
The law creates a new crime called real property theft with stiffer penalties. It requires judges to include addresses and legal descriptions in sentencing orders and gives the state new tools to pursue restitution on behalf of victims. And for the first time, all county clerks must check photo ID when someone files a deed in person.
I am glad that there's something like that now, so that way it can help prevent further deed theft.
Let's bring in former FBI agent and current private investigator Tom Simon to discuss. Tom, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on.
So look, what's most disturbing about title theft or deed theft in general is that there really aren't any laws on the books apart from Texas now that really address this, particularly from a criminal perspective.
Absolutely. And most police out there, departments, and they're doing God's work, but they're buried in violent crime. And so when someone comes in and says, someone stole the deed to my house, most police officers really aren't equipped to handle that kind of investigation. And the statutes aren't neatly lined up to address this crime.
And beyond that, there really aren't any guardrails in place from a county assessor's office standpoint, from a county recorder's office standpoint, in terms of confirming that the person seeking to alter a deed is, in fact, the rightful owner of that deed. I hope those are the proper words to use.
No, you nailed it, Terrence. And there's no one watching the store at most county clerk's office. By statute, most county clerks, their job is to simply record a deed when it comes in, transferring ownership of your home from you to someone else. They're not supposed to be taking a look and seeing, is that deed legitimate? This new law in Texas provides the county clerk's office with a little more muscle where they can actually begin questioning fraudulent deeds to maybe prevent some of these fraudulent home transfers where people are actually losing their houses to scammers.
Kudos to lawmakers there in Texas. Do you see a move nationally to institute more laws similar to what Texas is doing, or at least to address the underlying issue of deed theft?
I'm hoping as title theft becomes kind of a bigger deal with us promoting this thing on the news and kind of telling these stories like you're doing on your program, that other state governments are going to take a look at this and realize that they have a real problem on their hands. Their taxpayers are paying a lot of money in property taxes for very little protection from the government for this type of crime.
And one of the major challenges is a victim actually realizing that they've been victimized because it is such an insidious crime and such an undercover crime, which is where home title law comes in.
Exactly. So criminals can get out there and they can file a deed transferring the ownership of your house out of your name and into the bad guy's name, and then go out and get loans on your home. You won't even know this occurred, Terrence, until the foreclosure notices start piling up in your mailbox. So I recommend that everyone figure out a way to monitor their home title and the status of their home title, looking for changes. I think the best way to do that is a company like Home Title Lock.
How does one start the process with Home Title Lock? What are some of the offerings that Home Title Lock is advertising?
Home Title Lock has what they call $1 million triple lock protection, where they're going to monitor the status of your home title 24/7. If there's any change whatsoever, like a deed being filed or a lien being placed on your home, you're going to get immediate notification. And if, God forbid, someone is able to actually steal your house from you, they have a U.S.-based restoration team that's going to put that house back into your name.
And what's most frightening about this is, as I said at the very top, there's little to no recourse once you become a victim. At that point, you're trying to defend yourself and recoup what's already been stolen.
Absolutely. Even when you're able to put the bad guys in prison, like when I was an FBI agent, I certainly did that. There's no mechanism in place in the criminal courts to restore that home back into your name, which is why a service like Home Title Lock is so critical, because the legal fees to get that done are just astronomical.
Good information, and we appreciate you joining us. At the bottom of your screen, folks, you see more information on getting in contact with Home Title Lock. HomeTitleLock.com/newsbreak. You can use the promo code newsbreak in order to get a title history report plus 14 days of protection for free.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined by Mikey McCoy, who is the chief of staff of Turning Point, and Joe Bob Tailefii.
There you go. You got it.
He didn't want me to use his last name because it's a hard one.
Well, and also the first name is weird enough. I don't need to confuse the audience doubly here.
All right, we're going to welcome on a real comedian here.
Wow. Wow.
Yes, it's true. His name is Rob Schneider. He headlined our UC Berkeley event, which all chaos broke loose at that, and you were actually there.
I was there
as well. So we're gonna have a great conversation. Rob, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. So honored to have you, my friend.
Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here, and I was very honored to be at the event at Berkeley at the riot. I mean the USA riot. I mean the event riot. The Antifa celebration. Well, I said to Charlie, let's go to do some more universities. And I said, let's go to let's take me to the craziest one. And it was his idea. So, well, let's go to Berkeley. And I went yeah. And then I had to go to Berkeley alone. That was Charlie's final practical joke on me. Yeah, and so the great Frank Turek was there, and he a tremendous human being. I mean, when when I heard that was a beautiful speech that he gave at Charlie's memorial, which is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in American history, the memorial. It was so touching and beautiful. It was such a an expression of light and love and true friendship. And to meet him in person was really humbling. And also I brought with me, because I said, I can't do this on my own. I mean, Charlie's irreplaceable, as everyone knows. So I brought along some professors. One doctor from Oxford was Dr. Andrew Doyle, and then a professor Professor Peter Boghossian, who wrote the book How to Have Difficult Conversations and Almost Impossible Conversations. And it was great. I mean, it was really good. I mean, it was a scary moment. As you guys saw, the people, they call them anti-fascists, but they seemed to be the one fighting. And they were throwing these explosive devices to make it sound like it was gunshots. These are really creepy, horrible people. And they're obviously paid agitators, because a lot of them, they didn't seem like they were Cal Berkeley students. But the silence from the left, from Governor Newsom, is deafening. Where are they? Where is the people that are opposing violence? Where are they? They're not there, because, I would think they must approve it, because it's leftist violence, so it supports their cause. So that it's it's a real testament to where the left is at. Whereas violence from the left, I mean, it's almost like we're in a cold civil war. We are in a cold civil war with only one side shooting. So that's where we're at. But yesterday, I mean, I have to admit, the police at Berkeley, they did a good job. But however, they still did not allow, and they allowed these domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. You're trying to scare people and intimidate them with tear gas, with things that sound like gunfire, with rattling and preventing people from entering, and intimidation. That is terrorism. That's domestic terrorism. And why that is not being a priority from the state of California? They're just silent today, the supermajority of Democrats. So I don't know what to say. So here we have the scariest moment was, thankfully, we got in there 3 hours early so that we didn't have to be confronted by that. But how about the kids, the courageous Turning Point USA Berkeley kids who still went, despite all the tear gas and these leftist lunatics who are violently, I mean, talk about, here's what happened outside. You got agitators, you have, they're screaming, they have very disgusting signs, despicable signs about Charlie Kirk that I won't even repeat. And then you have, and then they're yelling and intimidating and fighting and violence and tear gas. And inside you have people talking about how much they love America, family, God, and how much they love freedom of speech. And they are the anti-fascists calling us fascists. And I would just say to your listeners, I think we all know who the real fascists are. Fascists are the ones that stop conversation, that don't want dialogue, that are using violence to suppress other people's liberties. And silence them. And those are the real definition of fascism.
Well, I think you said it really, really well, Rob, in this speech that you gave. Let's go ahead and play 146, just to give the audience a little taste of what it was like inside the room. 146.
If we are going to have a vibrant society and continue to be the largest economy, the most technologically advanced society in the world, we must protect free speech and debate. We cannot afford to continue people having beliefs persist that are not subject to facts or logic or empirical evidence. And anyone who presents empirical evidence to the contrary gets shut down, censored, and subject to violence on the university campus. This has to stop.
Yeah, and what we're talking about here is really the heckler's veto, right? But it's become the assassin's veto. Well, they want to shut us up. They want us to keep us from doing these events. And I'm so glad guys like you and Joe Bob still have the courage to go do them, and our students, our brave staff. How has this event and the aftermath and all the, the violence that we saw, how has this personally impacted you, Rob? Has it changed your view on things at all?
Well, it made me throw out the script and just talk about the emotion of the moment, and to really to meet these courageous students at Berkeley who had the courage to show up and risk themselves and their life, and to risk their their bodily harm to attend this event, to express their freedom. Because freedom of speech, Andrew, as you know, it's not just the ability for someone to say and express their point of view. And free speech is all speech, not just the speech that the government likes or that the regents or the academics, the leftist academics of Cal Berkeley, like free speech is all speech. And if it means anything, it also means the right to hear somebody else's free speech. If we silence free speech, you're also not just silencing the speaker, you're also silencing the rights of the listener. And that's something that is really important. At one point yesterday, the Berkeley police, ran into our room where we were in the green room, and they just went right by us, didn't say hi or anything. And it was, a frightening little moment. And they went right into the electrical room and looked, because they were thinking that maybe people could get through that way. And I asked them, and I said to the Berkeley police officers, I said, can you help the people come in? Because we had sold this event. We could have sold it out 6,000 tickets. We had to stop at 2,000 because that's all the leftists, anti-free speech academics and faculty and Board of Regents would let us have. And they still allowed these leftists, the liberals, illegally able to get tickets, knowing so to prevent those seats from being filled with.
Rob, I have insider info on that, and maybe Joe Bob, you have some on that as well. But what they did 2 weeks before the event, they made a switch over to the school's ticketing system. They open up the ticketing, knowing that all the agitators and protesters are alerted to that, so they can scoop up tickets, leave the seats empty. We had thousands of people that actually were still in line or wanted to get in line that ultimately scattered when the car started backfiring and the bombs started going off and the fireworks. And so they were intentionally sabotaging this event. Joe Bob, you saw this up close.
Well, yeah, and then also, too, just a 30,000-foot view, the idea that you're going to get tickets and then not show up is, like, comical. Well, what better way to say, hey, my ideas suck and I don't want to defend them, to not actually show up to the event that you got tickets for and just leave the seats empty?
Well, and we had, just so you know, what we usually do is we have a big line of standbys, Rob, where if people don't show up and claim their tickets, the standby line then gets an opportunity to come fill those seats. And we had thousands that wanted to hear from you and Frank Turek and Peter Boghossian. I mean, this is deep blue Berkeley, and there was thousands, and they cannot let that visual get out into the world. They cannot afford it. They're too fragile. We're gonna keep you for just a few more minutes in the break. We're gonna take a break from radio. More with Rob Schneider in about 5 seconds. All right, welcome back, everybody, for streaming and podcasting. Mikey McCoy, you probably went to more campus stops with Charlie than anybody. Well, Joe Bob, darn it, maybe you did.
Mikey beat me by a mile.
But you were doing all the openings. I mean, Rob was here for a crazy one. Rob, you're never going to be the same. Once you go through one of the crazy ones, you're never the same. Mikey, give us your POV on all this.
Yeah, well, first off, it's been 2 months since Utah. And this is the left and their proclivity for violence time and again. And that 2 months after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, you're going to show up at a Turning Point USA event, threaten our attendees, attack our attendees, spit in the face of old ladies coming to peacefully gather at this event to listen to Dr. Frank Turek and Rob Schneider, who are very threatening people. These are very threatening people. And so we need the full battalions of Antifa to come out to stop this. But then all the while this is happening, we knew this event was coming up. Gavin Newsom knew this event was coming up, but he's out in Brazil LARPing as the president of the United States and also just pretending to be something he's not. He can't get his act together. And I'm supposed to believe that Gavin Newsom just turned a blind eye to Antifa. This is the same Gavin Newsom that stopped ICE agents and federal agents from coming into California, but can't stop Antifa from attacking our attendees at our event. I want justice for this. I'm not going to turn a blind eye to this. I want to find out who's paying these Antifa people. I want to find out who they are. I want every single one of them arrested who have broken a law. I want justice for this. I am upset. I am mad. This has been 2 months after this happened, and I do not want Antifa at our events like this.
Yeah. Rob, what's your take on that?
I wish you would have been with me on Fox News this morning. You said way better than anything I said this morning. No, I think what we have to do is we need to have accountability. We need to find out who's funding this, because there were people there that are paid agitators. And these are domestic terrorists. I mean, it's the very definition of what terrorism is. It's frightening other people. These are American students. These are people at a university, and they have their rights. And these rights, their civil rights are being impeded when you are preventing them from doing their expression of free speech, which is the ability to not just talk, but to hear. And that is a blatant violation of civil rights violation. And somebody needs to be held accountable. Absolutely. Well, now, as far as
go ahead.
Our response has to be as a reflection of God's light. And that's what Charlie was. And that's what I was so humbled when I was at university with Charlie, because he was there for the love of these kids, because he knew where the future was. He knew that if we lose these kids, we lose everything. And we have to have these kids. And so while the left wants to silence us, it just makes us, I mean, look at all the publicity from yesterday. I think it's pretty obvious to anybody who is not, in a political echo chamber of MSNBC and the liberal left, who the real fascists are. We love America and the love of country, and they try to group us into some sort of weird, nationalistic negativity. Well, nationalism in its expansion is negative. That's true. But nationalism, when your country is under threat, is necessary. We have to love our country and protect our country. So in that sense, this is a healthy nationalism, and supporting our kids, young people, to be able to express themselves and to hear opposing viewpoints. And the University of Berkeley has proven themselves to be the shamefully anti-free speech. And for the university that really spoke to and started the university free speech movement for all speech, not just, they specifically said not left or right, but for all speech. It is an absolute shame on that university. And historians will look back at this moment as the most shameful moment in the history of the University of Berkeley. And that's saying a lot.
Well, guess what, Rob? They couldn't stop us. They couldn't stop you. They couldn't stop our students. So let's just give a little taste of what actually the inside of that auditorium looked like. 170. So, Rob Schneider, thank you for your time. I know you got a dash. You're a busy man, but thank you again for your courage, your bravery, your willingness to step forward and serve the country, to serve our students, and to serve Turning Point USA. You're a good man and a great patriot. We thank you.
It was an honor to be here, and I will tell you that, it really was that empty chair next to me, which broke my heart. And I want to send my love out to Erica and to all the people at Turning Point USA, where it will always feel like it's Wednesday and the day that Charlie passed. So 2 months later, it really filled me with a conviction for love of country, but it really filled me with the Holy Spirit that and all that, the pressure and all the tension and the love of the people in that room and the love for Charlie. And I compared it to, and rightfully so, for these young people, their experience is like Martin Luther King was killed and gave his life fighting for sanitation workers so that they could have a decent living, so they were able to take care of their families in a way where it was decent. And Charlie Kirk wanted wanted young minds to be able to unlock themselves from this academia of that was force feeding them to be advocates to an illiberal policy of that was anti-American, anti-Western civilization. And we have to continue to expand freedom and to remind people how precious this experiment in freedom is. And Charlie knew that better than anybody. He was a living, breathing, brilliant modern-day founding father. And I'm so glad that I was able to tell him that before he passed. And that missing chair, that empty chair, for me, it'll always be Wednesday as well. So I want to send love out to everybody and all those wonderful kids who attended the other day and everybody at Turning Point USA. God bless you and thank you for the honor of having me there.
That's beautiful, Rob. Thank you so much for saying that. Again, I know you got a dash, but we're grateful you made the time. I know you squeezed this in to do this show today, and you're just a good man. You're a good patriot, Rob, and you're full of love. They're going to tell you that you're a hater, you're fascist, all this stuff. Just keep making us laugh. Keep doing it. We're going to keep asking you to come out and talk to these students, and we just appreciate you, man.
I'll do it, and I'll come sit with you. I want to come in for the whole hour. We'll have a good time.
I love that. Yes, let's do it soon. Let's do it soon.
Thank you, Mike.
I know how to get a hold of you, so that's good. All right. Thanks, Rob. God bless you. All right, I got to play this clip here. This is the police chief at UC Berkeley. I believe we got it loaded. Yeah, we do. This is a police chief at UC Berkeley, Yogananda Pittman. Yogananda. You can't make this stuff up. She used to be a Capitol police officer in charge of intel. Let me fact check that in just a second, but we'll play this clip. And she is like all in on the DEI stuff. So she went from Capitol Police, probably during J6, over to UC Berkeley and became their police chief. Play cut 257.
When I started with U.S. Capitol Police, there were zero, as in no persons of color and no women in leadership positions. I wanted to be a change agent, not only for my organization, but for the profession. I didn't want any women to have the experiences that I had when I was oftentimes sitting in a room that was occupied by only white men.
Okay, Mikey, you got your answer. You want to point the finger somewhere, talk about, well, you know what? I think that's why they were rioting. There were not enough Black, Indigenous, trans police officers on site, and therefore they were upset about it, and therefore that's why they rioted. That's clearly what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, check this out.
Let's take you to the White House, where White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just taking the podium on the same day that we're expecting a vote to reopen the government.
Know him well, and he's here to provide an update for you all with respect to China. As you know, President Trump had a very successful meeting on his trip to Asia with President Xi, where they discussed the need for China to crack down on fentanyl production and distribution, which ultimately makes its way here to the United States of America. And the FBI director recently traveled to China following President Trump's meeting to meet with his counterpart in Beijing, and he has a really positive announcement for the American people to share. So the president wanted me to bring the FBI director out to share that with all of you today. So Cash, please, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Caroline. As Caroline mentioned, we have some tremendous news thanks to President Donald J. Trump once again for the American people. As soon as the President of the United States took office, he issued a mandate to rid America of the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Thanks to his leadership and direct engagements with China, we set up a framework to execute that mission 8 months ago. Attorney General Bondi immediately thereafter took steps to engage her counterpart in China at the Ministry of Public Security. Pursuant to their direct discussions, as the FBI director designated to run counterpoint on this, along with the Secretary of State Rubio and Ambassador Perdue and the team here at the White House, we set forward a path to implement the policy needed to crush the plague of fentanyl. Deputy Attorney General Blanche and our teams have been hard at work ever since, ultimately culminating in my trip to Beijing last week. This was only possible due to President Trump's historic engagement with President Xi just a few short weeks ago that set the stage for today's announcement. At that meeting, the leaders reached an agreement. But just to put this in frame for the American people, a reminder here that nearly 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses just last year alone. Here, this year, under this president, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl so far. That is a 31% increase from the same time period last year. To put it in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill 127 million Americans. Fentanyl precursors are what makes up fentanyl. While we, the interagency the Department of Justice have been fighting hard to seize and stop drug traffickers, we must attack fentanyl precursors, the ingredients necessary to make this lethal drug. That was the sole purpose of my trip to China, to eliminate these precursors. And if successful, we would suffocate the drug trafficking organization's ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico. This was the first time an FBI director has been to China in over a decade and received the audience with his counterpart to address this matter directly. And again, thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China, whose ground-level engagements were imperative to achieving this result. This is yet another example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts the American people first. This is a historic first-in-its-kind achievement by any president to stop the scourge of fentanyl, and it should be championed by every single American. This achievement will save lives. We are thankful for President Trump's steadfast leadership, and this FBI will fearlessly follow in his footsteps to ensure that this mission of safeguarding the American public is achieved every single day. Thank you. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you, Kash. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you again, Director Patel. Before we get going, I do have one quick scheduling announcement. Tomorrow, President Trump will be joined by the First Lady in the East Room for an executive order signing aimed at expanding opportunities for education, career development, housing, and other resources for young people transitioning from foster care to adulthood. This is part of the First Lady's Fostering the Future efforts, which are a Be Best initiative. In other news, the Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days, the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But tonight, thanks to Republicans, the White House is very hopeful that this shutdown is going to come to an end. The damage caused by the Democrats with this reckless government shutdown cannot be forgotten. It is entirely the fault of the Democrat Party. Just look at the vote count. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees have missed their paychecks. Tens of billions in wages and benefits were withheld, impacting vulnerable families. Millions of low-income Americans missed their SNAP benefits. Nearly 20,000 flights at airports across the country were delayed due to staffing shortages, causing Americans to miss family events, vacations, and work obligations. According to Airlines for America, an estimated 5.2 million travelers have had their flights disrupted over the course of the Democrat shutdown. And our economy has lost billions and billions of dollars in economic activity over the course of this shutdown, hurting consumer sentiment and crushing the travel and hospitality industries. According to a CBO estimate, the Democrat shutdown could end up decreasing fourth quarter economic growth by 2 whole percentage points. The Democrat shutdown made it extraordinarily difficult for economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system, with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind at a critical period. It's hard to recap all of this without asking a simple question: why? Why have the Democrats put the American people through this pain for 43 days in a row? And it feels like Groundhog Day being up here again talking about this Democrat shutdown. And the answer to that question is pure partisan politics. They started this shutdown with a ridiculous demand to force taxpayer-funded health care benefits to illegal aliens who broke into our country. Even after it was clear President Trump and Republicans would never force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegals. In fact, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill fixed that problem. The Democrats kept dragging this reckless government shutdown on for weeks longer to boost their turnout in an election, perhaps one may guess. That's because the Democrats are totally captured by their far left-wing base who only care about attacking President Trump, even if it means hurting innocent Americans in our country. The Democrats' weakness and their unwillingness to buck the fringe members of their party dragged this harmful shutdown on for 7 weeks and inflicted massive pain onto the American public. But let's be clear. The clean CR being voted on today in the House of Representatives that will lead to the reopening of the federal government is what President Trump and Republicans have supported from day one. Our troops, air traffic controllers, and federal employees will be back to receiving their regular paychecks. Families in need will get back to receiving their food purchasing assistance, and the people's government will soon be back open for business. President Trump looks forward to finally ending this devastating Democrat shutdown with his signature, and we hope that signing will take place later tonight. On another matter, I want to address the affordability issue that's received a great deal of media attention this past week, which is ironic because it didn't receive that much attention when Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%, the worst inflation crisis in modern American history. And President Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration. Since the first day in office and every day since, the Trump administration has taken aggressive action to fix the Biden-created cost of living issues. The notion that the same Democrats who just shut down the federal government to sabotage our economy, rob people of their paychecks, and also helped Joe Biden ratchet up inflation to 9% are now suddenly affordability champions, that notion is completely absurd. And it's something only the liberal media would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which will guarantee that next year Americans are going to put more money back into their pockets. The president has completely unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and we expect them to continue to decrease. And it has also lowered energy costs overall. There is more work to do, but again, the president's deregulatory and pro-American energy agenda is absolutely going to continue to drive down prices. This formula worked in the president's first term, and we expect that it's going to work again. And this is key because we know energy costs are the #1 driver of inflation. Again, just look at what Joe Biden did to our energy industry over the past 4 years of his administration, and look at what happened to inflation as a result. Everything became more expensive. To lower prescription drug prices and healthcare costs, the president has been working around the clock on this issue. He is obsessed with negotiating these good deals on behalf of the American people to bring down pharmaceutical costs and drug costs for Americans, and he has done so on a number of fronts. You have seen him discuss that in the Oval Office several times. To fuel small businesses, lower their costs, and incentivize hiring, the Trump administration has already cut 30 unnecessary regulations for every new one on the books, which we know will save employers and small businesses across the country thousands of dollars in regulatory burdens. All of these pro-Trump policies are working, and they will continue to work. Wages are rising at the fastest pace of the start of a presidential administration in 60 years. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 per year. There's much work to do, and this administration will continue to do it. But President Trump has already made great progress in cleaning up the economic disaster that was created by Joe Biden. With that, I will take your questions today, and in our new media seat, we have Bev Turner, who works for a new outlet, a UK outlet, but based here in Washington, D.C., GB News. Bev, thank you for being here today. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So the clock is ticking on the Friday deadline by which the BBC must retract and apologise for their malicious edit of the president in the documentary shown last year. The recently resigned Director General of the BBC yesterday described the organisation as the very best of society and blamed the enemies of the BBC for this outcome. Also yesterday, a senior government minister launched a fierce defence of the channel in the House of Commons, saying that the broadcaster remains a light on the hill for people all over the world. So, does the president feel that the network is taking the situation seriously? Does he believe that they've shown sufficient regret? Does this strain the relationship between the president and the prime minister? And given that the organisation is publicly funded, is the president prepared to bankrupt the BBC in his pursuit of truth and justice?
Well, thank you, Bev. There's a lot of questions in one there. I will say I know the president has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Starmer. You have been there. You've seen them in their interactions. You've questioned both leaders in your time joining us when we've gone to the United Kingdom a few different times now. However, he has always been very frank when he disagrees with leaders, even whom he has a good relationship with. And the BBC, being a fair news organization, is definitely an outlet. I think these two leaders would disagree. The president has made it very clear that this is a leftist propaganda machine that is unfortunately subsidized by British taxpayers, and he thinks that's extremely unfortunate for the great people of the United Kingdom and Great Britain. And I think that the president was deeply concerned by the editing, the purposeful and dishonest editing of his speech that was so clearly fake news. And he rightfully dubbed that term many years ago, and this is a classic example of that. We see it in the United States all the time. We see it now in the United Kingdom. As you know, the president's external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. We expect that to continue, and whether they apologize or not is up to them. Thanks for being here, Bev. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I have your statement about the new Epstein emails that have been released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Kelly. Two questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown. And this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C. And it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency. Having discussions with members of Congress about various issues, and I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room in the press briefing room. Reagan.
I have a question about the government shutdown.
Thank you. I'm glad someone does.
First, on the government shutdown, the shutdown deal reverses the administration's reps, and it also prohibits war from happening until the end of January. I'm wondering if the president had an input on this element of the deal, and if he's at all disappointed that's going to reverse the downsizing of government that they did during the shutdown.
I mean, look, I think it's about 6,000 workers total. When you look at that in comparison to the reduction in the federal workforce that this administration has done since January to get rid of the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and to reduce the size of our federal bureaucracy, we've done a lot of great work on that front, and we will continue to. But obviously, the president's main priority was to reopen the federal government and get people back to work, and that's what this deal accomplishes.
There's been reports in Israeli media that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
So I had a conversation directly with the reporter who wrote this article, and this article was based on a single piece of paper, an inquiry that somebody in the Department of Navy made about an idea that may happen in the future. And this reporter deemed that as an official plan and ran with a story that the United States is looking into it. I checked with the highest levels of the United States federal government. This is not something the United States is interested in being engaged in. It's not something we are currently involved in right now that we will be funding. And the president has been very clear he doesn't want to see boots on the ground with respect to what's happening in the Middle East. We've made great peace. We've made great progress with the peace plan in Gaza, and we want to continue to see that move forward. But I put a comment in that story for a reason. And sometimes we see reporters take a piece of paper like this and just deem it as official policy. And sometimes that misleads people a little bit. Sure.
There's been a question about UK intelligence sharing regarding the drunk interdictions involving Venezuelan boats. How will that affect the U.S. military operation? There's been a lot of discussion about the high caliber of the intelligence that has been provided before any of these military actions have taken place.
I've seen that report. Oh, hello. I've seen that report. I'm familiar with the reporting, but we don't comment on intelligence matters, classified intelligence matters, as you know. As for the Trump administration's position on our narco-terrorist campaign in the Caribbean, it is going to continue, and the president has made it very clear he's not going to allow terrorists to bring illegal drugs that kill American citizens into our great country. Sure, John. I'll go to John and then Zolan. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Trump has talked about sending out $2,000 checks to U.S. citizens. Earlier this year, he also talked about sending a Doge dividend. That didn't materialize. Should U.S. Citizens expect the $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes. And we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen. And so his team of economic advisors are looking into it. And when we have an update, we'll provide one. Solon.
You said at the top that one of the costs of the government shutdown was that people missed their SNAP benefits. Can you explain then why the administration went to court to fight the funding of food stamps and SNAP benefits?
So recipients missed their SNAP benefits because the Democrats shut the government down, and they forced the administration to tap into a contingency fund that did not even fund the full entirety of this program. And so then you had an unhinged judge who was trying to dictate from the bench what the executive branch has to pay for and where that money has to come from. That is judicial overreach at its finest, and so that's why the administration pushed back on that. We can't have the judicial branch telling the executive branch that we need to rob the Children Nutrition Fund, which is what this judge was trying to do, to pay for SNAP benefits. That's completely inappropriate and it's unconstitutional, and we've been proven right with that legal argument. But now the good news is, again, thanks to Republicans and in several hours President Trump, the government is going to be reopened, and SNAP recipients are going to receive their full benefits, which is what President Trump has always wanted to do. Stephen.
Why also did you need the judicial process for that? I mean, during this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially poor people could rely on?
We did tap into it. We did tap into the contingency fund. And then the judge told us, no, you have to get more money from a Children's Nutrition Fund. And we felt that was judicial overreach. You shouldn't tell the president which fund he has to rob because the Democrats are holding the country hostage by shutting down the federal government. Stephen, go ahead.
Well, if the president is considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Again, he's answered this repeatedly. It's not something he's talking about or even thinking about at this moment in time. I can assure you of that. Stephen.
Caroline, I've got two questions about New York for you.
Sure.
First,
you always do.
Mayor-elect,
on brand for the New York Post.
Mayor-elect Mamdani, he said that he plans to reach out to President Trump and that, quote, this is a relationship that will be critical. Does the White House have a response to this planned outreach?
It's the first time I'm hearing of it. I'll let the president respond himself to that comment by Mr. Mamdani.
Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of President Kennedy, announced today that he's running for Congress. He, in the recent past, has referred to his uncle, the HHS secretary, as, quote, a rabid dog, and he has said that the Trump administration is, quote, the most corrupt in American history. Does the White House have a comment on this sort of comment from a rising star in the Democratic Party?
I don't even think such ridiculous comments are worth responding to. Obviously, those things are not true. And Secretary Kennedy is doing a phenomenal job bringing transparency and the gold standard of science back to our healthcare system. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. The president's hosting a number of Wall Street CEOs for dinner tonight here at the White House. Can you give us the names of the CEOs who are going to be here and give us a sense of what the president's message to Wall Street is going to be tonight?
I don't have a full list for you in front of me, Eamon. I know you've reported on some names, and we've helped you navigate whether those names were truthful or false. But I know the president actually plans to bring some of you into the dinner tonight, so you'll see for yourself in several hours if that's okay with you.
And there's been some reporting that the White House is frustrated with Bill Pulte and the rollout of this proposal for a 50-year mortgage. Can you tell us if the White House is frustrated with that rollout and if the White House still supports the idea of a 50-year mortgage for Americans?
This is a proposal that the president himself has commented on. I would defer you to the president's statements, and it's something that the administration is discussing and seriously looking into. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
Danny, and then go ahead.
Thank you. Some Democratic members of Congress have invited Britain's former Prince Andrew to testify on the Epstein scandal. I was just wondering if President Trump thinks that former Prince Andrew should indeed come and testify to Congress on that.
I haven't spoken to him about that specific matter, but I can ask him and get back to you.
On the government shutdown, the president and House Republicans have made clear they were not going to negotiate health care strategy or policy while the government was shut down. Now, assuming that it reopens tonight, is the president intending to invite any Democrats over to have negotiations over these subsidies or any other plan to bring down the cost of health insurance?
I will just add that, as you pointed out, the Democrats were holding our country hostage to try to negotiate on a healthcare system that they created. Obamacare, as it's famously called, is a system the Democrats created. It is a broken system. It has driven up healthcare costs dramatically in this country. And now they shut the government down to try to fix that system they broke. It doesn't make any sense to us, which is why the president said that's a completely untenable position. However, once the government reopens, the president as he's always maintained, is absolutely open to having conversations about health care. And I think you'll see the president putting forth some really good policy proposals the Democrats should take very seriously to fix, again, the system that they broke. You can't trust the same people who broke the system to fix it. And so the American people will continue to hear from the president on this issue.
And one follow-up on the question about the $2,000 payments of tariff revenue. The president had also talked about using tariffs to bring down the national debt. Would this be in lieu of that? Like this is now the new way to maybe to use that tariff revenue?
No, the president put out a statement on this clarifying he wants to do both things with the tariff revenue that he's bringing into this country. Trillions of dollars are expected to continue to pour in, and it's part of the reason that the Supreme Court case is so vital for our country's future, to restore our manufacturing industry in this country, to protect our national security, to continue to allow the president to use tariffs as leverage to negotiate economic deals that, again, are good for our national security. And that revenue can then be used for various reasons, to pay down our debt and also perhaps to give these rebate checks back to Americans, which, again, the White House is exploring the legal options of how we can get that done. Catherine, go ahead.
Caroline, Viktor Orban said this week that President Trump has promised Hungary some kind of financial shield. Do you have any details on how that will be structured or what that would look like?
I don't, but I'm happy to check with the National Security Council and get back to you.
One more. You recently said you'd check with President Trump about why he needs to get an MRI on his recent trip to Walter Reed. Do you have any more detail on that?
I do, and I'm glad you asked. As stated in the memo provided on October 10th, President Trump received advanced imaging at Walter Reed Medical Center as part of his routine physical examination. The full results were reviewed by attending radiologists and consultants, and all agreed that President Trump remains in exceptional physical health, which I know all of you will see with your own eyes later this evening when he opens up his dinner to the press, and perhaps you will see him when he signs the bill to reopen the federal government. So stay tuned on plans for that. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that was Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, addressing the media. Of course, she was expecting to get a number of questions about the possibility of the government reopening. There, of course, is a House vote on that very issue set for later on today, and the expectation is that it will pass in the House and eventually then get to President Trump's desk to be signed into law and then ultimately reopening the government. Also, at the very beginning of that press conference, you heard from FBI Director Kash Patel saying that he had been over to China to meet with his Chinese counterpart to discuss doing away with some of the precursor materials to make fentanyl. So that was also news that came out of this press briefing that just ended there with Caroline Leavitt walking out. In the meantime, the government really needs your money. If you happen to owe the IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. But don't let the IRS target you. Instead, call the professionals at Tax Network USA. Their tax lawyers and their enrolled agents are experts in powerful programs that may even help you eliminate your tax debt. Tax Network USA is an A+ rated company with the Better Business Bureau, and they've saved over $1 billion for their clients. Whether you owe a few $1,000s or a few million, they can really help you. In just one phone call, you can start the process of stopping the threatening demand letters, stopping the aggressive collections, and resolving your tax matters once and for all. But you have to act now while you still have options. For a free consultation, simply call Tax Network USA at 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Don't let the IRS be the first to act. You have to act first. Again, we appreciate you being here with us. Just a little while ago, you, of course, saw the White House press briefing at the White House discussing the potential opening of the government or reopening of the government. A vote is expected to happen on that today. Stay tuned to Real America's Voice for the very latest.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality,
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
This morning, House lawmakers are racing back to Washington for a vote to reopen the government.
I'm on my way to Washington, D.C.
Lawmakers have been out of town for 54 days. If all members get back in time, Republicans can only afford to lose 2 votes. The president confident they'll get it over the finish line.
The House is going to vote, and I think they're going to vote positively. I think most people want to see it open.
The president was gracious enough to give us an exclusive tour of the new White House renovations.
New ballroom will go from here to there, and it'll seat a proper number of people, and the White House will finally have, after 150 years, the ballroom that they wanted. The public is paying for absolutely nothing. It's all being done by donors. Without tariffs, this country would be in such trouble, as they were for many years. That's why we owe $38 trillion. And one of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle-income people and lower-income people of about $2,000. And we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing. So we're doing a lot of good work. And the numbers were reported so incorrectly. The real numbers are trillions of dollars have been taken in or gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs. And so if that were ever reversed, it would be a disaster. Frankly, it would be a national security problem for our country.
Of the 3 people arrested, we're learning just 1 was actually a Berkeley student. That student has now been cited and released. The other 2 are facing charges ranging from trespassing to battery. Meantime, the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division is now looking into what happened here on campus last night. demonstrators made it clear they oppose Turning Point USA's final tour stop, which drew an estimated 900 attendees to campus. ABC 7 News cameras captured 2 people being taken into custody. Witnesses say one man, seen with a bloody face, was assaulted for selling Turning Point merchandise. Berkeley police say he was determined to be the victim and let go. The other man charged with robbery and battery.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live on Real America's Voice. Today is November 12th, 2025, Anno Domini. And folks, as we sit here, we are on assignment today. But as we sit here, there's a lot of stuff going in through the airwaves. There's a lot of stuff going out there in the information environment. And look, I've been looking at it. There's a lot of anger, and I see anger on both sides. I see people who are angry on the left, who want to kill us, who attacked our students, hundreds of our students and their family members at the Turning Point event with UC Berkeley, with Rob Schneider. Apparently Deuce Bigalow is an arch fascist now. I didn't know that was someone who was driving the left completely nuts. But understand, it's not about Rob Schneider or Deuce Bigalow or Turning Point or any of this. It's about they hate us and they want to kill us. They want to kill our children, or they want to turn our children into orphans. They look at the horrific things that they did to Charlie Kirk's family, and they say, that's a good start. They say they want more. They want to create more situations like that. They want my children to be in the situation where they will never see their father again. They're going after many family members, other people who, I'll just say there's some stories that are going to be coming out very soon. They're not my stories to tell, so I'm not going to share them. But other members of conservative media have had to deal with personal threats to their lives and to their families in the last few days. Fortunately, I believe the situation is over. You may have seen some of this online involving my colleagues, both Kat Turrett and Matt Walsh. And their story to tell. I know some of the details there. But when they do, you will see just how violent and how serious the left is in this country. We're also seeing anger on the right. People saying, I don't want more H-1Bs. People saying, I want American citizens to come first, always. We're going to talk about that as well. And there's also new emails out. Jeffrey Epstein emails. We're going to get into those as well. In the next segment here, we've got a guest that we're going to be visiting with, and we're going to be going through in detail. Because here's, and people want to say, oh, Posobiec, how come you took that binder from Pam Bondi and, you never show it was in the. First of all, I've said this story a million times on the Piers Morgan show. I've talked about the binder. I've always answered every single question everyone's ever asked about this. But then I still get people saying, how come you don't talk about it? So I talk about it a million times. And I even went at the last Turning Point that I ever did with Charlie and gave an entire speech about it. So here goes. When new stuff comes out on Jeffrey Epstein, I've always said, I want to talk about all of it. I want to talk about all of it. And we're going to do that today. And I don't care if it involves the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. I don't care if it talks about intelligence connections. I don't care what connections it talks about. And the allegations today is that they were talking about Trump. Ooh, all right. We're going to talk about that because we covered the Ghislaine Maxwell trial here on Human Events Daily in full. We covered the first Jeffrey Epstein, the trial that never came to be because he died in prison under mysterious circumstances, shall we say. We covered it in full. And so we will always cover every piece of new information in full. And when we get new information, I'm more than happy to cover it and let the chips fall where they may. But at the same time, we are going to be rigorous, we are going to be fact-based, and we are going to put it within the context of all the other evidence. That's what's called an investigation, boys and girls. So lock in, because we're locked in here on Human Events Daily. We'll be right back, right around the corner, with more on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. #1 news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, we're back. Jack Posobiec here, Human Events Daily. Folks, I gotta tell you real quick. If you're a homeowner in America, you need to listen to this. It's so important to know because the FBI has been warning about a new type of real estate fraud that's on the rise, and it's called title theft. And your equity is the target. So when you get a home, we all know we have equity, but here's how it works. The criminals will forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, and then file that with the county. And just like that, on record, they own your home. Using your ownership, they can take out loans against your equity or even sell your property. And you won't know about it until foreclosure or collection notices show up in the mail. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code POSO at HomeTitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That is 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code POSO. All right, very excited to be joined here on location with the very honorable, that's true, honorable, right? Honorable Navy Marine Corps veteran, Navy EOD officer, former, the CEO of the MacArthur Group, my buddy, Tom Sauer. What's up, Tom?
What's up, man? Thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
So, Tom, people, you know, just by way of introduction, people don't actually realize that, you know, they may have seen you, right-wing figure, right?
Right-wing figure in the Atlantic
magazine. That we actually served together in the Navy.
We did. You were one of the intel guys out of EOD Mobina 5 in Guam. And I remember I talked to that Atlantic writer for like almost 2 hours. And he put one snippet in there because he couldn't find anything negative about you on that. So
we try. They try. The ops persist. But
yes.
So do I. The ops persist.
They do.
So do I. So yeah, we served together in EOD Mobile Unit 5 back when they called it PACOM. Now it's Indo-PACOM.
Correct.
Under 7th Fleet.
Yep.
And Mobile Unit 5. I mean, obviously we can talk some of it publicly, not a lot, but the goal was to focus on Asia Pacific.
Absolutely.
And countering Chinese Communist Party influence in the region.
100%. Yeah, everything from mine warfare, protecting ports and mines, and anything we had to deal with, whether we had to respond to something happening in somewhere in the region, maybe a particular island that's very important to U.S. interests, or maybe a certain peninsula like Korea.
Maybe it would logically follow that if we were in the South China Sea area, the AOR, that there would be places pertaining to that we may have focused on, or if we were near places like, I don't know, Korea or Japan, which I know because I can see them on maps, and I'm not basing this off of any classified information that I may or may not know, that I could see that if there was a unit that was stationed in that area, that perhaps they may be interested in that as well.
That's absolutely right. Forward deployed.
Perhaps.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Perhaps. But Tom, so I wanted to get into it with you just by way of background, because we do have this breaking news on on something that has nothing to do with veterans, but I do want to pull that up in a minute.
All right.
It has to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And there's new emails that have come out between, I believe it's Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And so I've been looking through these just as we've gone to Showtime here, and I'm looking at them. I see the Democrats are putting it out, Oversight Democrats. They received new emails. They put it out a couple of hours ago, and believe it or not, they mentioned Donald Trump in these messages. So, and before we get into it directly, what's kind of been your read on the Trump Epstein thing? Just as someone who's not a member of the administration, someone who kind of looks at it, you're obviously involved in the veteran community, you're involved in special forces community. What's kind of the read there?
Well, I think what it just comes down to is that obviously Jeffrey Epstein was trying very hard to get his claws into Donald Trump for years, had been, but was largely unsuccessful. I mean, I think Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he's getting a little frisky with one of the young female staffers there, right? And I think he's been trying for a while. And now you see this stuff that's coming out now, and it really just looks like, what are they really doing? Like, they're trying to somehow, hang this around his neck, but there's no connection there. These emails suggest something about Trump. Let's get
into that. But you're right. It looked for years that Epstein was trying to use Trump and use his name, and we're doing this on the fly. We got a little power issue that we're going to make sure that doesn't become an issue.
Right.
But he was always trying to ingratiate himself into Trump's circle, which was always his MO.
Anybody rich, powerful, influential?
Rich, powerful, influential, he would ingratiate himself. And now we see, because, and I'll talk about it in a second, but some of these emails pertain to when Trump was running for office the first time, how Jeffrey Epstein was trying to, once again, ingratiate himself. Now, he's already had legal troubles at that point. So just to put it in by way of context, but let's see, here's probably, and I just want to drive into it in the first instance, here's probably the most, what I think is going to be the most controversial one, just looking at it. It says, so these are emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Right.
She had a very top secret email address called GMax. Get it? Ghislaine Maxwell, GMax.
Good name.
I know, right? So it says, here's what he's saying in 2011. Now, 2011, you go back, and I have to look up the exact date, but this is when police were coming after him the first time. And this is when, actually, Mueller was one of the people who was running the FBI operation. And notice, no federal charges that time around. Very strange. No federal charges. What Alex Acosta got, the first labor secretary got rolled up in, because they said, why didn't you charge this guy when he was doing this? But he ends up getting Florida charges. He gets the state charges for prostitution. He gets this sweetheart deal.
Yeah, I think he was going home every night or something.
He was going home every night. He was leaving the West Palm sheriff's. It was basically a sheriff's station. And he was locked up, and but he could go. No. He could go home during the day, but he had to spend the night there.
Oh, it's even easier.
And so here's the email. It's Saturday, April 2nd. Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And it blanks out the name, and it says, victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Ghislaine Maxwell responds, I have been thinking about that. So people have gone in and looked at it and said, well, the 2018 situation had to do with Virginia Giuffre. And so people like Technofog and people like our friend Greg Price have put out and said, no, he's incredible. He's best at what he does. And they have the responses from Ghislaine Maxwell's contemporaneous testimony, because she, of course, came out publicly as the victim there and said, right here, he didn't partake in any sex with any of us, but he flirted with me. And it's actually, correction, they claimed that at the time. She says in her testimony, I want to just fix that. She says it's not true that he flirted with me. Donald Trump never flirted with me. He didn't partake in any sex with us. And then they say, where did you meet him? This is Virginia Giuffre at Mar-a-Lago. My dad and him, I wouldn't say they were friends, but my dad knew him and they would talk. Not all the time, but when they saw each other. Have you ever been in Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's presence with one another? Answer, Virginia Giuffre, no.
Right.
So they asked her about this when she was on her own testifying.
Right.
So she would have had every quote unquote incentive to come out forward if something were true.
Right.
She did not.
And it looks like here these emails are just coming from Michael Wolff was putting all these things out, and he was really trying.
This is the next, so Epstein, so Wolff is the next one. So that was the first email in 2011,
right?
Where it's just Epstein and Virginia Giuffre, but you can see it seems like he's trying to get Donald Trump rolled up into the investigation.
Clearly.
But then you go back to the actual victim. They did ask her about Donald Trump.
Yep.
And so he's saying, so Epstein, because he doesn't know what the police are asking, they're saying, wait a minute, how come they didn't talk to Trump? Well, they asked her about Trump, and she said Trump wasn't involved.
There you go. It's over.
So
what else is there?
If you're running an investigation, you can't just go if someone tells you this guy wasn't involved. I mean, sure, you can go and talk to him, and we do know that Trump actually went to lawyers that were running this and said, please let me know whatever I can do to help you with Jeffrey Epstein, because I'm more than willing to tell you whatever. He'd already kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
I think some of those investigators went out of their way to say he was actually the most cooperative.
Right.
You got the phone and said, like, hey, how can I help you guys? What can I do?
Right. So
if you need to call me, you got my number.
Clearly just wrong here. But but on the merits, this is the real question to say, because he said they spent hours together, right?
Yeah, that's the allegation.
Pulling it up again. Spent hours at my home with him. And she said, no, we didn't.
Right.
So,
and she had no reason to lie.
So right there, and
this is what, 2015?
That was 2011.
2011.
So I think what he was trying to do is, again, just get Trump rolled up in it so that, if you're coming after me, you got to go after him. And, and that obviously makes it much more high profile. Gets Trump's money involved, et cetera, et cetera. Then you got 2015. That's where Michael Wolff starts sending these emails. And Michael Wolff is this. He's kind of a gossip blogger who just writes books, and I've met him, I've seen him around, and I see what he does. Yeah, he just takes rumors and he takes Oppo and he just prints it. And
physiognomy checks out.
Oh gosh, now we're busted. We got about a minute left, but I'll say that then in those emails, and let's do it. Actually, I see that he was sending these emails on my birthday, December 15th.
Nice.
That. Once again, this is when Trump was running for office, and then again in 2019 when Trump is, when Epstein is getting, about to be arrested the second time. Now he's talking to Wolff again, trying once again get Trump involved, get Trump in there, trying to figure out ways to enwrap Trump in all of this, because that's what they want to do.
Right.
They want to make it as if Trump was a part of this operation, that Trump was part of the network, in order to either hurt, and the one is 2015, so they're trying to hurt him for the campaign, or on the other side, they said, but Epstein could actually help you by saying that you weren't involved, and then maybe he'll owe you. So that's Wolff saying that he doesn't even asking him what the truth is. It's just,
well, they're just running Oppo
research. He's not even asking, but he's not even asking what the truth is.
Yeah.
So what kind of journalist if you're just trying to get the truth, why would you ever say that to a source?
You don't hate journalists enough.
It actually sounds like a staffer.
Could be.
It actually sounds like a staffing relationship. We're going to get back to this. New Jeffrey Epstein emails, Jack Posobiec, Tom Sauer. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here live with Tom Sauer, Navy EOD veteran officer, also a Marine veteran. And we're going through these Jeffrey Epstein emails together, the same way that, you know, when we were in the Navy, we might go through some hot intel, you know, and try to figure it out together. So this next email, it's with Michael Wolff. Yep. And he says, I hear CNN is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you. This is 2015, on my birthday, December 15th. Epstein responds, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And this is really strange because this is not the type of communication that you'd have with a reporter.
No, it's somebody doing Oppo research. That's what they're doing, it seems.
Yeah, but not only that, it's they seem to be, he's being interactive with Epstein. Yeah. He's not asking Epstein, hey, what's the truth of your relationship with Donald Trump? Right. Epstein's going to him and saying, how can I profit off of this? Yeah. How can I turn this into the best use for me? And Wolff responds to him. Yes. And says, I mean, just from a journalistic perspective, this is really bad. Right. Not that I think that anyone thought that he was like a serious journalist, but this is really bad. You're breaking like every code of journalistic ethics. Right. He's saying, and Wolff says, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it's possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. So and by the way, Michael Wolff emails this to Epstein and says, heads up, and marks it high importance.
Right. And that doesn't sound to me like anybody who's a journalist. That sounds to me like a political operative. Yeah. That's what that is straight up right there. I mean, well, but then of course we're talking about journalists who, you know, it's kind of one of the same.
I read this email, and it doesn't give me questions about Trump's relationship with Epstein. I have more questions about Wolff's relationship with Epstein. Looking at this, because
did he get an invite?
It's like, I mean, I don't know, but right, you know,
he knew how to party apparently, you know, obviously.
We could ask a lot of questions, but it just, it doesn't read to me like, would you be willing to share with me the details of your relationship so that I can report them? He's not saying that. He's he's giving him the heads up. I mean, it's very strange.
Yeah, and also this is also what, 2015?
That's 2015,
right?
So,
this is right when Trump campaign's starting. It's like they threw as much stuff on the wall to see what would stick. And, it looked like there was kind of a dead end here with the Epstein stuff. But, hey, they got traction with the Russia hoax.
They
got a lot of traction with that.
So this is prior to the Russia hoax hasn't even really been invented at this point. Maybe it's maybe they're kind of kicking it around over at DNI with Clapper and Brennan, or they're saying, maybe we can tie him to Russia. Maybe we'll do that.
No, that's it.
And of course you got to think they didn't want to bring up Epstein that much. Yep. Why? Because
he was in.
Because who was he running against?
Right.
Because he was running against Hillary Clinton.
Right.
So if you bring up Epstein, you're going to get you're going to get that 2 for hit. So. Let's go. So they go to Russia instead. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
See, this is why we. Then 2019. So this is when he's facing his next and what would ultimately be his final arrest. So January 2019. Trump's in office. He's become president. He's been president for a few years. Just about 2 years and a couple of weeks at this point. And it says blank Mar-a-Lago blank. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop. And, we don't know exactly what the response is to that. We do know that that's around the time that he was facing another arrest.
Yep.
And we do know a time where it does seem like he's talking about Virginia Giuffre, and I'm just going to say my read on this is that, and it's just true. Where did Ghislaine Maxwell? Because I've studied the case. Where did Ghislaine Maxwell meet Virginia Giuffre? At Mar-a-Lago. Right. She was one of the spa girls.
Yep.
So she met her down there. She was the daughter of a member, and she was working there. And Ghislaine Maxwell, what made Trump really upset is that Ghislaine Maxwell had been poaching employees from Mar-a-Lago by going to them and saying, you work here. Would you like why don't you come work in private? You won't have to work a shift. You can just come work for my client, Mr. Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
And he'll be your sole client and will pay you more than Mar-a-Lago does. So she goes and poaches the employee. And so
to a teenage girl, that's a good deal.
And so when I read this thing about, this thing of, we don't, unless I'm pulling it up, I don't see any other, chain here. I just see the one email, so I don't know what he's responding to. So,
which is a tell, by the way.
Which is, why wouldn't, that's a great tell. Why would you not have released the full chain of emails, Democrats? Why wouldn't you give me all the information? You're selectively making it look like something is edited so that you can't give me the question he's responding to. And so this is an email without any context, and it says, of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop. Well, the question that I would have is, could he have just been asking about poaching employees?
Very well could have been.
Because we know that's something that, by the way, the Democrats already reported themselves in other leaks.
And that was his MO, and that's also, correct me if I'm wrong, that's part of the reason why Epstein got kicked out of Mar-a-Lago, right? Because he was getting a little too frisky with some of the girls.
A little too frisky, and also because he was poaching.
Yeah.
And so, it's obviously something you don't do. Obviously, it's something that, it's something that would certainly annoy him very much, because you're stealing my employees, and you find a good employee at the middle of the season, and it's something you want out. Now, that being said, I'm more than willing to entertain that he could have been talking about something else.
Sure.
But we don't know that because they didn't release the other email.
Exactly. And that's the difference with what you do here compared to what any of the clowns over like CNN or MSNBC. All they do is they tell you, they say, here's this email, and it suggests Trump knew about all these things. And instead here, we go through what did the emails actually say? Let's go to the primary source documents.
You still have to come up to the question of why didn't Virginia Giuffre, in her own testimony, say that she had done these things with Trump if this were all true. So once again, ultimately, it's just Epstein trying to pull Trump in and 100%. Implicate him in his own crimes. Jack Posobiec, Tom Sauer, we're here going through the Epstein emails. On Human Events Daily, right back from America's Sports.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We're on location with Tom Sauer today on Real America's Voice. But folks, you know, I got to tell you something. You got to pay attention to what's happening with the dollar. You got to pay attention to what's happening with debt, the central banks, the Great Reset, folks. We're still in the midst of the fourth turning. How's your fourth turning going? I know mine's going really swell. Folks, when things get rocky, gold has always been the safe haven. But now gold isn't just defensive, it's an offensive asset. It's already around $4,000 an ounce, and analysts are forecasting that it could go over $5,000. Just go take a look at it today. It's popping off. That's why I've been working with my partners at Allegiance Gold for the past 3 years. They help you protect your savings and retirement with real physical gold and silver, not paper promises. No paper hands around here, diamond hands. And right, or I should say, gold and silver hands. And right now, Allegiance Gold is making it even better. They'll donate 1% of qualified investments from my audience to Turning Point USA. And that's pretty cool. Or if you want another great America First organization, in addition to the 1% you already qualified for. So you can protect your wealth and support the movement at the same time. And what you want to do is, if you've been waiting for a sign, this is it. Don't overthink it. Don't wait until it's too late. See what's going on with gold today. Give them a call, 844-577-7676, or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676, or protectwithposo.com. Protect your future and stand with me fighting for America. So, Tom, I wanted to get in, and, you know, we're on Drop Site News. That's Ryan Grim, and he's not a conservative by any stretch.
Not at all.
You know, I've done some stuff with him. I had a debate with the Libertarian presidential candidate last year, Chase Oliver, on Zero Hedge, and Ryan Grim was one of the moderators, and I thought he did a great job. And he and I did not exactly see eye to eye on how to deal with the narco-terrorists.
Right.
And I actually remember specifically saying to him in the middle of that interview, he said, "What would you do with them?" And I said, well, Ryan, I propose we kill them. and we use violence to do so.
Right.
And he didn't. I don't think he was on board with that. But you know who is on board with that?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump and the War Department.
Yes.
And that's exactly what our glorious United States Navy has been doing.
Absolutely. No, and I think people don't realize that. I think there's a much stronger case for us having a military presence, military action in Latin America and in the Western Hemisphere than there is in the Middle East.
Yeah, for terrorists. I don't know
for terrorism.
I don't know exactly on board with the regime change stuff, but
you can talk about
just on this issue. Yes.
Yes, and you can talk about how well, there's some definite problems with us being ready to fight a near-peer competitor. Like if we actually got into a shooting war with the Chinese or the Russians or something like that, we have to be ready for that. But one thing that we are really good at is special operations, counterterrorism, killing narco-terrorists. We're really good at winning those battles.
Yeah, those fast boats and the semi-submersibles are basically your ISIS pickup trucks on the water of the Caribbean. It's on the water. It's the same target set, and you can use the same platform to reach out and touch them.
Yeah, and absolutely. And also, one thing I think is really important, because we had a conversation with a friend last night about this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, a senior person in the administration. We had a talk with, and one big reason, the real reason, is not just stopping the drugs, and that's a big one, but also our presence in Latin America in Southcom is really also about getting China out of there, right? Because the Chinese have a ton of influence out in there. I mean, the Panama Canal, they practically owned the damn thing for a while, and they've got their claws and their little tentacles everywhere.
They're building port after port after port down there.
And that's our backyard, not
and in
theirs.
fact, prior to, now we're far afield, but prior to the GWAT, this was always the point of Guantanamo Bay. The original purpose of Guantanamo Bay, 1898, after the Spanish-American War, it's our oldest overseas base, was to maintain that U.S. Navy presence for power projection in the Caribbean. And so this was the entire point. And by the way, it wasn't just drug runners at the time. We had, again, 1890s, guess what? We had slave ships.
Right.
We had like mercenaries. We had
gun runners.
By the way, pirates, like actual pirates that were running through, gun runners, literal pirates of the Caribbean, that existed, and so I was digging into this. I said, how can the United States Navy be conducting lethal operations in the Caribbean? And I said, do you understand the history of the United States Navy at all?
It's where it started. It's literally where it started. A lot of it
started doing that there, and then off the coast of Tripoli.
Sure.
But anyway, not to get too far off from that. Ryan Grim. Bunch of articles that, and it's been something that I've been reading. I haven't always covered on the show, but I'll put it out here. An Israeli spy stayed for weeks at a time with Jeffrey Epstein in Manhattan. He had that story out just yesterday.
Right.
I was covering down on Veterans Day, but this is an aide for Ehud Barak. And we knew that Ehud Barak, who had been the prime minister of Israel, was directly tied with Jeffrey Epstein. Here we see again that he was staying for weeks at a time with him. He helped Israel, and he's got a couple other articles. He helped Israel sell a surveillance state to Cote d'Ivoire, so to Ivory Coast, and he worked on directly with the two of them. Jeffrey Epstein, how the sex trafficker helped Israel build a back channel to Russia amid the Syrian civil war. And actually, I'm going to pull up the date on that, because that's probably around the same time that he was talking Syrian civil war. That's probably 2014, 2015 time frame. Let's see. Right here, between 2013 and 2016, working to build a back channel with someone he knew who was tied to Russia during the Syrian civil war. And so you look at this trove of emails that they also have over at Drop Site. I didn't want to overlook those either. It was a huge scoop that they had. And look, if you want to dig into Epstein's operations, you got to find out what he was up to. It's as simple as that.
But Jack, we were reliably told by our bettors that Jeffrey Epstein had no connection to foreign intelligence or American intelligence. That's what they told us.
Because that's not what we see in the
It's so strange
here at all. And look, it's as simple as that. And we know, by the way, that so much of the Syrian civil war was an intelligence operation that was run by elements of the CIA. That was run by elements. And here we're seeing Israeli intelligence. And a number of the Gulf states were involved in this. And Turkey, of course, bringing up the opposition to, at the time, Bashar al-Assad.
Right.
So Bashar al-Assad, he was the leader. His father had been the leader, and the Turks wanted to take him out. And it's really interesting how this guy, al-Jilani, who had been the head of a pro-Turkey terrorist group, is now suddenly the guy who's taken over Damascus. It's kind of funny how that works.
It's strange. Wasn't he just in the Oval yesterday?
He certainly was.
He's like they're trying out cologne. It looked great.
Or Monday, yeah.
Monday,
Cologne,
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I did appreciate how Trump asked him how many wives he has. I'll give him
People
that,
don't appreciate how funny that man is.
But at the same time, you gotta be careful with that, because it's one thing to say we'll work with someone, but it's also another thing to say that we're going to prop up a guy who had been up until a couple of months ago involved in terrorist organizations.
I think he was a hand cutter. They referred to him as a hand cutter.
Hand cutter and head cutter.
Oh, and head cutter. Okay,
yeah, head chopper. And so these are bad guys. These are absolutely bad guys, and it reminded me of when Reagan sat down with the Afghanistan opposition at the time, who would go on to become the Taliban, which would go on to Al-Qaeda, and there was a little thing in New York that happened. Yeah. And so, when you look at all these things and you put it all together, you see the influence of Jeffrey Epstein, you see the direct connection with these politicians, and trying to get connections to more politicians like Donald Trump. And I'm just going to say, it seems like he was trying and failing. It seems like he was trying and failing to build that connection. Yep. You really have to ask yourself the question, how many pots was he involved in? And not just foreign policy, but also honeypots. Yeah. And it's a real question for all of us is, how much do we know about foreign policy involves blackmail?
Oh, of course. I mean, it goes throughout history. I mean, it's a pretty common thing. Yes. It's kind of the easiest method if you really want to compromise some people, is you use sex, right?
I've seen a lot of people point out, they say, well, now that Epstein is off the playing field, how do you, who's running it now? Yeah. And one of the best theories that I think I've heard is that you don't need an Epstein now because you have the internet.
Sure. Like a lot of that.
Right, so all you need to do is pull someone's search history, pull their online pornography history, and it kind of serves the same purpose.
Stay away from that stuff,
in many ways. or if you're involved in any of the, I mean, there was a guy in James Talarico who just got, they just found that he'd been following a bunch of OnlyFans models and all this other stuff, and that was like out in the public.
Yeah, it's like that was an easy one. Yeah, there's so many of those things. One, it comes just stay away from that stuff. I mean, that's just the easiest one out there. But at the same time, you got to hand it to Israel. Like, they've got some serious game. They really do.
God.
I mean, they do. That's one of the huge asymmetric advantages that they have. I mean, and you can talk to folks from former intelligence folks from our country and others, that they'll say that, like, hey, they've got some of the best intelligence game there is. They really do.
I mean, and that's the thing. And that's why, and even in the U.S. military, we have red forces, we have blue forces, we also have green forces.
That's right.
And Israel has always been considered a green force.
Right.
Sometimes you partner, sometimes that partnership gets a little one-sided. And so you always have to be on the lookout for that. And in this case, you've got Jeffrey Epstein, you've got Ehud Barak, you've got who was the head of
Mossad, right?
Of Mossad, yes,
right.
He was the head of Israeli intelligence. So we're not saying that this is some conspiracy. No, He's literally the guy. He was the one. So, and to be involved as heavily as they were in the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad, which, by the way, was successful, really begs the question: why was Jeffrey Epstein involved in the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad? Jack Posobiec, Tom Sauer, back here, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
It was a cover-up. Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. By the way, I just wanted to say that, whenever they play that clip of President Trump and me, and he's talking about the book, and he's encouraging people to go buy it, that, I don't know if people know this, but that clip, Charlie Kirk filmed that. We were backstage at a Turning Point Action rally in October of 2024, and it was me, the president, Charlie, and obviously the whole senior staff was there. And I had asked the president if he would just accept a copy of it. And then Charlie goes, why don't you film a little video, Mr. President? And he pulls up his own phone and just films that. And we do it. He sent it to me. He said, Jack, I got you. And it's just, Charlie actually filmed that little back lore for Human Events Daily. Folks, did you know that Utah and Florida recently banned fluoride in their drinking water? Why are they doing a massive U-turn on something that's been pumped into our water for 80 years? The government claims fluoride for healthy teeth, and that's just nanny state nonsense, honestly. You don't need bureaucrats medicating your water. You need the freedom to choose pure water. That's why my family uses Cove Pure, a countertop water purifier certified to remove up to 99.9% of impurities. That includes fluoride and other garbage like PFAS, fertilizer runoff, you name it. The first thing I noticed is the taste. Cove Pure helps water because of what it's supposed to taste like. Pure, clean, no aftertaste. The best part is that you can choose any temperature, hot or cold, with just one tap. Myself, Tanya Tay, the kids, they love it. It's so easy. There's no drilling, no plumbers. You just fill it in, you plug it in, it's done. You get the water you want. Head to covepure.com/POSO, and you will now get a limited time $200 off. The government has no business forcing things in your water. Don't wait for them to sort out pure water. You have to do it yourself. That's covepure.com/POSO, covepure.com/POSO for $200 off. All right, Tom, I got to get in on this now because people know, you're a veteran, I'm a veteran, you work in veterans advocacy, and it's been something that you've been an absolute leader on. And President Trump was talking about the H-1B program,
yes, he was.
I guess yesterday, and this is just completely roiled up everyone online. Why is it that you would say that MAGA, America First, and particularly the veteran community gets so upset when they hear about the H-1B program?
I think it just comes down to jobs and skilled labor and housing and affordability, right? Right off the bat, that's the easiest one there. And you consider the fact that, if I know folks out there who have computer science degrees from top schools, they are struggling to get a good job, right? Because we're importing cheap labor, and they're practically, indentured servants, practically slaves, right? For a fraction of the money. It's a real problem here, right? And it's not just in the tech space, but it's all over the place, right? It's within housing. It's like having skilled labor for housing, to be able to build enough houses, right, in this country. Also, we've got way too many people that shouldn't be here. So we're not even talking about just illegal immigration. It's all immigration. Like that, what people don't realize.
So this is creating downward pressure on wages.
Right.
And it's forcing every American to have to compete with every other worker around the world, especially when, and this isn't a immigration situation, but especially when you count the outsourcing that goes on because of remote work. I have a good friend, you know him, still boneless, who trained a workforce that's overseas, and he was told that they were going to be his staff. And then immediately once he was done training, he lost his job.
It was terrible. Yeah, a lot of cases of that. I've seen plenty of examples of that. We all have. In the veteran, I'll just ask from a basic perspective, are 100% of our veterans employed today in America? They are not.
Interesting.
So
we do have unemployed veterans.
And who have skills.
And do those, I was going to my next question, you anticipated follow-up. Do American veterans have skills and talents?
Absolutely. Okay. And some discipline, too.
And a little bit of discipline, military discipline. And
work experience.
Military bearing and discipline. So they have all that. They have work experience. Right. They're not 100% employed.
No.
And so the question then is, why does it seem like these foreign workers are being brought in before every single American veteran has a job?
I think it's coming down to an issue of corporate profits, right? I mean, our friend Steve Bannon, obviously, he talks about this quite a bit, and he's absolutely right, where it's like...
Oh, Bannon, does he have an opinion?
A little bit, right? He's got a little bit of opinion on it, but that's what you're looking at. And even when I talk to other companies that want to, like, do work with the government as well, one of the things I say to them is, like, they'll throw up things like, hey, this contributed to GDP. I go, get that word out of your vocabulary. Just because line go up does not mean prosperity for Americans. You emphasize, and your focus needs to be on creating good-paying jobs for American workers. And there is plenty of opportunity, and there's plenty of a labor force there. But if you're importing cheap foreign labor, and then they themselves are practically slaves because they can't leave, because if they leave the job, then they'll get deported as well. It's nothing good for them either. And I think this is something really important, and this is why Charlie Kirk was so valuable to our movement, and why his loss is a loss to the America First and the entire MAGA movement, because he was the guy who was constantly talking to the administration at the highest levels, like, hey, this immigration thing is a real problem. You need to watch this, right? And we don't have Charlie here anymore.
He'd be on campus. He'd be on campus day in and day out, hearing what the kids were saying, hearing what Gen Z was saying, hearing what that generation was saying. They're saying, wait a minute, why do we have to go into the workforce and compete with every single foreign labor when they come across? And people say, well, they were, and I always hear this refrain too. They say, oh, well, they're willing to work harder. I say, of course they are, because they want to be in the country.
Right.
They have an incentive to be here, to work for less, because the benefit from them is they get to come in the country. And then the other piece of it too is they do then get access to the American system, to American health care, to all of this, which, by the way,
SNAP benefits,
all of these benefits are on the backs of the taxpayers. So the company doesn't have to worry about any of that.
Right. I mean, we think about when something like 40 million, where American taxpayers are subsidizing 40 million other people in this country, right, for their EBT and SNAP benefits, right? That's why groceries are so expensive, right? That's why cost of living is so down, is so much harder to compete. I mean, and you see that.
So you're saying that there's a connection between demand, supply, and prices.
It seems like there is sometimes, I did take a macro class.
We're uncovering and discovering all new things about our economy. Supply and demand can affect price.
And it's not just about, and things people look and say GDP is this, GDP is that, or something like that. And it's like, well, also, when the GDP is wrapped up in a dozen tech companies, which might be in a little bit of a bubble, who knows, right? But the thing is further, you should look more like the health of the American people.
Yeah, I've said, so I was on Will Cain's show the other day.
Right.
And I didn't talk about the GDP, but I said we need to stop talking about the economy. We need to start talking about economic conditions.
Right.
And economic conditions are not the same thing. And I'll say here on this program, we need to stop the worship of the GDP.
Absolutely.
We need to stop. It seems like conservatives only care about conserving the GDP. Right. They don't care about the social conditions or the living conditions or the economic conditions of the average American or the median American. They only care about conserving the GDP. And also there's a great Substack, Lomez and I have chatted about this. And that really goes to show you that it's just a theory. Right. It's an economic model. It's not even a real thing.
Yeah.
And yet we talk about it like it is. So Tom, put all that together. We're in our final minute here. Just so when we hear this push for more H-1B or an expansion of H-1B, what kind of message does that send to all these people that we're talking about, particularly American veterans?
It tells you that you're not, I think it really says we don't value you as much. We worship GDP and we worship profits more than we do the health of the American worker and the health of the American nation. It really does. I mean, look, drive 2 hours in any direction in this country, and you will see what a lot of just the economic despair, and that all ties into the addiction, right? Crime, unaffordability of living, all that stuff. And
which a lot of veterans fall into.
Tons of them do.
Because they get blocked out from the workforce.
Right. They absolutely do. And it really...
This is a cycle, and I know you've worked on this because you ran rehab centers, that this is a cycle that typically happens when they're making that transition from military life to civilian life.
Right, they do. And then especially when economic conditions there's despair, then you start having the deaths of despair. And I mean, there's a reason why the opioid crisis followed immediately after the shutdown.
Tom Sauer, where do people go to follow you, brother?
At Thomas B. Sauer on everyone's favorite website, X.com.
X.com. All right, Tom Sauer.
Hey, buddy. Appreciate it, brother.
Glad to have you here. It's an honor, as always, ladies and gentlemen. As always, you have my permission. Later, short.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, Yellow Arm Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. It is Wednesday, the 12th of November in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for joining me here on Real America's Voice. The House of Representatives set to vote sometime today on a stopgap funding bill aimed at ending what's now the longest government shutdown in history. And the Democrats are losing their minds over it. I'll bring on Congressman Mark Harris to discuss that in detail shortly. Also, Democrats want to promise to extend COVID-era Obamacare subsidies in the deal to reopen the government, a move Republicans say would add up to $400 billion to the national deficit instantly. I'll discuss the importance of not extending these subsidies today as well. And then later, I'll discuss the pros and cons of AI. AI can be used as an effective tool for multiple purposes, but it can also be a major crutch. And it's important that we teach the younger generations not to depend on artificial intelligence. All those details coming your way. But first, I want to talk about the Democrat Party, because this week, the Democrat Party is eating itself alive on live television. And frankly, it's kind of glorious. Senate Democrats just voted to end the government shutdown. Yes, the same shutdown they swore was a moral imperative to protect their sacred cow programs, and the radical left is having a Category 5 meltdown. They're not just mad, they've gone feral. They wanted this pain to drag on for months, maybe years, just to bleed Trump dry politically, but even some of their own moderates finally grew a spine and said enough. And now, the long knives are out for Chuck Schumer and some others too. Here is Representative Ro Khanna listing all of his grievances with the Senate Minority Leader. Listen to this.
This was the straw that broke the camel's back. You had Chuck Schumer cheerleading into the war in Iraq. You've had Chuck Schumer cheerleading for a blank check to Netanyahu. You've had Chuck Schumer betraying us on the first shutdown. You then had Chuck Schumer given multiple opportunities after Zoran won the primary to at least endorse him, even if it was a pro forma endorsement. He doesn't do that. And now he's not even willing to fight to make sure that the ACA subsidies don't increase. So to your earlier question about, are there difficult questions on SNAP benefits and troop pay? Of course there are. And maybe if this was the only context, Chuck Schumer would have some grace and goodwill and say, okay, we disagree with this deal, but it's not enough to call for you to step down. But this is the culmination of someone who just doesn't get it, who doesn't get how much people are hurting, who doesn't get where the base of this party is, who doesn't get how upset this party has been that we're giving all this money to overseas wars and not doing health care here, who certainly is never going to support Medicare for all. He's just out of touch. He's not the future of the party.
Ro Khanna, Silicon Valley's favorite socialist in a $3,000 suit, just declared open season on the Senate Minority Leader. And he's not alone. The Bernie bros are circling too. Here's the senator from Vermont himself, and he is not happy.
Schumer voted no, or is going to vote no, along with you. He did last night, and he's going to do it again. But a lot of Democrats are blaming him because he is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And some of your allies, like Congressman Ro Khanna of California and others, are saying Schumer should step down from his position as Democratic leader in the Senate. Do you still have confidence in him as leader of the Senate?
Look, Schumer and I have very fundamental disagreements about where the Democratic Party should be. And I am strongly supporting candidates for the Senate who are not part of the Democratic establishment, who believe in Medicare for all, who are prepared to take on the big money interests and fight for working people. All right, I have a very different vision of where the Democratic Party should go. If Schumer steps down, who is going to take his place? The truth is, progressives in the Senate right now are I think there are about 8 or 9 of us. We are pretty much of a minority.
Now, I am surprised he didn't have his mittens on. Guess you could say the gloves really are off. He wanted the shutdown to be a crucible to forge the revolution in the fires of federal employee misery. But Chuck Schumer blinked. And now the left wants his head on a pike outside the Capitol for all to see. Bernie says he's in the minority, but that minority is starting to hold the rest of the party hostage. Hakeem Jeffries, Mr. I'll impeach Trump on a Tuesday, wants to prevent being ripped apart by the radical left as well. So here he is vowing to keep the pain train rolling in the House. Listen.
America is too expensive. And far too many people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. They can't thrive. They can barely survive. And that's why Democrats have been waging this fight. And we'll continue to wage this fight. No matter what comes over to us from the United States Senate to the House of Representatives at some point this week. Our position as House Democrats has been crystal clear. We will sit down with any Republicans, anytime, any place, anywhere, in order to find a bipartisan path forward but we're not down with their my way or the highway approach to governance. That's failed the American people. It's been a disaster for the American people, and the American people know it.
Democrats still trying to sell this shutdown, this 42-day shutdown, as a fight for Americans. But newsflash, Americans are just trying to buy groceries while federal workers do everything short of pawning off their wedding rings. Thanks a lot, guys. But Jeffries acts like he wanted to ride this shutdown like a mechanical bull all the way to 2026 in the midterms. Too bad the Senate just yanked the plug. He blames Republicans for the disastrous state of the healthcare industry as if Obamacare isn't their invention. Not a single Republican, not one, voted for Obamacare. Now for the meltdowns. Oh, the meltdowns. Here's this guy having a full-blown psychotic break. Enjoy.
It is time to end the era of the feckless Democrat, too scared to unify the party and stand up to Donald Trump, to stand up to lawlessness, and in this case, to fight for Americans. And let's remember, what Republicans are doing is robbing millions of Americans of their health insurance. It is horrible what Republicans are doing, and it is equally bad that Democrats have lost their spine in standing up to it. But this is the moment when we recognize that is the old Democratic Party, and it is time to make way for the new Democrats, who are born of courage and battle for the American people, not for bowing down out of fear.
I think we may know whose Coke it was at the White House, just saying. Democrats out there are close to breaking Donald Trump. Breaking him? Sir. The only thing breaking is your grip on reality. Trump was busy cutting deals with world leaders while you were rage tweeting in your pajamas. Nice job. Here's Sunny Hostin on The View, you know, the program you try to miss every day, doing the same thing on national television. Enjoy this, too.
I want an opposition party. I think the Democrats caved. I think the Democrats let down the American people. And like you, Whoopi, I have absolutely no faith that the Republican Party will come to the negotiating table in good faith. You know, you do something like this, shame on you the first time. You do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, shame on me. Shame on the Democrats. The bottom line is the Democrats went into this after a blue wave out of the American people saying we do want the opposition. We the working people want the Democratic Party to fight for them. And now they just caved and surrendered. I think Chuck Schumer, his days are over. If he cannot keep his caucus together, if he cannot keep his caucus together, he needs to go. He needs to be replaced.
You know, it's pretty sad when standing on principle means letting 800,000 federal workers go without paychecks for a month while AOC and Bernie collect theirs without pause, all for trillions in funding for what amounts to a healthcare scam as far as I'm concerned, and millions more feel the same. Democrats love to talk about the American people, while conveniently forgetting that it was the American people who voted Donald Trump into office and are behind his agenda, and not the agenda of the party that consistently takes the wrong side of 80-20 issues. But the real gut punch for the left came from 2 of their own, John Fetterman and Dick Durbin. First, the man in the hoodie.
It really wasn't difficult for me personally compared to the 42 million Americans now that they had their SNAP suspended, and then the military not getting paid, all these government workers now that are sitting at the desk right there in the Senate chambers. They haven't been paid in 5 weeks. And now the Capitol Police and all the air traffic controllers, they haven't been paid, and that's made flying less safe. So for me, that's been incredibly difficult for all of those folks and this kinds of chaos. So for me, you know, this was the 16th time tonight to vote to keep our government open. And that's just, I see, doing my job, and it's the country over the party on this. And I know there's many people in my caucus are upset that we decided that, hey, I think it's wrong. It's always wrong for me. And that's where I am. And after 41 days, I think we can agree that it wasn't worth the kinds of chaos and trauma for our nation.
Why is one of the only sensible Democrats the one who had a stroke? It shouldn't take a brain injury to admit the obvious. Fetterman might look like he just rolled out of bed, but he actually said the quiet part out loud. This was hurting real people, real Americans, air traffic controllers sleeping in terminals, TSA lines snaking out the door, veterans waiting on paychecks, but the squad, or maybe it should be the firing squad, and the Socialist Caucus didn't care. They're too busy drafting their Medicare for All and also your dog in case, their manifesto. Dick Durbin, the number 2 man in the Senate for the Democrats, the elder statesman of the Senate, admits that Democrats knew the shutdown would starve children, but did it anyway. Why? To protest Donald Trump. Here he is.
Many of my friends are unhappy. They think we should have kept our government closed indefinitely to protest the policies of the Trump administration. I share their opinions of this administration, but cannot accept a strategy which wages political battle at the expense of my neighbor's paycheck or the food for his children. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Now, Mr. Durbin's been in Washington since about the time they invented the telephone, and even he couldn't stomach the carnage. The moderates are peeling off. The radicals are screaming traitor, and Schumer's hiding under his desk about now. I'll predict it now. These moderates are getting primaried next year, all of them. All for being reasonable after more than 40 days of insanity. But here's the kicker. The part the media won't play on a loop for you. President Trump didn't just survive the shutdown, he used it. He used it to his advantage. Listen.
Honestly, can I put it in plain words for you? And you're a smart guy, so you'll understand, but a lot of people don't. The Democrats are getting killed on the shutdown because we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we were opposed to. So we're being able, and they're never going to come back in many cases. So we're being able to do things that we were unable to do before.
Now, while the Democrats were shutting down the government for more than 40 days, the administration was shutting down their wasteful programs right in front of them. No more funding for DEI czars, no more billion-dollar slush funds for sanctuary cities. It's called training the swamp, one furloughed bureaucrat at a time. Trump turned their tantrum into a scalpel, carving out the rot they've been feeding for decades, and the left knows it. That's why they're not just mad at Schumer, they're terrified because the moderates are waking up, the base is fracturing, and the American people, they're done being pawns in this circus. The Democrat Party isn't a big tent anymore, it's a cage fight. You've got the AOC Bernie wing demanding purity tests and prolonged suffering, and the non-socialist remnant begging for a truce. Schumer's caught in the middle, trying to thread a needle with a sledgehammer. And Jeffries, he's still in the House, vowing to continue the fight for health care for illegal aliens. This isn't leadership, it's cannibalism. The left wanted to hold 330 million Americans hostage to spite one man, but even their own couldn't stomach the ransom note. And Trump, he's already signing the executive orders. Patriots, this is what victory looks like. Not with a bang, but with a whimper from the other side. The shutdown, the Schumer shutdown, is over. And the Democrat Party is tearing itself apart on camera. Grab your popcorn because the show's just getting started. It's going to get worse, but a bit of warning for the Republicans, which we will talk about tomorrow. Don't ignore affordability. You do so at your own peril. Coming up after the break, I'll bring on Congressman Mark Harris to discuss the potential deal to reopen the government after being closed now 43 days. I'll have details straight ahead on America's Voice Live.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
I just learned the House of Representatives set to vote tonight around 7 o'clock on that stopgap funding bill aimed at ending what's been the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. And I want to bring on Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina. Congressman, thank you for being here. It seems the Democrats are as mad as a hornet's nest that got hit by a lawnmower. I mean, the infighting is remarkable. Chuck Schumer, they want his head on a pike and a few more to go with it outside the Capitol for all to see. It seems the Democrat Party has been hijacked by the far left. Your thoughts?
Well, I agree with you, Steve. It does seem like they've been hijacked. And I think that what you're seeing are the results of just very, very poor leadership. But again, you know, they had somebody like Joe Biden in the White House for 4 years, and we saw what it was like to live without leadership. And they're seeing that in their own party right now here in Congress. And listen, it's really ashamed when you stop and consider the pain that the American people have been dealing with now, going into the 43rd day. And yet the reality is they ended up at the same deal that they were offered on September 30th. Senator Thune kept telling them that they would have an opportunity to have the debate, to have a vote. We would do all of those things, just open the government. And they have ignored it and ignored it. They ended up with nothing. And in the midst of it, here we are, just grateful that there were 8 Democrats that came to their senses and stepped up and did the right thing. A little late, but at least they did it now.
I can guarantee you AOC will challenge Chuck Schumer for that Senate seat. I don't know if she can win statewide. She'll win in New York City. We'll see how that plays out. But do you have any concerns right now? You just went through it for me. You'll have some procedural votes and a debate. The vote should come sometime around 7 o'clock. Any concerns that there will be Republicans that don't go along with you?
Well, there's always some concerns. You never know. We tend to be an independent-minded group of people. But everything I'm hearing is looking that, for sure, people recognize it is so important for us to get this government open so that we can get back to the America First agenda. I mean, listen, as a freshman congressman, it was a great time for me to have the privilege to come in and serve the people of the 8th District of North Carolina with Donald Trump in the White House. And we have been moving at just record speed, doing things, getting things accomplished, from the One Big Beautiful Bill all the way to the rolling back the different types of challenges that were being created. And it was just happening over and over. And obviously they've tried to slow down the momentum, anything to try to stop the work of government. And here we are. And I'm just excited to be able to get back and let's get this passed tonight, get the government moving so we can continue to try to move the president's agenda forward.
Yeah, my warning to Republicans right now, though, is do not overlook this word, affordability. It's what got Mamdani elected in New York City. It's really what got Donald Trump elected in 2024. It is going to be on the mind of voters come midterm election time. So how do we return affordability, make sure that people can buy houses before they're 40 years old so they can pay the rent, pay the groceries, pay childcare? What can the Republicans do to move that needle before the midterms?
Well, I think the president over the weekend, even, we talk about this whole issue of health care. I think the conversation needs to be held, and it's going to be held, because this whole ACA was never, we call it the Affordable Care Act. It was everything but affordable. It never has been. And Republicans tried to say this from the beginning, that it would collapse on itself without incredible government spending that was just unsustainable. And I think that's exactly what we've seen. And so this was the deadline that the Democrats put on themselves. It's coming, the end of December, with these COVID-era subsidies. I think the president is looking at it correctly. He's talking about putting money back in the pockets of Americans instead of the insurance companies, which are taking our money and then continuing to raise rates out the yazoo. I just believe that if the Republican Party is understanding that we've got to make policy decisions that are going to benefit the American people, not continue to punish them. And I think this is the opportunity we have. So there's lots of conversations of what we're going to do to continue to roll back regulations, continue to help small businesses, looking at this healthcare issue as we talk about some real solutions. I think there's a number of things that are on the horizon as we get back to work here.
Well, Congressman, I know you have a very busy day and you carved some out for us. We truly appreciate you taking a moment. We'll watch the vote tonight, and we wish you well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir. All right, there you have it. Congressman Mark Harris from North Carolina 8. It's an important vote tonight, 7 o'clock. Of course, we'll have all the updates right here on Real America's Voice. We look forward to that and you joining us throughout the evening. Now, coming up after the break, I'll continue the discussion of the government shutdown, specifically on the COVID-era Obamacare subsidies that the Democrats want extended. They were supposed to be temporary. They voted for them to be temporary, and yet here we are. More straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
You see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
My name is Tracy L.
Discussion of the government shutdown. As I said, the continuing resolution passed the Senate Monday, as you know. It's in the House. A final vote expected tonight, according to the congressman from North Carolina. About 7 o'clock tonight is about the time he thinks that they'll get to a final vote. The Democrat shutdown is now in its 6th week and has been a total mess. They demanded $1.5 trillion in new spending, but are expected to get only a few billion, if that. We'll see how it all plays out tonight, of course. Democrats wanted a promise to extend their COVID-era Obamacare subsidies that were supposed to be temporary. A move Republicans say would add up to $400 billion a year, every year, for 10 years and just keep adding up. It would add favoritism to the insurance companies over Americans. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to have a list of the politicians that get the most money from the insurance companies. There are Republicans and there are Democrats, both. More Democrats, but a lot of Republicans lining their pockets as well. Here to discuss, Senior Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union, Tommy Aiello. Tommy, nice to see you today.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And by the way, some of the top 5 recipients, politicians, voted for Obamacare. All Democrats, of course. I know you're shocked to hear that. And they want to extend these subsidies because these insurance companies and their lobbyists put tremendous amounts of money in their pockets every election cycle, and sometimes more often than that. That's part of the problem in Washington, isn't it?
You know, it really is. They passed Obamacare 15 years ago. It's supposed to be the Affordable Care Act. Healthcare hasn't gotten any more affordable in those 15 years. It's been quite the opposite. So here we are on the verge of the government reopening, which is a great thing. But Democrats, they're still asking for an extension of these COVID-era pandemic healthcare policies that are too expensive, don't improve care, and really only impact a handful of people. So, you know, we'll have to see what happens, but we should be prepared that this could come up for a vote next month.
Yeah. So when you talk about Obamacare and all this insurance money, look, all the insurance companies have been setting record profits. Here where I live in Michigan, and don't feel too badly for the guy, the CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield here in Michigan just took a pay cut last year. His total compensation package was only $14.5 million, more than $1 million a month. They're all setting record profits. And so the idea, and I think this is a great idea, at least to have a discussion about sending the money directly to American citizens so they can open health savings accounts to use specifically and only for healthcare items, be it insurance premiums, prescription drugs, a visit to the doctor's office, whatever it may be. Would that not save the taxpayers a tremendous amount of money?
It would save a significant amount of money. We have to, realize the fact that the federal government sends billions upon billions of dollars every single month to these insurance companies, and they're the ones that are making the money. It really is not helping the American people that much. So when we say we need to repeal and replace Obamacare, Republicans also need to come up with solutions that will actually help people as well. And we need to be able to tell people what our solutions are. We can't just say we want to repeal and replace. We need to have real solutions. At NTU, we're a big fan of health savings accounts. That's pre-tax money that Americans are able to keep and spend on healthcare related items. We need to have reforms to prescription drugs. Pharmacy benefit managers, these are the middlemen that negotiate drug prices. Far too often, it's too expensive and it costs federal taxpayers too much money. And then, of course, telemedicine. That's the ability to see a doctor online. That'll be a game changer for rural communities who don't have access to doctor's office the same way people in the city or suburban areas do. All of that will help actual people.
Sure. Trump RX, the idea of cutting the cost of prescription drugs for the American people, something that this president has worked on a number of times. In fact, his idea was so good that Mark Cuban, an open Trump hater, a guy that was totally never Trump, said, you know what? That's a pretty good idea. I'll bring my company over to see if we can make it even better. You've got that. You've got lowering of insulin prices. You've got the president coming out and saying GLP-1. Too many people need this drug. It's too expensive. Let's lower that price. So he is working on lowering health care in different places. And that's also a step in the right direction, isn't it?
It really is. We need more competition in the healthcare space. And President Trump recognizes that. He recognizes that healthcare costs, whether it's your premiums, whether it's your copay, whether it's your prescription drugs, it all costs too much money. And we need to bring the cost down. That way people can actually feel the benefits in their pocketbook. You know, you and your last guest talked about affordability. There's nothing more important to the American people than their house or their apartment having affordable payments there and having affordable health care. So the more that we can deliver for the American people in both of those regards, the better it will be, and the more people will be rewarded next year in the midterms when we talk about it, and more importantly than talking about it, delivering on both of those things.
Absolutely true. Tommy Aiello from the National Taxpayers Union. Always appreciate you being here, Tommy. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to hear from you, by the way. I want to hear from you. Send me an email. Go to stevegruber.com. Send me an email and tell me about affordability where you are. What is your biggest concern? Is it gas? Is it groceries? Is it rent? Is it mortgage? What is it? stevegruber.com. Send me an email. We really want to hear from you. Now, coming up after the break, I'll discuss the heavy use of AI technology, particularly in Gen Z, and how Gen Alpha can avoid this bleak dependence. More on that coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy.
So at its best, AI can be used as a tool for kickstarting an idea or to isolate and gather specific information on a particular topic. I do it every day here to do work for you so you have the best information. But at its worst, AI can be used as a crutch, especially for young folks who are in middle or high school, as the technology makes it so they don't have to strengthen their minds and actually learn or understand a topic. It leads to a decrease in literacy, particularly for Gen Z. Gen Alpha, however, has a chance to turn the tide compared to their Gen Z cohorts if parents are more involved in teaching them in the old ways where a topic and its understanding was earned after voracious reading. Furthermore, screen time should be assessed and limited by parents. We do it here. You should as well. Join me to discuss is the editor-in-chief of Campus Reform, Zachary Marshall. Zachary, nice to see you.
Great to be back.
So my mother taught school back in the days when Texas Instruments was just coming of age and these fancy calculators were coming around. And she said, they're great to have if you know how to do math already. But if you don't, you should never be allowed to use a calculator. And that was like 100 years ago, it seems. boy, was she right. If you never learn how to do something or understand something, you just use a machine to get to the answer, what have you accomplished?
Yeah, I used those calculators in middle school, and that seems like a lifetime ago. And, you bring up a really good point. I wrote this op-ed in Daily Wire encouraging parents how to limit screen time and introduce more books into their Gen Alpha children, because the future is going to be run by people who know how to use AI and are better than AI. It's not just good enough to be able to use ChatGPT. You have to have a solid foundation in learning and reading and writing in order to use AI to your advantage. And what I think parents can do now is find the stuff that students are gravitating towards on their computers, on their tablets, and find books on those topics. It doesn't matter really what a book is on, as long as it's well written. Give it to your children. Try to introduce the same kind of stimulation that children get from Candy Crush or different games on their phones, and find books that have that same topic. And that's a way to kind of teach them habitually how to read and how to stay ahead of this AI curve.
Yeah, you've got to research, Zachary, because look, there is so much garbage from all directions on social media, on the internet, on YouTube. Look, claims are made all the time. Deep fakes are created. And so what I use AI for regularly now is I'll go and I'll say, I'll take a post on Twitter or wherever, and I'll say, is this true, to an AI machine, to an engine? And they'll say yes or no. Oftentimes it's no, because you'll see something outlandish and go, that does not sound right. I encourage the whole world to fact check what they find on the internet. Do you think that's a good idea?
It totally is, and that's something that I was researching earlier this year with ChatGPT and Perplexity and others, when seeing how good their fact-checking is, and it's not really that good. It confused a lot of people in the first and second Trump administration. So if I put in generic copy, it would tell me that Betsy DeVos is still the Secretary of Education, when that is completely wrong. So while we can use the tools to make our work more efficient, we still need to be smarter than it and still have to have critical logic and knowledge skills. And that only comes from reading and writing. And I've taught writing and reading for over 10 years, from middle school to PhD students. And what we're seeing right now is that every year, students are less proficient in reading and writing, and parents are not putting enough books in front of their children. So they need to find a way how to trick their children, if it comes down to that, to read more books, kind of like putting the medicine in chocolate syrup. Find books that are somewhat on topic to what the kids want to do online, and have them learn that way, that they can supplement tablets with more traditional forms of entertainment and reading.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Zach. When you talk about this whole thing back and forth, how big of a challenge is it for the teachers that are in the classroom? And they know the kid didn't write this, but they can't necessarily prove it. I mean, it's a challenge for teachers to say, wait a second, Johnny, this is not your work. Because if you know Johnny's a C student and suddenly he turns in an A paper that's just mind-blowing, you're like, wait a second. So the challenge is on the educators as well at all levels, isn't it?
It is, and it's a conundrum for those K through 12 educators, because at an individual level, you can say it's your fault for not, upholding standards in the classroom. But then we are talking about individual employees here who then, if they make a complaint or accusation against a student, they have to defend it against the parents defending their students. They are also under pressure from their districts, from their unions, to have certain good rates. So there has been an incentive at public schools to fail students forward for far too long. And sometimes it's more convenient for teachers to fail people forward, even though they know they're not ready for the next grade. And this all comes to a head with higher education when you have professors inheriting high school graduates who are failed by the education system, and professors, as we've documented at Campus Reform, are not doing their job to confront students with their lacking standards. We have, covered grade inflation. We've covered alternative grading that makes students feel better about the grades they're getting, and nothing to do to make them better people or better readers or better writers.
We actually covered this on this program last week. The average graduation grade point from Harvard today is 3.8. 50 years ago, it was 2.6. 2.6. Anyhow, grade inflation is real as well. Zachary Marshall, always appreciate you being here. Thank you. By the way, folks, it's why I fish. I can trust that. And send your kids outside, would you? They'll learn more out in the yard than they will from any screen they sit in front of for too long. That, I believe. It's the one time of the year that Birch Gold Group gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right, for Black Friday. When you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, Birch Gold will send you free gold to your home for every $20,000 purchased. Look, gold started this year around $2,600 an ounce. By October, it was over $4,000 an ounce. It's over $4,000 again today. Why? Global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency, and military tension continues to build in a variety of places. Gold thrives in times of uncertainty. And if you're looking to diversify your savings, Birch Gold can help you. Plus, now through November the 30th, get free gold with a qualifying purchase. Just text America to 989898, claim your eligibility, and get a free information kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold is limited. It ends on November 30th. So don't wait. Text America to the number 989898 for full details. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
You see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L.
Well, President Trump recently announced that his administration plans to issue $2,000 to tariff dividends to Americans while using the rest of the money to lower America's national debt. My good friend Grant Stinchfield recently discussed this with precious metals expert Philip Patrick from the Birch Gold Group. Take a look at the conversation.
What do you make of this idea that the tariff money is going to bring down the debt, but we've got a spending battle going on that's going to go through January 30th? My guess is government spending is not going anywhere.
Yeah, listen, tariff money is great. We didn't have it under Biden. This is $500 billion we didn't have a year ago. So we are edging in the right direction. Is it going to reduce the national debt? Doesn't look like that. We're still running a $2 trillion annual deficit. The tariff revenue looks enough to offset the tax cuts implemented by President Trump, which will obviously help boost the economy. What I don't see them doing anytime soon is closing that $2 trillion deficit. And in order to reduce the national debt, we're going to have to do that. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right, if he carries through with his plan to send middle-income folks $2,000, I don't know if it'll be mandated it's used for health care or how he's going to do that, but what does that do for gold, putting an extra $2,000 in the pockets of everyday Americans?
Look, what does it do for everyday Americans is the question. I think it's going to help them, right? They've been feeling the squeeze. Even the government shutdown, I think, cost them $140 a week on average. So we're getting hit everywhere. Wages haven't been keeping pace with inflation. So putting money in the pockets of Americans would be a good thing. But what are we doing with the tariff money? Are we paying down the debt, or are we giving it to Americans to go out and spend and help bolster? And there isn't enough to do both, so it's one or the other. It's going to help families around Christmas. Like I said, it's money we didn't have a year ago, but we got a bigger problem when it comes to the national debt, and that I don't see the solution for on the horizon.
You and I have talked about central banks around the world buying up gold, right? And I see that this is still going on. Can you explain to me why they are buying up gold?
Yeah, I'll try and do it quickly. So first of all, they set a new record for the third quarter of this year. This was the single biggest quarter in world history. It beat the previous quarter record by 28%. A lot of motivations for the world. Basically, they're looking at our fiscal situation, debt to GDP over 110%. We're running deficits. The dollar is a long-term store of value, isn't looking good. Gold and the dollar are directly inverse. So central banks around the world are de-dollarizing. US dollar holdings are still at 35-year lows. There isn't a better currency than the dollar out there, so they're using gold as a means to de-dollarize. It became the #2 global reserve asset last year, 20% of global reserve. I want to remind people, in the 80s, gold constituted 70% of central bank reserves. I think we're heading back to that long term.
All right, last question for you, because I get this for people when I talk to folks on the street. They'll talk to me about Birch Gold and my relationship with you guys and Rev. And the number one question I get is, well, I'm worried I can't unload it once I have it. I can't. It's not liquid. What do you tell people who say that?
There's a demand for gold, whether it's central bank, whether it's institutional. It is at all-time highs today. Gold is incredibly liquid. People don't think about it. Listen, when you sell a bond, you have to find a buyer for that bond, right? It's the same with gold, but there's always buyers. This is a global market, and we're in a period of all-time high demand. When clients buy from Birch, it's very simple. You give us a call, you say we need to sell it, and Birch Gold Group are here to buy it back. So we make it very easy, but even without us, it's easy to sell gold anywhere in the United States and globally.
Well, you heard them. Text the word America to the number 989898 today. Learn how to diversify your savings with gold. Again, America to 989898. Do that today. Now, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is, plus your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. This is a big one. Do you agree with President Trump's reasoning that a 50-year mortgage could make home ownership more affordable for Americans? Why or why not? We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Trump media just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corporation and Crypto.com, the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to acquire up to $6.4 billion in CRO to establish America's first publicly traded CRO treasury, Trump Media Group's CRO strategy. Once complete, this new company will be the largest publicly traded CRO holder out there. Ready to join the crypto revolution? Head to Crypto.com today. Be part of this historic move. That's Crypto.com. And don't wait. For more information on the proposed business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition Corp's public filings. What makes America wonderful? We do it every single day here with the hope of putting a smile on your face. I hope it works most days. I think it does. Today's story comes to us from Lafayette, Louisiana, where a high school football player showed humility toward the custodian by giving him a hand. The game between Turlings Catholic High School and St. Thomas More saw a huge turnout as the stadium was packed and certainly filled with a lot of highlight reel-worthy moments. But as you all know, such a turnout ends up with a big mess to clean up at the end. Well, the game ended and everyone left to celebrate, leaving one custodian to pick up the entire mess all by himself. That is, until number 23 of Turlings Catholic, Hudson Clavel, showed up to offer a helping hand and later recounted that he was moved by the custodian's effort to get the job done regardless of who was there to help or not. Humility. It's the theme of today's story, and Hudson's kind gesture was certainly worthy of a mention, as today it reminds us of what makes America wonderful. Great young people with great attitudes. All right, so the question of the day, it's going to be a fiery one. Do you agree with President Trump's reasoning that a 50-year mortgage could make home ownership more affordable for Americans? Tracy Beauchamp, the interest rates being lowered would help more than anything, she says. Evelyn Ferguson, bankers win, not homeowners. Sam Poles III, if you want to be a slave to debt your whole life, cut out the Starbucks, 5 streaming services, and the $1,500 phones and save for a down payment. You know, I agree with that so completely. Sam, we are an entertainment-driven society. We've got Roku, and we've got YouTube TV, and we've got all these different things. We've got the phone and the computer and all these services. You're right. Save some money. Stop entertaining yourself all the time and complaining that you're broke. Dennis Paul writes, depends on the interest rate. There's truth to that. Mark Connor, it will help for the monthly payments, but not good in the long run. No, because your interest rates will be staggering overall. Pretty remarkable. Barbara Ann writes this, 50 years would make cheaper payments. Yes, but Barbara Ann, you want to be paying a mortgage in your 80s or 90s? Tim Paul, no, it's setting people up to have mortgages way beyond 65 years of age and having very little equity, 10 to 20 years into their mortgage. Horrible idea, he writes, horrible idea. Tom Folkmeyer writes, this doesn't fix the problem. If anything, this will increase home prices because homes will become more, quote, affordable. Not thrilled with this. John Hogan, agree that it would allow for younger buyers, but not for older people. What would it do for the people that are, almost 40 right now and still don't have a home? That's the big question in America today. Alaskan Sourdough writes, with the average age of first-time home buyers at an all-time high of 40, the majority who opt for a 50-year mortgage will be dead before it's paid off. It should be called the Perpetual Mortgage Loan, or PML. Yeah, not going to work very well, is it? A lot of people against this. I don't know if it's a great idea either. But what I will say is this. At least there's a discussion going on. A discussion of how to make health care more affordable by sending the money directly to you, the American taxpayer. I think that's a conversation worth having. Health savings accounts are a good idea, because think about this. If you're young and you start putting into an HSA because the money's not being sent to insurance companies directly, who then give that money to political candidates and office holders, well, then that money, if you don't use it, will roll over and roll over and roll over. And that is a good idea for you, the American. I don't know about the $2,000 checks coming from tariffs. Maybe that happens. Maybe it doesn't. But these are all conversations that must be had, because here's the bottom line. Affordability. That is the word that's going to carry the midterms. That is the word that's going to carry 2028. If you didn't learn that from New York City, you are not paying attention. All right. Now, I want to hear from you. When it comes to affordability, what is the most important thing on your list? Is it the mortgage, like we've talked about? Is it groceries? Is it gas? Is it electric? Is it all of it? Is it all of it? Affordability. Send me an email, stevegruber.com, stevegruber.com. Send me an email. Tell me what your priorities are, what your concerns are, what your fears are, and what your hopes are. We want positive here as well. Speaking of positive, I've got Bowling up next. Bowling for dollars he is every single day. Here he is, everybody. Eric Bowling, how are you?
I'm good. The stock market's been pretty good, Steve. Pretty darn good last few days. Can't say the same for the crypto market. But gold hit $4,200 an ounce today. I don't know.
Yeah,
a couple of guys have been talking about gold for a while.
What about crypto?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're just seeing a lot. It's had a massive run up. A lot of people are, end of the year, they're just taking some profits, want to put some money in their pockets, being pushed down. I think as soon as this mess is cleaned up a little bit, the last probably 3 weeks of selling, you'd probably see a nice move. I think most of the big players want to see the Bitcoin price around 130 by the end of the year. I think we see something like that. But hey, that's why they call it markets.
We'll see what happens.
Gambling. Yeah, exactly.
Look, it is the greatest appreciating asset in world history, Bitcoin. Yep. It's not even any comparison to it. But some people say it's over. Some people say it hasn't even begun. Well see. Yogi
Berra said it ain't over until it's over, Steve. I'm going to go with Yogi on the Bitcoin price.
I agree, because I've got a bit of it. I hope it's not over, because you and I will both be crying together. So
it'll be not over when we both get out of our Bitcoin and they go straight up afterwards. That's just.
I thought about that too. Should we get out now? No, don't get out now.
There's a thing on the trading floor. I spent 12 years on trading floors in New York, just trading my own. Just got my butt handed me once in a while. Sometimes you're a windshield, sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the bug, and it's almost like every single time you can't take the pain anymore. You sell out of position, it's going down. You sell it, and literally as you're selling the last piece of it, straight back up. It's the way. That's why it's so difficult to make money in markets. The mentality takes a really, really long time to get a hang of it, so to speak. But that's what we do.
Yeah, be patient out there. Yeah. What do you got?
Buy and hold, as they say. And in crypto, the thing called diamond hands. It's one of the memes called diamond hands. It means I'm a holder. I'm not selling. My hands are holding like diamonds. So that's what.
Yeah, I can't deny. I mean, I can't sell now. I'll tell you that, because I just can't. It'd be silly. So I'm going to wait for it, just like you. I'll have diamond hands as well. Good turn.
In 2017, I'm in Miami. I bought my first Bitcoin at between $10,000 and $11,000 a Bitcoin. What are we? 8 years? 8 years. It's a tenfold price tag on it. Wow. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Gruber, good talking to you, my friend. Talk to you again soon tomorrow. Because it's Wednesday, and 4 p.m. means the markets are closed. Take a look. We just kind of referenced it a little bit with Gruber. Dow did very well, 327 points on the upside to the Dow or so. S&P up a little. NASDAQ took a little bit of a dip. Here's an interesting one, though. I don't get this one. Nothing could be better than this next one, though. Gold was up. Gold is up almost $84 an ounce today. Gold and oil usually go in the same direction. They're both commodities. They're both dollar-based commodities. Usually is a function of the dollar's strength. The weakness is gold's up $83. And the good news, oil got smacked down $2.50. Look at that price, folks, 58.5. We haven't seen a price of oil that low in, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years since Trump was last president. This is very good news for the economy. Good news for folks going forward. All righty. And I said, the Bitcoin price, so it just can't get out of its own way. 101,000 and change. Just needs to get all this mess selling through and then jump back in. Our first guest, the former Trump attorney and current Judicial Watch senior attorney who joins us to discuss the fact that outsiders, by the way, this young woman is probably the most persecuted person outside of Donald Trump in the history of America. Outsiders who may be associated with the Obama and the Biden administrations and Hillary Clinton, who allegedly paid for the criminal acts against her after the election. In other words, they paid to have Christina Bobb looked at, and maybe even worse. Christina, good to have you on, my friend. Before we get into all this, we'll get into all that, but we have to talk about this drip, drip, drip. The Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released a bunch more Epstein emails, and some of them are saying Trump is mentioned in it. And I want to just clarify this I was just on Piers Morgan's show, and a bunch of people are trying to jump on, Trump did it, Trump's guilty. And I said, guys, there's no evidence of this because his name is mentioned in an email. And at one point, Jeffrey Epstein says to Ghislaine Maxwell, Trump knows because he told Ghislaine to stop, meaning stop talking about the girls. It's almost acquitting Trump, yet they want to slap some sort of guilty thing on him already. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is one of those things where they're trying to make something new out of basically the same thing we've seen before. It's not actually incriminating, but the most detrimental pieces that are in these emails are that Donald Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein, that he had been with Jeffrey Epstein, that he knew Ghislaine Maxwell, and that Jeffrey Epstein had been to Mar-a-Lago. Like, we already knew all that. That's not new news. And so the fact that it's in a new email that we're just getting access to, I don't think there was really anything there. Nothing that was particularly concerning for me, although I would like to see more of the Epstein file released. I think this slow trickle of information is not going to go well for the Trump administration or for Republicans because it's a hot potato that has landed in Republicans' lap at the moment. So I'd like to see it just released. And if this is the worst information that Democrats can find to trickle out there, it's not that bad.
Even if it's worse, why don't we just get it out? Just get it over with.
I agree.
It's not going to go away. All right. Yep. I mean, he can't get reelected again, Donald Trump. I mean, and I don't think they're just slow walking until after the midterms because they figure it would be negative. Because I think that there's going to be people on both sides that are implicated. Why not listen, I don't mean to be callous, right? I think the victims deserve their moment, but there were plenty of opportunities for Giuffre, the young lady who killed herself eventually, who's accuser of Prince Andrew now, and formerly known as Prince Andrew, now just Andrew. She never mentioned Trump. She never mentioned that Trump was participating in any of this. So there's been many pieces of information that could have implicated him and hasn't. Very quickly, why won't they just release it all?
No, I agree. I would like to see it released. I don't think there's anything incriminating on Donald Trump in there or that would have been released right now. So there's some other reason that people don't want to release it. But I think you're right. That's probably bad for people on both sides.
Honestly, Christine, I'm trying to figure out, and the only thing I can possibly think about is that there are big supporters and donors on both sides that will be implicated, and no one wants to be the president. Biden could. I think back at what they did to persecute Trump to make sure he wasn't 47 president. Right. They did everything they could. They made stuff up in court. And if they had something on them, I think they would have released it. It seems to be some pretty high-powered people on both sides that no one wants to really mess with.
I think that's exactly right. It comes back to the donors, right? It's always about money.
Always about the money. Follow the money, folks. When you can't figure it out, follow the money. Always a good tactic. And now back to your case. You found out that a group who shares the same address, president, executive director, and leadership team as the Elias and Eisen groups gave $200,000 $1,000 to Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays' campaign after the election, which seems like Mays was paid to prosecute people like you, Trump supporters. Tell us about it.
Right. So I filed this motion in my criminal case, which is still pending, basically saying it was the Democrat Attorney General's Association paid Chris Mays $200,000 after her election was over, while she was in the midst of opening the grand jury and doing the investigation into us. And I can't say in exchange because, you know, I'll leave law enforcement to prove it. But this is what I argue to the court, is that it looks improper that she then granted a level of prosecution power to a nonprofit that was started largely by the Democrat Attorney General's Association. So they're paying on one hand, and then they're getting to help prosecute us on the other hand. And so the motion that I filed said, you know, this looks improper. She needs to be disqualified. And the court has not ruled on it yet, but I certainly think she needs to be disqualified. And then, you know, there are some potential appearances of bribery or some type of financial crimes, potentially, that needs to be investigated. And I sent the information that I have to the Department of Justice and said, hey, you know, you might want to look into this. At the very least, she needs to stop prosecuting us. You know, at worst, there's some funny business going on.
Yeah, and you need to continue. Here's a weird thing, though. There's so much of this stuff seems incestuous. Like, you know, we got to remind our viewers that Mark Elias was Hillary Clinton's CFO for her presidential campaign, and Norm Eisen was ethics czar for Obama. But, Christina, Trump hired Elias to handle some of the state-by-state legal stuff that he went through post-election, right?
Mark Elias?
Yes, wasn't he working with the Trump administration or Trump campaign at one point? I believe he was.
Oh, I'm not aware of that. I've only seen Mark Elias. I mean, he's very, very liberal. His website is "I help Democrats." I mean, literally, that's what his homepage says.
Right. No, so, I'm pretty sure he worked. You know, General Counsel Hillary Clinton, but Elias oversaw the state-by-state response to lawsuits filed by Trump.
Against Trump, yeah.
He was involved in the campaign late. Here's how I remember. I was talking to Seb Gorka at Mar-a-Lago at the poll, and we were trying to figure out why the hell Mark Elias was involved in the Trump campaign at all. And he was at some point. But anyway,
wow.
So let's go on. So you have whistleblowers, potential whistleblowers?
Yeah, well, I sent a whistleblower complaint to the Department of Justice just with the information that I had for my motion to disqualify her, saying, I'm going as far as there's an appearance of impropriety. That's the burden that I have to prove in court, and that's what my motion says. But it does appear improper, and you might want to investigate where this money is coming from and where it's all going, because it looks very suspicious. It looks very incestual, as you said, and it looks like these Democrat attorney generals, and I'm talking about Chris Mays, but it folds over into other states as well, that they are basically ceding their political power, ceding their government power to these Democrat nonprofits that are started largely by either the Democrat Attorney General's Association or other portions of the DNC. And they're taking their direction from the party rather than as the independent, elected official that they were elected to be. So it appears that there's some improper relationships going on there. I'm not making any criminal accusations, but there could be criminal activity. Yep. I suggest DOJ look into it, and they haven't, but we'll see if they do.
So why not, right? And again, this is another. This is what I'm asking is that I think I represent MAGA. I've been there since 2015. Steve Bannon calls me original gangster MAGA, OG MAGA.
Yeah.
I just don't. First of all, I haven't seen any perp walks. We haven't seen the Epstein full file unredacted, which we were promised that. And there are things like this, like why aren't they pursuing some of the folks that did some?
Yeah.
Why aren't they pursuing the people who are aggressively, throwing the J6ers behind bars, right? And just follow up on the things that we said they were going to do. You make MAGA a lot less agity, if that's a word right now.
Well, sure it is. No, I think you're exactly right. And I think MAGA is frustrated because we have felt the pressure the full 4 years of the Biden administration, not to mention the 4 years of the Trump administration, where they were still targeting Trump and his supporters, even though he was in power. We have felt that weight for years and years and years. And then you get the Trump administration and supposedly a conservative Department of Justice and a House and Senate. And it just hasn't solved the problem. I mean, the House and Senate could have created election reform, which is what conservatives have wanted. President Trump has his agenda of, one day, no mail-in ballots, no machines, be in-person voting. He has his list of things he wants. That could happen. But the Republican House and Senate aren't doing it. They haven't passed immigration reform. His tariffs that are now being threatened at the Supreme Court level, that could be passed by the House and Senate, but they're not doing it because they have a separate agenda. So President Trump has come into office trying to implement the plan that the people elected him to implement. And whether it's his Department of Justice or the Republican House and Senate, they're just not supporting his agenda. And I think Americans are getting frustrated. And then Republicans get spanked in the election a couple weeks ago and go, why are we losing support? You're losing support because you're not doing what we elected you to do in the first place.
What's the goal here? What's the end goal? What do you want to hear? What's the petition to Department of Justice right now?
Well, I think the Department of Justice needs to investigate this. I'm already being prosecuted, right? I'm in the process of working through my case, which I hope is successfully resolved here in the next month or two. However, next time they come, they're not going to come for me. They're going to come for other people. They're going to come for other Republican officials. They're coming after conservatives. And I don't want that to happen to anybody else, but nobody is stopping them. No one is creating any type of deterrent from allowing these liberals, as soon as they get in power, to come after Republicans at the lowest level. The difference between what Donald Trump is doing and what the Democrats did when they were in office is Donald Trump is going after, to the extent that they have gone after, elected officials, John Bolton, Comey, they were appointed, but appointed officials, Letitia James was elected. They're going after the people in positions of power that abused their positions of power. When the Democrats were in office, they did that. I mean, they went after Donald Trump, but they largely came after us. It was largely the American people. It was the people who were volunteering for political campaigns at the state level.
We said they're going after, the reason why it's so outrageous, you're going after a former president, but he was a citizen. If they can go after him, they can literally go after anybody, and they went after all his closest friends, advisors, lawyers. Christina, really stay on and come back to us and let us know how things progress. Appreciate your time. Christina Bobb, everybody. Thank you. All right, folks, it's that one time a year, the Birch Gold Group gives away free. I've been saying this for weeks. They're going to give away free gold with every qualifying purchase. You realize gold went up $130 an ounce yesterday, another $80 to $200 an ounce, each ounce in 2 days. Every purchase, they will figure out a way to get you some gold. That's right. For Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, Birch Gold will send you free gold to your home for every $20,000 purchased. Gold started the year around $2,600 an ounce. It's $4,300 an ounce today. You believe that? Global uncertainty is the reason. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling from the U.S. dollar as global reserves currencies. The dollar starts to go down. When the dollar goes down, things like gold go up. Military tension continues to build. Gold thrives in times of uncertainty. And if you're looking to diversify your savings, Birch Gold Group can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, you get free gold with a qualifying purchase. Just text this word, America, to 989898 to claim your eligibility and for a free info kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with purchase ends on November 30th, so don't wait. Text that word, America, to 989898 for full details. All right, let's do this very quickly. Wait's over. The name I've been teasing all week. Take a look. There it is, Mr. Patrick Bet-David. The guy went from refugee, came over from Iran, a Christian in Iran, came over as a refugee, not a dime in his pocket, started working at Burger King, at Gold's Gym, and developed once in a lifetime opportunity to develop a $200 million value-tainment business. Amazing, amazing, amazing story. Just take your phone, open the camera, hit that QR code right there, a little yellow line, press it. It'll never charge you. You will not be charged a penny. No one's going to hunt you down. It's simply to push us up the YouTube algorithm. You can either use your camera or you can subscribe this way. Go to youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Patrick Bet-David tells you about his whole life story. That's going to drop tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your subscription. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Through every every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Well, we know there's a new administration in Washington, D.C., and they brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. But the reality is, however, that there's only so much any government can do, and that if you really want to make America healthy again, that has to start at home with each and every one of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors on this network all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens. You don't see these things coming, folks. These viruses, they sweep through and you don't see them, but they help keep you prepared with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of those medications. Very important there. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a more prosperous and satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use that promo code VOICE and save 10%. All right, our next guest, former chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, was Customs and Border Protection's acting deputy commissioner and was nominated by President Trump in 2018 to be ICE director. He's the only person to have led both ICE and CBP for Homeland Security. Let's bring back Ron Vitiello. Good to have you back, my friend, Ron. So update us on, so we had Oscar El Blue Ramirez come on yesterday, and now there are 3 separate people who work for the Mexican government who've been assassinated by the cartels. Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, says it's against the law to go after the cartel. Is she wrong? Is she right? And the reason why I ask is it affects so many people on this side of the border.
I've not heard what she said. It is clearly against the law in Mexico, and certainly no barriers to the United States Justice Department pursuing people who are involved in organized crime, whether that organized crime is sponsored in Mexico or Russia or Iran or wherever it is. And so I'm not sure what she said, but I will tell you that there is a full court press as it relates to the Homeland Security Task Force pursuing targets that affect behavior in the United States, mainly the importation of drugs and human trafficking across our southwest border. That's a concentration. They obviously have capability for other worldwide threats, but the cartels in Mexico are definitely feeling the heat. I think the most egregious example, or the example that has the most impact that I see every day, is the low level of numbers of people who are attempting to cross the border every single day. We went from literally thousands to a couple of hundred a day. Many of those are being not only arrested and caught, but prosecuted and removed very quickly. So behavior has changed at the border. And we're seeing these cartels now try to entice people using lies and misinformation to cross the border illegally, even though they know full well that the end game is a jail cell and a quick flight home.
So the fewer people coming across the border, yet it seems like more Americans, liberal Americans, are protesting ICE activities, officers arresting perps inside the country. Why do you think this is happening?
Well, it's the propaganda. The left has succeeded in convincing themselves and maybe other Americans that it's not illegal to be in the country after crossing the border illegally if you don't commit a crime. Well, that's just not the way the laws work. The law on the books that says you can't enter the country illegally has been on in its current form since the 50s and well before that when Immigration and Nationality Act was created. So the left has succeeded in saying, hey, that's not a crime. In fact, the former secretary of DHS was telling people that if they're in the country illegally, and that's all they are, that's the only crime they've committed, that ICE wasn't going to look for them. Well, that has obviously changed in a dramatic way. This President Trump got elected on securing the border, making the homeland safe, and deporting the upwards of 20 million people who came in during the last administration. And so the left doesn't like that. I'm going to tell you that my opinion about that is they don't like it is because it's being successful. Right. You're seeing crime go down in places like Chicago and D.C. You're seeing record numbers of people being arrested and removed. And you're seeing unprecedented numbers of people who are electing to leave the United States without pressure from the government, other than the threat of being arrested on our terms and on the government's terms instead of individual terms. So about 1.5 million people have raised their hand and said, you know what, I need help to leave, or I'm leaving on my own.
It's a great campaign.
With or without
it's a great campaign. Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, is on a horse saying, I'm on a horse, but here we're at an airport, and you're going to be on that airport. You're going to be on that runway home and you're not coming back unless you deport yourself, self-deport, and then we'll give you a break a little bit, and maybe give you a little bit of bump towards the head of the line if you come back legally. The great process. It's working. Our own RAV correspondent was at Mar-a-Lago last night for the Big Blue Bash and caught up with Tom Homan, who had this to say. Watch.
I'm proud to serve with him. First of all, I'm proud to serve with the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. But look, I was an ICE agent. I was a Border Patrol agent. I wore those uniforms. I wore those badges. I love each and every one of them. The first time I retired, I told them I'd never leave their six. President Trump came back. I'm back with them again. I pray for them every night, go home safe. They're American heroes. Every day they're out there, they wear a Kevlar vest, they strap a gun to their hip to protect America. And it's a shame that you got Democratic members on the Hill that want to compare them to Nazis and racists. And because of that hateful rhetoric, the assaults are up over 1,000%. But let me say this, ICE and Border Patrol are going to be out there tonight. They're going to be out tomorrow. They go out there every day to do what President Trump promised American people he's going to do, make this country safe again.
It's really interesting, Ron. There I believe there's 2 laws in the book. So you can't interfere with a federal agency or an agent doing its job, and that's what the border agents are trying to do. It's literally a crime in the criminal code. I'm not sure why we're not arresting all these folks.
Well, there is impeding federal officers in the pursuit of their duties. There's specific impeding the charges at the border for traffic checkpoints, et cetera. And then there are many, they talk about, thousands of percent increase in assaults against ICE agents. There's also a commensurate rise in the prosecution, referrals, and acceptance for criminal cases and arrests in the interior in places like L.A., Chicago, and all the other places that we're doing this work across the nation. So, we have unprecedented support from the Department of Justice. You and I would like to see more in some of these cities when the locals can't not or will not help us. We are sometimes outnumbered. and retreating and breaking contact and living to fight another day, using video evidence and referring those cases later is sometimes the most safest and appropriate tactic. But yeah, you're right. We need to have consequences for people who get in the way of lawful law enforcement activities. We're all for the First Amendment right to protest in the United States, but you can't put hands on the police. You can't barricade their car. You can't make their lives miserable by getting in their way and pushing them and shoving them up.
You can't throw a Subway sandwich at one of them and then get acquitted. And then get acquitted. Final thought.
Yeah, we can't hire the juries. We can only do the best we can in helping select them. But yeah, nonsense knows no bounds with regard to activist judges or activist jurors.
Correct. And that, that it makes sense. You can arrest them all you want, but if the judge is going to put a restraining order on cops, it won't matter one bit. Ron Vitiello, good having you on, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
All right, always happy to have our next guest on. He's our own RAV Chief White House correspondent, Mr. Brian Glenn. First of all, we know it's cold, like that. But we have to do this. I know folks hate it. We got to do it just because it's news. Let's not be like the other side, okay? Let's just be honest. We have to talk Epstein. We have to. The Epstein emails, the House Democrats released from the House Oversight Committee, I believe. They just drip, trickle these things out. They're trying to attach President Trump to some sort of nefarious activities. Brian, I read it. I'm looking at it. I don't see one thing that ties him to anything. Yeah, did he know Epstein? Of course he did. Guess what? So did Bill Clinton. So did Bill Gates. So did Larry Summers, the former Biden Treasury Secretary. So did a lot of people who knew him. Nothing is accusatory. And Ghislaine Maxwell said he wasn't involved. Gouffre, the girl who killed herself, who was a victim, said Trump wasn't involved. What is with these Democrats? Sir, how was that briefing room?
Yeah.
Well, the briefing room was pretty tense, and we all knew that this topic would come up, and it was pretty much the first question when it got tossed to the general question session. But think about this. Democrats have sat on this information. This information has been available for years. They could have brought this up in the last presidency for President Trump, but they chose to bring it up now. Now, out of the 60,000 plus pages, they plucked out three, kind of cherry plucked, if you will, three emails, one of which is a deceased woman, one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, who under oath said that Trump had nothing to do with the abuse of these women or had any type of inappropriate relationships with these women. So that is factual. That is in a court of law. So the Democrats, obviously, this is a very political move. They want to do this right after the Democrats have lost on the Schumer shutdown. Republicans have got the government back open. They're hoping to kind of rain on that parade. But we knew this was coming, but this has been the fact from day one, Eric, and we all know this. President Trump had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein and his weaponization, his sexualization, his abuse of these women.
He tossed Epstein out of the club. He made Epstein resign his Mar-a-Lago membership. But they forget that those parts. And Virginia Giuffre is the victim. The formerly known as Prince, Andrew's victim, said Trump. She never saw Trump there. If she saw him, she didn't see him doing anything wrong. Caroline Levitt had a few things to say.
Women that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let's listen to Caroline real quick, and we can weigh in just after.
Okay.
And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents.
You know, no one's going to like this. I just wish they would too. I wish they just released the whole damn thing. You know, let whatever happens, happens. You know what? Trump can't get reelected anyway. They're not going to prosecute people this far in advance. Let's just find out, you know. But no one likes to hear that on our side, at least. Brian, your thoughts? I cut you off before. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, no, it's okay. That's okay. Now, if you remember the press conference that was in front of the Capitol months ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene obviously was a part of that press conference. Those women even said they voted for Trump, so they weren't anti-Trumpers. And I will say this, and Marjorie obviously gets a lot of criticism for standing up in this fight. And I can tell you, for someone that knows her heart is for the victims. It is not to vilify anybody in the Republican Party, not to vilify President Trump at all. Matter of fact, she has said numerous times, and she said it even today, I believe, on some press engagements, that President Trump has nothing to do with this, and she's simply fighting for the victims of all of this, and that's where her heart is at. She's not trying to basically go against the party or go against the president. So I do want to make that clear, because a lot of viewers have been very critical of her, and I understand from a 30,000-foot elevation you can assume that, but when you look at it, she's simply standing up for the victims that was sexualized by Jeffrey Epstein, and that's it.
Because she comes on here quite often, very graciously, came on right after The View. She couldn't gone anywhere. She came right to the show. And I will tell you, she's a stand-up. She's a true, honest person. Her feelings here are what she delivers on Capitol Hill, which is what you want. Is it always in line with exactly what everyone wants to be in line with? No, but I want a politician. I want someone representing me. People of Georgia, of that district, are lucky. I'd love to see her in a Senate position, maybe even more, because if you're going to be true to yourself, and you're elected with these same principles, you're going to be true no matter what happens next. I respect her for that. Yeah. Do people get mad at me for yes, and her, yes, but so the hell what? More politicians should be like Marjorie Taylor Greene, not fewer.
Well, I just want to let our viewers know she is 100% behind the president. A lot of people think she has walked away from President Trump on many issues, and maybe she has a different opinion on certain things and how she wished it was handled. But nevertheless, she is behind the president. I can't say that enough. And of course, you read the comments online, Eric, and you may think otherwise, but Marjorie is simply supporting the victims here. She is not trying to turn the victims against the administration or anybody else. She's simply just fighting for them and wanting to get the truth out to help these people heal as well. So I think that's
Brian,
important to mention here.
I had someone today say, I'm not going to mention the name, say, do you think she's going to vote against opening, the bill to open the government? I said, are you out of your mind? Come on, guys. Come on. She is simply saying she wants to see the list because there are a lot of victims in there. If there are wealthy fat cat donors that were playing around and flying under the radar, they deserve to be outed. I agree with her. She's taking way too much pain. And look, I'm MAGA. I'm OG MAGA. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Bannon will confirm it. Original Gangster MAGA, one of the first supporters of Trump. I'm still here. I still support him. But you can't just blindly say everything's perfect. You have to say there are certain times when we want to see more. I would like to see more. She would like to see more. Yeah. Whatever it is, I respect Marjorie Taylor Greene for delivering on what she believes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. And I will say this, after the 2020 election was stolen, MAGA was absolutely crushed. Everyone abandoned President Trump in the MAGA agenda. There was two people that came up and said, this is a bunch of crap. We've got to get this country back on the track. We got to re-energize MAGA. She went on the road. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz did their own America First MAGA across this country, did their own rallies to try and get the spirits and the energy back, and that's exactly what they did. So for people to say that she's walked away from President Trump at this point, that is simply not true at all. She just is very passionate, as you would expect a mother, a female that would be in relation to these victims. So it has nothing to do about vilifying anybody, President Trump or anybody else in the Republican Party. It's really showing sympathy toward these women.
Well, you thank her, and I support. Look, we all support Trump. He's made the country. He stopped the slide into oblivion, and they electing socialists in New York, doing the chicanery they did in California and Virginia. They'll start up again when he's out of office. In the meantime, we support Trump. You just have to have your own. You have to be your own person too at some point. Brian Glenn, good to have you on, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, we'll be back.
Thanks, Eric.
2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
Well, now that the government shutdown is almost over, something I'm sure we're all celebrating since there are actual problems to solve and focus on in the country. Hakeem Jeffries, however, and the Democrat clown posse who created those shutdowns, and this one specifically, are now back to their usual playbook of Trump derangement syndrome, this time bringing the hypocrisy of pardons into the mix.
Well, Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control. Like, he can find the time to pardon a serial fraudster like George Santos, but can't find any time to sit down with Democrats on Capitol Hill who represent half the country in order to address the healthcare crisis that Republicans have created. That's devastating people in urban America, rural America, working class America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout America.
So now it's about pardons, really, because you really want to go there, Hakeem Jeffries? Do you really want to go there? Joe Biden, who pardoned 8,317 people, 8,316 were auto pen, and one wasn't. Who was that? Oh, yeah, your son. That's where you want to go. And by the way, 8,317, several of them were child rapists. Several, more than one. And you're worried about Donald Trump pardoning George Santos, who likes to dress up like a woman once in a while. Okay, I thought you guys liked that stuff anyway. Who would have thought that the person with the most common sense among the Democrats, at least for now, would turn out to be John Fetterman, of all people? The ladies of The View are eating their own. We showed you yesterday how Sunny Hostin called for Chuck Schumer to step down. Well, now she's taking to try to smack John Fetterman around, and he wasn't going to have it.
Democrats had big wins last week, so you had momentum. Why give in now? Why bring a butter knife to a gunfight? Are you willing to gamble that the GOP will negotiate on health care in good faith once the government reopens? Because if that gamble is wrong, 500,000 Pennsylvanians that you represent, their health care costs will skyrocket if you are wrong.
And I don't need a lecture. I don't need a lecture from whether it's Bernie or the governor in California, because they are representing very deep blue kinds of populations, and a lot of those things were part of the extreme. And now remember, what really needs to win, the big win, is involving my state and other states and those things. And why have we arrived here after the election a year ago? We got to forget some of the things that cost us that election. Or now, for me, it's like, that's why I'm trying to remind people that kinds of the extremism, we can't return to those kind of things.
He turned out to be almost right wing. I mean, he's smart. You know, he had a stroke, almost died, had a stroke, still was elected senator. He was out there. We were ripping him. We were saying he shouldn't have run. He shouldn't have been the senator. Turns out we were all wrong, because the guy actually has some sort of soul. Think about this for a second. People are ripping me and ripping MTG for supporting her. Ripping me for supporting her, ripping her. Look at this guy. Can you imagine what they're doing to this guy on the Democrat side right now? Good for you, John Fetterman. Stand up for what you believe. Stand up for what you believe. And that goes both ways, folks. Jasmine Crockett has spent most of the past couple of years inciting violence, defending violence, and calling Republicans racist, even Nazis. But now one of the least qualified members of Congress is worried about her own safety. So she wants protection. And yes, that's right. She wants who? She wants not her donors. She wants you and I to pay for it.
I think that it's really a good question as to why a member of Congress needs to pay for security out of money that they go and raise instead of focusing on making sure that they use that money to educate voters about why it is that their candidacy matters. I do think that it does people like me a disservice when you are so outspoken. And then what happens is, instead of you being able to put all your dollars into campaigning, instead, you've got to do things like pay for your security. But I kind of value my life, so it is what it is. And it is what it is.
Do you remember Congresswoman Cori Bush on the Capitol, the U.S. Capitol steps, when she was calling to defund the police, and then we found out that she had spent $70,000 on personal security over the last year, $70,000 on her own security, and she said defund the police for everyone else, and they called her. They called her out on this. And she, you want me to die? They're such hypocrites. Incredible. Meanwhile, the traitorous and treasonous global weasel, also known as Gavin Newsom, is down in Brazil slamming America, just like a good little globalist China soldier would.
I worry now, though. Sounds like some of my colleagues and friends in the United States Senate, some of my Democratic colleagues just decided that we're playing by the old set of rules, not the new set of rules, and may have rolled over a little bit. So I love your question. It's the right question. I want to be part of that answer as an American citizen, not as a governor, as the ex-governor of California. But right now, we've got to hold the line, because I think America will become unrecognizable in a year or two unless we fight back.
I think California has become unrecognizable to the rest of America. Like I said, take that border fence from the south, bring it up north on the eastern side of the state of California. Maybe even keep Oregon, Washington State and Oregon as well. Keep those three states. Just give it to Canada. Trade that Canada. Give us Toronto. How's that? Here's a little more America hating from the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who makes little to no sense from what we've heard in hearings, and who refused to define what a woman was. Remember that at her own confirmation hearing. Here's a little more.
What keeps you up at night?
I would say the state of our democracy. I would say that I am really very interested in getting people to focus and to invest and to pay attention to what is happening in our country and in our government.
We're a Democratic Republic. We are a Democratic Republic, and the way things are going, we might end up with two countries. Who knows? When a Democrat disagrees with your opinions, you're either deemed a fascist, a racist, a Nazi. But if a Democrat disagrees with your policy, particularly when it comes to protecting voting integrity in America, they might even toss in a little reference to Jim Crow. But when you really know they have nothing left in their playbook, is when they add the reference to slavery, like Illinois Speaker of the House Chris Welch does, to defend and protect their favorite thing in the world, illegal migrants who eventually they want to vote. Watch.
And by answering that question with telling you I don't believe anyone is an illegal alien. That's a terrible term to use about anyone.
It's a legal term.
It's not a legal term. They used to call black people slaves legally, and it was wrong. Let's stop dehumanizing people. Let's start treating people right.
It's in the books. It's a legal term. Illegal alien is in the books. Change it. You don't like it? Change it. Don't call it racist. There's probably Democrats who voted for that to be the word too, so stop. You really can't make this stuff up. We all know about the mostly peaceful fiasco during the violent Black Lives Matter riots of 2020 and the protests during the so-called Summer of Love. The mainstream media just can't help themselves. They love showing actual images of violence and claiming that what you see is not what you actually see, even though we're actually going to show it to you.
Our Amanda Harry is live on the scene there, where protesters also showed up. We've already actually seen at least one fight break out. Amanda.
Yeah, things have been lively here. While that Turning Point USA event is still happening inside, protesters have been out here for hours. You can see them still here behind me. They have been chanting, just a very, very lively scene out here. While things have been mostly peaceful, there have been some tense moments. Earlier this evening, there was a scuffle that broke out where two men started fighting. UC Berkeley police had to break up that interaction. Later, someone was throwing smoke bombs and a car backfired, leading some of the people who were protesting to run away.
What's mostly peaceful about that? What the hell is wrong with them? Didn't they learn their lesson calling 2020 a mostly peaceful summer of love protest when people died billions upon billions of dollars a day? I mean, that's not peaceful. Dudes beating the crap out of each other is not peaceful. Smoke bombs in people's face isn't peaceful. And what the hell are they protesting outside of Turning Point USA? Charlie Kirk was assassinated by one of theirs. Wow, are they morons? Finally, Kamala Harris' Grand Delusions book tour continues, where people are more than happy to reel her in for a word salad here and there. Here's another one for our viewing pleasure.
How I felt, I have not had a feeling remotely similar since my mother died. I was grieving for the American people because I knew what was going to happen.
She's the leading contender on 2028. There's a poll out 2 days ago. Leading contender for the Democrats in 2028. That is going to be just delicious. Who do you think it's going to be on the Republican side? Who do you think? I have a new thought. I'll bring it out later. All right, I'm going to do this. Talk about The Edge. This is amazing. I promise you. I told you, guess. You guys are amazing. You subscribed. You guessed. I don't think anyone got it. Maybe you did. I didn't see anyone who actually got it. It's Patrick Bet-David. The guy was a Christian living in Iran. His family came over to the United States. He was dead poor, broke, getting fights. He worked at Burger King. He worked at a Gold's Gym. He had no money, and somehow he figured out a way. And that's what we do at The Edge. We figure out who makes it and how they made it. Where did they find their edge? Do me a favor. Hit that QR code with your camera, little yellow line, press, you automatically subscribe. I promise you, no fees, nothing. Never going to charge you. Never going to email you anything. Just pushes us up the ladder at YouTube. It's been amazing. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. You guys are amazing. You come out in droves. You have us growing faster, 125 times faster than other new YouTube channels. Top 1/10 of 1% because of you. I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate you sharing the word. And I especially appreciate if you hit subscription right now. Thank you. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elm from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
So they're always like, hey, should we do something else in the last block? Either, it's usually Ben, and if he's available, if he's not, we do voicemail. I'm like, are you kidding me? We love the voicemail segment. Hey, Ben, would you say they're voting in the House? Do we have a shot of that by chance? Do we have that shot? Can you show it to us or no? Can we? We see that? Okay, so they're probably haven't making their final. Doesn't matter. This is all. It's going to pass. It's good news. All right, Benny. How about a couple voicemails?
Yes, sir. We have some words from Uncle John.
Eric Bolling. This is Uncle John Bolin again. My fourth call to you, and it's going to be my last. More than likely. Shoot this one out to your viewers and listeners. Jesus fed the multitudes. The Democrats are not willing to do the same. Have a great day. Love your show.
Thanks, Uncle John Bolin, but I don't have an uncle. My dad's name was John. It's not my dad. He's long, God rest his soul. But yes, Jesus did. He fed the multitudes and multiples, and he did. And Democrats, it was never about that. They were just using the poor EBT people who couldn't afford food. I'm not talking about the waste, fraud, and abuse people, but the poor ones who couldn't afford food. They were using that as some sort of like crutch to say Trump is starving poor people while he's throwing parties at Mar-a-Lago and at the ballroom, whatever. It's all politics. It's what's really gross about the swamp, folks. It's what both sides do it, but the Democrats have made it. They're perfect at it. Let's put it that way. Benny, another one?
Yep. This viewer has some thoughts about the SNAP program.
Hey, Eric, great show. You're doing a heck of a job. Hey, this SNAP program and the payment that's going to be made to it, does that really include the eligibility requirement in order to get a payment? Because the thing is ripe with fraud. What are we going to do?
Yeah. Yes, you're supposed to hit a certain threshold underneath certain income levels and several other thresholds. No, you're right. It's completely overblown. And I've talked about this before. During the 4 years of Joe Biden's presidency, 4 years. So we've had SNAP for probably 50 years, various forms of food transfer payments so people on the lower end of the income spectrum could afford food. We've had that for 50, 60 years. Not the full time that we've been a republic, but for the last 50 or 60 years. In the last 4 years, the 4 years under Joe Biden, it had gotten up to about $53 billion the first year of Joe Biden. He doubled the whole program, doubled it. So all the people that went on SNAP for the history of America, in 4 years under Biden, he doubled the expenditure. You think there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in that? Oh, hell yes, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. And what people were doing, people who didn't need it for food were taking their SNAP cards and selling it for half price. You've got $1,000 on a card. They give someone $1,000 SNAP card who needed it, who were going to use it for food, and they would take $500 and buy drugs, alcohol. That's just what was going on all over the place. All over the place. Ben, you got another one?
Yep, we got a viewer who said the government has made it difficult to be a cattle rancher.
Mr. Bowling just left a message on beef. The reason cattle numbers are down so much is the government has made it so difficult on cattle ranchers to stay in business with interest rates, price of fertilizer, fuel, the elimination of our ability to buy antibiotics from anyone other than a veterinarian, the regulation on smaller packing plants. It's just run so many cattlemen out of business, and I've been in the business since 1957. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right, sir. There are so many regulations on everything, not just cattle. I had a friend who's a U.S. Senator, Tom Barrasso, in fact, who's a tomato farmer. tomato farmer. He said the regulation book for farming tomatoes is like 3,000 pages. Just the regulations he has to comply with, where he can use water, where he can draw water from, where the runoff of the water goes, just regulation after regulation. That always obviously increases the price of everything. Cattle is another thing. I'm not really sure why we agreed to buy Argentine cattle. I know they're having a hard time, but this hurts the prices of our cattle farmers. There are some things I just don't love about that Howard Lutnick guy, and that's one of them. That's just one of several I don't like about Howard Lutnick. Anyway, make a long story short, yeah, our regulations on farming are just onerous to farmers. We really, Brooke Rollins got to get in there and clean a lot of that stuff up. All right, folks, great day. Looking forward to you again tomorrow. Have a great night. I saw Bannon in the chair. Looks like he's going to be your host on The War Room in just about 10 seconds or so. Have a great night. Warming up. I think the whole country is warming up in the next few days. So that was a quick polar vortex to get through. See you tomorrow. Have a great night. Bowling out.
You know, I love these guys. I mean, they're all introducing legislation to repeal provisions in a bill that they're going to vote yes on. I mean, you figure that out. Mr. Speaker, the previous question is the House Democrats' last attempt to make a change to this rule before it gets voted on. And I want to use this opportunity to talk about a last-minute provision that was slipped into the CR in the Senate. It's an outrageous giveaway to pad the pockets of 8 Republican senators. And it's one of the most corrupt things I've seen in my life. So if the House defeats the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to consider as adopted an amendment to the continuing resolution offered by Representative Subramanian which would strike the corrupt giveaway out of the text of this bill so it does not make it into law. Mr. Speaker, this is a massive payday for Republicans. It would allow 8 of their senators to shovel millions of dollars into their own wallets. I'm talking cash money, not for their states, not for their constituents. No, for their own personal bank accounts. Why should a United States senator or any party get a special right that nobody else has? No state legislator, no governor, no judge, no citizen in the entire country has this right. But we are creating it for a handful of Republican senators. It is immoral. I'd say it's unconstitutional. It is wrong. And it's probably the most brazen theft and plunder of public resources ever proposed in the United States Congress. And it was tucked into this legislation. And I want to speak directly to Republicans who say they can't vote with us because it will delay the reopening of the government. First off, that's exactly what these corrupt senators were hoping you'd say. Second, we absolutely can send this back to the Senate. They can quickly strip it and send the bill to the president. They finished this package in less than 2 days. This is one small thing that needs to be deleted. It's easy, and it can be done very fast. And please spare me the excuses that we'll get this done next week with a new bill. Once this is law, that's it. It is signed into law forever. It will never change. It is permanent, and you voted for it. And Republicans all know that. So don't say you're going to pass some new bill next week to address this. That's just an excuse to do nothing that will fix it. Republicans moved at the speed of light to give tax breaks to billionaires, and the least they can do is give the same urgency to stop this shamelessly corrupt fleecing of the American people. Now, I get it. Trump is suing the U.S. government for $230 million, and I guess these senators want in on the action. They want their own payday, but I've never seen this level of grift, shameless corruption, and theft of public money in my entire life, ever. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question, and to discuss our proposal, I yield a minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian.
Without objection on the UC request, the chair will remind the gentleman from Massachusetts.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Wednesday, 12 November, year of our Lord 2025. Everybody's back in the house, or whoever's going to show up has showed up. And guess what, folks? It's a throwdown already. They're getting ready. They're going to debate, so we'll dip in and out of that. They're going to debate the bill passed by the Senate to open the United States government tonight, quote unquote, to open it. I guess kind of a ridiculous, catastrophic Democrat defeat. Republicans hung tough, but over the next couple hours, you should be at least entertained or educated on what's going on. We are absolutely packed this hour. I want to go. Are we ready to go with this song? Okay. A very special announcement from Real America's Voice. Real America's Voice is starting a music label, Real America Music RAM. That's RAM, RAM. Okay, good. This is the lead off a song. We're just going to play a taste of it. Then we're going to bring in the producer of the music and also the record label. Let's go ahead and hit it.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Hey, freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive.
Okay, that is the J6 Choir, now the producer of the J6 Choir, the national anthem, that magnificent song. LJ Fino joins us. He's going to be the lead producer over at Real America Music. Tell us about, what is this? I guess you've got a rap for Charlie Kirk at the end. Tell me about the first song. When are you going to release it? I understand it may be at AmFest, and then you're going to release the album on the 5th anniversary of J6. Is that what it is, LJ?
Yes. The first single is called The Anthem of the Free. That'll be released at AmFest on December 19th. And then the entirety of the album will be released the Friday prior to January 6th.
So the Anthem of the Free, tell me about that. You're going to release it at AmFest. What is it?
It's a song that I think speaks to a lot of conservatives on many different levels. Obviously you heard the snippet there that included a part memorializing Charlie Kirk, but it also goes into just basically conservative and Judeo-Christian values and what conservatives stand for as a whole.
You know their heads are going to blow up now that you're taking the J6 Choir and going to turn it for an entire album. What do you say from all the people, both the establishment Republicans and, of course, the mainstream media and the haters on the left that say, hey, these guys don't deserve a record label. They deserve to still be in prison, sir?
I would tell them that music, the bedrock of music, is the First Amendment, and everyone has the right to record music.
You know what's amazing is that, they sang this every night at a certain time. It was incredibly moving. How did you get together and work with them and actually create a song that moves President Trump so much? He plays it all the time down at Mar-a-Lago, particularly on the patio.
Well, it was an interesting story. An individual approached me at a fundraiser in Miami with a bootleg recording of the choir, which at the time was 20 individuals, that we were able to kind of squeeze into one room and capture them over their cell phones, or over the prison phone rather. And I thought, this is interesting, but the sonic quality is not quite there. So let's re-record it through a proper studio as I've done before in secular music, recording, incarcerated rappers in the past and things like that. So I've had experience doing that. We took them we set up the time with Don and Donna Fiducia. I'm sure the crowd is familiar with them. And the rest is history. We recorded them through a studio in Miami called Bay 8 Studios. Shout out to Bay 8 for allowing us to do that. And then we took it up. We had that cut, came out much cleaner than the bootleg version that I had heard at the fundraiser. And we had Kash Patel take that up to the president at Mar-a-Lago, and just really looking for his stamp of approval. We weren't expecting him to say, you know what, let me put my voice on there. And he did. He said, I want to put my voice on there. And we had his Pledge of Allegiance in one take.
Talk to me again. 19 December, AmFest, you're going to release the song Anthem of Freedom. And then on the Friday before J6, you're going to release the entire album?
Correct. Yes.
And this will be the first album of Real America Music, of which you're going to be the head guy, correct? You're going to run this, oversee it, and do other albums for other personalities, other musicians?
That's correct. We're starting with the J6 Prison Choir. That'll be the inaugural release through Real America's Music. Steve, I got to tell you, I think War Room Records has a nice ring to it.
I've been working on that for years. Rob Sig knows how I'm obsessed. I think we'll be a label under your music company. We look forward to that. We got a lot of thoughts on that. We love music here. Is there a website now? Where is social media? LJ, where can people go?
For me?
Yes, for you, for the music, for anything.
Well, I'm on Instagram. It's just LJ Fino. I'm on Truth at LJ. My record label is FC Label Group on X. But I would encourage everybody to follow Real America's Voices socials and stay tuned, because we're not just launching a record label here. We are expanding content aside from music. We're doing television, film, reality TV, all content that's rooted in Judeo-Christian and conservative values. That I think our audience will really be excited to see. There's a yearning for content that is catered towards conservative values that Hollywood has completely shunned.
Wow, incredible! You're absolutely correct. That's why we love being part of the Real America Voice family. LJ, look forward to see you down at AmFest, releasing the song. Hopefully some of the J6 Prison Choir will be with you. We'll get them all on War Room and have a big launch, and look forward to seeing you right up to before J6 when we release the entire album. Couldn't be more excited.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Steve, for having me on, and looking forward to seeing you at AmFest.
Thank you, brother. By the way, the Daily Telegraph, Rob Criley, one of the best writers out there, huge story today in the Daily Telegraph of London about this. So make sure we'll push it all out. Grace push that. Let's go back to the house. We have Jamie Raskin. That's my favorite.
It changed.
Oh, they changed? Let's go back to it anyway.
Into her next golden age. Over 40 days, that is how long the government has been closed. For over 40 days, Democrats here in this body and in the Senate have chosen chaos over our country. They chose to shut the government down because politics demanded it, not policy. The elites who dominate their party's decision-making are the ones least impacted by its decisions. Were the far-left activists and Democrats here in this body the ones not getting paychecks? No, Mr. Speaker. That was the air traffic controllers, our troops, and our Capitol police officers. When these same people passed Obamacare,
right there. You're going to have this back and forth. We're going to try to cut. Raskin was just on dumping on Republicans. We know you love hearing that because it gets the fighting spirits up. Mark Mitchell, you've been kind of on a roll here the last 72 hours. Natalie Winter's going to join us in a moment. I got Brian Harrison. Brian's about to drop some reality check about down in Texas about the H-1B visas that are hired in the Texas university system. Mark Mitchell, what have you been doing? You're very focused on the fourth turning right now. What do you got for us?
Well, I think we're seeing it play out right in front of our eyes. And what we're seeing out of the conservatives is that conservatives, having conserved nothing, are attempting to conserve conservatism. And at this point, I kind of think it's a luxury value. And Trump is out there just destroying the movement. I mean, the last 3 days have literally just been disaffected MAGA people who've been on the Trump train for 10 years, DMing me some of the most horrifying and ridiculous stuff. Like, one of them was like, God saved Trump so that he could give us 50-year mortgages. There are people that are really bleak and unhappy right now. And just to like rewind, we are talking about an election, and everybody can dismiss it. There's a whole bunch of Democrat places dismissing, voting for Democrat people. But what really was the story is that independents and crossover Democrats did not turn out for Trump at this point. His approval rating's not that bad. He's got a 45% approve, 54% disapprove, so he's underwater 9 points. Not as bad as Biden this time 4 years ago, but he had the Afghanistan crisis, but the lowest of his term so far, and we lost the 40% right direction numbers down to 37%. But people deserted the Republican Party in a very predictable manner because all of the copium that the Republicans did back in the fall, it's the country moved towards Republicans. Everybody's Republican. We're registering Republicans everywhere. Scott Presler's like magic. We're so great. Everything's back. When in reality, what it was is that it was a referendum, like I've told you many times, on government trust and the Biden era basically clown world that we saw that destroyed the economy. And quite frankly, he didn't do it all. It was the cherry on top of 30 years of hollowing out of the American middle class. And everybody said prices was the number one issue, inflation. But really, we've been talking about economic populism for a very long time. The problem is that literally corporatism has destroyed capitalism in a way that the youth are really starting to figure out right now. And they thought that there was going to be change. They thought there was going to be accountability. They thought there was going to be a redress of their grievances, from the weaponization of the legal justice system to like all of the oppression to the healthcare state that tried to give them the vaccine, like literally everything. And they've seen nothing, and they've given Donald Trump a lot of leeway, and they've gotten very little, especially out of Republicans. They wanted massive change, not business as usual, and Republicans have given them quite resounding business as usual right now.
Well, the Republicans are always going to give them just, you can see this House debate right here. No. But when you talk about populism, you talk about economic nationalism, in your mind, what are these people? Because we've made some huge bets now about the execution of those bets, or articulating what those bets are, because I don't think they're doing a great job of that. I think they can do a great job. You've got the manpower. President Trump's the best at doing that, but with Bessent and Navarro, and you've got Hassett and others. What do you think these people, are they looking to take a bigger hammer to the deep state? Are they looking for the jobs to come back? Are they for the tariffs to kick in? When you say there's unrest and now they're and they understand prices, but prices are not going to come down that much now that you're driving energy costs down until you get control of the deficits. And the deficits are, as you see, you got to deal with Congress, and they're in no mood to cut, and you're going to have a range war. And Russ Vought is, I think, already is this part of the package. I'm not so sure. I think he's going to be pretty restricted in going forward about, the things he wants to do, of riffing people, you got mass deportations on one side and mass firings on the other. So in your polling, or in talking to people, because I know a lot of people are coming to you, what are they exactly looking for, sir?
A return from clown world. Basically, if you strip anti-Semitism out of Nick Fuentes' package, that's pretty much it. It's not traditional conservative values. It's a return to the America that was stolen from them, and especially the young people. And just like some evidence, Donald Trump got a 60% approval rating with voters under 40, which is just mind-blowing. It's literally nuts. And that was the week that Doge was the most searched thing on the internet, and they were hacking the federal government apart. So these people want to see things fixed. And then what happened? Well, the Republicans got rid of Doge, and now Donald Trump is polling under 40% with voters under 30 years old. What's mind-blowing is just off the charts. These people want accountability. They have the lowest Trump approval by age right now, but they're also the people who are most closely watching, 80% of them, Arctic Frost, and they're the people that are most likely to want people thrown in jail for the AutoPen scandal and for Arctic Frost. And so these people are looking at the ICE protests, and look at what Nick Fuentes said in the Tucker Carlson interview. They want the hand of God to come down on these protesters, and Donald Trump declared Antifa a terrorist organization, hasn't really done anything. The night he comes out and tells America that we need to defend the college institutions for Chinese students who are, quite frankly, CCP members. What do you have? You have Antifa attacking Turning Point USA on college campuses. He has no idea what his base wants. They want the colleges burned down, and they want the H-1B programs closed. And what he's done is just a string of the last 2 days, especially with Laura Ingraham, of conflating the economy with kitchen table prices, of defending billionaires. All he had to do was smash the oligarchy. He's become the oligarchy.
Well, smashing the oligarchy is easier said than done, but we got to get on with it. I think we are having starts, and we got to do more. I'm going to just hang right there, Mark Mitchell. Natalie Winters, talk about the oligarchs, Maha. We're going to have Claire Dooley here tomorrow. It was at the conference today. You had the situation with the designer babies that Stephanie Rule went through last night, but you're seeing the tech bros everywhere, right? You're seeing they're trying to take over Maha. You've seen them everywhere. They've got to be brought to heel. If you don't bring them to heel, this thing's going to spin out of control because they don't really have the president's back. All of them are progressive Democrats, like this guy Isaacman. They're going to flip on President Trump. If something happens that we don't hold the House and Hakeem Jeffries, or even worse, as a speaker, all these guys will flip immediately. Natalie Winters, thoughts?
Well, look, they're all progressives, and they're all, even at best, when they pretend to be MAGA, socially liberal, right? For all the money that we've poured into Silicon Valley, maybe there's like one company, Palantir, Boo Palantir, right, that's getting contracts to allegedly help deport. How's that going? But I don't see a lot of technological innovation going on the front of, securing our borders or ensuring that we can actually deport illegals. No, they're busy cramming their companies full of H-1B tech workers. But I think a really important term, I'm sure Joe Allen has introduced it to this audience, but to sort of understand what is going on a psychological level of what these tech bro types, Sam Altman being really the poster child for it, formerly predecessor, I would say, SBF, is this concept of effective altruism, right? The idea that essentially it does not matter what you have to do. You should just maximize your capital, do whatever you can to make money, and then use that for utilitarian purposes to achieve a greater good through community service. All the basically big time tech scammers, both in the literal sense, but also just a more vague or broader use of the term scammer, all really have sort of subscribed to that ideology. And I think Sam Altman is a perfect example. And I think when you see their sort of wishy-washy description of what they want to do, take these designer babies for an example, right? Once they're called out, which I don't know about you, if they were forthright with what they were doing, it'd certainly be a little less scary, though it is still very scary. But then it becomes about, right, ridding, babies of diseases. That's a limited hangout as to what they're really working on. And I also think another point that I would make, particularly in the case of Sam Altman, we're always signal, not noise here in the war room, but this individual, not just because of what he's doing over right at OpenAI, but the position that he had before that, essentially leading Y Combinator, right, which is one of the leading startup vessels that pumps, it's right, the highest check you can basically have written to your company. He has been the one making decisions of what companies get funded for years, for nearly 5 years. So that mindset, whether it's designer babies, progressivism, that is what undergirds the entire tech community. And don't fall for it. Like I said yesterday, the people who are pretending to be MAGA or put up the website after they're reached out to for comment by the Wall Street Journal, those are the most deceptive, and I'd argue sociopathic and certainly psychopathic people in our midst.
We're going to jump back to the floor when we're asking whether these other guys come up. Natalie Winters, you're of this younger generation. You graduated from college early, the University of Chicago, because you worked your way through college being a correspondent at the War Room. Charlie Kirk, Andrew Colvett, and Andrew's going to be on the show tomorrow at about 11:30, I think, so we can do a handoff to him at the Charlie Kirk show, but he's going to specifically address this. I sent you earlier a tweet he put up about what Charlie Kirk said, and I think this was back in mid-August, right? This is the social compact breaking down. We need urgency to restore it. 1, mass deportations. 2, stop the H-1B scam. 3, dramatically reduce legal immigration. 4, end chain migration in the visa lottery. 5, build 10 million homes for Americans. 6, crush the college cartel. Ma'am, your thoughts on that?
Well, I thought that was what I voted for, but it seems like with each passing day, we're straying a little bit further and further away from that. I think it's the point that immigration is both an economic issue, but also a cultural issue, right? We want to deport these people, not just because they're depriving Americans of their wages, of their jobs, but also what they're doing to the cultural fabric, what they're doing to these neighborhoods. It's a compounding issue. And two, I also think that the sort of limited hangout, to use that term again, version that we're getting of this, it sort of ideologically rests on what I think is the original sin, which is the idea that Americans are not enough. And it's sort of what undergirds even the designer baby idea, but it's certainly what undergirds the H-1B. It's what animated the Elon Musk and Vivek debate over what it means to be an American. Should we be studying, 25 hours a day, 8 days, increase the length of the day so all we can do is study? That's not what this country was founded on. If you look at the history of us going back to the revolution, the pre-revolutionary days, it's this idea of civil society and community, and that's something that's distinctly unique. But I also think that you see this sort of just a core lie that permeates into the H-1B narrative, which is, again, both cultural but also economic. And it's this idea that we need to import foreigners in order to continue to be the America that we once were. And I want to just cite a statistic from the White House's own website, because what was it? Just a month ago, they were busy pumping the airwaves with, ideas that they were going to basically reform, if not get rid of the H-1B program. But what it shows is that the share of IT workers in the H-1B program grew from 32% in 2003 to an average of over 65%, that's an aggregate, of the last 5 years. What is the significance of that? America was a great country and was the leading in technological innovation, and basically every industry, it dominated that long before the H-1B program was ever around. And you can't tell me that from 2003 to now, it's been H-1B Indians that don't even speak English or Chinese spies stealing whatever it may be from not just civilian use, but for military use from our leading tech companies that somehow helped bridge that gap. And if you look, the other lie, Steve, that is so critical to understand, when we're told that it is the, get ready for this, I'm sure you've heard it, best and brightest, right, that we're bringing into this country, whether it's the H-1B or the foreign students, that's not true. Now, they play the sort of weird game where they intentionally hide the data, right? It's like what they do with the deportations or the actual numbers of immigrants, illegal aliens coming in, because they don't want us to be informed. But from the publicly available data compounded with the studies that groups like Center for Immigration Studies have done, the overwhelming majority, I'm talking upwards of 80% of the H-1B recipients who are coming into this country, which oftentimes it's via lottery, though they reformed that slightly, are in the level 1 and level 2 qualification of skill and pay, which means they're not the best and brightest. They're the worst, and they're the most attached to the culture that they're coming from, and they have nothing American about them. And frankly, they have a fake diploma from a fake Indian university where the person sitting next to them is probably a robocaller scamming you. So these people are not the best and brightest. It's such a lie from start to finish. Every corner of what this H-1B narrative rests upon is outright propaganda, but the core of it is the idea that you are not enough as an American citizen. We see that with the tech bros, we see it with the designer babies, we see it with the immigration policy. And the last thing I would say, Steve, is I don't know what is more concerning. That Secretary Noem thinks it's a good idea to go on TV and hail the maximum amount of naturalized citizens as a win. She thinks that that's something that's going to go over well, or that it's actually happening. Because had it been Secretary Mayorkas saying that, that would have been cut as a campaign ad and used as a clip in the President Trump that was running on the campaign trail.
So, Mark Mitchell, you saw Charlie Kirk. You heard the analysis by our own Natalie Winters. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah. 100%. And I think people know this deep down. And all Trump has done this week is basically shill for the government and for big business. These people's jobs were given to it's been literally a global homo, uniparty, corporate welfare, and global welfare. We gave all the good jobs to everybody. 70% of Walmart tech, that's where I worked, was like almost 70% Indian foreign nationals. And what does he do when he talks about H-1Bs? He talks about this small edge case about Korean battery engineers, and he says he doesn't even understand how the job market works. These resumes are spammed everywhere. The companies get the resumes, and they're like, oh, I'll find the H-1Bs because I can pay them 10% less. Don't even look like at resumes like mine. But if you take those H-1Bs out, well, then my resume gets a look. And so I think this is just a really great example. The housing market is a crisis. If the right doesn't fix it, they're going to hand it to the left. The left is going to have a $10 trillion house saving act, and it's going to be a big wealth transfer. The Treasury is going to get robbed. We know what they're going to do. So what's the right solution to that? Well, it's to talk about turkey prices and not to ignore the house issue. And then they come out with a solution that's a 50-year mortgage. What does that do? Well, it increases the price of the house. Yeah. And Bill Pulte might be a good guy, but like he does own a home builder. It increases the interest that gets
right.
Yeah,
It increases the interest. As I said, it wasn't offered as the sole tool in the toolbox. If you want a lower payment, you've got 5 other things to pay off. Maybe it's something you consider. I wouldn't, but it maybe is. Mark, we got to bounce. You're on a roll. Where do people go? We got 30 seconds. Where do people go to get your material right now?
And this comes back to the fourth turning, boomers and the millennials. Rasmussen_poll, Honest Pollster on Twitter.
Thank you. We're going to get this sorted out. You know where we're going to get it sorted out? Because we have to get it sorted out. The entire country rests on the MAGA movement. President Trump is our leader. Maybe every now and again you need to make sure he's getting all the accurate information. I do not believe he's getting accurate information on H-1B visas. Why do I say that? I saw Howard Lutnick's performance in the Oval Office on Global Television. That's why. Short commercial break. Natalie Winters is sticking around. Brian Harrison. Philip Patrick. We're packed wall to wall in the war room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWING.
stands up and actually wants to extend the Affordable Care Act so that people with cancer, insulin, and issues across all sorts of healthcare issues across this country have their health insurance protected and extended throughout 2026. It is unconscionable that what we are debating right now is legislation that will give 8 members of the United States Senate over $1 million apiece. And we are robbing people of their food assistance and of their health care to pay for it. How is this even on the floor? How can we, as members of Congress,
I want to stream that on our other platforms. This is AOC. You're going to have it all tonight. They're going to come. They're coming. They're throwing down hard. Let's go. I got Brian Harrison. Brian, take 2 minutes and give me what's going on. We got all this HB1 problems. Got all these issues in corporate America. Tell me about my beloved state of Texas. So next to the Commonwealth of Virginia, my home. I don't think I love a state more than Texas. You guys are the railhead of MAGA. You went through some of the toughest times in building this country on the frontier. It's a magnificent state with magnificent people. Please don't tell me the renowned University of Texas and Texas A&M university system is replete with H-1B visa holders, sir.
Yes, I love Texas. You love Texas. All God's children love Texas. Here's the problem. The reputation that the state of Texas has, there could not be a bigger delta between our reputation and reality. So put the private sector issues to the side with H-1B. Let's talk about the Texas government, the things that the Texas people supposedly have control over, even though as you know, and the posse knows, we've got a totally fake so-called Republican uniparty down here in Austin. The Texas government, the Texas public university system, the inmates have been running the asylums. The governor of Texas makes the appointments. He appoints all the regions, has for over a decade. They're responsible for everything in our public universities. Are they pursuing Texas first policies and hiring Texans to educate the workforce of Texas for tomorrow? No, I'm going to shock you. Texas has 3 million corporations in the state of Texas, 3 million. The top 10 users of the H-1B program, and I probably need to say abusers because there's a lot of scam elements to this, the Texas public universities would be in the top 10 if they were one single unified employer in the state of Texas. My alma mater, Texas A&M, keeps cranking out the hits here. Well over 200 just at Texas A&M alone, and not even for highly specialized jobs. These are for like multimedia techs and laboratory coordinators. It is absolutely outrageous. The people of the state of Texas voted for a Texas first policy, but they're not getting it.
Brian, what are you going to do about this? We have 5 new seats potentially in the House down there for Republicans because of the work of Brian Harrison, Patriot Mobile, Lee Wamsgans, you great patriots down there in Tarrant County and around Fort Worth. What are you guys going to do about this?
Well, this is very simple. I mean, quite frankly, this could be ended tomorrow. The governor of the state of Texas has more than enough power to solve this. I mean, we're not in session right now. We should be in special sessions to deal with things like this, including property taxes. But the governor could snap his fingers and end this. Look at the kind of bold leadership coming out of Ron DeSantis on this H-1B issue. As Florida, under Governor DeSantis' leadership, is shutting down and banning the H-1B programs in his public universities, the Texas public universities are importing them hand over fist, harming Texas workers, quite frankly, creating national security problems, importing these foreigners to our public universities. But the governor of the state of Texas could end this immediately. So I'm calling on the governor right now, and it's embarrassing as hell how many times we have to say this, follow Florida's lead. Governor Abbott, issue an edict to all of your appointed regions, and you tell them to issue policies to end the H-1B abuse.
Brian, hang on for 1 second. Natalie Winters, your thoughts on this, about the University of Texas system and H-1Bs?
Don't you wish we could say we're shocked? But unfortunately, it's so pervasive and it permeates every single industry. I mean, Texas, of all states, it's absolutely absurd. And I think fundamentally, Steve, what you see here, the second highest country that is sending these people to the United States, it's China. Number one is India. They get enough attack on that, right? But the fact that we're importing people, it's not just students, it's actual professors, administrators. I saw Tesla was also on that list. I think they come in at number 5. But that we are importing our own enemy and giving them the keys to the kingdom. I mean, you can't make it make sense. And that's the point. It's not supposed to.
Natalie, what is your social media? You got to bounce. You'll be back tomorrow. Where do people go to track you down, ma'am? Great content.
Thank you, sir. Natalie G. Winters on all platforms. Thank you for having me.
That's always off the top of her head. There's no panel they're reading off. All these other new shows they're reading off panels and screens. Thank you, ma'am. Great job. Brian Harrison, are you going to do this tonight? By the way, didn't President Trump endorse as the greatest MAGA governor in the history of Texas, Abbott, last night?
I read some headlines about that. It does sound that way. Yeah, that happened.
Don't read the True Social. Don't read the True Social post. Don't read it. I'm telling. I'm waving you off right now. Where do people go?
I appreciate
Harrison?
it. No, I won't do that. But no, it's the governor that's been appointing DEI advocates at all of our public universities, tripling down on transgender indoctrinations for over 10 years in our public universities, and appointing regents that are apparently quadrupling down at a higher rate than other businesses on the H-1B program. So Governor Abbott, follow Florida's lead, end this program, instruct your regents to terminate the H-1B programs at our public universities. We could have this solved, by the end of the week if the governor wanted to, and that's the reality of the situation here.
Follow Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. Just do that. Brian Harrison, thank you so much. We got you back in this fight, sir. Got to clean that.
You got it. Appreciate you and the posse. Appreciate y'all.
Don't need any H-1B visas down there. Ridiculous in that school system. Beau French. Beau, some good news today. The bad news is you're stepping down as the Tarrant County head of the GOP, but you're running for one of the most powerful offices in the United States of America. What's the office and why you, sir?
Well, thank you, Steve, for having me on. Look, I am running for the Texas Railroad Commission. It is one of the most powerful agencies in the country. It oversees the oil and gas industry in Texas, along with mining and pipelines. Texas produces 43% of the nation's oil and gas every single day. So it is a tremendously important overseeing the oil and gas industry. And, look, I grew up in the Permian Basin. I grew up in Midland, Texas. My family's been in the oil and gas business for 80 years. It's something I know well. As a businessman, I've been invested in the oil and gas business, my whole adult life.
Hold on. Why is the Railroad Commission still so powerful? It was powerful during Lyndon Johnson's time, Sam Yarborough, all of it. But it's a Railroad Commission. It sounds odd to people living in a post-industrial society. Why was it powerful, and why is it powerful today?
Yeah, like I said, because it is the commission that oversees the largest industry in Texas and the most important industry to America and freedom, and think about just everything that, comes from energy that's produced in Texas. And, to be a global player in the energy business around the world, to back up, President Trump's agenda, we have to have a strong and free oil and gas industry in Texas. And unfortunately, we have one now that is, echoing on things that Brian just said, awarding DEI contracts to agencies, pushing contracts to, think about it. We have Muslims invading Texas, and right now, as a Muslim, you get preferred treatment under the Texas Railroad Commission in our oil and gas industry. So we have to stop this. We have to stop the Muslim invasion in Texas. We have to strengthen our industry here. And I just believe that in Texas, we have to have leaders at all levels of government who are bold, outspoken MAGA warriors, who are willing to fight, who are willing to take heat to try to get canceled. I've had CARE try to cancel me. I've had rhinos try to cancel me. So I'm not afraid of what anyone has to say, and I'll be the guy that fights for what we all believe in.
We're gonna have you back here to go in depth, particularly this Muslim invasion, and what does the Texas Railroad Commission have to do with it? Right now, where's your social media? Where do they go to find out more about you, the Texas Railroad Commission, and why you're running?
The best place is on X at Beau French TX.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
Fighting down in Texas, fighting against these H-1Bs too. Can't let that stand. Come on. President gets better information. He totally gets this. Birch Gold. Gold did a little rebound today. People have been asking me, hey, it hit 4,500, I think. It's been back down to 39. Should people focus on these daily price swings, or they should focus on more basic fundamentals? And this is why I got you on, brother. What say you, sir?
No, they need to be focusing on the fundamentals. First of all, price swings are looking good. We see a little bit of volatility, but people have to understand nothing goes up in a straight line. That gets concerning. Gold is up 60% for the year so far. Silver is up 84%, but it's the fundamentals driving it, like you say. The dollar's down 7% year to date. 10-year Treasury yield is hovering around 4.4 to 4.6. This is even after 5 Fed rate cuts, showing that fiscal stress at the moment is outweighing monetary relief. But people need to look at what's driving the surge. We've spoken about it many times. Central banks are setting the floor. 24 was already a record. 25 is on track to beat that. Over 800 metric tons purchased through Q3, led by, surprise, surprise, China, India, Turkey, and Russia. For the first time since Bretton Woods, officials set the gold holdings now exceed $12 trillion in market valuations. And people have to remember, central banks are buying record quantities, over 1,000 tons a year for 3 consecutive years, and they are escalating pace at current prices. They are not buying with a view that prices will go down. They know where it's moving. And you can see why. This, what was always considered a safe haven trade, it's now turned structural. Global investors are de-risking from bonds. They're not chasing yields, but they're escaping volatility. When the US shut down, when Europe wobbled, gold didn't spike out of fear, it anchored out of logic. And that's what we're starting to see. Bank of America have come out recently and said the next leg up in gold prices will come from sovereign diversification. Zero Hedge is calling this climate the start of the great monetary divorce, where the world finally prices in the dollar's decay. And that's what people have to understand. As I've said before, this is not a rally. A rally is traders chasing momentum. This is a structural shift. This is a confidence migration, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
Give me a minute, and I'm holding you through the break. What is the great divorce? I love this. Give that to me one more time.
We're seeing a divorce now from sort of reality, right? Government debt since the 80s. This was an illusion in the 80s that government debt was now risk-free. That illusion has been shattered. Debt to GDP amongst Western nations averages over 110%. And what we're seeing now is a reversion back to what was always the historical norm. It was an experiment since the 80s, and that experiment has failed.
Look, in the coming debt emergency, I did this in the interview with The Economist, and then the next day I talked about, broke it down. The coming debt emergency, they admit finally it's here, 350 trillion, 360 trillion, and they've had the life fast. And what does it say? Pull for inflation. They know exactly how the central banks are going to do it. Why in that scenario, I'm going to give you the question, you're going to give me the answer on the other side. Why in that scenario where they're going to try to inflate their way out of here, the central banks, in combination with the money center banks, why is then physical gold? Because remember, we're not here to say you fish, we're here to teach you how to fish. This is why we go through the whole birchgold.com promo code Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire. We want you to learn this yourself, right? Or we'll be there, people will be there to guide you through it, like Philip Patrick's team, but you have to understand that. It's the understanding, it's not the price of gold, it's the process that drives the value of gold. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick's going to give us the answer on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSW.
President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China.
Okay, today, Kash Patel, that was at the White House. Kash spent, a week over there dealing with the Chinese Communist Party to stop what they're saying is stop the chemical warfare that the cartels and the Chinese Communist Party and the Tongs, the Chinese gangsters, are using to kill, 100,000 Americans a year. At the same time, Wall Street Journal is reporting that they're trying to do workarounds on the rare earths so that our military can't get it. Philip Patrick, in the overarching economic warfare, let's be blunt, between the Chinese Communist Party and the United States, where does gold fit into this, and given the uncertainty, particularly since the Chinese Communist Party their central bank continues to buy gold at record rates, sir?
Look, gold is becoming very important. It's becoming a tool of financial warfare, right? We've discussed this before, but the BRICS, and particularly China, they're leading the way. They need to de-dollarize, right? We have a massive weapon in our back pocket, which is sanctions, and China are at risk, right? They have $4 trillion in seizable assets, but the dollar is still the global reserve currency. It has huge network effects. There's not a better currency than the dollar. here comes gold, right? By buying gold, the Chinese are achieving two things, right? Number one, the more gold they buy, it allows them to dump dollars and hold wealth as a store of value with gold, which quite frankly is a better trade than the dollar today. More importantly, the more money or the more gold they buy, the less dollars they hold. The less dollars they hold, the less demand there is, and that puts a squeeze on us, particularly with $38 trillion of debt and rising debt service. So we're in a very tough position. We're trying to play hardball, but it's a difficult game to play when you've got $38 trillion of debt and $2 trillion annual deficits. And the world is waking up. They are realizing this is an untenable situation, and they're making moves accordingly, rather.
They're having a vote right now on Capitol Hill, and they're not changing any of the spending. In fact, the Democrats, this is the insanity of the Democratic Party. They're talking about adding another $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion of spending for health care for illegal aliens. You think the H-1B visas drive you crazy? It's insanity. It's bankrupting Germany. It's bankrupting France. It's bankrupting England. It's bankrupting the United States. Philip Patrick, I want people to understand what they have to do to, birchgold.com, promo code Bannon to get to you guys, or just take out your phone and text Bannon at 989898. You get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. But more importantly, you get to work with Philip Patrick and this team. Give me a minute on how that works, sir.
Look, it's very simple, and I don't think it's ever been more important than it is today. There are structural shifts happening globally, and people cannot be left behind. So get the information, like you said, birchgold.com/Bannon or text Bannon to 989898. First thing they're going to get access to is a ton of free information. End of the Dollar Empire reports, how and why to invest in gold in today's climate. A ton of information. From there, if they want to learn more, they're going to get access to myself, people like me. We are here to answer questions, guide people through, and make sure they have a real understanding, because with that, the job's easy. So again, birchgold.com/Bannon, get the information and just get reading. It has never been more important than it is today.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much. I know it's tough in the afternoon, particularly you're on LA time to come on, but really, really needed this today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Times of turbulence. We're taking care of the audience. You've got every opportunity to talk to these folks. Make sure you talk to them. Mike Lindell, we started with the Donnybrook on the floor of the House, but we immediately went into the J6 Prisoner Chorus as it did its new record. It's going to be released at Charlie Kirk's AmFest on the 19th of December. We will be there. War Room will be with Rav, broadcasting nonstop as we always do. We started with Prison, where they did send me and they wanted to send you, but you live to fight another day and sell us a Pellin sheet. What do you got for us, brother?
Well, Steve, we're going to do, we're at My Pillow. My employees are very excited to bring you guys one of our Black Friday specials. We do about 3 specials every year on Black Friday, but we're going to bring this one to you early. This is our Bible. There are 5. You get 5 of the Go Anywhere pillows, so you have 5 Christmas gifts. These are normally $199 if you bought all 5 separately. We're combining them for $29.98. So you get the 5-pack, these amazing Go Anywhere. They have the stories like Jonah's Ark on the back. You get them for your grandkids, nieces, and nephews, or yourself. They got the story on the back, and then the front, they got the front display there. But these, this is a Black Friday special. You go to mypillow.com/War Room, and there it is right in the middle. This is an exclusive War Room special. And then we left the My Pillow, the blowout sale on the My Pillows. We left that up as part of the special. The Giza Dream Sheets as low as $29.98. And you guys, don't forget, we did leave on sale our mattresses and our big ticket items, our mattress toppers. They both get free shipping right to your front door with that promo code War Room. And you guys call 800-873-1062. My operators, you're going to get someone right here in the USA answering that phone. And as Steve said this morning, they had to fight Arctic Frost. They tried to take away their jobs, and we won that, you guys. Promo code War Room. Get the 5-pack of the Bible pillows today.
Bible pillows, love it. Okay, Mike, all the different Bible stories. We'll see you tomorrow morning, sir. What an hour. Talk about intense. You ain't seen nothing yet. Stick around for the second hour. And then tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., wow. Yowza. All Thursday, Friday, Saturday, on fire in the War Room, now more than ever. Stick around. Second hour, the late afternoon, early evening edition is next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome, everybody, to this Wednesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, Amanda Head, here in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. My co-host, John Solomon, is out on assignment tonight, but he's going to be rejoining me tomorrow. Now, tonight, the House is voting on finally reopening the government after the longest shutdown in American history, whether you felt it or not. Now, we're going to have quite a bit on that tonight as the vote continues, including some reaction for both sides of the aisle. And let's start with the Democrats, because as I showed you last night, a number of them are not very happy about efforts to reopen the government. And believe it or not, some actually admitted that they believed the shutdown was worth it. Seriously, watch this from CNN of all places.
Shutdown worth it? Yeah, I think so. I hate it. But yeah, it was worth it, definitely. We got people to pay attention to the fact that this is a traumatic, in many cases, life or death situation for people all over this country. Was the shutdown worth it?
I think it was, because I think the perception, we made it clear that this, not just the healthcare issue, but the whole issue.
And the infighting has continued over on the Democrat side. For example, a lot of us have been speculating that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was keeping the government closed so that he wouldn't be seen as caving into President Trump in the hopes of keeping a possible Senate run from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at bay. Well, it turns out the AOC is already in campaign mode.
I think it's important that we understand that this is not just about Senator Schumer, but that this is about the Democratic Party. Senator Schumer, there's no one vote that ended this shutdown. We are talking about a coordinated effort of 8 senators with the knowledge of Leader Schumer voting to break with the entire Democratic Party in exchange for nothing.
So what you just saw there was an attack on Schumer presented as an attack on the whole party. That kind of thing is exactly what Minority Leader Schumer was trying to avoid. Now, like I said, we are going to have a lot more on this throughout the show tonight, but moving on now to FBI Director Kash Patel, who announced that the U.S. and China reached an agreement to combat fentanyl precursors, quote, at a level never seen before.
Thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug.
And FBI Director Patel went on to say that President Trump had shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl and kills tens of thousands of Americans a year. Director Patel also said that these fentanyl precursors would no longer be used by the Mexican drug cartels, presumably because they wouldn't be made anymore or because they're getting blown up in the Caribbean. Now, fentanyl was one of the subjects of conversation between President Trump and Chinese President Xi last month at their meeting in South Korea. And it was after that meeting that President Trump announced that the Chinese would be taking real steps to end the manufacture of the fentanyl precursors. However, as with anything that the CCP says, we are going to need to, I guess, tacitly trust but verify. Let's put it that way. All right, everybody. So we are keeping an eye on the shutdown vote, and joining us now is Texas Congresswoman Beth Van Duyne. Congresswoman, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. It's good to be on. I appreciate you having me.
We are delighted to have you. Tell us the mood on the floor right now. I know the vote is, we're still waiting on it to happen, but what's the mood?
Well, this is the first time many of us have seen each other in quite some time, so everybody's catching up.
Yeah.
Very excited to be back on the floor, ready to vote this in and ready to move forward and make sure that we are going to be back all next week, Monday through Friday, on voting on bills that all of us have introduced and are excited to have. So I think we have looked at this government shutdown as being all about nothing. I think, I hate to give AOC credit, but, she said it quite right. Schumer shut this down, and at the end of 43 days, they've gotten absolutely nothing. But they knew that going into it. Instead, what you've seen is 1.3 million military wondering when they're going to get their next paycheck. You saw 13,000 air traffic controllers without pay who are still going to work. And you saw 43 million people lose their SNAP benefits. This was all preventable, and this was all because you had Democrats like Chuck Schumer not actually wanting to give in to their radical left base. It was completely avoidable, and finally, we are back here because a little more than a handful of Democrats in the Senate got some sense.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely avoidable. And a game of chicken that, as far as I think the voters are concerned, Democrats lost, because we just played a montage of Democrat members of Congress saying that it was, quote, worth it, literally, to have this shutdown. But in the end, their voters perceived that they caved. So how is that worth it?
I don't think it's worth. I think everyone that I just saw that was just interviewed took a deep pause beforehand and said, okay, I have to say it was worth it, because otherwise I'm admitting that this was a total waste of time and a failure. So yeah, they're going to have to say that to save face. But the fact is that we just lost 43 days of business that we could have been doing, and not to mention the damage on the economy. I think the press secretary today said it best when she started itemizing how much this is going to cost the American people and our economy because of an unnecessary shutdown. So I am anxious to be back. I think we're looking at 3 spending bills and appropriations, including agriculture. You're looking at legislative and our veterans bills that hopefully will get passed as well tonight. Now, I know that John Thune has promised a vote on extending some of the provisions on healthcare. We'll see if that actually happens in the House. I don't believe that Speaker Johnson has made any such promise. But moving forward, we're going to be here all next week, voting on bills. And again, I am just thankful that a little over a handful of senior Senate Democrats came to their senses.
What was it that brought Democrats to the table? Was there anything that really anything of substance that really changed, or was it really just them kind of needing some type of cop-out to say, well, at least we got this?
So I did our job. The House did its job and it passed a bill. I have not been in any of the meetings with the senators. But if I had to guess, I would say that they were feeling the pain. They were feeling those strong opinions from many of their constituents who were making no harshness in calling them and letting them know this is ridiculous. Open the government back up. I think they realized that this was a fool's effort. Was all for nothing, and they were getting calls. So I think constituents should be very proud of yourselves that you actually, were able to move the dial on a number of your Democrat senators, which is what we've been saying all along. But moving forward, there's a difference. You look at what Republicans have been able to do even in the last 6 weeks. We passed our one big beautiful bill before we left that is giving something to seniors. It's giving something to people who, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, giving seniors more dollars. We are opening the economy. We are bringing back businesses from overseas. We're looking at manufacturing, focus on the middle class. These are all things to give people opportunity, more money in their pockets, and more ability to be able to be successful. On the opposite side, you see Democrats vote 15 times to keep a government shut down, have not only just federal money not being paid, federal employees not being paid, but the risk and the harm that it's done on the American public, all while complaining that we're not at work. And yet I've been up to D.C. a number of times in the last 6 weeks. I have yet to see very many of my Democrats. And for those of them who are taking paychecks, shame on you.
Yeah, I got to say, from the videos that I've seen on social media, it doesn't seem like Democrats are exactly champing at the bit to get back to work on Capitol Hill. I want to ask you about Speaker Johnson's role in this. I will be quite candid. Over the course of the last month or so, we've had a number of members of Congress on this show. I've spoken to voters out in the country who were a little concerned that Speaker Johnson might not hold the line. He has. Was that of his own volition, or did he need some of you guys to really kind of help him remain tough in all of this?
I think Speaker Johnson does not get enough credit where credit is due. He is a very strong man. He's very much a man of his word. And I think he read the rest of the conference that was saying, look, none of us voted for the ACA. None of us are going to vote for the advanced provisions. If you bring this back to the House, it will not pass. But that also being said, Mike Johnson was here when this was all happening, and he didn't support those provisions. So I think not only did he do what was good for his constituents, what was good for the conference, I think he also did what he believed was best for the country. And for that, I applaud him. I think he deserves a lot more credit than a lot of the mainstream media give him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been amazing to see. Texas Congresswoman, I'm hearing from your people that you got to go because you got to go vote.
I got to go vote. Yeah, we're about to vote on the floor. I got to make sure I'm there.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for being here. Absolutely. All right, everybody, we're going to take a very quick break, but we're going to make it up on the other side. Don't worry. What if the medicine that helped save millions during the pandemic was made mostly in China? It's true. About 58% of the world's ivermectin supply comes from China and 75% from Asia overall, but not the wellness companies. Introducing American-made ivermectin, safe, trusted, and produced right here in the United States. Ivermectin has been prescribed globally for more than 30 years and even earned the Nobel Prize in Medicine for its proven ability to eliminate parasites and support overall health. And new research also points to potential benefits for skin, immune, and cancer support. Now, most pharmacies charge $5 a tablet, but the wellness company is offering a higher 18-milligram dose for just over $3 each. You're going to get a 6-month supply designed for 4 21-day cleanse cycles, all at an unbeatable price. Support American medicine, not China's supply chain. Get your U.S.-made ivermectin today at twc.health/justnews and use the code JUSTNEWS to save $30 off plus free shipping.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. That obviously is the House floor. If I had better vision and I could see my preview screen, I would tell you exactly what's happening, but I can't see it that closely. I don't know if the vote is actually underway, but we are obviously going to keep an eye on that and keep you posted. As many of you know, we've talked about this is the longest government shutdown in American history, and it may finally come to an end tonight. A deal is on the table The House is voting on that funding package that could reopen the government and head straight to President Trump's desk for his signature. So joining us now to talk about this is Acting Director of the Thomas A. Rowe Institute for Economic Policy Studies over at the Heritage Foundation, Richard Stern. Richard, thanks so much for being here.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. You know, on one hand, I know that there are a lot of people out there watching the show who say, I didn't feel anything. I didn't even notice the government was shut down. But there are Americans who were furloughed, who were working without pay, and it definitely affected them. What's the damage to our country going to be, and what's the damage for Republicans and Democrats?
Yeah, that's a great point. There's also one other burden that it created, which is that there are all of these laws and regulations on the books that our employers, our businesses have to follow because of overregulation. But if there aren't federal bureaucrats, if the offices aren't open, then businesses have to navigate this as best as they can while taking risks and not being able to get the services they need that comply with the government's own regulations on them. Let alone, of course, that air traffic control had to slow down the volume of airplanes going. The list goes on and on. It's going to total tens of billions of dollars, all because elected Democrats wanted $1.5 trillion more of your dollars for welfare, mostly for illegal aliens. It's a shame.
What are you hearing was in that deal? Because we all heard this kind of like mysterious conversation and deal making was taking place a few nights ago. But I mean, Democrats were very recalcitrant when it came to that $1.5 trillion regarding ACA, and Republicans were just as belligerent on the other side saying, no way, Jose. What changed?
Well, I think what changed is, honestly, Democrats got the electoral victories they wanted on Tuesday, and they know that the shutdown was starting to go south on them. We were starting to have real critical functions be collapsed and curtailed. And so I think Democrats looked at this and thought, they got the political wins they wanted, but they were going to risk too much if they kept going. And of course, it allowed people like Schumer, who looks incompetent now, but it allowed him to try to look like he was of the base of his own party. His incompetence of politics and policy is a different matter entirely. But look, we don't really know what deal was cut. And you have to keep in mind, the funding of this bill will last for less than 3 months. And so this is just the beginning of all kinds of negotiations between both sides. And we could be back here again in January.
Oh my gosh, please no, please no. I want to ask you if what Chuck Schumer did worked, because we aired some footage at the top of this show of AOC, and it kind of seems like she's already running her mouth like Chuck Schumer betrayed his party.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think what he tried to do on the beginning of this is he wanted to have his moderates bail on him, vote to reopen the government, and do it in a way where they could go out and say, look, we're reasonable moderates in states that require that. And then for him and a lot of the other old guard to say, no, we're not establishment. We're part of the hip part of the party. We're progressives. We're cool. But the truth is, no one thinks that of the Chuck Schumer. And he, in my mind, failed at some of the minutia of how to deal these negotiations, how to address what was going on. So, look, I think that was his play to begin with. I think he was incredibly bad at doing it. And now he's left himself in a position where it looks like he's betrayed all of the sides of his party. And I think he's weakened his own position. So that's, I think, what he tried to do and the reality of how it went down.
If there is any universe out there that deems Chuck Schumer as hip, that is a universe in hell as far as I'm concerned. He's anything but hip. And he's also anything but dialed in with the youngest faction of his party, because they're all the AOC types and now the Zohran Mamdani types. I want to get into the economics of Zohran Mamdani, because I've seen a lot of these man on the street style videos, and most of the people who say they support Zohran Mamdani, I don't think that they really grasp what his policies would actually do to that city. But I want to hone in on one of them, the government-run grocery stores, because a lot of people have said it never works, bread lines, blah, 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 blah. Why doesn't it work?
So everything about business is incredibly complicated. And I think a lot of people like to pretend that business owners sit back, they enjoy their profits. But, if you ever walk into a grocery store, there are a million things on the store shelves. They're all pretty affordable if you really think about it. And at the end of the day, it is incredibly complicated to make that work. Look, the government can't even figure out how to fill potholes or get your driver's license to you, in a quick amount of time sitting in a DMV. Do you really think the government and government bureaucrats can figure out the supply chains to get hundreds of thousands of items on store shelves across a region? Absolutely not. Grocery stores already operate at a profit margin of 1% to 3%, and it's a miracle. In fact, when Boris Yeltsin came to visit America when the Soviet Union was collapsing, what made him break down in tears was seeing a functional grocery store, because they could not make that work in the Soviet Union. So that's why it always fails, and why, frankly, this is doomed to fail again in New York.
Richard, how quickly can these socialist initiatives that Zohran Mamdani wants to employ, how quickly can they happen? Because I talked about this last night on the show. I think a lot of people think that the worst case scenario is that Zohran Mamdani can do everything that he has said he wants to do. Now, the reality of it is that as a city mayor, as big as the city is, I personally don't think that he has the power to do everything that he wants to do. Now, my concern is not that he can do it all, it's that he can't, or that it happens a lot slower than he thinks it will. And then you've got this whole generation of Americans who watched young New Yorkers put Zohran Mamdani in power, and they watched the rest of the world, who has half a brain that functions in economy, say it's going to destroy New York City. And those young people are going to say, see, you told us that this was going to happen, that it was going to destroy the city, and it didn't. And then we're going to be in a scenario where they use that as a campaign point when you push people with a socialist agenda into offices that have even more power and can actually do these things quickly.
Amen. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. So two things in particular, both the tax increases he wants to do, which if he could do, would be crushing for New York businesses, and then the debt levels he wants to incur to fund all these programs. Both of those are capped by the state government. And so he would need the state government, the governor, the legislature, to sign off on these plans before he could do them. So it's not to say he won't do them, but that's a much harder hurdle to get through. The state government probably won't let him do in full what he's talking about. And you're right, this is going to be a rallying cry, a political campaign strategy, but he'll fail to meet all of his promises, and he'll use his charm and false words to pretend as if he got these things done. But make no mistake, the things he will do will be disasters. They'll raise prices, destroy businesses, decline job opportunities. And you're right, the idea disease of socialism spreading, that's the real threat here.
Yeah. And it's spreading among the youngest generation. And I think because there is I don't know if it's an ideas vacuum. I don't necessarily think it's an ideas vacuum, but there is a vacuum of some sort where young Americans feel like they cannot get ahead. They cannot get a leg up when it comes to their profession, when it comes to paying off their student debt, when it comes to buying a home, when it comes to owning a car. They feel like the older generations utterly screwed them, for lack of more appropriate terms. So President Trump floats this idea of a 50-year mortgage, and I'm seeing a few different reactions. The dichotomy between those who are saying, well, this is basically just a 50-year rental agreement. You don't necessarily own it, but you're locked in for 50 years to pay off something that you're not actually sitting on as an owner. And then I hear a lot of people who say, well, yeah, but you've got such a demoralized younger generation. And by the way, it's not just Gen Alpha or Zoomers, it's millennials too. So you've got these three youngest generations who feel like they cannot participate in the housing economy. And so maybe this is a way to kind of dip their toes in the water a little so that someday they can achieve home ownership. But maybe maybe between these two is the truth. But does it destroy our economy?
So here's the crux of this, which is that what we have is a supply problem, which is that we have an economy that's overtaxed, overregulated. And so the reason why houses, cars, all these other things are expensive is because there's very few of them, because we have made it physically so hard to build more of them. But, a lot of people, especially younger people, are looking for, frankly, false promises. They want to do something. And so when a politician says, look, I'm going to do something that papers over the problem, that makes it look as if there's more stuff when there really isn't, they're increasingly going for it because it feels right. Look, there are a few regulatory things that we should change that make it easier for banks to offer 50-year mortgages. But to be fair, the proposal on the table right now would be for the government to subsidize them in a way that probably would raise house prices more than whatever the value would be of getting the interest rates down and getting the term length longer. Keep in mind the difference between a 30-year and a 50-year mortgage is only about a 10% or so cut in monthly expenditures. And yes, having no equity in the house itself, it's mostly a false promise.
Artificially inflating prices. What could possibly go wrong? When have we ever seen that crash and burn? A lot. Thank you so much for being here, Richard. This has been such a great conversation. You have such a great outlook on all of this. Very, very pragmatic. Thanks so much for being here.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Likewise. All right, everybody. Coming up, we are going to discuss the rapid development of generative AI technology and how some companies are asking for government cooperation. More on that after a quick break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News and No Noise. The topic of artificial intelligence has been a huge policy point for the Trump administration as the United States looks to win the AI war against China. But how much should the government be involved? For example, Sam Altman, OpenAI's CEO, suggested guaranteed government loans for chip plants. Now, is that a good idea to make some of these AI companies too big to fail? Joining us now to discuss that and more is Senior Research Associate for the Center for Technology and the Human Person at the Heritage Foundation, Daniel Cochran. Daniel, thanks so much for being here.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right. I want to start with some of the flashier headlines regarding AI because I saw that Ipsos ran a poll. So first of all, for our audience, there is a country song that is at the top of the country charts that sounds, there is practically no distinction for me between AI and a human voice. And then Ipsos did this poll where 97% could not distinguish between music entirely generated by AI and human-created music. And then on top of that, we've got the news today that Michael Caine and Matthew McConaughey, 2 very iconic voices in Hollywood, they are working with an AI company to duplicate their voice. There is so much happening. Look, that's all in the entertainment space, and I know that that seems frivolous, but to me, it augurs the takeover of a lot of different industries. Your take?
Well, I think it's really critical to note that we've crossed a threshold. While AI is able to create and produce videos, music, even the likeness of various actors that are indistinguishable from real life, it creates a lot of opportunities, but a lot of challenges. And one of those challenges is, what does this mean for elections? We often talk about, in a day when elections are decided usually by slim margins. Sometimes here in Virginia, for example, the last gubernatorial race was largely influenced by offhand remarks by the then Democratic candidate for governor, who was essentially bemoaning the fact that parents wanted so much say in their kids' education, and that really boosted his opponent and current governor Glenn Youngkin. You imagine a situation where an AI essentially is used to create false statements, and people really don't know what's true and what's false. So I think we're entering a stage of a sort of an unprecedented set of challenges where we're going to have to create new systems and institutions to reckon with what might be called a post-truth world created by this generative artificial intelligence. It's really a pressing moment that we face.
Yeah, well, and there's the governance and the regulation side of it that I want to get in a little bit deeper with you in a moment. But there's also an infrastructure Sam Altman, I was just talking about this at the top, Sam Altman suggesting that there should be guaranteed loans for these companies. And then Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida responded to a New York Times headline that was referencing this, praising it as too big to fail. And Ron DeSantis brought up the point that this is not a profit positive company. So why on earth would we make them too big to fail and offer so much assistance from the government? Because as far as I'm concerned, there are plenty of companies here on U.S. soil who do the same thing, right?
Well, look, make no mistake, this is about monopolizing the market and having the U.S. federal government pay for it. We've seen this before in other industries like banking. We had the too big to fail banks, and we saw how that ended up. You had banks that made frivolous investments and ended up tanking the economy and costing the taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. And here you have Sam Altman, who spent tens of billions of dollars on AI infrastructure and essentially wants the government to back him. And I think this is an attempt of regulatory capture by these large AI companies. They want to get in bed with the federal government. There's all the rhetoric about the big AI companies. They don't want regulation. In fact, what the big AI companies want is regulation to lock in their advantages and ensure that they can continue to raise capital without, and I think you're right to mention, without showing that they can make a profit. All of these AI companies, including OpenAI, they operate at multi-billion-dollar losses. And now their investors are coming to call, and they're saying, look, we want our money back. And the AI industry is like, their response to that is, well, let's get the government involved. Let's get the government to guarantee loans to keep capital flowing. But that's not how competitive markets work, and that's certainly not what's going to fuel the next stage of American innovation. We need more competition. We need more choice. We need to, really chip away at these AI monopolies before they're able to do what the last generation of social media companies have, which is, really control a huge part of our information ecosystem. We saw how damaging that's been to conservatives and all kinds of, values, especially kids' safety, with just a handful of big companies controlling our information space. And we're on the verge of seeing that again in AI. So I think that's something that policymakers need to really focus in on. And we can't allow a repeat of what happened with social media here.
Yeah, what is the ideal scenario when it comes to actions that policymakers can take? I mean, I would proffer the notion that anytime government gets involved, it's I would say 99.9% of the time, it's not a good thing. But when it comes to regulation of this, when it comes to governance within the AI space, and look, I know this is a very, very large conversation, and it's also very nuanced, but how much government involvement should there be?
Well, look, I think part of it is government shouldn't be getting in bed with the biggest AI companies. And I think that David Sachs, the president's AI czar, was right to rebuff Sam Altman and OpenAI for their overtures of trying to get the federal government to back them. I think that's a good step in the right direction. But ultimately, Congress needs to act. Look, we've been talking about rules of the road for AI. You talked earlier about how AI is creating videos and images that are indistinguishable from real life events. events. And we need legislation. We need rules to kind of distinguish like provenance of where images and data is coming from. We need rules of the road to ensure that AI systems are aligned with the values of users. And we also need to address the most acute harms. You know, OpenAI has been hit with several lawsuits in the past couple of days from adults that are suffering from psychosis because these AI models are designed to be sycophantic. They're designed to feed them essentially digital fentanyl, to keep them engaged, to keep them, going down these rabbit holes and these very strange conversations and all kinds of like spiritual, sexual topics. And people are suing these companies saying, look, these are destroying our lives and the companies need to be held accountable. Think also that Sam Altman, he said, look, in the new year, he wants OpenAI's ChatGPT to be able to engage in erotic conversations. So they're really not pursuing the kinds of earth-breaking advances that they're promising the American public. They're pursuing digital fentanyl that makes them a quick profit, but is rending America's social fabric. And again, we're at risk of seeing a repeat here of what we saw with the social media companies, and we can't allow that to happen.
Yeah. Daniel, I want to ask you about AI's implications on elections. The 2022 election, I think it was the midterm elections, I had a sense that was basically the last pure election. And by that, I mean, we didn't have a lot of videos out there floating around, dubious, maybe, but videos nonetheless of certain politicians saying things or not saying things or whatever. My concern is that we are now in an era where if a damaging video comes out about a candidate, they can just say it's AI, it's not real. Or if something good comes out, then the opponent can say that's AI, that's not real. Have we experienced our last clean election, and is this just how it's going to be going forward?
I think it's hard to tell, and this is why, this is an unprecedented challenge, because never before have you had the ability to create lifelike videos and images that are indistinguishable from real life people and events. And now, as you cited at the top of the hour, how people can't distinguish between AI generated music and human created music. We're going to have to create systems and institutions that allow us to verify the authenticity of content. And I think that's going to take place, hopefully in a decentralized manner. What we want to avoid are proposals around a digital ID system, around centralizing control of AI even further in the hands of the government. We want to avoid that. But at some level, we're going to have to make sure that our information can be trusted and that we know if AI had a hand in generating it. And that's going to require a multiplicity, I think, of different approaches. But ultimately, what we're going to have to do is decentralize our information ecosystem. The problem is that AI is being deployed in an information environment that is highly centralized. It's controlled by just 7 companies. Again, this is social media 2.0. And when you have these centralized ecosystems, these centralized information ecosystems, all the harms can spread very quickly. We see that with how social media is harming kids, the most toxic content spreading everywhere all at once online. That's the same with AI. If you have one place of gathering your information, it's very easy to flood that space with fake videos as an example. And so we're going to ultimately have to decentralize and get away from this top-down approach to information and really, I think, look to more local sources and trusted communities. I think that's the ultimate answer to this, but it's going to take some time to get there.
Yeah, before I let you go, and forgive the reductive nature of my analogy, but I was a singing server for 13 years, so I think back on my time there. And there were many times when I had a $50 bill or a $100 bill that we had to slide under that light. We had a little marker that we could write on it to see if it was counterfeit money. Is there ever going to be any type of technology out there that is consumer friendly, not just on a commercial level, but for your everyday consumer, some type of software uploaded onto phones or laptops or tablets or whatever that can immediately identify something that's AI?
Well, I think there's going to be a multiplicity of tools like that. The question is how reliable they'll be. And that remains to be seen. Look, in the past, we've developed hash databases, right, to deal with, as an example, terrorist content on social media platforms like YouTube. And I imagine similar solutions in the future for detecting fake AI content. But again, it's going to require an all of the above approach. There's not going to be one solution. And ultimately, it's a very hard problem when this technology is being democratized in the hands of so many people and pushed by companies that have an incentive, candidly, to keep people engaged in these fake virtual realities. I think that's the sad truth of where AI is today.
Yeah, quite literally a vested interest. Senior Research Associate for the Center for Technology and the Human Person at the Heritage Foundation, Daniel Cochran, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, after the break, the media has finally come around to blaming Democrats just a little bit for the shutdown. So what on earth took them so long? We're going to break all of that down after this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Well, this should surprise absolutely no one. A new Newsbusters study finds that the mainstream media once again covered for Democrats during the government shutdown. Major TV networks barely mentioned that it was Democrats who caused the crisis, and when they finally did, it was only after a deal was already in sight, of course. So joining me now is MRC Senior Research Analyst Bill D'Agostino. Bill, thanks so much for being here. Great to have you.
Yeah, great to be on. Good to see you.
Listen, I've seen this limited hangout situation with the media, and they finally, it seems like with practically any story, if it's damaging for Democrats, they don't cover it until the very end, and then they just barely kind of dip their toes in just so they can say, well, it wasn't zero coverage.
Right. So this shutdown has been very peculiar from a broadcast network standpoint. For the last 3 the last 3 government shutdowns that happened in recent memory that we looked at, they basically completely unanimously blamed Republicans, or there were scattered moments where they would blame both parties, but quite literally never blamed Democrats. This time it was a little different, I think, because there was simply no way for them, even twisting their logic into pretzels, to really blame Republicans for this or claim that Democrats were innocent. And so instead, they basically obfuscated a lot of the detail around the shutdown. Overall, we found 87% of their coverage favored Democrats and only 13% favored Republicans. But in that, there was very little mention of, for example, Senate Democrats having voted against a clean continuing resolution. Right, that was practically non-existent in all of the coverage. It was in less than 20% of their broadcasts. So if you got all of your news from, say, ABC or CBS or NBC, you probably don't even know how this shutdown really happened. And that's by design.
Yeah, I mean, a few days ago, the normal security hub where I enter the White House, their X-ray machine was down. So I had to go around to the other side of the White House, and I had to walk through a group of protesters, and a lot of them had these signs up, let them eat cake, referring to Republicans not caring about the government shutdown. And I asked one of those protesters, I said, do you know how many times Democrat voted for a CR when Joe Biden was in power? And they said 0. And I said 13 times. They had no idea. And the thing that's so concerning about this bill is these are the people who are politically active. So poor generic Democrat Joe Schmo out there doesn't have a prayer if this person who lives in Washington and is getting up and going to protest doesn't know.
Right. And so this kind of creates this weird phenomenon, because you're absolutely right. These are the people that are politically engaged on the left. Right. But a lot of these people probably learned the term continuing resolution during this shutdown. Right. During this news cycle, because they don't really pay attention to a lot of their particulars. It's basically all tribal. It's a team sport for them. And that's it. Right. So basically, whenever there is a story that has the Democrats, either it portrays them unfavorably, or there's some kind of Democrat malfeasance, or they're clearly guilty of something. It basically leads to a less informed populace overall, because the result is that the news media obfuscate, they muddy the waters around the story. And by the end, nobody really knows what's going on unless they're already familiar with the topic to begin with, right? Unless you're like a political junkie. It's kind of strange, but an outgrowth is basically every time Democrats misstep or do something wrong, the populace gets a little bit less informed.
Yeah. So what are they saying now that momentarily they're going to be voting on the House? I'm hearing that it's coming imminently. So what's if they're blaming the shutdown on Republicans, then when the shutdown ends, do they praise Republicans?
Yeah. No, if only they are unfortunately incredibly good at compartmentalizing all of their beliefs. So if you are a liberal newscaster, you are very capable and in fact, probably obligated to believe both that the shutdown is Republicans' fault, and also that the Democrat senators who are actually voting for the continuing resolution are letting down their voters by opening the government. Right. And of course, those two things are in conflict, but that doesn't really matter as long as you keep those thoughts separate and just never let them interact, which is how a lot of the media seem to behave. We're actually working on a compilation right now of people from cable outlets blaming Republicans, and then it's going to be all of those same people yelling at Democrats for ending the shutdown. And of course, that begs the question of, okay, well, how did Democrats end the shutdown if Republicans caused it to begin with?
Listen, mainstream media, logic is not even a speed bump on their road to stupidity, so it doesn't surprise me that they would find a way to do mental gymnastics. Yeah, absolutely. All right, MRC Senior Research Analyst Bill D'Agostino, thanks so much for being here tonight. Love breaking it down with you.
Absolutely. Thanks as always.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to be back to wrap things up after this very quick commercial break.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. That caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. It's our final segment of the night, and we are going to just very slightly dip into what's happening on the floor. Majority Leader Steve Scalise was speaking, and now we have moved on to Democrat representative from Georgia, Sanford Bishop, is speaking now.
Saving biomedical research. My constituent, Angela Holmes, is unable to walk without debilitating pain. She's worried that without tax credits, she won't be able to afford health insurance to complete the multiple back surgeries she needs. For many Georgians, health care is a matter of life and death. Our Republican colleagues could have corrected this in the Rules Committee, but they rejected an amendment last night that would have lowered health premium costs. To me, that's unconscionable. So are the administration's actions during the shutdown. As a Christian, I'm outraged that USDA used the shutdown to illegally withhold SNAP from 42 million Americans. USDA had the chance to do the right thing and use designated contingency funds, but rejected it. And when ordered to do so by the courts, they fought all the way to the Supreme Court to keep hungry families from receiving food. America produces the highest quality, safest, most affordable, and abundant food, fiber, and medicine anywhere in the world. To that end, this bill provides many welcome investments. It fully funds SNAP and WIC, replenishes the SNAP and WIC contingency funds, and fully funds cash value vouchers for fruits and vegetables for women and children. It also helps rural America by providing $1 billion in single-family direct home loans, $120 million over the House level, and funding water and wastewater programs at $446 million, both issues that Democrats tried to address in full committee. The bill provides $1.8 billion for the Agricultural Research Service, $1.6 billion for NIFA, protecting farmers, small businesses, and families against President Trump's budget request to eliminate land-grant university research and extension activities across the country. I'm pleased to see that the bill language requires USDA to notify Congress before canceling grants over $1 million. The agriculture portion of this bill does make positive steps in the right direction. The bill discards many of the harmful policy riders, which in the House bill, yet it does not go far enough to negate House language falsely questioning the safety of mifepristone and encouraging FDA to explore liability protections for certain infant formula manufacturers, over which the agency has absolutely no jurisdiction. And while the overall funding package may reopen the government for a month or two, this bill does not address the breach of trust this administration has demonstrated since January. They fail to follow the law, and we cannot trust that they will even execute this bill if we vote on it today.
The gentleman's time has expired.
They have 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
They fail to follow the law, and we can't trust that they'll execute the law. They cut SNAP by 20% in the big ugly bill this summer, dismantling funded federal programs, fired federal workers, and illegally ignored court orders. This bill fails to address the health care crisis, and bipartisan outrage has erupted over language in the bill to pay millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars to a handful of senators whose phone records were subpoenaed in relation to the January 6th investigation. It's a bad bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady from Connecticut reserve? The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize my